In a world where good and evil are destined to clash, Lin Yi wakes up on the wrong side of destiny, transmigrating into a cultivation realm torn between righteous sects and demonic cults. He becomes a top figure of the evil path, while secretly serving as an undercover agent for the righteous path. If war breaks out, he dies first. No debate, but fate gives him one lifeline, a god-level entertainment system that forcefully drags the entire cultivation world into the modern internet era. Smartphones, live stream rooms, mobile games, novels, online shopping. As long as others spend money, Lin Yi earns rebates, and more importantly, he keeps everyone too distracted to start a war. Douyin, Golden Tomato novels, Honor of Kings, Peacekeeper Elite, Dungeon Fighter, Pinduoduo. One by one, he releases them into a world built on swords, spells, and sect warfare, and from that day onward, the immortal world collapses into pure chaos. The seductive demoness of the demonic sect puts on a high school uniform and becomes a million-follower Douyin dancer, earning spirit stones faster than she can spend them. Righteous sect disciples pull all-nighters binge reading trashy web novels, their cultivation deteriorating by the day. The refining sect's flying swords stop selling until the sect leader breaks down crying in a livestream and offers a 30% discount. A mighty Mahayana venerable repeatedly loses battles, but somehow manages a humiliating offline solo kill in a mobile game. The Empress becomes addicted to dramas and stops attending morning court. The best-selling Golden Tomato author turns out to be the ancestor of a holy land. In less than a year, the entire cultivation world has fallen, not to demonic invasion, not to heavenly tribulation, but to mobile entertainment. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, the celestial emperor stares in horror at the ascension pool, now covered in weeds because no one is cultivating anymore, and all of this chaos can be traced back to one man, Lin Yi, the undercover villain who just wanted to survive. Chapter 1: God-level entertainment system. In the main hall of the Ghost King sect, deep in the desolate wastes of the far north, sat a young man in a black robe. His hair was stark white, his expression cold, and he rested on a massive stone chair carved from obsidian. On both sides of the long hall sat 10 men and women, young and old. Their faces were twisted, vicious, and sinister. No matter their age or gender, one thing was certain: none of them looked like decent people. Master Sect Leader, a thin old man on the left, said, his voice as dry as scraping bone. Yesterday, I discovered a righteous path spy hidden among the Bone Spirit sect. I already skinned him, removed his tendons at dawn, forged his bones into a magic weapon, and sealed his soul into the 10,000 souls lantern. He bowed respectfully. Tomorrow morning, I will have his skin thrown at the gate of Liang sect. At these words, Lin Yi's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, but the nightmare had only begun. A bald, muscle-packed man in a blood-red robe threw his head back and laughed wildly. Sect Master, yesterday I led the disciples of my blood sword sect to raid the Qingfeng monastery of the righteous path. We slaughtered all 3 generations of disciples. Even the lay root genius they just recruited, I personally extracted his spiritual root. It was extremely satisfying. If that old fossil Qingwei hadn't suddenly emerged from seclusion, I would have slaughtered every last one of them. Not a single righteous rat would remain. Lin Yi felt his organs tremble. Before he could process that, a beautiful woman in a black gauze dress with a black lotus mark between her brows smiled seductively. Sect Master, she purred. I sent Xiaoxian and the others to Dongyang City yesterday. They sent word this morning. They've already drained the pure yang of many Haoren Academy disciples and corrupted their cultivation foundations. From now on, those Confucian scholars will never advance again. As she spoke, she shot Lin Yi a resentful, delicate glance. Sect Master brother, why aren't you praising me? I planned this for such a long time. Before she finished, a bloated middle-aged man in the first seat stood up, clutching an abacus. Sect Master, your subordinate has urgent news. Lin Yi waved his hand weakly. Speak. Yes. Yesterday, the Heavenly Sword Gate and 10 righteous sects seized 10 of our spiritual vein mines. They freed 100,000 mining slaves and killed more than 300 Ghost King sect disciples. The hall immediately exploded. Outrageous. Has Heavenly Sword Gate declared war on our demon path? Sect Master, allow me to lead my elite disciples to their gates tomorrow. If a single Heavenly Sword disciple survives, I'll walk into the Styx River myself. The Bloodpool sect will join. They kill 300 of ours, we'll kill 3,000 of theirs. The righteous dogs have forgotten the terror of the demon path. Sect Master, let us drench Tianyuan continent in their blood. All eyes turned to Lin Yi. He felt their stares pierce through him like blades. His heart hammered wildly, but he kept his face calm. After a long moment, he finally spoke coldly, "It's only mining slaves and outer disciples. If they died, they died. As for the spirit stone veins, take people tomorrow and retrieve them. Now is not the time for war with the righteous path. My cultivation is at a critical moment. When my demonic arts reach perfection, that will be the day the demon path rules all of Tianyuan." The others froze. Then, Sect Master has reached the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly demon art? Marvelous! Once you reach the 10th level, no one in the world can oppose you. No wonder the Sect Master is so calm. When the Sect Master completes his power, we'll slaughter the righteous path in one sweep. Laughter filled the hall. Manic, bloodthirsty laughter. Lin Yi forced himself to stay composed. As soon as possible, he found an excuse to dismiss everyone's silence returned and he slumped into the stone chair with a long sigh. Damn it. I've only transmigrated a few days and trouble is piling up. With the slaughter ramping up on both sides, the righteous and demonic factions are basically past reconciliation. If a war breaks out, I'll definitely be the first to die. He rubbed his temples painfully. Why is my luck so bad? I transmigrated into the final boss of the demon path, but this boss is an undercover agent for the righteous path. Once war starts, I'm dead on both sides. To gain this position, I've killed more righteous cultivators than anyone. If the demon path finds out I'm a spy, I'll be hunted by both sides. Even with my Mahayana strength, I can't survive that. At this rate, it'll take at least 100 years to break through to the 10th level. He shivered, remembering the brutal methods of the 8 demonic sects under him. No. I cannot allow the 3rd righteous demonic war to begin. I can't let the righteous path escalate, nor let these demon idiots slaughter more geniuses. Both sides must calm down. I need time. A lot of it. But how do I calm down both sides? At that moment, ding, a crisp mechanical sound echoed through his mind. System detected, host has transmigrated into another world. God-level entertainment system binding, successful. Scanning current world environment, scan complete. Constructing primary interstellar internet network, construction complete. 1,000,000-kilometer Starlink network now covers the host's location. Initializing spatial material transfer function, beep after beep echoed. Lin Yi blinked, then realization struck, finally. The golden finger every transmigrator should get. But God-level entertainment system? Are you kidding me? This is a cultivation world, not an urban comedy. Complaining didn't stop him. With a shred of hope, he opened the system interface, and his heart sank. It wasn't a cultivation system. It wasn't even a game system. It was a giant app store filled with modern world entertainment apps, social platforms, streaming sites, games, shopping apps. He even saw Douyin, QQ, WeChat, video sites, short video apps. What am I supposed to do with this? There's no internet here. As he despaired, new messages popped up. Host is granted 1 free application upon first binding. Host receives Douyin exclusive version. Host will receive 10% rebate on all user spending. New item added to the store, Tianji Type 1 smartphone. Lin Yi froze. Douyin? Am I supposed to scroll short videos in a world of immortal cultivation? How does that help me? And what's this phone? Curiosity got the better of him. He browsed the store and quickly found the Tianji phone. Price, 1 spirit stone. After hesitating, he took out a spirit stone from his storage bag. The moment he held it tightly, it dissolved into white light and vanished. At the same time, something cold appeared in his right hand. He looked down. A sleek smartphone, almost identical to the Fruit logo phones of his previous life, sat in his palm. He pressed the lock screen button. The screen lit up and a familiar music note icon shimmered into existence. Douyin. Looking at the familiar application on the screen of the mobile phone, Lin Yi, who had originally disliked this so-called system a little bit, felt a little comforted at this moment. Forget it, even if this system is useless, at least it won't be boring in the future, and you can still brush Douyin when you are under pressure to practice. Speaking of it, I haven't brushed Douyin since I crossed into this world. I don't know if I can still brush the good-looking little sisters from my previous life, hee hee. As he said this, he clicked on Douyin with anticipation. However, after only a few seconds, his face collapsed. "You are playing tricks on me, why don't you have a video?" "Do you mean there is no internet?" "No, there is a network icon on it. The system just mentioned the interstellar internet." After some fruitless research, Lin Yi suddenly thought of a possibility. "By the way, I am the only one in this world who owns a mobile phone, and naturally there is no video in Douyin that can be swiped." In order to verify his guess, he hurriedly clicked the plus sign below to enter the shooting mode. To his great surprise, the music and special effects of his previous life were still there. After choosing a piece of music casually, he shot a 15-second video in front of his face, and then chose to post it after shooting. Without any accidents, the video was released in seconds, which was faster than the previous 5G networks. When he returned to the homepage again, he sure enough swiped the video he had just shot. "It seems that it's really the same as I guessed. It's because no one posted the video that there is no video, not because of network problems." If so. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly thought of a way that could not only ease the relationship between the two righteous demons, but also reduce the volume of the cultivation of the immortal realm. As we all know, the reason why the relationship between Zhengdao and the Demon Gate has always been fighting and killing is because they have nothing else to do except fighting and killing, especially the demons under his hands, one by one, like Chao Xiong, killing people in the extreme lack of entertainment activities has become their best way of entertainment. The same is true of monk Zhengdao. Except for cultivation, it is cultivation, and except for retreat, it is retreat. When the retreat is over, he will fight, and if he can't do it, he will continue to go back to retreat. If they could be given more entertainment ways to spend their time, they would inevitably not think about fighting and killing all day long, just like in the previous life. Why all countries in the previous life vigorously developed the entertainment industry was not for stability. In addition to diminishing the fighting spirit of the two monks of Zhengma, entertainment activities have another advantage, which is to affect their cultivation speed. It is better to influence others than to improve oneself. If other people's cultivation speed slows down, it is not equivalent to his cultivation speed speeding up. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth suddenly became uncontrollable, and he immediately opened the mall interface again. Then he spent 10,000 lingshur at once to buy 10,000 mobile phones, just like the mobile phones he bought earlier. These mobile phones are also connected to the network and Douyin is installed. In the process, Lin Yi also tried it. To his surprise, the quality of these mobile phones was quite good and had reached the level of ordinary Fabeo. Not only is it anti-fall, but it is also waterproof and fireproof. You don't even need to charge it. You can absorb the aura in the air and recharge it. In addition, it has the basic functions of the mobile phone, such as calling, taking pictures, and flashlight. What surprised Lin Yi the most was that this mobile phone actually needed to be charged. The basic consumption for a month was 1 spirit stone, and an additional fee was charged for calling and texting. After discovering this, his eyes lit up immediately, because it meant that as long as enough people had mobile phones, then he could get a lot of rebates. However, if you want to completely promote mobile phones, you can't just rely on the calling function that comes with mobile phones. After all, Tianyuan Mainland does not lack communication magic weapons. Then the next step is to find a way to produce more video content. With that said, he put all the 10,000 mobile phones in his storage bag and then strode out of the hall. When he came to the door of the main hall, a black demon tiger that was originally lying under the stone steps slowly stood up and then walked to his side, using its huge head to constantly grind Lin Yi's body. This dark demon tiger is his mount, the Nether Tiger King, an 8th order monster, equivalent to a monk in the late stage of deification, because its predecessor signed a blood contract with it. This Nether Demon Tiger looked extremely docile when facing Lin Yi. He touched the Tiger King's head casually, and he rode on the Tiger King's back one by one. "Let's go to the girl's education." As soon as his voice fell, the Nether Tiger King immediately carried him into a demon wind and soared into the air. It took less than a minute for one person and one tiger to reach a mountain peak with a quiet environment and fragrant birds and flowers, and this is the residence of the 8 great sects of the Demon Sect, the Great Women's Sect. As the 8th major sect of the Ghost King Sect, the Jiangnuji sect has 3,000 female practitioners. The main practice method is the Jiangnuji Heart Sutra. The characteristic of this practice method is that the higher the level of cultivation, the more beautiful and moving it is. Therefore, the entire Jiangnuji sect is full of peerless beauties. Perhaps sensing Lin Yi's arrival, several figures soon turned into fleeing light. The leader was the previous flirtatious woman in a long black gauze dress. At the same time, she was also the leader of the goddess sect, by Qingxian after a generation of Yin. After seeing Lin Yi, by Qingxuan's eyes lit up immediately, and then he came with a light step. Brother Suzerain, did you come to the slave house on a special trip? Yes, this seat is indeed here to find you. After nodding, Lin Yi turned over and jumped off the Tiger King. Before he could react, he felt a fragrant breeze coming, and when he saw Bai Qingxian again, he had already leaned in front of him. Lin Yi's body was stiffened in an instant by her fast-drawing eyes. Brother Suzerain, have you figured out that you want a double repair with the slave family? Well, that's not true. This seat is here today to have important things to do. This matter is related to the survival of my demon gate. As for the double cultivation, we will talk about it later. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Bai Qingxian couldn't help being disappointed. Okay then. But the slave family is very curious. What is it that can be related to the life and death of the demon gate? This seat will explain this to you later. You have previously gathered all the disciples of the song and good dance in the female sect. Although he didn't quite understand why Lin Yi gave such an order, Bai Qingxian still complied. By the time Lin Yi was taken to the Great Hall of the Virgin Pope, hundreds of beautiful female cultivators with perfect looks and figures appeared there. Just pick out one and put it in the previous life. The blue stars are much stronger than those female net celebrities. I don't know how many times, coupled with the reason for their cultivation of the female heart sutra, even if they don't make any movements and expressions, they exude a charm that is difficult for ordinary people to control. After glancing around, Lin Yi couldn't help showing a trace of satisfaction on her face. Good. That's good, leave all these behind. As soon as he finished speaking these words, the eyes of the group of female cultivators below lit up one by one, and they couldn't help but eat Lin Yi in that way. Bai Qingxian from the side glanced at him in surprise. Brother Suzerain, are you sure your body can handle it? Ahem, where do you want to go? This seat didn't mean that. Lin Yi waved his hand and took out the mobile phones he had bought earlier. Distribute such magic weapons into their hands. This is. Taking one of the mobile phones, Bai Qingxian couldn't help showing a trace of doubt on his face. This is a mobile phone. I will personally tell you how to use it later. After speaking, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. For the group of old otaku and Xiaxianji, what could be more attractive to them than a video of a beautiful woman? Not long after, Lin Yi ordered Bai Qingxian to distribute the mobile phones one by one. Looking at the strangely shaped mobile phone in his hand, the eyes of the female cultivators of the ancient female sect were full of doubts, and they had no idea what the use of this thing was. Even Bai Qingxian, Lin Yi, who had expected everyone to have such doubts a long time ago, immediately raised his mobile phone high. Now the magic weapon you are holding in your hands is called a mobile phone. It was specially developed by this seat. It has extremely special functions. There is a small button on the side of it, and it will turn on with a single click. Under Lin Yi's guidance, a group of female cultivators quickly mastered the basic use of mobile phones. Next, let's turn on Douyin on the screen. Yes, that's it. Have you seen the cross under the bottom? Tap it lightly with your fingers. When the female cultivators present followed Lin Yi's request, their mobile phone screens immediately changed, and they switched directly to camera mode from the original state of nothing. In an instant, the female cultivators present widened their eyes one by one, looking at the screen in disbelief. How could this be? Senior sister, why did you appear on my phone screen? The picture will still move. This magic weapon called a mobile phone is so magical. But is the function of this magic weapon just like this? Everyone should have seen it. As long as you click on the cross below, you will enter the shooting mode. It can take pictures or videos of your appearance. In front of a group of female cultivators from the Women's Institute, Lin Yi pointed her mobile phone at Bai Qingxian on the side, and then turned on the shooting. After shooting a 15-second video, he posted the video directly. Look, everyone, this is the video that we just shot for your Inho adults. You only need to click the back button in the upper left corner to see this video. Listening to Lin Yi's introduction, everyone immediately followed suit. Sure enough, they swiped the video that Lin Yi shot for Bai Qingxian on Douyin's homepage. Where have they ever seen such magical things when they were born and raised, and their eyes are full of novelty? Of course, this is just the most advanced way to use it. We can also add music effects and text when shooting to make the video more interesting. Taking advantage of the curiosity of everyone present, Lin Yi hurriedly began advanced teaching, from how to shoot a video and upload a video to how to add special effects and text to his own video dubbing. He teaches very seriously, coupled with the super comprehension ability of the female cultivators. Soon they had fully mastered the use of Douyin. And they were already able to shoot their own independent works. It didn't take long for them to indulge in beauty special effects and various dubbing, and they took one after another. Seeing their appearance, Linyi unconsciously remembered some old aunts who had just come into contact with Douyin in her previous life. The only difference is that they look 10,000 times better than those old aunts. Because of this, even if they just take a casual shot, they are so pleasing to the eye without using any skills in less than 10 minutes. There were thousands of more videos on Douyin. Seeing this, Linyi immediately said again, okay, let's stop for a while, and this seat will explain to you about vibrato-related matters. The first one is that you can't take pictures and post them indiscriminately, because as long as you post them, you won't be the only ones who see these videos. If you are not careful, you may disclose your privacy and the privacy of your sect. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the female monks present suddenly changed. It's nothing to divulge one's privacy, but if one divulges the privacy of the demon gate, it will be a dead end. Article 2. When you register your own account, you must never reveal your true identity. Do not use your real name for nicknames, and do not use your own photos for your avatars. The last one, don't just send a message to this seat when it's okay, it's about you. If you send this seat again, you will be blackened. As he spoke, Linyi glared at Bai Qingxian fiercely. In just a short while, Bai Qingxian, who had added his friend, sent him no less than hundreds of messages. All of them are cute expressions that come with Douyin, like a child. Okay, it's not good if the slave family doesn't post it. Bai Qingxian said plaintively. It was only after she finished speaking these words that she asked curiously, Brother Suzerain, what does it mean to be blackened? Hearing these words, Linyi also shook her head helplessly. After thinking about it again and again, he finally made a decision, that is, to come up with an instruction manual. Otherwise, for this group of alien people who are equivalent to primitive people, it may take a long time to fully play Douyin. As soon as he said it, he immediately took out a blank Yujian and wrote down the use of various functions of Douyin, as well as some basic shooting and editing techniques in this blank Yujian. Yang wrote tens of thousands of words. With these tens of thousands of words of instructions for use, even a person who has never used Douyin before can get started quickly after simply reading it, which can be described as nanny-level teaching. When Yujian finished recording, he immediately copied it on a large scale, and then sent it to everyone present. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can open Yujian to inquire. As for now, this seat is going to start to assign you an important task. When Linyi said these words solemnly, everyone present immediately became energetic. Starting today, each of you must take no less than 5 Douyin works for uploading. The video content must not be too rudimentary. It can be a song performance, a dance performance, and of course other forms, such as a costume change or something. Brother Suzerain, what is the change of clothes? When Bai Qingxian asked this question, all the female priests present also cast curious glances, but the corners of Linya's mouth, which heard this question, couldn't help but curl up slightly. I remember that in addition to being good at rhythm and dance, the female teacher seemed to be good at female celebrities, right? That's natural. The female celebrity of my female disciple is called the second on the Tianyuan continent, and no one dares to call the first. Even the Tianyi pavilion of the right path is far inferior to us. Bai Qingxian said proudly, well, this seat just has a few sets of costume design plans. You can help this seat get them out first, and then this seat will tell you what a dress-up is. Brother Suzerain can still design costumes? That's natural, bring pen and paper. Following Linya's order, a young female disciple soon brought pen and paper. It didn't take long for a few weird-looking costumes to appear on paper. If there are blue star traversers at the moment, they will definitely be able to recognize them, because these weird-looking costumes are clearly Cheongsam, JK, and high heels. Although the female sect practiced Magon, the disciples were not so conservative, but that was only relative to this era. On weekdays, their clothes are mostly just Lulu shoulders and Lulu arms. Where have they seen Cheongsam and JK's design? Many disciples blushed on the spot, but not everyone is like this. Some bold people look at Linya's design drawings with novelty on their faces, including Bai Qingxian. How did the patriarch brother come up with such a design? Although it was exposed a little bit, it was indeed attractive enough. I don't know if the slave family wears this dress. Would the patriarch's brother be willing to double repair with the slave family? With that said, Bai Qingxian posted it again. The senior sister joked, this seat's magical powers have not been achieved, and we will talk about the double cultivation later. While talking, he began to change the subject. By the way, I heard that there is a Tianyi shuttle in the female sect, which can weave a piece of clothing in just one breath. Today, I just saw it. Brother Suzerain is so eager to watch the slaves wear these two clothes you designed? Bai Qingxian glanced at Lin Yi teasingly. Then the slave family naturally has to satisfy the patriarch's brother. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Qingxian floated away. When she came back again, she had an extra treasure shaped like a spindle in her hand, exuding inspiration all over her body, and this treasure shuttle is the top-grade Lingbao Tianyi flying shuttle, modeled on the ancient fairy-weaving female shuttle. As long as there is a material with sufficient spiritual power, you can weave any style of dress you want, and even weave a magic weapon-level treasure armor. Tianyi Feisua was in his hand, and Bai Qingxuan's face also showed a trace of seriousness. After taking another look at the scribbled design drawing in Lin Yi's hand, he took out a roll of snow-white heavenly silk from his storage bag. Silk.I in the next second, the Tianyi shuttle bloomed with colorful rays of light, and the snow-white sky silk also rose into the air.in Lin Yi's surprised gaze. The shuttle was running at a speed beyond imagination. In less than 10 seconds, a black embroidered cheongsam fell into Bai Qingxuan's hands. Then Bai Qingxian controlled the Tianyi flying shuttle to weave a set of JK uniforms and a pair of black high heels made of animal skin in the same way a brother Suzerain. Please wait a moment. The slave family will go to change clothes and show it to brother Suzerain. After smiling at Lin Yi coquettishly, Bai Qingxian disappeared with the clothes he had just woven in his hand. 10 seconds later, the sound of high heels hitting the ground came from the side of the hall. When Lin Yi followed the voice and looked, he immediately saw a beautiful woman wearing a black embroidered cheongsam with a graceful figure and stiletto heels slowly walking in his direction. And this woman with a bumpy figure and a graceful and charming temperament is Bai Qingxian, who is just left. Originally described as beautiful, she became more and more attractive against the background of this cheongsam, especially when she took a light step and occasionally exposed her slender legs from the side slit. Not to mention this life, Lin Yi had never seen such a scene in his previous life, and he was stunned for a while. By the time he reacted, Bai Qingxian had already walked in front of him. In the next second, Bai Qingxian leaned into his ear with spring water in his eyes and whispered softly, "Brother Suzerain, does the slave family look good?" Hearing these words, and then feeling the warm breath coming from his ears, Lin Yi nodded subconsciously. In addition to Lin Yi's shocking transformation after Bai Qingxian put on the cheongsam, the other female priests present also looked at Bai Qingxian with glowing eyes one by one. It's not just men who like to see beautiful women, but women also like to look at beautiful women. Lord Queenine looks so good in cheongsam. I want to wear it too. Just show it, just look good. Yes, I didn't expect the cheongsam to look so good with high heels. It is worthy of the clothes designed by the patriarch. For a while, the disciples of the goddess Sect present changed their previous views on cheongsam. At this moment, Bai Qingxian was also about to change to JK again, but in the end he was stopped by Lin Yi. Let's get here first for the change of clothes. Let's continue to talk about making short videos. You must also be very curious about why the seat wants you to do these things. As soon as these words came out, Bai Qingxian immediately glanced at him angrily. Brother Suzerain, don't you want me to wait to please you? As long as the patriarch's brother speaks, it is okay for me to do anything for the patriarch's brother. Ahem, who do you think of this seat as? Is this seat the kind of person who was obsessed with women? Lin Yi said sternly, the reason why this seat invented the mobile phone and allowed you to shoot short videos is for the Demon Gate plan. At that time, our seat will secretly send mobile phones to the site of the Zhengdao sect for sale. Think about what would happen to those Zhengdao disciples if they swiped these videos at that time? Bai Qingxian, as the head of the young women's sect, reacted immediately after just a little thought. The patriarch's brother wants to use this to shake the cultivation hearts of those disciples of the right path, so that they can indulge in feminine beauty and practice unintentionally. Correct. Monks of the right path are also human beings, and they also have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Color is a bone-scraping steel knife. If they indulge in feminine colors, they will slacken their cultivation and even shake their state of mind. Light will affect the speed of cultivation, and heavy will encounter demons when they break through the bottleneck. When Lin Yehe stated her purpose, all the female priests present widened their eyes one by one, their eyes full of admiration. In the past, it was not that the old women's sect had never thought of using beauty to influence the disciples of the right path, but it had little effect. Point 1 is that there are limited disciples of the female sect, and it is difficult to popularize the method on a large scale, and the other is that there is a risk of exposure. Once the identity of the person on the right path is known, the end will be worse than death. But if it is through mobile phones and short videos, These two biggest difficulties will all be solved, of course. In addition to what this seat just said, the short video has other important meanings. After these, this seat will tell you slowly. Next, this seat will go to several other major departments. You can take a good video. At that time, this seat will award awards to the person with the highest number of likes on the video, and the first place seat will award 10,000 spirit stones at once. Leaving these words behind, Lin Yi turned into a black wind and disappeared into the main hall of the sect of the goddess Sect, leaving Bai Qing Xian with a plaintive face. Running so fast, are you afraid that the slaves will eat you? If you don't let me change the suit, I have to change it in a group fight. I will take a video and send it to you later. After that, she looked at the group of disciples in front of her. Did you hear what the patriarch just said? Take a good picture. This matter is about the future of our demon gate. Don't be afraid to show your flesh. Think about the sisters who died tragically in the hands of the right path before. What you are doing now is to avenge them. Hearing what she said, the female cultivators of the ancient women's sect immediately nodded again and again. Soon they started their own short video creation path. At the same time, Lin Yi also took his mobile phone and ran all over the 8 great gates of the magic gate. The Demon Gate is venerated by the Ghost King Sect, and has jurisdiction over the Xianin Sect, the Blood Sword Sect, the Beast Spirit Sect, the Valley of Corpse Souls, the Goddess Sect, the Bone Spirit Sect, the Burning Flame Mountain, and the Temple of Wealth. Each of the 8 major sects is good at it. The Xianin Sect is good at various evil spells, the Blood Sword Sect is good at refining the body, the Beast Spirit Sect is good at domesticating warcraft and monsters, the Corpse Soul is good at playing with corpses and souls, the Goddess Sect is good at the rhythm of beauty, the Bone Spirit Sect is good at refining zombies and puppets, and the Burning Flame Mountain is good at alchemists and alchemists. As for the Temple of Wealth, it is good at making money, and its business is all over the Tianyuan continent. After leaving the Jiangsu Women's Church, Lin Yi went to the remaining 7 major sects separately. As before in the Jiangsu Women's Church, she first distributed mobile phones to them, and then taught them how to use mobile phones in Douyin. In the end, they were given video shooting tasks for each of them. After all, not all Zhengdao monks are interested in beauty videos, so he also arranged different shooting content according to the expertise of the 8 major sections. For example, all of the blood sword men are body refining hunks, and they are not bad looking, and they are also taking the same route of rubbing the edges as the ancient female sect. In the video, Lulu muscles pose, and they still don't fascinate those female cultivators who are on the right path. Head over heels. Another example is the Beast Spirit Sect. Let them take pictures and record the daily life of cute monsters, and fix the hooves for the demon horse or something. Burning Flame Mountain is even simpler, padding alchemy and alchemy tips and tricks. After arranging tasks for the 7 major portals in front of him, Lin Yi came to the Temple of Wealth. As soon as he entered the Temple of Wealth, on his forefoot, the middle-aged man with a fat figure and a golden abacus in his hand appeared in front of him on his hind feet, and this middle-aged man, who looks harmless to humans and animals, is the Ghost God of Wealth, the head of the Temple of Wealth. After seeing the Ghost God of Wealth, Lin Yi went straight to the point. This seat has given you a task to find a way to sell this magic weapon to the territory of the Zhengdao sect. The more you sell, the better. As soon as the voice fell, a mobile phone flew out of his storage bag. Looking at these mobile phones, the face of the Ghost God of Wealth was full of doubts. Master, what are these? It is a magic weapon specially developed by this seat to fight the right path. The name is mobile phone. After that, he briefly introduced the functions and usage of the mobile phone to the Ghost God of Wealth, and briefly explained his plan. By the way, when the Ghost God of Wealth learned of his plan, his eyes lit up immediately. Master Suzerain is so clever that he can come up with such a way to hinder the cultivation of the monks of the right path. Those young monks are all unstable in their hearts. If they are addicted to vibrato and can't extricate themselves, the right path will fail in the long run. Don't talk about this yet. Do you have a channel to sell these mobile phones to Monk Zhengdao? Lin Yi asked again. Of course. The Ghost God of Wealth looked proud. To be honest with the patriarch, and today, every monk city in the Yuan continent and the mortal kingdom have shops in my God of Wealth temple. Even the most famous Jinding firm is one of our partners. As long as I want to sell it, even the monks in the far north wasteland continent can let them have one. Ministry. Very good. That being the case, there are a total of 100,000 units here. You first find a way to sell them all. In addition, this is the supporting instructions for use. When you sell it, you must explain it to those buyers clearly. Master Suzerain, please rest assured that your subordinates will complete this task well. The ghost god of wealth promised again. Well, then this matter will be left to you. By the way, this is the vibrato number of this seat. You can pay attention to it. If you have something, you can send a message to this seat through a private message. With that said, Linyi took out her mobile phone, but at this moment a private message suddenly popped up after glancing at the nickname. The sender was by Qing Xian, and the content of the private message was a video. The moment he clicked on the video, his nosebleeds almost spurted out. I in the video, by Qing Xian, dressed in a JK uniform, is fiddling with various seductive poses, this little fairy. It's a pity that Tianma's magical power is a boy's power, otherwise. No way. We must hurry up and practice, and cultivate Tianma's magical powers to the 10th level as soon as possible. With his mind made up, he closed the video casually, ready to enjoy it after he went back. At the same time, he also added a friend of the ghost god of wealth. After all this, he was ready to leave the Temple of Wealth, but at this moment, the ghost god of wealth suddenly asked, Master, how many spirit stones should this mobile phone sell? Hearing this question, Linyi thought for a while, then replied, 1 of 2 spirit stones. Ha! Why are these magic weapons sold so cheaply? Will this be too much of a loss? Don't worry, although the mobile phone itself doesn't earn much, as long as the mobile phone is popularized, it will earn more in the future. Without too much explanation, Linyi immediately flashed away and disappeared in place. On the other hand, the ghost god of wealth summoned the 10 fortune envoys from the Temple of Wealth to him on the spot, and relayed the mobile phone and Douyin-related matters to them. You quickly take these mobile phones to the territory of the Zhendao sect and try your best to sell them all. I will give you 10 days. If you don't sell all your mobile phones within 10 days, you will know my methods. As he spoke, a trace of cruelty flashed across the fat face of the ghost god of wealth, and the 10 fortune envoys in front of him showed fear one after another. After half an hour, they had already mastered the usage of mobile phones and vibrato, so they each left the Temple of Wealth with 10,000 mobile phones and related instructions, and then flew away in 10 different directions. As the backbone of the Temple of Wealth, fortune envoys all possessed the cultivation base of the Yuan period. And one escape technique is thousands of kilometers. Before long, one of the fortune envoys landed outside a huge city called Woyang on the coast. When he landed, he had already changed into the appearance of a middle-aged wealthy businessman wearing brocade silk. His appearance did not attract the attention of anyone around him. Only the 2 Golden Dan monks guarding the city showed a pleasing look on their faces after seeing him. It's the Golden Shopkeeper, where did you buy the goods again? Shopkeeper Jean, do you still have mirage beads for sale in the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? The exotic female cultivators in the mirage beads last time were really beautiful. Hearing the words of the 2 of them, Jean Buyu suddenly smiled mysteriously. Hey, I found something good this time. Compared with such a good thing, Mirage can calculate what it can do. As soon as these words came out, the 2 Golden Dan monks suddenly became interested. Better than mirage beads? Is it a fantasy picture? I don't know how much the fantasy map is compared with a baby like me. If you want to know, you can take a look in my Sihai building after you change your guard. But I can tell you, it's not going to be late. After that, without changing the gold, he swaggered towards the city, leaving 2 monks Jindan with a cat-like heart. In Woyang City Market, several monks in the Qi refining period wearing cyan long-sleeved shirts with a white crane tattooed on their chests were wandering around under the leadership of a young man in white clothes in the foundation building period. From time to time, they are attracted by the various treasures of heaven, material, and earth sold in the surrounding stalls, as well as magic talismans. Is it the 3rd-order monster white jade spider in the stall over there? It is said that it has a cultivation base comparable to that of a monk in the foundation building period when it becomes an adult, and it can spit out extremely precious white jade spider silk, which can sell for 500 spirit stones in 1 or 2. Hearing these words, the young man in white immediately smiled and shook his head. Fake, that's not a white jade spider, it's just a most ordinary 1st-order monster jade spider, which has been painted with white paint on its body. As soon as he finished speaking, another Xingyi disciple pointed to a stall less than 10 meters away from him in disbelief. Brother, the booth over there is actually selling exercises, and the earth-level exercises actually only sell 200 spirit stones. It's also fake. What he showed you is indeed earth-level exercises, but once you buy it, you will find that it is just a fragment. Ha! Didn't you say that you can buy everything in Woyang City? Why are they all fake? Another Tsingy disciple said with disappointment on his face, "That's not all fake, but whether you can buy real things depends on your eyesight. For fledgling rookies like you, it's best to go to the regular shops in the city, where the things are generally not fake." As he said, the young man in white led them straight forward. After a while, the group stayed in front of a magnificent 3-story attic. The plaque directly above the attic clearly said the 3 characters Sihai Pavilion, remember this place. If you need to buy any spiritual materials and treasures in the future, you will come here to buy them. Although the things in Sihai Pavilion are more expensive than those outside, at least the things are real. As he spoke, a look of remembrance appeared on the face of the young man in white. Looking back on the year, my first flying sword was bought here, and it has been used until now and it is still intact. Let's go in and have a look. As soon as the voice fell, the young man in white and his party walked into Sihai Pavilion. As soon as they entered, the dazzling array of goods in Sihai Pavilion caught their eyes: the magic flying sword, the treasure of heaven, material and earth, and the spirit pet of monsters and beasts are all placed in different categories. On the spot, the group of little vegetable birds during the chi refining period were dazzled. At this moment, a little fellow on the 7th floor of chi refining walked over with a smile. "Senior Chu Feng, you are here. What do you want to buy this time? We just recently arrived at a batch of foundation building pills refined by Master Ma, and the success rate of foundation building pills is 30% higher than normal foundation building pills." As soon as the little guy finished speaking, Chu Feng, a young man in white, directly released his momentum in the foundation building period. "Congratulations to Senior Chu Feng, it turns out that you have already laid the foundation. You are less than 50 years old this year. TSK, you are worthy of being the most talented disciple of Feisha Island in the past 100 years. If you don't think about it for 100 years, you will be able to officially get married." Before the little guy's flattering was finished, Chu Feng interrupted him. Okay, today I brought a few new entry-level junior brothers to purchase entry-level magic weapons. If there is any good magic weapon, I can recommend it to them. My junior brothers are all from the East China Sea, and they are not short of money. As soon as these words came out, the little guy's eyes lit up instantly. "Okay, a few seniors, please come here with me. We just recently came to a batch of fine magic weapons." As he spoke, the little guy was about to take Chu Feng and the others to the magic weapon area, but at this moment, Chu Feng's gaze was suddenly attracted by the things inside the counter on the side. He stopped immediately, and then pointed curiously at the rectangular object that was placed on the counter and said, "Is this also a magic weapon? The price is actually only 2 lingshi." Hearing Chu Feng's words, the little fellow stopped first and immediately came to him as quickly as possible after seeing the magic weapon Chu Feng was pointing to. "Of course, this is the latest generation of communication magic weapon launched by our Sihai Pavilion, which is called a mobile phone. Don't look at it as cheap, but its function is very powerful." 2. What is the function of the magic weapon of the Spirit Stone? Not only was Chu Feng curious about this, but the Feisha Dao disciples behind him were also very curious. Then you can take a look." In the next second, the little guy picked up a mobile phone from the counter, and then pressed the lock screen button on the side in front of Chu Feng. With a click, the originally pitch-black screen lit up. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng and others couldn't help but change their eyes slightly. They had never seen such a magical artifact before, and what happened next completely subverted their 3 views. As the little guy's finger swiped on the phone screen, some of the phone's functions were also revealed. Although the mobile phones provided by the system do not have as many special functions as previous smartphones, there are still basic functions such as making calls, texting, taking pictures, and flashlights. Not to mention other functions, the function of taking pictures and videos alone has already opened the eyes of Chu Feng and others. After showing the basic functions, the little guy immediately clicked on Douyin again. In the next second, a woman wearing an emerald green palace dress and a white veil appeared on the screen, accompanied by bursts of soft and gentle music. The picture immediately turned, and the veil on the woman's face also slipped down, revealing a picturesque face all over the country and the city. The expressions of Chu Feng and others were stunned on the spot. Without waiting for them to react, the little guy's fingers gently swiped up. Seeing that Chu Feng was furious in his heart, as soon as he was about to speak, the mobile phone screen in front of him attracted his attention again. Although the palace-dressed woman just disappeared, she was replaced by a white-clothed woman who looked no less than the previous woman. The woman had a head of green silk tied behind her head, and a bright red lotus flower in the center of her eyebrows made her look fairy and beautiful. With the sound of music, the white gauze skirt on her body was immediately replaced by a one-piece dress with a unique shape. Long skirt, the woman's legs overlapped, revealing her slender legs from the slit on the side of the long skirt. With this action, Chufeng and the others were hot and dry on the spot, their blood was tumbling, and even the mana in their bodies was somewhat uncontrollable. A disciple who had just started a short time ago spurted out nosebleeds on the spot, but even so, they still couldn't bear to look away. Until the little guy pressed the lock screen button on the right side of the screen again. Hey, seniors, do you want to buy a mobile phone? If you don't buy it, you can't keep watching it. In addition to the 2 videos just now, there will be more exciting content later. As soon as the little guy finished speaking, a disciple in the chi refining period behind Chufeng spoke without hesitation. Buy. Get me one. As soon as his words came out, several other disciples in the chi refining period couldn't control so much, so they immediately began to dig for spirit stones. It didn't take long for them to have one hand, and although Chufeng, who is the eldest brother, also wants to buy it, if he, who has always claimed to be decent, also buys it, how will he stand up in front of his younger brothers in the future? But if you don't buy it, just when he hesitated, a disciple in the chi refining period had already come to him with a mobile phone. Brother, thank you for your care during this period of time. I have nothing to repay my brother. I would like to ask my brother to accept it for a little bit of my heart. This. Looking at the mobile phone in front of him, after Chufeng hesitated for a while, he finally put it in his storage bag without changing his face. Ahem, don't buy anything indiscriminately in the future. But then again, the camera function that comes with this mobile phone is still quite easy to use. In the future, you can take pictures with your mobile phone when you borrow exercises from the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and then study them slowly after you go back. It's worthy of being a senior brother, we think so too. The flashlight function is also very good, so you don't need to get in the dark when you practice at night. As soon as Chufeng turned his head, he saw the wretched smiling faces behind him. Perhaps it was because everyone on Feisha Island had been around for too long, and the counter where the mobile phone was placed soon attracted the attention of other consumers in Sihai Pavilion. Is there any new type of magic weapon over there? Why are so many people surrounded? Just go over and have a look. When other consumers came around, Chufeng and others just took their own mobile phone and registered their own Douyin account there according to Xiaobai's instructions. At the same time, the little guy also presented one of them with a Douyin user guide written by Lingy himself. They are already talented and intelligent, and they have slowly mastered the use of mobile phones in Douyin with just a little try, and they can't wait to brush up the video for the first time, since only a few disciples of the female sect have settled in Douyin at this moment. They can just swipe through the various videos carefully shot by the female disciples. Everything is their specialty, coupled with the various BGM and beauty special effects that come with Douyin. All of them are fairy level. For this group of fairy cultivating otaku who climb a mountain as an entertainment activity, it is simply a dimension-reducing blow, and the soul is almost sucked into the phone. The group of monks who had been rushing to watch the excitement naturally saw the change in their expressions, and immediately showed disdain. At first glance, they are newcomers who have just stepped into the realm of cultivating immortals, and they have no knowledge of this. That is to say, what can fascinate them like this? With 3 points of curiosity and 7 points of contempt, this group of people walked behind Chufeng and the others, and they stared at the mobile phone screens of Chufeng and the others at a glance. This is. After a few minutes, the number of people behind Chufeng changed from a dozen to dozens. After a few minutes, dozens of people became hundreds of people. One by one they stretched out their heads and smiled at Brother Pig. Most of these people are in the QI refining period, but there are also many foundation building periods. Perhaps feeling something was wrong, Chufeng and the others, who were originally addicted to mobile phones, immediately recovered, and then looked at the group of people behind them vigilantly. What are you thinking about? You actually peeked at our mobile phones and wanted to see if you bought it yourself. While talking, they pressed the lock screen button and then stuffed the phone into the storage bag. The group of monks stretched behind them couldn't help showing a smile on their faces when they saw this. This time, a middle-aged monk in the late stage of foundation building suddenly walked in front of Chufeng politely. Several Taoist friends, are the mobile phones in your hands the mobile phones on the counter in front of you? Exactly. Chufeng replied equally politely, it only takes 2 spirit stones to see those things you just saw? No other additional fees are required? No need. Then I'll have one too. As soon as the voice fell, the foundation building monk took out 2 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to the little fellow driven by him. The other monks in Sea Pavilion also moved one after another, and one by one they took the initiative to take out the spirit stones on the spot, for fear that they would be robbed of their mobile phones when they were too late. More than 500 mobile phones have been sold in less than 10 minutes because of the supporting instructions for use. These monks quickly mastered the use of mobile phones, and some monks, like Chu Foam and others, couldn't wait to start swiping Douyin. What's more, he even started to shoot short videos of himself, and the Sea Pavilion was not lively for a while. However, this was just the beginning. As these monks left Sea Pavilion, mobile phones in Douyin also began to spread in Woyang City. The low price, powerful features, and the ability to admire the stunning beauties like immortals. Soon a large number of monks began to flock into the Sea Pavilion. In less than a day, the 10,000 mobile phones brought to Woyang City by Jinbu Exchange were sold out. Seeing that there were still a large number of monks squeezing into the Sea Pavilion outside, Jinbu, who was the speaker of the Sea Pavilion, immediately spoke to the 2 golden pill devotees. Close the door, close the door. As soon as his voice fell, the 2 golden pill devotees flew out, relying on their own powerful strength to abruptly close the door of Sea Pavilion, and at the same time hung a sold out sign on the door. Seeing the door closed tightly, Jean breathed a long sigh of relief without changing it. This mobile phone will sell so well. The 10-day period set by the God of Wealth has passed and it will be sold out in less than a day. I have to report this matter to the God of Wealth quickly. As soon as the voice fell, he had already reached the 3rd floor of Sea Pavilion, and then subconsciously took out a bronze conch. This conch was the communication magic weapon he had previously used to contact the ghost God of Wealth. No, I have a mobile phone now, so why do I use this thing? While throwing the bronze conch aside in disgust, he took out his own mobile phone, then turned on Douyin and found the ghost God of Wealth among his friends and sent a video request. Not long after the video request was sent out, a fat face appeared on his screen. It was the ghost God of Wealth thousands of miles away. Master God of Wealth, my subordinates have something important to tell you. What's the matter? It's about mobile phones. Cell phone? What, can't it be sold? The ghost God of Wealth directly widened his eyes. No, it's not that it can't be sold, it's that it's all sold, and there's no one left. What? Have you sold it all? Correct. All sold out. When Jean Buyu said these words categorically, the ghost God of Wealth was stunned for a long time. It took a full 10 seconds before he spoke with excitement on his face. You are doing a good job. The deity will report to the patriarch. As soon as the voice fell, the ghost God of Wealth hung up the video. Just as he was about to send a private message to Lin Yi, another video call request came in. The one who sent the video request was another fortune envoy. I don't know how the phone is selling. It should be sold in a few days. In the hall of the patriarch of the Ghost King Sect, Lin Yi, who was sitting on the throne of his own patriarch, admired the talents of the disciples of the goddess Sect, but was still worried about the sales of mobile phones. After all, mobile phones are still too trendy for people in the world of cultivating immortals, and he is worried that those who are old-fashioned will not be able to accept them for a while. However, at this moment, a private message popped up suddenly. Master, I just received a report from 10 fortune envoys, and all 100,000 mobile phones have been sold. Smiley face. Lin Yi felt refreshed the moment he saw this private message. Really? 100,000 mobile phones were sold so quickly? With a hint of disbelief, he immediately called the ghost God of Wealth to the video. Through the video, he quickly learned about the sales of mobile phones from the ghost God of Wealth, and also confirmed the authenticity of the message. Master Patriarch, I will take back the money obtained from the sale of mobile phones to you tomorrow. Besides, I don't know if you still have a mobile phone, Master. Now there are still many monks waiting in front of the shops in various cities. Hearing the words of the ghost God of Wealth, Lin Yi, who was in a daze, finally reacted. Of course there are mobile phones, as many as you want. As for the linkshare obtained from selling mobile phones, you can transfer money directly to me. Transfer money? Yes, you put those spirit stones by your side, and then click the transfer button below to send the spirit stones directly. After a few minutes, a spirit stone mountain appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Yi. Looking at this piece of spirit stone after another, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. Originally, he didn't think about making money by selling mobile phones, but the direction of things was completely beyond his expectation. The 100,000 spirit stones spent on buying mobile phones became 200,000 in less than a day. By the way, do you want to increase the price by another piece of spirit stone? Or let them sell a mobile phone case or something? Forget it, I don't want to have that many first, so I'll buy 200,000 mobile phones first. After that, he opened the system mall, and then chose to buy without hesitation. At the same time, on a sea immortal mountain tens of thousands of miles away, a monk in white clothes also broke away from the state of cultivation. After thinking about it again and again, he finally picked up his mobile phone from the side table. Just look at 20 minutes, and then practice in 20 minutes. As a leader among the 3 generations of disciples of Feisha Island, Xu Feng not only possesses rare Lei Ling roots, but also far surpasses his peers in qualifications and understanding. For this reason, he broke through to the foundation building stage at the age of less than 50 and became the first person of the young generation of Feisha Island. Of course, these are the thoughts of outsiders. Only Xu Feng himself knows how hard he has worked. Since he started, he has practiced every day except for cultivation, and he only sleeps for 2 hours a day, hard work day after day in exchange for the cultivation of a group of young disciples in front of the front door. But it also made him extremely empty until the advent of mobile phones. 20 minutes. I will continue to practice after 20 minutes. There shouldn't be much delay. In the quiet room, Xu Feng comforted himself while turning on vibrato and looking at the fairy-like little sisters on the screen. He couldn't help but smile on his face. I don't know how long he watched it like this, and how many videos he swiped. He reacted all at once, and when he saw the time in the upper right corner of the phone, his expression immediately changed. How could it be? Why more than an hour has passed all at once? No, I can't watch it anymore. If I watch it again, all my time tonight will be wasted. Xu Feng, you have to pursue the immortality of immortality with all your heart. How can you be obsessed with such a foreign object? After that, he was about to put the phone aside, but at this moment, a new video popped up. In the video, a beautiful-looking female cultivator danced to a burst of music. In the sound of music, the light gauze she was wearing slowly slipped off, revealing a unique-shaped dress under the gauze. Close against the background of this dress, the beautiful figure of this female cultivator was undoubtedly exposed, especially the long legs that reached the bottom of the short skirt at the thigh, and Xu Feng's soul was taken away at a glance. Looking at Xu Feng, he completely fell into it, and his fingers clicked frantically on the screen unconsciously. At the same time, he opened the comment area of the video and tried to write his own message in the comment area. To his surprise, after he wrote down the message, the female cultivator named Akabane Senji, nicknamed Akabane, quickly replied to his comment. Although there was only a simple soy expression, it still made Xu Feng's mind rippling. She replied to me, and she actually replied to me. Then what should I reply to? And also reply with a smiley face? No, it seems too thin, I have to think about it. It took another 10 minutes to think about this, and after 10 minutes, he finally thought of how to reply. Xu Feng on Xiaphixia Island. I was fortunate enough to get a glimpse of the fairy's face today. I am very fortunate. As soon as he wrote it, he was swaying a few hundred words. After he finished writing and publishing it, Xu Feng waited for the other party's answer with a smile on his face. At the same time, in the female sect in the hinterland of the Demon Gate, thousands of miles away, a female disciple in a JK uniform is also discussing with a group of teachers and sisters how to shoot the video better. At this moment, she also found that there was an extra message in the message interface, and she laughed immediately after reading it. Sisters, come and see, there is a Wukong here who said he is a disciple of Feisha Island. I exposed my true identity when I came up, which is really a pimple. How does he speak wordily, like a fool? I seem to know this person. He was brilliant at the Immortal Ascension Conference held by Zhengdao 30 years ago. At that time, because he was Lei Lingzhen, who was rare in 1,000 years, he was accepted as a close disciple by the Taoist Qingsha, the ancestor of the gods of Feisha Island. I also have a person on my side who accosted me. He claimed to be Jing Xian, a disciple of Baiyun Guan. I finally understand why the patriarch wants us to shoot shaking audio and video. It turns out that it is to catch these young disciples of the Zhengdao sect. In that case, everyone should be serious and interact with them from time to time, so that they can affect their cultivation and erase their Taoism. If it is possible, by the way, I will get information about their sect. Yes. Senior sister. Immediately, these female monks of the female sect chatted with the monks of the right path, and Xu Feng was naturally among them. When he saw that the fairy he was obsessed with had returned the news to him, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Great, the fairy replied to me. What does this expression mean? With a smile on her face, could it be that the fairy is also interested in me? Thinking of this, Chu Feng suddenly felt his heart beating faster. In the next second, his fingers swiped on the screen again, and soon a reply of hundreds of words appeared in the chat box, but after thinking about it carefully, he withdrew this reply again. No, it seems that I am a little too frivolous, so I should think about it carefully. Just wrote and deleted and wrote, and the other party will respond from time to time. Every time the opponent's response can make Chu Feng blush and heartbeat, his mouth grins to the roots of his ears unconsciously. The night passed like this, and by the time Chu Feng reacted, the sky outside was bright. Upon discovering this, he couldn't help but be shocked. How could this time pass so quickly? I actually didn't practice this night. How can I be worthy of the high hopes placed by my master at the beginning? It really shouldn't be. No, what fell last night must be made up today. I can't watch this Douyin anymore. After that, he was ready to think hard and start practicing well, but at this moment, a private message suddenly popped up on his mobile phone screen. Brother Chu Feng, why didn't you return the news from the slave family? Could it be that the slave family said something wrong? The moment he saw this news, he immediately turned on Douyin as quickly as possible, and then began to reply to the news, completely forgetting the determination he had just made. At the same time, a female cultivator of the female sect also handed her mobile phone into the hands of another blind female cultivator next to her. Senior sister Bingxin, senior sister, I'm sleepy, so I'll play with your phone. Thank you, senior sister. By the way, you remember to reply to this person's message every few minutes. If you don't want to reply, just send an expression. No problem, senior sister. After that, the female cultivator floated away, and the female cultivator who took her mobile phone turned on Douyin happily, and then played the special effects inside. Once she received the private message, she randomly sent an expression in the past. Coincidentally, she just sent Chu Feng a tearful expression. When Chu Feng on the other end of the phone saw this tearful expression, his heart immediately became anxious. I'm making the fairy angry. No, you have to coax the fairy, or the fairy will ignore me. As for cultivation, it shouldn't matter if you practice one less day. Anyway, the master still has 10 years to get out of the customs. 10 years is enough for me to cultivate to the middle stage of foundation building. As soon as the voice fell, he racked his brains to organize the language. Chu Feng is obviously not an exception. For those indigenous monks who have just come into contact with mobile phones in Douyin, everything on mobile phones is so fresh. In the Nandu Academy of Qilin Mountain in the southern region of Tianyuan continent, a handsome young man in a Confucian shirt stood up from the bed after yawning. The young man's name is Song Yu. He is a Confucian disciple in Nandu Academy. He has reached the realm of outstanding talents at the age of 20. When he is converted to the immortal Dao system, it is the foundation building period, and he is better than Chu Feng, who broke through the foundation at the age of 50. The talent is even better, and he was able to have such an entry at such an age, on the one hand because he was naturally literate and enlightened, on the other hand, it also came from his firm Taoism. For him, beauty is just a pink skeleton, and it can't tempt him at all. However, he also had his troubles. As a talented disciple of Nandu Academy, and as an elite younger generation of the famous Song family, both the family and the academy pinned all their hopes on him. So he has always been under a lot of pressure, and sometimes when he sleeps at night, he dreams that he is reading. But last night was an exception, just because he swiped Douyin for a while before going to bed. Thinking of this, he picked up the mobile phone he bought yesterday in a shop in Kirin City from beside his pillow again, and then turned on Douyin. In the next second, a video jumped out. In the video, a 5.5-year-old monk picked up a weird-looking knife and walked towards a demon donkey covered in black smoke. After walking in front of the demon donkey, the monk fixed the demon donkey's hooves to a wooden stake, and then used the meniscus-shaped knife to start trimming the demon donkey's hooves little by little. Whenever the knife scratched the hoof of the demon donkey and scraped off the thin layer of hoof armor, Song Yu felt an indescribable ease. This feeling also reached its peak when the donkey's hooves were trimmed to a flat and smooth surface. At this moment, he stopped thinking about reading. What sages and sages, what 4 books and 5 classics were all left behind by him, and the pressure accumulated in his heart was like a flood of water that opened the gate. After watching this video, he immediately slid to another video. In the next second, a small round face of Coco AI appeared on his screen. It was a monster he had never seen before. It's less than the size of 2 punches, with a black and white body, a pink nose, and short, stout limbs. When crawling on the ground, it pupates one by one, and from time to time it will make cute shuddering noises. cried when he saw this video. Song Yu's heart was crisp, and he watched it several times before he cut the video away. Unsurprisingly, the monster baby that appeared in the next video was still Coco AI. After watching it for an hour, he put down his phone. It was not because he was tired of brushing, but because it was about to be time for early class. After simply washing his face, he was about to leave for the classroom, but when he was about to go out, there was hesitation on his face. Do you want to bring a mobile phone or not? Forget it, take it with you. You can't brush it in early class, but you can still brush it during breaks. After some self-comfort, he picked up his mobile phone and books and walked quickly into the classroom. Before his arrival, there were already many Confucian students in the classroom who were holding scriptures and studying there, shaking their heads very seriously. In addition, there was an old pedant sitting there on the podium. The old pedant was holding a book in his hand with a mesmerizing expression, as if he had been completely immersed in the world of books. Seeing this, Song Yu also subconsciously took out the classic that he was going to review today, ready to recite it, but when he took out the book from the bookcase, the mobile phone that had been placed in it caught his eye. Looking at the screen of his mobile phone, his heart suddenly became at war between heaven and man. Reason told him that he couldn't play with things and lose his mind. Reading was what he should do now, but there was also another voice telling him that it would be okay to just brush for a while. Even if he was studying, he had to combine work and rest. After struggling with this for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and took out the phone. After confirming that no one around him saw him, he quietly put the phone in the book, then raised the book high, and unlocked the phone at the same time to turn on Douyin. As soon as it was opened, a small cute beast appeared on the screen. Looking at the cute beast on the screen, his aunt smiled unconsciously on his face. At this moment, the old pedant on the podium also glanced at him, and after seeing Song Yu smile, he couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. He deserves to be the most talented student of Nandu Academy in the past 100 years. He can read a book of the Analects of Confucius with such relish. He must have realized the way of the sages from it. That's why he can't help but be happy. Children can teach, children can teach. Ah. After that, the old pedant buried his head in the book again. At the same time, Lin Yi, who was far away in the Ghost King sect, also woke up from his soft and fragrant bed. Although in theory, he is already in the Mahayana period and does not need to sleep, he still can't change the habits brought about by his previous life, and the first thing he did after waking up was to pick up his mobile phone from next to his pillow. Before he opened it, Douyin received dozens of private messages from Bai Qingxian. After a simple glance, he found the background management program. As the publisher of Douyin in this world, he has the highest background permissions and can see all background data. What he is most curious about now is how many registered users Douyin now has after a day and a night, and when he clicked on the background data, the data that appeared in front of him immediately startled him. 238,654. Just after he was stunned for such a while, the number continued to rise by dozens. Good guy, is it so fast? The number of users has reached more than 230,000 in just one day and one night, and it is about to approach 240,000. In addition to the 200,000 mobile phones I delivered to the ghost god of wealth last night, there are now only more than 300,000 mobile phones in the entire Tianyuan continent, which means that more than 100,000 mobile phones have been sold in less than one morning? It seems that I still underestimated the allure of mobile phones for the monks. While talking, he looked at the second data, the number of works. At a glance, he suspected that he had read it wrong. 5.867489 articles. What the hell, more than 5 million works popped up all of a sudden. Are you mistaken? What did those people shoot? More than 200,000 users have taken more than 5 million works. On average, one person has taken 25 works? This is impossible. No, I have to see what they have taken. With a hint of curiosity, he immediately exited the backstage and then casually swiped it on the homepage. The first thing I swiped was some videos taken by the 8 disciples of the Demon Sect, including music and dance videos taken by the disciples of the Demon Girl Sect, edge-wiping videos, cute beast videos taken by the Beast Spirit Sect, and so on. Then there are some videos taken by ordinary monks. These videos are only a few seconds short and a few minutes long. Most of the video content is very rudimentary, basically at the level of a rural grandmother, or just taking a selfie with her face, adding various funny special effects in the process. Either it is to record some trivial things, such as cultivating and driving on the road. Just click on a user homepage named Fire Dragon Real Person. Lin Yi was surprised to find that this guy has already shot hundreds of videos, each of which is to maximize the beauty, and then with some very earthy special effects on the face shot. Good guy, I said why the number of works has risen so fast. It turned out to be the same thing. No, it can't go on like this anymore. At that time, this group of people will lower the overall quality of the video. They have to be encouraged to shoot more high-quality works. Thinking of this, Linyi immediately had a perfect plan in her heart. After half an hour, he changed his practice room into a live broadcast room, and there was an extra mask with a musical note pattern on his face. At the same time, all Douyin users have received a private message from the official, and the title of the private message is called the Creative Incentive Plan. In the Huoyun cave of Chiyin Mountain in the western region of Tianyuan continent, an ugly middle-aged monk with red beard and hair is holding a mobile phone he bought yesterday and taking a beautiful selfie there with the blessing of the beauty camera and the vibrato special effects. His face, which was originally ugly and even a bit terrifying, turned out to be beautiful. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the face of the real fire dragon. After he took a selfie video of himself for more than a minute, he immediately posted the video, and then began to wait patiently. After another minute, a message popped up in the message interface. Thousands of dead trees in Qiandongdong scattered people praised your work. The moment he saw this news, the smile on the face of the real fire dragon suddenly became more prosperous. As a monk Jindan and a master of alchemy, he is also a master of alchemy. Due to congenital defects and the reasons for practicing exercises, he has a very withdrawn personality. He has been a loner for hundreds of years. Apart from regularly going to the nearby city of Hanhai to buy materials used in alchemy, he basically does not deal with anyone. But this does not mean that he has no social needs. On the contrary, he is very eager to be recognized by others. That's why he got out of hand after he came into contact with Douyin. Douyin can not only correct the defects in his face, but also get some praise from the monks who don't know him, which makes his heart greatly satisfied. Take another one, and you will start refining the artifact if you take another one. I don't know if you can refine the next spirit artifact today. After grinning and laughing, the real fire dragon was about to reshoot a short video, but at this moment a new private message popped up. Subconsciously, he thought that someone else had liked him, so he hurriedly clicked to check it out, but after taking a look at it, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Creative Incentive Plan? What does this stand for? With a hint of curiosity, he immediately read it carefully. Dear Douyin users, in order to stimulate everyone's enthusiasm for creation and to improve the quality of their works, Douyin has officially launched a creative incentive plan. From now on, anyone with a playback volume of 1,000 can get a creative fund reward of 10 lingshur, and those with a playback volume of 10,000 can get a reward of 100 lingshur. Those with a playback volume of 100,000 can get a reward of 1,000 spirit stones. At the same time, the popularity ranking of the work is opened, and the ranking is updated in real time according to the number of likes and plays of the work. The works on the list can be seen by more people. In addition, turn on the Vibrato Plus function. You can put Vibrato Plus for your favorite works, so that your works can be seen by more people. For details, please click on the specific rules below. In order to help users improve their creative skills, the Douyin Creator class is open for a limited time. Click the link to jump to the official live broadcast room to learn video creation skills together and make a qualitative leap in your video quality. After reading the content of the message, the real fire dragon's eyes lit up immediately. He couldn't see the 3 melons and 2 dates of the creation fund, but the popularity ranking and the Shake Plus function made him very happy, and the creator class also made him curious. With such curiosity, he was the first to find the Shake Plus function, and the package of Shake Plus jumped out with a single click. The lowest package is 10 lingshur, which is randomly recommended to 10 people, and the highest package is 100,000 lingshur, which is randomly recommended to 100,000 people. It turned out to be so convenient, then I will try the 1,000 spirit stone package first. As he said, he immediately took out 1,000 spirit stones from his storage bag. At the moment he clicked to recharge, the 1,000 spirit stones in front of him disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the mobile phone screen also showed that Shake Plus was successfully launched. After less than a minute of delivery, the real fire dragon saw a large number of news reminders jumped out. Chunyangmen Daoxian liked your video. Songfengshan Red Pine Nuts liked your video. King Kong Men Pudu liked your video. Belian Zone Longquan commented on your video. Brother Huolong has not seen you for a long time, and his appearance is better than before. Zuantiman 2 Gang commented on your video. Who is this old bastard, and who wants to see this kind of thing? When he saw the news in front of him, the real fire dragon still grinned, but when he saw the news in the back, his face immediately became gloomy. Zuintimantu gang, right, the old man remembers. Before he finished speaking harshly, a smile appeared on his face again, because in just a few minutes, his latest video received more than 100 likes and dozens of comments, and even the number of fans broke through from the original single digits to 10 digits. This gave him great satisfaction in his heart. As for the 1,000 spirit stones spent, it was just a drizzle for him. At any rate, he was also a generation of master alchemists. Although most of the magic weapons he refined were unsaleable products, as long as one piece was sold, it would be at least tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of spirit stones. By the way, go and see what's going on in that creator class. Suppressing the joy in his heart, the real fire dragon immediately found the previous link, and the screen jumped immediately with a single click. In his puzzled gaze, a strange video interface appeared in front of him. In the picture, a man wearing a vibrato mask on his face is sitting in a closed room. Just when he didn't quite understand what he was doing, the masked man suddenly spoke, "Welcome the real fire dragon to my live broadcast room. Everyone welcomes the real fire dragon." As soon as the masked man's voice fell, lines of text appeared at the bottom of the screen. "Welcome to the real senior of Fire Dragon. Welcome to the real senior of Fire Dragon. I've heard so much about the real name of the Fire Dragon for a long time." Looking at this line of welcoming his own words, the real fire dragon was taken aback for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. Who doesn't like being held by others, fellow Taoists, creators of Douyin? Let's continue to talk about the topic just now. The first thing everyone must understand is what Douyin is. The essence of Douyin is a tool for everyone to record their own lives and share their own lives. Here you can share any content you want to share with fellow Taoists in Tianyuan continent. For example, share your joy when you break through the realm, share your sense of accomplishment after the success of refining pill, and share your insights during your practice. In addition to sharing, this is also a very good platform for communication, where you can discuss with fellow Taoists from all walks of life who are thousands of miles away anytime, anywhere. Here, you can buy pills and magic weapons. At the same time, you can also sell pills and magic weapons so that your pills and magic weapons can be sold quickly. Of course, this function is not turned on for the time being. It will only be opened after you meet 1,000 fans. When they heard what the masked man said, they suddenly had a feeling of being overwhelmed. It is true that most of them buy mobile phones to watch the edge-wiping videos inside, but after learning about the other functions of Douyin, they immediately realized what Douyin can bring to them. And after they heard that Douyin could still sell goods, their eyes changed and changed again, and some flexible-minded people immediately smelled business opportunities. As the masked man in the live broadcast room talked about it, the number of people online in the live broadcast room also continued to rise, and soon exceeded 100,000. Chapter 11, The Immortal's Guidance, The Journey of Short Videos begins. The response was better than I expected. In the cultivation room of the Ghost King Sect, Linyi looked at the soaring popularity of the live broadcast room in front of him, and couldn't help feeling in her heart that he did this live broadcast for two purposes. On the one hand, it was to enhance the creative enthusiasm of Douyin users and discover more high-quality video creators. After all, you can't always count on the 8 disciples of the Demon Sect. If you continue like this, the Demon Sect will become the media of the Demon Sect. Not to mention whether the practice of the disciples of the Zhengdao sect has any impact, the speed of the disciples of the Demon Sect will definitely be affected. Speed. On the other hand, it is also to popularize the relevant creative knowledge of short videos to more Douyin users, enhance their cognition and broaden their horizons, but he also knew that it was useless to talk alone. After the basic creative ideas and creative skills were finished, Linyi changed her words. Next, we will randomly connect a few Taoist friends, and I will tailor a creative route for you according to his specific situation. As soon as his voice fell, he created a chat room, and then started a random link. Not long after, a user with the nickname Dandingmen Liu appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. Perhaps it was because it was too sudden. Liu of Dandingate was obviously a little nervous, so Linyi also chose to speak first. Hello, fellow Taoist Liu, depending on your name, you should be a master of Dandao. As soon as Linyi's voice fell, a very tender voice sounded in the live broadcast room. Don't dare, I'm just an elementary school student who has just stepped into Dandao. Don't be nervous, fellow Taoist. Since you are good at alchemy, my suggestion is that the content of the videos you will shoot in the future will focus on refining alchemy. You can simply introduce the various medicinal materials and spiritual materials needed for alchemy through a short video, as well as some basic alchemy refining techniques. In this process, maybe you can still meet some Dandao peers, and you can exchange experiences with them and make progress together. In addition, you can also advertise by video. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Liu asked suspiciously, "Dare to ask, what is advertising?" Advertising is to spread your pill widely through Douyin, so that those Taoist friends who have the need for pill can find you and buy pill from you. When Lin Yi said these words, not only Liu suddenly realized, but other users in the live broadcast room also woke up one by one. When you have a large number of fans in the future, you can even receive advertisements. Advertisements mean that others advertise other people's products, and others will give you a certain spirit stone as a reward. Of course, one thing is quite important, that is, your video must be vertical. Once the video you start posting is alchemy related, don't send it to others in the future. Because the algorithm will delineate the audience group for you based on your video content. Following Lin Yi's narration, Liu and the audience in the live broadcast room immediately felt that they had benefited a lot. Okay, next one. After Liu hung up Lin Mai, Lin Yi quickly connected to the second audience. The ID of this second viewer is called Sanxiu Chenlin. "Hello, friend Chenlin, what do you mainly do in your daily life?" As soon as Lin Yi came up, he was straight to the point. Not long after, a slightly honest voice sounded in the live broadcast room. "I am a casual practitioner. Unlike those Sect disciples, my favorite thing to do on weekdays is to travel all over the world and explore ancient ruins." As soon as these words came out, Lin Ye's eyes lit up immediately. "Then I think you are suitable to be a travel blogger." Travel blogger? Chen Lin obviously hadn't heard the word. Yes, travel bloggers just go to various places to visit and present the scenery that no one else has seen in the form of videos to satisfy the curiosity of those monks who don't have time to travel. Think about it, you can enjoy all the scenery of Tianyuan continent without going out. This is a beautiful thing. That's it, I get it, I'm going to shoot it now. Go ahead, remember to match every video with music, otherwise it will be too dry. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Lin disconnected Lin Mai. After him, more than a dozen users continued to communicate with Lin Yi one after another. These monks, like Liu and Chen Lin, have a great interest in shooting short videos to share their lives. After Lin Yi learned about their relevant situation, he also designated the shooting content for them separately. If you like the food from all over the world, it is recommended that he be a shop exploring blogger and a food blogger. If you like to collect all kinds of magic weapons and swords, it is recommended that he be a collectible blogger. If he is a good teacher, he recommends that he become a teaching blogger. In short, everyone Lin Yi gave suggestions that were suitable for them. Seeing that the live broadcast had been going on for 3 hours, Lin Yi was ready to say hello to everyone and then broadcast it, but at this time, a special effect suddenly appeared on the screen, and then a prompt. The user Huolong Real Person sent a Douyin number 1 to the anchor. Seeing this scene, not only the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned, but even Lin Yi himself was dumbfounded. This person actually learned to reward by himself, and I haven't said anything about rewards yet. And why is the name of the real fire dragon so familiar? By the way, isn't this the Sabi who posted hundreds of Douyin in one night? After reacting, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Thank you for the Douyin number 1 sent by the real fire dragon. I wonder if there is anything wrong with the real fire dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of real fire dragon appeared in the barrage area. "Please ask this senior to guide me." Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately understood what he meant, and immediately took the initiative to launch Lin Mai at the real fire dragon. Soon the voice of a real fire dragon sounded in the live broadcast room. "Senior, what type of video do you think I am suitable for?" Hearing these words from the real fire dragon, Lin Yi first thought for a while, and then tentatively asked. "Dare to ask what real people are good at?" Back to senior, "I have a lot of interest in refining the device." Alchemist, that's very good. You can share the daily practice of alchemy just like the previous alchemist, or you can show the finished magic weapon you refined in the form of a video. Maybe someone has a crush on it. But senior, the refining method is not very versatile, and it is more special. That's even better. One size fits all is the taboo of shooting short videos. If you want to do it, you have to make a feature. Okay, I understand senior. By the way, for the sake of you brushing a gift, I will give you an extra little trick, that is, add the selling point of your magic weapon at the beginning of your video, and put the finished product at the opening, so that your video can have a more sense of expectation. Thank you for your guidance. When he hung up the Lian Mai with the real fire dragon, Lin Yi also directly ended the small class this time, and at the same time, he also announced the next live broadcast to the monks in the live broadcast room. As soon as the front foot of his side was broadcast, the good news came from the ghost god of wealth on his back foot. Master, all the 200,000 mobile phones you sent yesterday have been sold out. Seeing this private message, Lin Yi was overjoyed instantly, and immediately after receiving the payment, he urgently purchased 400,000 units in the System Mall. The four major regions of Tianyuan continent have more than 10 billion monks and mortals, and a mere 400,000 are just the beginning. Chapter 12 Inventor Master Fire Dragon. Just as Lin Yi was about to continue to expand mobile phone users, the real Fire Dragon who had just come out of Lin Yi's live broadcast room also walked into his refining studio. Inside the huge studio are a large number of magic weapons he has refined for hundreds of years. There are more than 1,000 pieces from the lowest level lower grade magic weapons to the top of the line magic weapons. It's not that he never thought about selling these magic weapons, but for various reasons, these magic weapons eventually fell into his hands. As a master alchemist, no one can appreciate him, which has also become his greatest pain, but the appearance of Douyin made him see hope again. No one in the western region appreciates my magic weapon, and I don't believe that there is no such thing as the northern region, the southern region, and the eastern region. It was said that the real fire dragon looked for it among the magic weapons, and finally found a work of his own pride. It was a flying sword that looked very normal. The only difference from an ordinary flying sword was its crystal clear body. That's right, this is a flying sword made of crystal. Seeing this flying sword, the face of the real fire dragon suddenly showed a look of remembrance, as if recalling the past when this flying sword was refined. In the past, by the way, if you keep taking pictures with your mobile phone, it doesn't seem convenient. You have to get something to fix the mobile phone. Thinking of this, he immediately acted, and finally used a piece of mysterious iron to refine a bracket with 3 legs and a mobile phone that could be fixed at the same time. When he fixed the phone to it, his face also showed satisfaction. Yes, so you don't have to hold your phone in your hand all the time while shooting, and you can keep the lens stable. Then you can start the official shooting. After speaking, he walked to the phone and clicked the shoot button, and then flashed to the camera as quickly as possible. Hello, fellow Taoists, I am a real fire dragon. I don't know if you will encounter such a situation when exploring the secret realm and the cave in the wild. The light is too dark to accidentally trigger the restrictions left in the cave, or because the light is too dark, I missed some of the hidden treasures in the corners. In order to solve this problem, I have studied hard for 300 years, and finally refined a special magic weapon, which is the Mingwang sword in my hand. The whole body of this sword is made of 1,000-year-old mysterious crystal. I have created a complete set of Mingwang mantras and golden mantras inside. As long as you enter a little mana into the sword body, the internal Mingwang mantras and golden mantras will be activated instantly. Let me show you a demonstration. As he said, he raised the Mingwang sword in his hand and poured his mana into it. The moment the mana entered the inside of the sword, the flying sword immediately lit up with dazzling golden light, and the brightness was so strong that it directly illuminated his refining room. Complete. Of course, if everyone thinks it's not bright enough, it can also increase the brightness. As soon as the voice fell, the light from the flying sword became stronger. If it's not enough, you can add it again, just like this. In an instant, it was like a nuclear bomb exploded in front of the camera, with nothing but a strong golden light. It took more than 10 seconds for the golden light to gradually dim, and at the same time, the real fire dragon with his eyes closed below was also revealed. Obviously, he himself could not carry the strong light brought by the Mingwang sword. Everyone has seen that the Mingwang sword is very powerful and very easy to use. I don't know if there are Taoist friends who are excited. Taoist friends who are excited can leave a message in the comments area. See you in the next issue. After saying this, he immediately teleported to the back of the camera and ended the recording. Then he edited the video according to Lin Yi's previous points. Although he was not very proficient, he was still a certain improvement over the previous one. I don't know how many people will like my video this time. With a hint of expectation, Real Fire Dragon immediately released the finished video, and then he began to wait patiently. At the same time, in Haishi City, thousands of miles away, Sancho Chen Meng was holding the mobile phone he had just bought from the treasure pavilion and swiping Douyin excitedly. He had already known about the existence of mobile phones in Douyin as early as yesterday. When he saw other monks swiping the short video above with their mobile phones, he was already itchy. It's a pity that when he went to the treasure pavilion yesterday, the mobile phones inside had already been sold out. After learning that a new mobile phone was on the shelves today, he immediately came to the treasure pavilion nonstop, and then spent a huge sum of 2 lingshire to purchase one. These 2 lingshire flowers are really worth it, and I heard that you can earn lingshire by making videos. I have to study this well. While talking, he drew to the next video. Who is this old bastard, and what is he doing with a flying sword in his hand, Mingguang sword? What the hell, is it a powerful weapon to kill? Let me see. Looking at his expression changed. What kind of broken thing? How can there be a flying sword refined with 1,000-year-old mysterious crystal? That thing is so fragile that it is not as hard as ordinary mysterious iron. When fighting, it is not broken by a touch. And I really didn't expect to add the golden light curse and the bright light curse to the flying sword. In addition to shining, these 2 curse seals can do anything else. Can this person refine the device? If you don't know how to refine the device, don't refine it. Although he kept talking about it, he finally chose to continue watching, because he also wanted to know what kind of effect this unusual flying sword would have in the end. However, in the next second, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out on his screen, and he couldn't open his eyes directly under the golden light. My eyes. My eyes are going blind. Is this a 10-layer golden light curse and Mingguang curse stacked on the flying sword? Is there anything wrong with his head? Who would buy such a magic weapon for a normal person? When the golden light on the phone finally dissipated, his gaze turned to the screen again, and the expression on his face was speechless with a smile. That's it after a long time, so this flying sword has no other purpose than lighting, right? This is not an appropriate waste artifact. After speaking, he was about to row away, but after thinking about it carefully, he finally liked the video. Although the magic weapon shown in the video is useless, the video itself amused him. After all, he can't see this kind of useless waste magic weapon under normal circumstances, and there are obviously not a few people who have the same ideas as him. So in less than an hour, the video posted by Real Fire Dragon received 1,000 likes and hundreds of comments at the same time. Real people are so talented, you can think of such a magic weapon. I laughed to death. Is such a magic weapon serious? Superimposed the golden light curse and the bright light curse on one magic weapon. It's not that it's useless at all. If you sacrifice such a flying sword against the enemy, you can blind the opponent's eyes first and then launch a sneak attack. After all, no one can think that a flying sword can be so bright. Do real people have other such magic weapons? Give us more insight. Seeing the likes and comments on his video swell, the Real Fire Dragon, who was staring at the backstage all the time, was suddenly refreshed. I knew it. I knew someone would appreciate the magic weapon I refined. That being the case, then I will continue to shoot the second part. As soon as he finished speaking, a backstage prompt popped up. Because your work has been loved by a large number of viewers and has now been on the video hot list, please make persistent efforts to create more high-quality works. Chapter 13, the first blogger with 10,000 followers, Little Yellow Bike. After tasting the sweetness of the first video, Real Fire Dragon immediately started the creation of the second video. This time he also selected a piece of his former pride, a huge iron cage. After the iron cage was selected, he was ready to start shooting, but when his gaze scanned the refining room for a circle, he suddenly felt a little worse. The light seems to be a bit dark, so there is no way to fully show some of the ingenuity in my work. By the way, try it with the Mingguang sword. After that, he took the Mingguang sword from the side, then fixed it to the rear of the mobile phone holder, and finally poured a little mana into the sword body, and the Mingguang sword immediately emitted a soft white light. Under the irradiation of this white light, the originally dim refining room instantly became as bright as day. When he turned to the camera again, he immediately found that the shooting effect was much better than before. I don't know how many times to go on. Nodded in satisfaction, the Real Fire Dragon immediately began to introduce his second proud work to the camera. Hello, fellow Taoists, I am a Real Fire Dragon. I don't know if you have ever encountered such a problem. That is, you can't find a suitable place to retreat and practice when you are out. Just find a cave, and I'm afraid of encountering monsters. In view of this problem, I specially refined this mobile practice room. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at the big iron cage on the side. The whole body of my mobile practice room is made of the cold iron of the Nether Realm, and the solid golden soup formation and the rock-solid formation are depicted on it. Even monk Yuanian can't break through with brute force for a while. At the same time, the internal breathing array and the mute array are also depicted. While isolating the external sound, they can also make the people outside imperceptible to the people inside. The most important thing is that I also painted the Tianlai curse above this practice room. If the practice time is not reached and you want to leave the customs in advance, then the Tianlai curse will release Tianlai, and it will not stop until you re-enter the practice state and open the door of the practice room. With this mobile practice room, you can practice anytime, anywhere, no longer afraid of being disturbed, and no longer have to worry about being distracted. Interested Taoists are welcome to come and try it out. After saying this, he immediately stopped recording, and then edited the video as before and released it without any surprises. His video quickly attracted a large number of monks' attention after it was released, and the number of views, likes, and fans increased. In just 2 hours, the number of video likes exceeded 2,000, and because of this, the system also pushed his video to a larger audience. So much so that Lin Yi swiped this video. When Lin Yi, who was in the Ghost King sect, saw this video, his eyes widened, and he looked at the number of likes on the right side of the video in disbelief. What the hell? With more than 2,000 likes, how come the number of likes for this video is so high? If it was Douyin on Bluestar in the previous life, the video with 2,000 likes might not be much, but for the current Tianyuan continent, this data is quite exaggerated. You must know that the number of Douyin users displayed in the background so far is more than 300,000. I'd like to see what kind of work can get so many likes. After that, he watched the video seriously. Hey, isn't this a real fire dragon? It turned out to be him. Wait, what is he doing, moving the practice room? Looking at Lin Ye's eyes, they began to change rapidly, shocked, confused, and then dazed, especially after listening to a series of introductions by the real fire dragon. He really figured out this thing? What kind of alchemist is this? This is not a great inventor. He has too much work to do, right? And why is his video style so familiar? He didn't cross over by hand, did he? 666, he was really born to eat this bowl of rice. I just said a few simple words, and he made the video to this extent by himself. This kind of useless and gimmicky thing is so popular no matter which world it is in. If that's the case, then add a little more heat to him. As soon as his voice fell, he opened the backstage and streamed a wave of videos of the real fire dragon. Under his push, the popularity of the live fire dragon video rose again, and the number of likes quickly exceeded 10,000. Even the number of fans of the live fire dragon also began to rise rapidly, soaring to more than 20,000 people. Since then, the real fire dragon has also become the first big internet celebrity on the Tianyuan continent with tens of thousands of fans. When the real fire dragon discovered this by himself, his heart was instantly filled with joy. And at the same time there was an indescribable sense of accomplishment in his heart. This sense of accomplishment even went far beyond what he had brought. By breaking through the golden pill, just when he couldn't help being overjoyed, a series of system prompts suddenly jumped out. Congratulations, your work is loved by the majority of users and has now reached the top of the hot list. Your number of fans has exceeded 1,000. You have been qualified to open a merchandise window. You can sell your products to other users through the merchandise window. Please explore the specific functions by yourself. After the platform review, you have been certified as a master refiner, and at the same time you have won the title of a high-quality content creator. Please make persistent efforts. You successfully obtained 1,000 spirit stones from the Creator Fund. May I ask if you will withdraw them immediately? Looking at the series of prompts on the screen, the already excited mood of the real fire dragon instantly became more excited. What does he practice for, in addition to longevity? Isn't it just to gain the respect of other people and to leave a name in the Tianyuan continent? And now he finally did it. And he did it in just one day. After his mood calmed down a little, he carefully pondered the prompts of the system, and finally he fixed his gaze on the second one, commodity window. What does this mean? Can I sell my goods to others? With such doubts, he immediately searched for it, and it didn't take long to find the location of the merchandise window. After some exploration, he finally understood the use of this function. Is it possible to really sell things through mobile phones? Then I have to give it a try. Having said that, he picked up a low-level magic weapon from the side, then clicked on the shelves, set a very low price and wrote a brief introduction. After the magic weapon disappeared in front of him, he was taken aback. Less than 2 minutes passed, a new prompt popped up. The user Balian Zanglunquan purchased your goods. After deducting the platform handling fee, you have obtained a total of 20 spirit stones. Whether to withdraw or not. When he saw this prompt, the real fire dragon was stunned on the spot. It's really sold out. Doin is so magical. If that's the case, then just put all the magic weapons that haven't been sold before on the shelves. Just as the real fire dragon was surprised by the powerful function of the window, in the Balian Sect thousands of kilometers away, a monk with a goatee also looked at the hammer-shaped magic weapon that appeared out of thin air in his hand with a shocked face, and this monk goat who was Longquan, who had just placed an order in the window of the real fire dragon. This is too powerful, isn't it? Huayun Cave is nearly 10,000 miles away. I just placed an order and the magic weapon appeared in front of me. If so, can my Balian Sect's magic weapon also be put on Douyin for sale? Realizing this, Longquan was overjoyed and also hurriedly ran in the direction of the Zhongmen Hall master. Good news, I have thought of how to sell our unsaleable magic weapon. Chapter 14 Advertising. The 100 Refinements Sect sales plan is one of the many alchemy sects in the western regions of the Tianyuan continent. Balian Sect once gave birth to more than a dozen prestigious alchemy masters. 30% of monks in the western regions of the Tianyuan continent possess at least one artifact produced by Balian Sect. However, Xingye refining tools defeated refining tools. It is because they are too addicted to refining tools, so that the average level of cultivation in the sect is not high. None of those refining masters can break through the Yuaning period. In the end, cannot escape 500 years of life. In the past 100 years, Balian Sect has never had the birth of a new alchemist master. And with the strong rise of the southern alchemist giant Zhu Jianvilla, the magic weapons produced by Balian Sect were once unsaleable. A large number of magical artifacts are backlogged in the sect warehouse and cannot be transformed into ready-made spirit stones, which has led to a financial crisis in the Balian Sect. The middle and high-level members of the sect have not received monthly spirit stone subsidies for decades. As the chief disciple of Balian Sect, Longquan was naturally very anxious, but just now he saw a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope for Balian Sect to get out of its current predicament. Why are you so panicked? Didn't you ask you to go to Hanhai City to discuss the consignment of magic weapons with the shopkeeper Ma of Kawokshuan? Why did you come back so soon? As the voice fell, an old man with white beard and hair and a sturdy figure appeared in front of Longquan, and he was Koizumi, the current patriarch of the Balian Sect, and he was also one of the 3 alchemists promoted by the Balian Sect. Master. Hearing what his master said, Longquan first saluted respectfully, and then hurriedly explained. Master, I have been to Hanhai City yesterday, and I also met the horse shopkeeper of Kawokshuan, but he clearly told me that all their magic weapons are now purchased from Sword Casting Villa and several special alchemists. Master, if our Balian Sect's magic weapon wants to be on the shelves of their counters, they have to give them at least 100,000 spirit stones every month. In addition, for every magic weapon sold, they have to draw 20% from the sales. What? There is such a thing. Zhang Xiaoquan was furious in an instant, and flames burst out of his body immediately. The breath belonging to the strong Jindan directly suppressed Longquan, who had only the foundation building cultivation base. For a few steps, Master calmed his anger. Although this time I did not talk about the sale and purchase of Kawokshuan, but this trip to Hanhai City is not completely fruitless, and the disciple has found a new channel. Through this channel, we may be able to sell all the unsaleable artifacts of our Balian Sect. Go. As soon as Longquan finished speaking, the flame on Zhang Xiaoquan's body disappeared, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Oh? Do you want to take our Balian Sect's magic weapons to the eastern and northern regions to sell? I'm afraid this won't work. The eastern region is the site of the Fire Sect. They have been there for thousands of years, and almost all major shops have cooperated with them. The northern region is the site of the Blood Refining Sect. Although the refined magic weapon can't reach the stage, it's better than the cheap price. Unless we can keep the cost down, we won't be able to do so. It's lower than them, otherwise there is no profit margin at all. Master, I don't mean these channels. Longquan suddenly smiled mysteriously, and then took out his mobile phone. This is a magic weapon that the disciple bought for 2 spirit stones in Hanhai City yesterday. This magic weapon is very special. As he spoke, Longquan told Zhang Xiaoquan completely about his mobile phone and Douyin. When Zhang Xiaoquan heard that he could sell his goods tens of thousands of miles away in an instant through his mobile phone, a look of disbelief suddenly appeared on his face. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this little thing achieve such an effect? And Long Quan seemed to have expected that Zhang Xiaoquan would not believe it a long time ago, and immediately took out the magic weapon that he had just bought from the real fire dragon. Look, master, this one is the magic weapon I just bought from the window of the real fire dragon. You should know it when you look at it. Looking at the magic weapon handed over by Long Quan, Zhang Xiaoquan first stretched out his hand to pick it up, and then took a closer look. Yes, this is indeed the refining technique of the real fire dragon, and he is the only one in the entire Tianyuan continent who can refine the magic weapon so roughly. Did you really buy this from your phone? Seriously? Long Quan said with a firm face. Now the real fire dragon already has more than 20,000 fans. I don't know how many people have watched his video. If we find the real fire dragon to cooperate with him, let him mention our Balian Sect's magic weapon in the video, and then put our Balian Sect's magic weapon on the shelves to eye in his window. Maybe it will be sold by then. What's this called again? By the way, it's called advertising. After Long Quan explained in detail, Zhang Xiaoquan was silent for a moment, then nodded. That's the only way, but before you go to find the real fire dragon, you first take the teacher to buy a mobile phone. The teacher is very interested in this mobile phone. Why don't you give this one of yours to the teacher first, and then you can buy a new one yourself? Before Long Quan could react, the mobile phone in his hand had already reached Zhang Xiaoquan's hand. Seeing this scene, Long Quan's face immediately showed an expression of crying and laughing. Master, it's hard to buy mobile phones now. I was yesterday. For a mere 2 spirit stones, you don't want to honor your teacher with filial piety? If you want, I'll just buy it again. After that, Long Quan walked aside with a smile, while Zhang Xiaoquan looked at the mobile phone in his hand with a serious expression. Originally, he wanted to study why this magic weapon was so special, but when he looked at it, he was attracted by the short video in the phone. Video, especially when he saw a beautiful-looking female monk in a JK uniform dancing to the music. A wretched smile suddenly appeared on his old face. This is really a good baby, so you have to study it well as a teacher. After speaking, he seemed to realize that his behavior was a bit wrong, and hurriedly pretended to be serious. Well, you can stand down. Later, you will take the keepsake of the teacher to find the real fire dragon. The teacher had some friendship with him when he was young, and he shouldn't refuse you. Yes, master. In addition, the teacher recommends that you watch this vibrato less, because watching too much affects your practice. As soon as these words came out, Long Quan's face suddenly showed a trace of speechlessness. I know what you want to say. The teacher is different from you. The teacher is 480 years old this year, and he will definitely not be able to break through Yuan-ing in this life, so the teacher is not afraid of influence. After working hard for most of my life, it's time to enjoy it. After that, Zhang Xiaoquan strode towards a large hall in front of him, and as he walked, he didn't forget to let out bursts of wretched laughter at the mobile phone screen. Seeing this, Long Quan had no choice but to summon his flying sword and head towards Hanhai City, thousands of miles away from Balian Sect. However, when he finally arrived in Hanhai City and found the Sihai Pavilion in Hanhai City, he saw the last thing he wanted to see: a sign saying that the phone has been sold out. It's really unlucky. Why is it sold out again? Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a monk with a thief's eyebrows and mouse eyes suddenly moved closer to him. In the next second, the monk lifted off his clothes and revealed dozens of mobile phones inside. Fellow Taoist, do you want a mobile phone? One of 100 spirit stones, I just bought it, brand new. Chapter 15: Scalpers and Distributor System. Master, there are now a large number of casual repairs that resell mobile phones in various cities. They bought all our mobile phones that were originally priced at 2 lingshire, and then sold them at dozens of times the price. In the hall of the head of the Ghost King sect, Lin Yi received a message from the Ghost God of Wealth. As soon as he turned on his mobile phone, he was stunned the moment he saw this news. What the hell? Buy all our mobile phones and sell them at a high price? Isn't this a scalper? Why is there a scalper in the Xiuxian realm? 2 lingshire's mobile phone sells hundreds of lingshire. Good, this is a bowl of rice taken from my mouth. Unexpectedly, at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in his heart. He picked up his mobile phone and was about to give the Ghost God of Wealth an order to combat scalpers, but after thinking about it, he finally deleted all the written messages. It seems that there is no need to crack down on scalpers. Although they have made money, it does not affect my ability to make money, and they can help promote mobile phones faster with the help of them. After reacting, he immediately made a video call to the ghost god of wealth. As soon as the call was made, the ghost god of wealth was immediately connected to Master Suzerain. You must be talking about reselling mobile phones. Those who resell mobile phones are really arrogant. They use our mobile phones to make their money. I have arranged for someone to check it out. If you find one, you will never condone it. Lin Yi interrupted him directly before the ghost god of wealth finished speaking. No. There is no need to fight, they are willing to resell, just let them resell. Ha! By the way, how many shops do we have selling mobile phones now? Master Huizong, in addition to the newly opened Dragon City, there are a total of 12 cities selling mobile phones. How many resident monks and non-resident monks are there in these 12 cities? It's almost more than 10 million. The ghost god of wealth replied after thinking for a while. More than 10 million, excluding some monks who can't retreat all year round and some monks who don't have much interest in mobile phones, there should be more than 7 million. We have almost sold more than 600,000 mobile phones now. The potential is still quite large, but it is not enough. Master, do you mean to continue to open additional sales outlets? However, in other cities, our influence is not that great, and the forces of other cities are intertwined. If we sell mobile phones extensively, we will definitely be jealous of some local forces. The ghost god of wealth said, slightly worried. His worries are not unreasonable. In the past 2 days, because of the hot sale of mobile phones, even the sales of other products in the shops under the Temple of Wealth have also risen rapidly, and the turnover has increased by more than 30% compared to before. More than 30%. In addition, it also brings a good reputation and popularity to those shops. After this period of time, the business of other shops in the same city has declined sharply. Although the forces behind those shops are not vocal now, it does not mean that they have no ideas in their hearts. This seat didn't say that we want to continue to open additional sales outlets. We can do it in another way. At this time, Lin Yi's voice came from the phone again. Another way? Correct. It can not only further increase the sales of mobile phones, but also make other shops feel the sweetness, and even let those casual practitioners who are in small businesses follow suit. The subordinates are dull, so please tell the master in detail. It's actually very simple, just let other shops and casual repairs become our distributors. As Lin Yi said, a smile appeared on her face. However, the ghost god of wealth was even more confused. Where did he know what the dealer was? The so-called distributor is to authorize our products to them and let them help us sell them. For example, if we sell 2 spirit stones, they can rise to 5 spirit stones after they get the goods. For every spirit stone they sell, we will draw 1 spirit stone from the middle. Of course, I'm just giving this as an example. You can set the specific pricing and operation method by yourself. At that time, we will grade the dealers again. The first-level dealers can get a quota of 100,000 mobile phones per month, the second-level dealers 50,000 per month, and the third-level dealers 10,000 per month. If they sell well, we will upgrade them, and if they sell badly, they will be downgraded until the dealer is disqualified. In addition, we can also designate a regional distributor in each domain. While speaking, Lin Yi instilled all the knowledge about dealers in his previous life in the ghost god of wealth. After the ghost god of wealth understood it, a pair of small eyes lit up immediately. That's it, Master is so talented, I can't think of such a way to make me think about it for 100 years. As long as we let those shops in the same city become our distributors, then not only will they not hate us, but they can also become our most loyal allies. This way of turning enemies into friends is really wonderful. And the favorite thing for those casual practitioners to do is to run all over the mainland. With their existence, our mobile phones can even be sold to barbarian tribes. Yes, this seat thinks so too. If you have money, everyone can earn it together. There is only eternal benefit, and there is no eternal opponent. After saying these words, Lin Yi immediately changed his words. How many flowing spirit stones are there in the account of the Temple of Wealth now? As soon as he finished asking his question, the ghost god of wealth replied without thinking. At present, there are a total of 75 million mobile spirit stones. If you count the assets and goods of the Temple of Wealth in various places, the total assets of the Temple of Wealth should reach 450 million spirit stones. There are so many. Lin Yi couldn't help being slightly surprised when he heard the numbers reported by the ghost god of wealth. However, the ghost god of wealth couldn't help showing a wry smile. This is not much. The basic expenditure of the entire Demon Gate in 1 month has reached 10 million spirit stones. In addition to some miscellaneous expenses, at least 25 million spirit stones are needed a month to maintain the normal operation of the Demon Gate. What miscellaneous expenses cost 15 million? This time the ghost god of wealth hesitated, and it took a long time for him to answer after hesitating for a long time. Well, 12 million of these 15 million were taken away by you, the patriarch. This. Hearing the answer from the ghost god of wealth, Lin Yi recalled that in order to control the development of the Demon Gate and improve his own strength, his predecessor did draw a large number of spirit stones from the Demon Gate's public accounts every month. This loser thing takes more than 10 million yuan a month, and only leaves me less than 500,000 yuan when he dies. After some complaints, he looked at the ghost god of wealth again. In this way, you transfer me 50 million spirit stones, and I will use these spirit stones to continue refining mobile phones. You will come later to get the goods. At that time, almost 50 million mobile phones can be refined. You can find a way to sell it to the seed as soon as possible. The goal of this seed is to make the entire Tianyuan continent one mobile phone in one hand. When Lin Yi set his lofty ambitions, the ghost god of wealth also fell into a state of confusion. 50 million mobile phones, when will this have to be sold? But when he thought of the dealer system that Lin Yi had just proposed, his heart was full of confidence again. Chapter 16, The Soaring Number of Users, the innate sales-driven saint body. As soon as he said, Lin Yi immediately started to buy a large number of mobile phones from the system mall after receiving the spirit stone transferred by the ghost god of wealth. In less than 10 minutes, 50 million spirit stones were replaced with 50 million mobile phones. In the end, all 50 million mobile phones were taken away by the ghost god of wealth and handed over to the fortune envoy under his hands. Just wait for those distributors to be contacted, and these mobile phones will be sold to the entire Tianyuan continent in various ways. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Yi also opened the background of Douyin again and took a look at the background user data of Douyin. Unsurprisingly, in less than a day, Douyin's users soared again, directly breaking through the 500,000 mark to 580,000, and this number is rising almost every second. This also proves from the side that mobile phones are not worried about selling on the Tianyuan continent. In addition to the sharp increase in the number of users, the number of works has also soared rapidly, from more than 5 million before to more than 65 million now, a skyrocketing increase of more than 10 times. However, what surprised Lin Yi the most was the backstage recharge amount of Douyin before the real fire dragon gave him a gift. He once thought that at this stage of Douyin, not many people would consume spirit stones on it, but obviously he was wrong. I saw a long number suddenly appeared in the recharge column 839, 874. He just blinked, and the number jumped to 900,000. Let me go, what's the situation? The live broadcast and some follow-up functions should not be turned on yet. What are these people recharging for? With such doubts, he immediately checked the most recent recharge order. At first glance, I realized that this turned out to be a shopping order, and the item I bought was still a medium-grade artifact. After looking at it again, I realized that this magic weapon was still sold from the shop of the real fire dragon. Interesting, this real fire dragon is really a natural Eucharist, and he knew so quickly that he used the little yellow car to make money. Then I have to take a good look. With that said, he closed the backstage, and then found the account of the real fire dragon. After clicking on the most recent video and watching it for a while, he couldn't hold on at all. The latest video was still the same as the previous 2 explosive fires. It introduces a flying magic weapon with a speed 3 times that of normal Imperial sword flight. The price is that there is no way to control the direction, and there is still a certain chance that it will explode. After the waste artifact was introduced solemnly, the real fire dragon suddenly took out a very normal-looking artifact and introduced it to the screen. Fellow Taoists, in fact, in our daily practice, we often encounter situations like the flying sword that got out of control just now, so we very much need a body protector that can be independently stimulated. And the body armor I am holding in my hand now has such a function. It will open the defense array above by itself when you encounter an attack, without you having to control it. The highest defense can be made against the full blow of the monks in the early Golden Pill period. This magic weapon comes from the famous refining sect of Balian Sect. It was refined by my good friend Zhang Xiaoquan, a contemporary refining master. The quality is guaranteed, and the most important thing is that the price is affordable. This medium-grade magic weapon is at the level of only 76,000 spirit stones are sold for vestments. If you have Taoist friends in need, you can click into my little yellow cart to place your own order. In addition to the vestments, there are a large number of fine vestments, each of which is sold at a cost price. Listening to the smooth introduction of the real fire dragon, Lin Yu once again wondered if he was a traverser. If it weren't for the traverser, how could he just have dinner so quickly? I have a congenital Eucharist with goods. No, he should have just opened the merchandise window not long ago, right? Is this an advertisement? I just don't know how much commission he can get for this order. As he spoke, he clicked into the merchandise window of the real fire dragon. As soon as he opened it, he saw a wide range of magic weapons inside. Just click on one piece to show that it has been sold, as is the case for dozens of pieces in a row. Obviously, the star effect has already taken shape in Tianyuan continent. The trustworthy quality and the low price are enough to make those monks who have paid attention to the real fire dragon excited. For this, Lin Yu was naturally happy to see it happen, because as a platform party, real fire dragon can get a share of every piece sold by him, plus the buyer's share of recharge, a magic weapon worth 10,000, he can earn almost 2,000 spirit stones. Such a speed of making money cannot be said to be unhappy. It seems that we have to find a way to push a few more creators like the real fire dragon out. Let me see who else has such potential. As soon as his voice fell, he opened the homepage and looked for it in the video popularity ranking. At the same time, in a deep mountain thousands of miles away, several young chi practicing monks were urging the flying swords under their feet with all their strength, their faces full of panic, and from time to time they would look back and take a look. Less than 1,000 meters behind them, a vicious-looking flying monster is approaching at an extremely fast speed. Judging from the flying speed of both sides, it is only a matter of time before this group of monks will be caught up. Brother Ling Yun, this Thunder Eagle doesn't seem to be ready to let us go. What should we do now? It's all the fault of Xiaolu. I have to touch the Thunder Eagle egg if I have nothing to do. That Thunder Eagle probably regards us as egg thieves. The adult Thunder Eagle is equivalent to a monk in the middle stage of foundation building. Once it catches up with us, we will be dead. Listening to the horrified voices of the younger brothers and sisters behind him, Ling Yun, who was flying in the front, was a little calmer. Don't be afraid, I have just crushed the jade given to me by the 2nd Division uncle, and he should be here soon. As long as we can hold on until he arrives, this Thunder Eagle will not hurt us. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Eagle behind him spouted out a purple lightning bolt from his mouth. Click, a big tree not far in front of them was burned to ashes by the lightning on the spot. Seeing this scene, Ling Yun and the brothers and sisters behind him suddenly changed their expressions. Before they were ready, several more flashes of lightning struck, almost hitting them several times. As a last resort, they had to fall from the air, and instead got into the woods, trying to rely on the complex environment of the dense forest to avoid the tracking of the Thunder Eagle, but in the end they were still caught up by the Thunder Eagle. A huge black shadow instantly enveloped their heads, and death was in front of them. The Thunder Eagle in the foundation building period can easily take the lives of these rookies in the chi refining period with just one blow. However, at this moment, Ling Yun suddenly took out his mobile phone. After a while of operation on the mobile phone, a big bell suddenly appeared in his hand. As he entered his own mana into the interior of the big clock, a layer of golden mask quickly covered him and the brothers and sisters beside him. At this moment, Lei Diao's attack also arrived. The sharp claws that were enough to tear everything apart directly grasped the mask. Ding! With a burst of sparks splashing around, this layer of mask actually blocked the fierce blow of the Thunder Eagle. Such a scene directly stunned the other monks present. Chapter 17. The second elder of the Seven Birds Sect, going to buy a cell phone. At the moment the thunder sculpture hit, everyone present thought they were dead. They never thought that there would be a layer of mask suddenly on top of their heads, and this seemingly thin layer of mask actually blocked the thunder sculpture's menacing blow. Hit. After they reacted, they immediately looked at Ling Yun on the side. They only saw the small clock in Ling Yun's hand at a glance, and a young man who had studied magic immediately exclaimed, "Brother Ling Yun, you have a top-grade magic weapon in your hand, the fire shield." Away from the fire cover? Brother, when did you have such an extra magic weapon? Yes, brother, since you have such a treasure, why didn't you take it out before? No, I remember that my brother's magic weapon is a bamboo sword. When did you change to this defensive magic weapon? Facing the doubts of the brothers and sisters, Ling Yun responded faintly while continuing to instill mana in the small clock in his hand. I just bought it. Just bought it? Brother, could it be that he is lying to us? Yes, we have always been together and have never been separated. When did the elder brother buy this magic weapon? It's true that I never left, but it doesn't mean that I can't buy a magic weapon. In fact, even I didn't expect to be able to buy this magic weapon through my mobile phone. As he spoke, he showed his mobile phone in front of several people present. The screen of the mobile phone is still stuck in the window interface of the real fire dragon, and the product information displayed on it is the fire cover. Brother, do you mean that your fire shield was transformed from this little thing? A seemingly young female repair looked at Ling Yan's mobile phone screen curiously. It's not a change, it's a purchase. This magic weapon cost me nearly 300,000 spirit stones, but the 300,000 flowers are quite worth it. If you put it in other places, you have to sell 500,000 spirit stones if you don't say less about the top-grade magic weapon like the fire shield. I found a big bargain today. As he spoke, a look of joy appeared on Ling Yan's face. He started a mobile phone by chance, and since then it has gotten out of hand. He swiped all night last night. Among them, the video of the real fire dragon made him laugh even more, and in the process of watching the video today, he accidentally saw the advertisement of the real fire dragon.at first. He also had some doubts about how this small mobile phone delivered those magic weapons to the purchaser's hands. After seeing some of the comments in the video comment area, he believed it a little bit, but he still had no plans to buy it. It wasn't until he was chased by Lei Diao just now that he held the mentality of a dead horse as a living horse doctor and placed an order to buy the defensive magic weapon of the fire shield. The final result was just like that. The fire shield not only appeared in his hands in an instant, but also successfully saved their lives. When Ling Yan finished speaking, his brothers and sisters looked at Ling Yan's mobile phone one after another as if they had never seen the world. Seeing this, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile slightly. Okay, don't look at it. I'll go to Bluestone City later and I'll buy one for each of you. Now you guys come and help me control the fire cover. I'll take a video, and by the way, I'll give the real fire dragon a good review. After speaking, he handed the fire shield in his hand to a junior brother beside him, while he himself took his mobile phone to shoot the thunder sculpture outside the fire shield.at. This moment, the thunder eagle still has a vicious appearance, constantly attacking with its claws, and from time to time it spews purple thunder and lightning from its mouth, but no matter how it attacks, it can't break through the defense of the fire shield. If I can't say it, the video I shot will be on fire. As long as I have 1,000 fans, I can open a window to sell things like a real fire dragon. If there were more fans, he would still be able to receive advertisements like a real fire dragon. I heard that he would get a 10% commission for every magic weapon sold by Bailey and Sect. While speaking, Ling Yun had already finished shooting the video, and after simply editing and adding text, he posted the video. Not to mention, not long after the video was released, he received 10 likes and 5 comments. Taoist friends, you are still filming Douyin at this time, you are dying. This is a thunder eagle, right? Its demon pill is the best material for refining the magic weapon of thunder attributes. Can you tell the Taoist friend that it is there, and the old man will go over and kill it? Don't worry, this Taoist friend has already sacrificed the fire shield. As long as he has sufficient mana, this flat-haired beast can't hurt it at all. Taoist friends need help. Although their cultivation level is not high, they can be destroyed with just one hand. Just blow it, you still have one hand to extinguish. You think you are Friar Jean Dan. Sorry, the senior turned out to be Friar Jean Dan. It was the junior who said nonsense. That facing these comments, as soon as Ling Yun was about to reply, there was a roar in the sky, and then a raptor several times larger than the thunder eagle fell from the sky with just one blow. The thunder eagle was seriously injured, and then fled the scene with its wings flapping. Seeing this scene, instead of being horrified, Ling Yun and the others showed joy one by one. It's the second division uncle who is here. We are saved. Before everyone's voice fell, a middle-aged man in Xingyi with a horse face jumped off the back of the previous bird of prey, and he is the uncle of Ling Yun and others, Zhou Chen, the second elder of the Seven Birds Sect. He is not only a monk in the Golden Pill stage, but also owns a monster scarlet owl that is equivalent to the Golden Pill stage of humans. You guys are so bold that you came to this gathering place of monsters without the company of the elders of the sect. If I come a little later, you will become the food of the Thunder Eagle. As soon as he came to Ling Yun and the others, Zhou Chen scolded with a black face. The disciples of the Seven Birds Sect who heard his reprimand also lowered their heads one by one. Only a female disciple on the scene walked to Zhou Chen with a hippie smile. Master, we don't want to have our own imperial beast as soon as possible like you. Besides, with Brother Ling Yun's fire cover, the thunder sculpture can't hurt us at all. Yeah, second division uncle, you didn't see it just now, the look of Lei Diao in a daze. This time it's really thanks to brother Ling Yun. If it hadn't been for him to buy the fire shield from Douyin, we would really be dead this time. I also want to buy a mobile phone, brother Ling Yun, tell us where you bought it. Away from the fire cover? Douyin? Cell phone? Obviously Zhou Chen was very unfamiliar with these words in everyone's mouth, and he immediately turned his gaze to the fire shield in Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun, where did your fire shield come from? I don't remember that there are such magic weapons in the sect. Hearing Zhou Chen's inquiry, Ling Yun hurriedly told him about buying the fire cover from Douyin, and when Zhou Chen heard that a small mobile phone could contact monks from all over the world anytime, anywhere, and put his own goods on it for sale, his eyes lit up immediately. In the next second, he said with a serious expression on his face, "Go. Take me to the place where mobile phones are sold to have a look." Chapter 18: The impact of mobile phones. The Seven Bird Sect can only be regarded as a third-rate sect on the huge Tianyuan continent at most, and the people have not been very prosperous. One of the most important reasons is that there are too few monks who choose the royal beast. Beast cultivation does not have the handsome and destructive power of sword cultivation, the powerful physical body and defensive power of physical cultivation, and it is not as profitable as talisman cultivation. Moreover, the threshold for becoming a beast cultivator is still high. The stronger the beast you control, the stronger you will be. If there is no suitable beast, you can't even beat the same level of Danshio. Because of this, the entire Chiyu sect has not recruited a new disciple for 10 years. If it continues like this, the Chiyu sect is afraid that it will become the first sect in the entire Tianyuan continent to die out because it cannot recruit disciples. When Zhou Chen, the second elder of the Seven Bird Sect, learned of the existence of mobile phones in Douyin from Ling Yun's mouth, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Half an hour later, the group of Seven Birds Gate took Zhou Chen's Scarlet Owl to the nearest Bluestone City to them. As soon as they stepped into the city gate of Bluestone City, a few people were stunned by the situation in front of them. Looking at the entire street, only 7 of the 10 people had mobile phones in their hands, and they were brushing as they walked. From time to time, there will be various expressions on their faces. Hey, Fairy Yuan has updated the video again. Her dance in this video is really beautiful. Cut. If you want me to say Fairy Lily, that is the role of the world. 2 Taoist friends, you are still young, and when you are a few hundred years older, you will know that Fairy Yaoguang is the real best. I don't know what the name of this dress on Fairy Li Yue is. I really want to buy one for my Taoist couple to wear and show it to me. It seems to be called Chongsam. TSK. Tianfuman is really not a thing. The outer disciples only have a subsidy of 300 spirit stones a month, and their outer elders even deduct half of it. It's a real beast. If it weren't for this Tianfuman's outer disciple to post a video complaint, I still don't know about it. I have to hide it. When you also swiped this video? I still wanted to take the entry test of Tianfuman yesterday. After watching this video, I didn't dare to go. Yes, Douyin is really convenient, and things thousands of miles away will be known all at once. It's very good. I swiped at Douyin yesterday and saw my Taoist couple shopping with others. If it weren't for Douyin, I wouldn't know when I would be hidden. Looking at the expressions of the group of monks, and then listening to their verbal discussions, Zhou Chen's expressions changed again and again, and his awareness of Douyin in his heart increased. At this moment, a casual practitioner with only chi refining and cultivation skills walked towards them with a smile on his face. Several seniors dare to ask, but they are here to buy mobile phones? As soon as these words came out, the 7 birds, including Ling Yun, were stunned on the spot. How do you know? Ling Yun asked suspiciously, and the chi-refining Sancho smiled. Now, 8 of the 10 foreign monks who have come to this Bluestone City have come here to buy mobile phones. If you don't have a mobile phone in your hand when you walk, you definitely don't have a mobile phone. That's it. Several people suddenly realized mobile phones are really so popular nowadays. Ling Yun asked again, of course, I don't know other places, but in this Bluestone City, if you don't have a mobile phone, you are embarrassed to say hello to others. Except for those old-timers who can't retreat all the year round, even mobile phones are now popular in the city lord's mansion. Hearing what he said, Ling Yun and the others were taken aback again. This mobile phone hasn't appeared for a few days, so why is it popular so fast? You don't understand this, do you? As he spoke, the chi refining Sancho took out his mobile phone. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about this short video of Douyin. As long as you swipe the short video, you can know what's happening all over Tianyuan continent. As he said, his fingers swiped up, and then a female monk in a JK uniform appeared on the screen dancing to the booming music. Sorry, it's a mistake, it's not this one. After an awkward smile, chi refining and Sancho opened up his liking. There are all kinds of dance videos in it, only the content of the first video is not, look, I just swiped this. A casual practitioner photographed the birth of an ancient monk's cave in Jiaolong Bay in the South China Sea. If this kind of news used to be known to those of us who were thousands of miles away, it would take at least a few days to know, but now we can know it right away with Douyin. After speaking, he opened the hot list again and clicked on a video and in the video, the two monks dressed differently are fighting. This is also what just happened. I heard that the people of the Mingyuan sect and the Tai Chi sect fought over the recruitment of disciples. The heads of both sides ended up, and several foundation building monks died on the spot. Under his display, the powerful function of Douyin was undoubtedly revealed. Of course, in addition to understanding the major events that are happening everywhere, the most important thing is that you can also communicate with other monks from a long distance through Douyin, send photos, send videos. No matter how far apart the relationship will not fade. After the introduction was over, the chi refining Sancho suddenly changed his words, and then took out a large wooden box from his storage bag. With the opening of the lid of the box, dozens of neatly placed mobile phones were revealed in front of Lingyun and others. A few people, let's buy one. The mobile phones I have here are officially authorized by Sehai Pavilion. There is also their authorization agreement here. Each one is an official authentic product. And if you buy a mobile phone, I will give you a matching mobile phone case. This mobile phone case is made of green rhinoceros leather, which is strong and durable, and there are various customized patterns on it, and it can even be engraved. It was only then that Lingyun finally understood why this chi refining Sancho had been introduced so hard. After a long time, it turned out to be for selling goods. After just a little pondering, Zhou Chen nodded. If that's the case, then give me 7 mobile phones. As soon as he heard that the other party wanted to buy 7, the man who turned into a hawker laughed on the spot. Okay. Wait a minute, I'll pack it for you. As he spoke, he took out 7 exquisite wooden boxes from the storage bag, and then put 7 mobile phones into the wooden box in turn. Chenghui, there are a total of 140 spirit stones. Hearing this number, Zhou Chen took out 140 spirit stones from his storage bag without even thinking about it, and handed them directly into the hands of the hawker. When Lingyun on the side saw this, he showed an expression that he wanted to talk and stopped. Hee, this senior wants to say that what I sell is more expensive than Sehai Pavilion, right? It's all like this now. Sehai Pavilion only sells 100,000 units to the outside world every day, and all the rest are given to us distributors. The 100,000 units of Sehai Pavilion have long been bought by scalpers. One will sell you at least 100 spirit stones. The ones sold by our dealers are quite cheap. After that, he closed his box, and then walked towards the other monks who had just entered the city. At the same time, Zhou Chen, who got the mobile phone, also began to study it seriously. With Lingyun's introduction, coupled with his own understanding, he quickly made a decision. Lingyun, how about you say that we also build a video account like a real fire dragon? Chapter 19 Rare Monster Education Video. This won't work. This doesn't work either. The heat is up, and there is a lack of creativity. Why is this person's video liked so much? Oh, what about me? It turns out that this kid is Krypton Gold. Hey, the creativity of the ancients is still too poor, and it is difficult to have an innate internet Eucharist like a real fire dragon. You still have to train it slowly. While swiping the hot videos on the list, Linyi muttered a few words from time to time. It's not that he complained. It's true that he had experienced the era of the Big Bang of the internet in his previous life. Looking at the vibrato of Tianyuan continent today is just like looking at primitive people. There are no funny jokes, no creative shooting techniques, and no twists and turns of the plot. Most of the photographers are going straight, and they can't attract his interest at all. Among them, the highest quality is the edge-wiping video of the Chinese women's church. Of course, this is all Linya's own subjective judgment. Forget it. If that's the case, then choose a general among the dwarfs. After that, he just swiped a video casually, and the next second a middle-aged male monk with a horse face appeared on his mobile phone screen. Seeing this happy face, he subconsciously glanced at it twice. Hello, fellow Taoists, I am the elder of the Seven Birds Sect. I just posted such an interesting video. In the message area under the video, many Taoists are asking what kind of monster this is. Now I will introduce it to you. What appears in this video is a third-order monster phantom lizard. Don't look at what it looks like now, but once it encounters danger, then it can immediately change its appearance into the appearance of other powerful monsters. For example, the one in the video, it became the appearance of the fifth-order monster iron-backed wolf in the first place, and then it became the appearance of the sixth-order monster two-headed magic leopard, in order to scare away its enemies. The phantom lizard is very rare. Its outer skin is an excellent material for making top-grade magic weapons for thousands of people and thousands of faces. The inner alchemy can make top-grade pill Dingyan pill, and even blood can be used to draw various illusion-type charms. Unknowingly, Lin Yu finished watching this popular science video, and when he clicked on the comment area below the video, he also saw dozens of comments. I've seen it. It turns out that this monster is called the Phantom Lizard. Fellow Dao Kai, I have also encountered this monster once. I was so scared by it at that time. It turned out that it was only of the third order. A small third order monster has so many uses. Douyin let me learn new knowledge again today. Fellow Taoist, I also photographed a monster I haven't seen before today. Can you answer for me? Photo, this fellow Taoist, according to my observation of this photo, the one you encountered should be a fourth order monster carrion snake, which is highly poisonous. Don't be bitten. It has been bitten. Fellow Taoist, you report the location to me, I have the antidote here. You want to pick up someone else's storage bag, right? Ma Dao is friendly and knowledgeable. I hope that there will be a few more videos like this in the future. Casual cultivators like us wander around all year round, and often encounter some monsters that we don't know. If we can know their characteristics, we can greatly reduce the risk of encountering them. Give Ma Dao you a thumbs up. Love, is there any mutual praise and mutual relationship? If I don't go back to the sky and thunder, I will be able to open a personal window with 960 fans. Seeing the rising number of likes and the increasing number of comments, Linya's face also showed a trace of satisfaction. Not bad. It seems that this kind of popular science video also has an audience in the Xiuxian realm. In that case, then I will help you again. After that, he opened the backstage to heat up the video. It didn't take long for the effect of heating to appear, and the number of likes on the video directly rose from a few hundred to a few thousand, and then it successfully exceeded 10,000, and it successfully reached the hot list. And when the publisher of the video, Zhou Chen, the second elder of the Seven Birds Sect, found that the popularity of his video had soared, his face immediately showed a look of surprise, and he immediately found Ling Yun, his disciple. Ling Yun, quickly help Uncle Shi take a look. Why did Uncle Shi's video get so many likes and comments all of a sudden? Ling Yun, who was swiping his mobile phone, didn't think much when he heard this sentence, and didn't even lift his head. It's normal, uncle, usually the video will be swiped as soon as it is sent out. The video I posted before also has dozens of likes. But this is nothing. People's Real Fire Dragon can now post a video casually and get tens of thousands of likes. My video seems to have tens of thousands of likes. Zhou Chen said with some uncertainty, Uncle, are you kidding me? You just learned to play with mobile phones, how could you? Before Ling Yun finished speaking, the expression on his face froze, just because he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Zhou Chen's mobile phone screen. A long list of numbers is displayed in the upper right corner of the screen. Looking at this huge number and looking at the content of the video, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone and searched for it. After the search results came out, everyone else was stupid. No, Uncle, why is your video still popular? What is popular? Popular are those very popular videos. My God, your video actually has 12,000 likes and more than 8,000 comments. Uncle, you are on fire. As he spoke, Ling Yun's face showed a strange expression, both envious and dazed. After all, he only took Zhou Chen to buy the mobile phone a few hours ago, and by the way, he also taught Zhou Chen how to shoot short videos. He thought his uncle was just playing around casually. Who could have thought that his first video would be a hit? According to the popularity of this video, at least hundreds of thousands of monks now know the name Zhou Chen of the Seven Birds Sect. Then what should I do next? Zhou Chen said a little confused. Well, according to your current situation, uncle, I think you should hit the iron while it's hot and continue to shoot the video, just like a real fire dragon. Moreover, the video content filmed should continue the style and content of the explosive one. The teacher said before that all the video styles of a video creator should be the same, and the core cool points and selling points must be the same, in order to capture accurate fans. Ling Yun explained, what is video style, and what is the core selling point? Let me just tell you this. If you are a beautiful fairy anchor, then don't engage in any cultivation in the later video content. If you are an alchemist anchor, don't engage in alchemy in the later content. Uncle Sure, your video must have exploded because you popularized rare monsters to those monks, so I think Uncle Sure, the content of your later video should also focus on introducing rare monsters. As he spoke, Ling Yin told Zhou Chen what he had learned in Linya's live broadcast room before, and Zhou Chen quickly understood it. I see, in that case, then I will continue to shoot videos of rare monsters. After that, Zhou Chen called his own imperial beast, the Scarlet Owl, and then went to the back mountain of the Seven Bird Sect, where there were a large number of rare monsters raised by the Seven Bird Sect. Chapter 20 Monster Blogger. Millions of users. Unsurprisingly, after Zhou Chen filmed 10 episodes of educational videos about rare monsters, his videos were still as popular as the first episode among a large number of cultivators. His number of fans skyrocketed from single digits to over 30,000. This meteoric rise to fame is in no way inferior to that of the fire dragon Immortal. Because of his long, horse-like face, many cultivators called him Senior Horse. Zhou Chen wasn't angry about this. In fact, he would patiently answer various questions from cultivators in the comments section about demonic beasts. Senior Ma, my second-tier demonic beast, the desert spirit cat, has been suffering from diarrhea lately. What could be the reason? If a demonic beast has diarrhea, I suggest feeding it a first-grade elixir, the body-strengthening pill. Just grind it into powder and give it to it. Senior Ma, why are my two monsters not having offspring? And they fight every time they meet. It seems that both of yours are male. Two males cannot have offspring. Senior Ma, I bought a monster the day before yesterday, and it's been sleeping ever since. Is that normal? No, it's not normal. Judging from the photo you sent, it's been dead for at least 2 days. Get rid of it, it'll just rot if you keep it any longer. Senior Ma, how can I become a beast cultivator? You can come to the Seven Bird Sect to participate in a free test. If you pass the test, you will have the potential to become a beast cultivator. Thank you so much, Senior Ma, for clearing up my doubts yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know I was poisoned to death. I hope Senior Ma will continue to make videos related to monsters. Thank you. Bowing. With his extraordinary knowledge of demonic beasts, prolific output, and friendly demeanor, Zhou Chen's name quickly rose to prominence, and his Seven Bird Sect and the niche cultivation method of beast cultivation became known to more and more cultivators. On the same day, some young cultivators from the surrounding area came to inquire about beast cultivation, and 3 of them even joined the Seven Bird Sect on the spot, becoming official disciples of the Seven Bird Sect. This result immediately thrilled the current sect leader and all the elders of the Seven Bird Sect. Sun Haiyu, the leader of the Seven Bird Sect, found Zhou Chen immediately. Second junior brother, you have truly made a great contribution to our Seven Bird Sect. If it weren't for your publicity efforts, I'm afraid the Seven Bird Sect would no longer exist in the world after 100 years. Upon hearing his sect leader's words, Zhou Chen immediately replied with a humble expression, actually, all of this is thanks to Douyin. If it weren't for Douyin, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to introduce our beast cultivation and Seven Bird Sect to cultivators all over the world. Senior brother sect leader, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Speak. Sun Haiyu said, waving his hand. I think the Tianyuan continent is about to undergo a major upheaval. Mobile phones and Douyin will completely change the landscape of the entire cultivation world. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Sun Haiyu and the elders of the Seven Bird Sect immediately fell into deep thought. If someone had previously said that a mere low-grade magic weapon could change the entire landscape of the Tianyuan continent, they would never have believed it, not even if you beat them to death. But after what just happened, they also realized that mobile phones and TikTok do indeed have extremely terrifying potential. Putting everything else aside, Douyin's ability to spread Information is unmatched by any magical artifact or individual. After all, they haven't recruited many disciples in the past few decades, but Zhou Chen has made the Seven Birds sect famous just by posting a few videos. Thinking of this, Sun Haiyu turned his gaze to Zhou Chen again. So, junior brother, what you mean is, my idea is to equip every disciple in the sect with a mobile phone. This would facilitate communication among the disciples and also allow them to post more videos about the Seven Birds sect's daily life, serving as a form of publicity. Zhou Chen explained his idea. Upon hearing his words, the Seven Birds sect disciples' eyes lit up, especially those disciples who don't yet have their own mobile phones. Not long after, Sun Haiyu made a decision. Junior brother is right. In that case, starting today, we will equip each disciple of the Seven Birds sect with a mobile phone. But I have one requirement: you must post one video about the sect every day. The content is not limited, but you must mention the Seven Birds sect. This is the only way to attract more cultivators to join us. I'll leave this matter to you, Lingyun. I'll give you the spirit stones to buy the phone later. Upon hearing this, Lingyun immediately stepped forward to accept the order. Yes, sect leader. This disciple will definitely complete the mission. Half a day later, Lingyun returned to the Seven Birds sect with the hundreds of mobile phones he had purchased, and from then on, the Seven Birds sect fully entered the mobile phone era, and similar incidents have been occurring in other sects as well. After all, the benefits brought by mobile phones in Douyin are obvious to all. Whether it is to expand the reputation of one's own sect or to sell various products produced by one's own sect, Douyin is a very good choice. This has led to a surge in mobile phone sales. The next morning, Linyi received the sales report for the following day from the ghost god of wealth. Sect Master, according to our statistics, yesterday the shops and distributors under the God of Wealth Temple sold a total of 895,680 mobile phones, more than double the number sold yesterday. When Linyi woke up and saw this message, his face immediately showed an expression of utter surprise. Wow, sales have increased so much all of a sudden. If I had known the phones would sell this well, I would have set the price higher. I could have made a fortune selling phones like this. I wonder if the system will release an upgraded version of the phone in the future. If it does, I could get an otherworldly version of the 8848. After saying that, he opened the Douyin backend to check the number of new users. Unsurprisingly, with the surge in mobile phone sales, the number of Douyin users also increased significantly, rising from over 600,000 the previous day to over 1.2 million. This data might not have been impressive in the previous life, but it is quite explosive in this primitive world of cultivation. The Tianyuan continent has a population of over 10 billion, of which nearly 100 million are cultivators. This means that 1 in every 100 cultivators owns a mobile phone. The phone has only been released for 4 days. One can imagine that if it were another month, every cultivator would probably have one. After looking at the number of users, he turned his attention to the number of works. It did not disappoint him again. The number of works increased fivefold compared to the previous day, and it was about to break 100 million. TSK, these cultivators in the cultivation world are really fierce. They must have lived such miserable lives before, yet they can get addicted to making TikTok videos. If they could bring over all the interesting apps from their previous lives, they would go crazy playing with them. By the way, let's check the daily revenue figures again. I wonder how much money they contributed to me yesterday. He had barely finished speaking when he checked the daily recharge interface. He was stunned by the numbers on it at first glance. 23, 453, 871 pieces. Even if he can only take 10%, that's still 2.34 million spirit stones. Earning over 2 million spirit stones in a single day is truly outrageous. Chapter 21. Lu Ruyan, a blogger with 10,000 followers. How did they manage to spend over 20 million spirit stones? Staring at the data on his phone screen, Linyi fell into deep thought. On the Tianyuan continent, spirit stones are both a consumable for cultivation and a form of currency. Generally, disciples of sects can receive a subsidy of about 300 spirit stones per month. If we convert it to the salary from my previous life, 1 spirit stone is roughly equal to 10 yuan, so 20 million spirit stones would be 200 million yuan. To figure out the problem, he immediately started checking the backend analysis. The data provided by the backend showed that 15 million of the 20 million spirit stones recharged came from the consumption of various bloggers' showcases. Among them, Huolong Jinren alone sold 8 million worth of magical artifacts through his shop window, while the remaining 7 million came from dozens or even hundreds of bloggers who had just opened their shop windows. Linyi glanced at it briefly. They sold all sorts of things. There are vendors selling pills, ores, cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and spirit beasts/pets. Basically, all types are available. Clearly, these people have mastered the secrets to making money on Douyin and know how to sell goods through Douyin. Lin Yi naturally gave his full support to such behavior. He also knew that this was just the beginning, and that the real money would come when someone started live streaming and created live streaming e-commerce. Right, how about I give a demonstration first, to show these natives a little bit of the shock of live streaming? Let me see who I should choose as the first live streamer. He certainly wouldn't personally appear on camera for a live stream. Firstly, he doesn't have the time, and secondly, he doesn't have much influence, so viewers might not be interested. Therefore, the best solution is to select one of the female cultivators from the Charming Maidens sect and have her become the broadcaster. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the cult of the maidens. Having made up his mind, he immediately got up and walked out of the sect's main hall, mounted the Tiger King, and headed towards the direction of the Maiden sect. When he arrived at the cult of the maidens, the scene before him immediately made him blush and his heart race. Everywhere you look, there are beautiful female nuns wearing Haislet cheongsams in different styles of JK uniforms. They immediately surrounded Lin Yi upon seeing him. "Greetings, sect master. Get up, all of you. Where is your queen of the underworld?" So, the sect master came to see Empress Yin. Doesn't the sect master miss us at all? That's right, sect master, do you think my outfit looks good? Before Lin Yi could react, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him, and before he could even properly appreciate it, a delicate shout came from afar. "You vixens, get back to cultivating. If you don't, I'll skin you alive." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Charming Maiden sect who were practically clinging to Lin Yi immediately scattered. Before long, Bai Qingxian, dressed in a black cheongsam and possessing an exceptional temperament and appearance, gracefully landed in front of Lin Yi. With a light leap, she landed on the Tiger King's back and sat opposite Lin Yi. "Sect master, you finally remembered me. Why didn't you reply to the private message I sent you yesterday?" Bai Qingxian said coquettishly. "Ahem, I fell asleep." "Alright, get down now, I have important business to discuss with you." After saying that, Lin Yi quickly jumped off the Tiger King's back, and Bai Qingxian followed closely behind, but she jumped into Lin Yi's arms. "Sect master, you can come to me if you have any improper matters to discuss." Bai Qingxian immediately gave him a flirtatious wink. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly threw her to the ground. Alright, go and call all your disciples over. I have important matters to arrange." "Oh, you really have no sense of romance." Bai Qingxian turned around and summoned a group of disciples. After glancing around, Lin Yi spoke, "Raise your hand if you have more than 1,000 followers." Upon hearing this, all the female cultivators present raised their hands, leaving Lin Yi stunned. Damn, are there so many perverts on the Tianyuan continent? It turns out that skirting the edge is the way to go. After expressing his feelings, he continued, "Take a step forward if you have more than 5,000 followers." The next second, more than half of the hundreds of people present stood up. "Take another step forward if you have more than 10,000 followers." This time the number of people was much smaller, but there were still more than 10. Each of these dozen or so female cultivators, each with over 10,000 followers, has their own unique physical characteristics. Some are innocent, some are alluring, some are mature, and some are naive. But they all have one thing in common: they are good looking and have good figures. Indeed, the eyes of the masses are discerning, and the aesthetic sense of the masses is consistent. He muttered to himself, then pointed to the dozen or so female cultivators who each had tens of thousands of followers and said, "Tell me how many fans you have now." Reporting to the sect master, "I now have more than 13,000 fans." Reporting to the sect master, "I have more than 15,000 fans." Sect master, "I have 18,000 fans." Sect master, "I have 30,000 fans." The last female disciple, tall and slender with a pure yet alluring appearance, a curvaceous figure, and a beauty mark under her eye, spoke with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing her announce the number, not only did all the disciples of the Charming Maiden sect turn their gazes to her, but even Lin Yi glanced at her in surprise. Over 30,000 followers. That's a lot. If a blogger had over 30,000 followers in their previous life, they would at most be considered a minor internet celebrity, or even not qualify as one, since most of their 30,000 followers were either zombie followers or fake followers bought. But it's different on Douyin and Tianyuan continent. Every fan is 100% real. So far, No one has come up with the idea of buying several phones to increase their followers. Of course, Linyi believes that such a thing will happen sooner or later, since people in the cultivation world are just short-sighted, not stupid. The female cultivator in front of us has over 30,000 followers, which is enough to show that the quality of her videos is definitely not bad. Thinking of this, he immediately asked, "What's your Douyin nickname?" Reporting to the sect master, "My Douyin nickname is Lu Ruyan," the tall female disciple replied respectfully. Lu Ruyan? What a nice name. He then took out his phone, opened Douyin, TikTok, and typed in the 3 characters Lu Ruyan. Soon a user popped up, and sure enough, this user's number of followers had exceeded 30,000, reaching more than 31,000. A total of 82 works were published, and almost every one of them received more than 10,000 likes, with the highest reaching 50,000 likes, which left Linyi stunned. To find out why Lu Ruyan's video had so many likes, he casually clicked on the video with the most likes. The result was unbelievable. The video not only had perfectly matched background music, but also skillful editing techniques and well-arranged video scenes with suitable lighting. In the video, Lu Ruyan even changed clothes by lifting her leg, showing off her alluring figure. Compared to other videos of the Chanu sect disciples, her video was simply a game-changer. Even Linyi, who had watched many suggestive videos in his previous life, couldn't help but sigh after watching it. "Holy crap, I've got a near-divine body." After saying that, he silently tapped the little red heart and added it to his favorites list. We'll use her video as a template so that the other female disciples can learn from it. Chapter 22, The Innate Edge of the Heavenly Body lecture begins. Without a doubt, Lu Ruyan's appearance gave Linyi a huge surprise. To have grasped the essence of skirting the line without any predecessors to learn from is simply an innate talent for skirting the line. If she waits until she fully masters the art of flirting, won't she be able to hook up all those righteous young disciples like butterflies? Thinking of this, Linyi immediately made a decision and turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan. "Your performance has been excellent, so I have decided to entrust you with an important task." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was initially delighted, but then said with slight trepidation, "Sect Master, my cultivation is too low. I am afraid I am not capable of shouldering such a great responsibility." This task doesn't require cultivation. All you need to do is show your face and stream it live. Live broadcast? What is a live broadcast? It wasn't just Lu Ruyan who was curious about this question. The other disciples of the charming maiden sect present also showed curious looks. Upon hearing this question from everyone, Linyi immediately began to patiently explain. Live streaming is when you interact with the audience in real time through your phone's camera, like this. To give everyone a better understanding of live streaming, he simply took out the mask he had worn earlier, put it on his face, and started his private live stream. You see, once you start a live stream, everything you say and do will be seen by the viewers in the live stream room, and the viewers can also greet you through the bullet comments. Besides greeting you, the audience can also give you gifts. With Linyi's demonstration and explanation, everyone present quickly gained a general understanding of what live streaming was all about. Lu Ruyan succinctly captured the essence of live streaming. "Sect Master, isn't this so-called live stream just like street performance in the mortal world?" Upon hearing this, Linyi nodded approvingly. That's roughly the idea. You showcase your looks, figure, and talents in the live stream to earn tips and gifts from your fans. With your current fan base, as long as you go live, even if you don't show any talent and just chat with your fans, they will most likely give you gifts. All the revenue from those gifts will belong to you personally. For example, if someone gives you a gift worth 1,000 spirit stones, you can withdraw those 1,000 spirit stones at any time. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes immediately lit up, as did everyone else present. Their monthly cultivation allowance is only a few hundred spirit stones, so why not take advantage of any extra income? Speaking of which, I'll give you a brief training on things to pay attention to during live streaming and how to ask for gifts. Pay attention, and if your number of fans increases in the future, you can also start live streaming like her. As soon as Linyi finished speaking, all the female cultivators present nodded in agreement. At this point, he also found a wooden board and a piece of charcoal and started writing on it. The first thing he wrote down was 5 big characters: the essence of live streaming. The essence of live streaming is to market a certain aspect of yourself as a product through mobile phones and Douyin. This could be your beauty, your figure, or your talent. In short, your live stream must bring value to the audience. If you want to do a good job in live streaming, you first need to understand what you can bring to the audience. For example, Royan, what your fans want to see is your stunning beauty, so you need to do everything you can to show that. Listening to Linya's explanation, the female cultivators present immediately showed expressions of understanding but not quite, except for Lu Royan, whose eyes were clear and who nodded from time to time. Of course, good looks alone are not enough, because aesthetic fatigue can occur. So here we need to introduce the second point. As he spoke, Lin Yi wrote 2 more words on the blackboard: character design. What is a persona? Which, fairy, these are all personas. If you are just good looking but don't have a suitable persona, you can only attract a group of fans temporarily and it won't last long. Take Ruyan for example. If you were just an ordinary woman, it would be difficult to attract some peerless geniuses. But if you were an empress with unparalleled talent and extraordinary cultivation, then with the support of your status, your charm would be amplified infinitely. As Lin Yi began to speak, everyone present felt as if they had entered a new world. Lin Yi talked for 1 or 2 hours straight, until he finally stopped when his throat was dry. Alright, that's all for today on character development. The rest is up to you to figure out. As he spoke, he took a cup of water from Bai Qingxuan's hand and drank it all in one gulp. Next, we'll talk about how to provide enough user value to those viewers so that they'll pay for your live stream. And how to ask for a gift. After saying that, he found another blackboard and rewrote 4 big characters on it: emotional value. So-called emotional value refers to a person's ability to influence and motivate the emotions of others. Providing emotional value in general means providing the other party with value recognition, identity recognition, and fulfilling emotional needs. For example. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Bai Qingxian, who was standing to the side. Junior sister, your makeup looks beautiful today. Bai Qingxian immediately looked delighted and said, really? Sect leader, do you really think my makeup looks good? You see, that's how emotional value is derived. Lin Yi turned to look at the group of female cultivators in front of him. The female cultivators nodded repeatedly, their faces showing expressions of sudden realization. Clearly, even the most vivid words cannot compare to a living example. At this moment, Bai Qingxian finally realized what was happening and gave Lin Yi a resentful look. Sect leader brother is lying. I'm not lying to you, you really do look beautiful today. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingxian immediately beamed with joy. See? Emotional value can be continuously generated. Did everyone learn that? Everyone nodded frantically, except for Bai Qingxian, whose teeth were itching with anger. In addition, don't feel ashamed to ask for gifts. As long as you provide emotional value to the other person, then you deserve the gift, because emotional value is the most expensive commodity in the world. And if you don't want it, they might just give the gift that was supposed to be given to someone else. Here are some more tips for asking for gifts. As he spoke, Lin Yi demonstrated to everyone present the methods used by female live streamers on Douyin in his previous life to ask for gifts. By the time everything that needed to be said was finished, another 2 hours had passed. Now that we've covered all the techniques, let's talk about the most important thing. That's the equipment. I've designed several new outfits for you. After saying that, he took out the design drawings that he had drawn in advance. One of the drawings prominently featured a design of black stockings. Chapter 23: Hey Silk's Design Blueprints, a dimensional reduction attack to truly capture the hearts of those perverts in the cultivation world. Software alone isn't enough, hardware is also essential. Clothing, accessories, and even makeup and hairstyle are all crucial for a beauty blogger. The disciples of the charming maiden sect are beautiful, but if they could put more effort into their clothing and makeup, their charm would be enhanced many times over. The design drawings that Lin Yi took out were drawn based on some memories from his previous life. This includes not only black stockings, flesh-colored stockings, white stockings, and fishnets, but also stepmother dresses, yellow battlesuits, suspender dresses, office lady outfits, maid outfits, Lolita fashion, jeans, knee-high boots, and so on. He even drew some hairstyle designs and earring accessory designs. When he presented these drawings to the female cultivators of the charming maiden sect, their eyes immediately flashed with various expressions: doubt, curiosity, and occasionally they would blush, clearly ashamed by these bold designs from the modern era. Sect Master, did you design all of these specially? Bai Qingxian asked curiously after glancing at them. Of course, they were all designed by me personally. What kind of clothes are these? They look a bit strange, Bai Qingxian asked, pointing to one of the office lady outfits. This is called business attire. And this one? Bai Qingxian pointed to the maid outfit. This is called a maid outfit. Which outfit does Sect Master Brother prefer me to wear? Bai Qingxian suddenly whispered in Lin Ye's ear. Ahem, anything is fine, but the key is these. Lin Ye said, pointing to the stocking design in the design drawings. By the way, this thing is called stockings. It's worn on the legs, and the material has to be transparent and soft. Do you have suitable materials to make this kind of thing? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingxian immediately smiled smugly. Of course, there's no clothing in this world that I can't make. Sect Master, please wait a moment while I go find some materials. You guys come with me to the warehouse. Under Bai Qingxuan's arrangement, several of her disciples immediately followed her to the charming maiden's Sect's storeroom and brought out a large amount of raw materials for making clothing and jewelry. Once all the materials and tools were ready, Bai Qingxian personally led the group of the best needlework disciples from the charming maiden's Sect to create the product according to Lin Ye's design. Watching their skilled and rapid movements, Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Although the technological level of this world is practically non-existent, its productivity is by no means low. No sooner had he finished speaking than finished garments were produced. To Lin Ye's surprise, Bai Qingxian actually made some improvements to the design he provided, adding some patterns that she personally liked, which instantly elevated the quality of the clothes. Sect Master, take a look at this garment. The material used is celestial silkworm silk, and the dye is a plant dye that I carefully selected. Although it is not a magic robe, it still has the ability to adjust its size. As they were talking, Bai Qingxian walked up to Lin Yi with a floral print dress in her hand. Not bad, it seems you have quite a talent for being a fashion designer. Why don't you just open a women's clothing store and sell women's clothes in the window? I think the sales shouldn't be too bad. After all, there are quite a few female cultivators in Tianyuan continent. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingxuan's eyes immediately lit up. Sect leader, this is a great idea. It's definitely a good business. At this moment, a female disciple also came over carrying another item. Sect Master, the stockings are finished. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately turned his head and looked over. Sure enough, the female cultivator was holding a pair of black stockings as thin as cicada wings. TSK, it actually turned out that way. What materials were used to make it? As he spoke, he reached out and took the black stockings. The feel and appearance were exactly the same as in his previous life. Reporting to the Sect Master, we are using the fine silk spun by the second-tier demonic beast, the golden silkworm spider. Don't underestimate these threads just because they are thin, they can withstand 100 pounds of force. Once made into stockings, they are difficult to cut even with swords. As he said this, the disciple's face was full of pride. However, Lin Yi fell into deep thought upon hearing this introduction. Even swords and knives can't cut through it? The quality must be incredibly good. No, this is absolutely not going to work. Try using a different material, one that isn't as good as possible, ideally one that can be torn in one go. Ha! Sect Master, why is that? Isn't higher quality always better? The other disciples of the charming maiden's sect also cast questioning glances at this moment. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi quickly began to explain with a serious expression. Think about it, if we sell this product in the future, with such good quality, people can wear one pair for decades, so who would want to buy a second pair? If the quality is a little poor and it breaks after wearing it for a short time, then she'll have to ask us to buy a new one. The same goes for other clothes. The quality doesn't need to be too good, and the materials don't need to be too fancy. Just make sure they look good, because no woman will wear the same clothes all the time. As he spoke, he turned to the female disciples present. Do you prefer to wear the same style of clothes all the time, or do you prefer to change into new clothes from time to time? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately replied without hesitation, of course, we want to wear new clothes from time to time. I see. The sect leader is very thoughtful. I'll change to other materials now. The group, suddenly realizing the problem, immediately began trying to reduce the material costs of the clothing and improve production efficiency. Lin Yi waited less than half an hour before all the blueprints he had just designed were turned into physical objects. Although the disciples of the charming maiden's sect had never seen these clothes before, they still had a sense of aesthetics, and they quickly started to put together their own outfits. They didn't hide anything from Lin Yi, the sect leader. During this process, which was quite erotic especially when they all changed into stockings, it was only because Lin Yi's cultivation had reached the Mahayana stage that his inner demons would have suddenly appeared. Just as he was trying to control his mind, he heard Bai Qingxuan's voice from behind. The next second, Bai Qingxian, dressed in an office lady outfit, with her hair tied up and wearing black stockings and high heels, was hanging beside him. Sect Master, do I look good in this outfit? Boom! In an instant, Lin Yi felt the magical power within his body on the verge of going berserk, like a volcano. I'll be leaving now and will be back later. After saying this, Lin Yi immediately activated his teleportation ability and disappeared from the charming maiden's sect. It took him a full half hour to return. Ahem, everyone, please change back into your normal clothes first. Next, I'll talk about the live stream arrangements. I have decided to begin the trial broadcast tonight, starting with Ruyan. Ruyan, go and film a video to tell your fans that you're going to do a live stream tonight. Remember to change into a nice outfit when you film the video. Yes, Sect Master. By the way, the backgrounds for your videos are all too dark. Do you have any magical gadgets that can provide light so you can use them to add some illumination during filming? Also, you can try taking selfies in front of a mirror. I remember the Cult of the Maidens has glass mirrors, right? Chapter 24 premieres, featuring the terrifying LSP. On Feisha Island in the East China Sea. Chu Feng, the leader of the younger generation of Feisha Island, sat upright in the cultivation room, trying to enter a state of cultivation, but he failed several times in a row. Whenever he was about to enter a meditative state, a beautiful image would involuntarily pop into his mind. Her every smile and gesture was enough to captivate him and make him lose all interest in cultivation. Sigh. It seems I won't be able to cultivate today. Oh well, cultivation is not something that can be accomplished overnight. If I force myself to cultivate, I'm afraid it will not only be ineffective, but will also attract inner demons. Since that's the case, I'll just scroll through Douyin for a while. I wonder if Ruyan has updated her videos today. As if he had just thought of something, a sweet smile immediately appeared on his face, and he also picked up his phone from the table next to him. After opening Douyin, a video immediately popped up, and he was instantly drawn to it. In the video, a woman dressed in a flowing dress with cascading black hair is seen holding her phone up and slowly walking toward a mirror. Just as she was about to walk in front of the mirror, a cloud of colorful smoke appeared in the image. As the smoke dissipated, the woman's flowing robes transformed into a fitted floral dress, with a slit on the side revealing glimpses of her long legs clad in black stockings and her slender feet. At the same time, she peeked out from behind her phone, revealing her stunningly beautiful yet indifferent face. Her face featured exquisitely delicate features and a spider lily mark between her eyebrows. Although he didn't say a word, he immediately froze Chu Feng on the spot, making him forget to breathe for a moment. It took him quite a while to finally come to his senses, and the first thing he did was frantically tap the video to like it. Unfortunately, by the time he clicked, the video already had thousands of likes, and the number of comments had increased even more than the number of likes. Fairy Ruyan is so beautiful that I'm going crazy. Suddenly I feel that cultivation is meaningless, and all I want to do is watch Ruyan's videos. What should I do? Fellow Taoist upstairs, you're not alone, I'm the same way. If I hadn't come across Ruyan Fairy's video, I would never have imagined that such a stunning beauty existed in the world. I just clicked in and there are already so many comments. Fairy Ruyan, I am Chen Shujun from Qingyun Sect. I wonder if I could have the honor of meeting you. It would be even better if I could get close to you. What kind of bullshit Qingyun Sect is this? You think you can see Fairy Ruyan? Dream on. How dare you blaspheme against a fairy? Qingyun Sect, is it? I'll remember this. I'll come find you tomorrow and see what you're made of. Although the clothes that Fairy Ruyan is wearing today are very strange, they make her look even more like a celestial being descended to Earth. No, even a celestial being descended to Earth is not as good as Fairy Ruyan. May I ask what is on Fairy Ruyan's legs? It makes my heart itch. If I could see the fairy, I, Wang, would be willing to give away all my wealth. Looking at these comments, Chu Feng immediately felt so angry that his teeth itched. Especially when he saw the bad comments, he wished he could go and fight these people right now, but he eventually forced himself to calm down, because he knew that this kind of thing was unavoidable. After all, Lu Ruyan now had tens of thousands of fans, and any one of her videos would be viewed by at least hundreds of thousands of people. Ruyan's fan base is growing larger and larger these days. I don't know how to get her attention further. After letting out a long sigh, he watched the video again, and that's when he noticed the text below the video. Thank you all for your support of Ruyan these past few days. Ruyan will be launching her first solo live stream tonight at 7 p.m. During the debut, Ruyan will perform a song and dance to express her gratitude. I sincerely invite you to visit my livestream. After reading the text, Chu Feng was stunned for a moment before he realized what it meant. Having been scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, extensively these past few days, he naturally knew what live streaming was. He had even watched Linya's live stream before. That's great. If Ruyan goes live, then I can connect with her on a live stream. Even though we can't meet, it's good to talk to her and hear her voice. Thinking of this, he immediately became excited and began to look forward to the evening. While waiting, he did nothing but hold his phone and stare at Lu Ruyan's profile page, afraid of missing the broadcast time. He waited until 7 p.m. and saw a red circle appear next to Lu Ruyan's profile picture. He immediately clicked on it, and sure enough, his phone screen switched to a live stream. The first thing that caught his eye was Lu Ruyan, who was wearing a moonwhite cheongsam, with her hair styled in a bun and light makeup. At this moment, Lu Ruyan sat elegantly behind a zither, her long, slender legs and white silk stockings crossed, generously displaying her beautiful figure. Behind her was a breathtakingly beautiful backdrop of ethereal mist, babbling brooks, and a bright moon, with the faint sounds of traditional Chinese string and wind instruments drifting through the air from time to time. The beautiful scenery and the stunning beauty almost completely captivated Chu Feng, but this time he woke up very quickly and sent out a comment. As soon as he sent his comment, Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly in front of the camera. Welcome, fellow Taoist Chu Feng, to the live stream. With just that one comment, Chu Feng felt it was all worth it, even if it meant waiting another 10 or more hours. Just as he was about to send the second comment, the number of comments at the bottom of the screen surged rapidly. The number of online viewers in the upper right corner is climbing at a rate of hundreds per second. Before he could even react, the number of viewers in the live stream jumped to over 7,000, and then to over 10,000. Fairy Ruyan is so beautiful. She looks even more beautiful during the live stream than in the videos. I feel like I'll never fall in love with anyone again in this lifetime. She is truly a celestial being descended to Earth. After waiting all afternoon, the broadcast has finally started. The night is long, but with Fairy Ruyan by my side, what a wonderful thing this is. Even though Lu Ruyan only said a few words, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was already incredibly lively. Male cultivators from different regions and sects of the Tianyuan continent wished they could jump into their phone screens. In less than 2 minutes since the broadcast started, the number of viewers in the live stream room had already exceeded 50,000. Lin Yi, who had been monitoring the data in the background, sighed once again. The power of LSP is indeed not to be underestimated. It seems that Lu Ruyan is going to secure her position as the future number 1 on Douyin. That's good too. In the future, all the righteous cultivators will be indulging in her beauty. I wonder who will still have the mind to cultivate. It would be best to find another way to squeeze their wallets dry. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Ruyan spoke up again. Chapter 25. The Mad Young Master of the Star Pavilion. Fellow Taoists, this is my first time broadcasting. To show my sincerity, I would like to present a song, hoping to bring a smile to your faces. After saying that, Lu Ruyan began to play the zither, and in an instant, beautiful music filled the live broadcast room. The viewers in the live stream went crazy, with comments flooding the screen. If this were on Earth, such talent would be nothing special, and wouldn't even pique the interest of most people. But in the Tianyuan continent, where the entertainment industry is extremely scarce, it is enough to make the cultivators in the live broadcast room completely captivated. The reason why Lu Ruyan chose this talent as the talent for the premiere was also at Linya's behest, because he knows that people's level of pleasure has a threshold. If you start with an exciting show, it will be difficult to attract the audience with ordinary shows later on. A gradual approach is the best way. Right, we can't let these people just watch, we have to make them spend money. As he watched the live stream's popularity skyrocket, Lin Ye's lips curled into a wicked smile. He immediately opened the gift interface and spent 1,000 spirit stones to give Lu Ruyan a Douyin account. To avoid being recognized, he even got a new phone and created a new account. He had just recharged his spirit stones when a gift effect appeared on the live stream screen. The sudden appearance of the gift effect immediately attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the live stream. Then, Lu Ruyan stopped playing, stood up, and bowed to the screen. Thank you, Brother Hanli from Huangfeng Valley, for the Douyin account number 1. I will add you to the fan group later. Lu Ruyan's words not only answered the questions of the cultivators in the live stream, but also made them realize the truth instantly. So that's how it is. So you can even give gifts to Fairy Ruyan. I checked, and the first Douyin account only costs 1,000 spirit stones. For a mere 1,000 spirit stones, Fairy Ruyan can perform such a grand ceremony and become famous in this livestream. It's really worth it. Hey, did you guys notice? The profile picture of that guy named Hanli just appeared in the top right corner. What kind of third-rate sect is Yellow Maple Valley? I've never even heard of it. Does it deserve to be number 1 on this leaderboard? It's just gifts, I can do that too. Soon after, gift effects popped up in the live stream again, this time with 10 gifts. As soon as the gift appeared, Lu Ruyan thanked them, just like before. Thank you to the young master of Xingqian Pavilion for the 10 Douyin number 1 accounts. When Lu Ruyan uttered those words, in a luxurious palace thousands of miles away, a handsome and well-dressed Foundation establishment cultivator revealed a smug expression, and he was none other than Yiqinshin, the young master of the Star Pavilion, a first-class sect in the southern region of the Tianyuan continent. As the young master of the Star Pavilion, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Before he was even 30 years old, he broke through to the Foundation establishment stage with the help of various elixirs and resources. That's why he was proud and arrogant from a young age, and he never wanted to be inferior to anyone. After getting in touch with mobile phones and Douyin, he became completely addicted. Today, he happened to come across Lu Ruyan's livestream and was immediately attracted by her beauty and temperament. When Lu Ruyan read his name in front of tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room, his vanity and self-esteem were instantly satisfied like never before. He couldn't help but smile when he saw the comments praising and complimenting him, but his smile didn't last long. Thank you to fellow Daoist Chu Feng of Feixia Island for the 20 Douyin number 1 accounts. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's voice, he immediately looked at his phone screen, and sure enough, another gift effect appeared on the screen. He had just reached the top of the leaderboard, but he was pushed down by someone else, and the comments section was filled with discussions about this guy named Chu Feng. He couldn't stand it, so he immediately poured out a large amount of spirit stones from his storage bag, then deposited 50,000 into it at once, and also bought 50 Douyin accounts, which he then gave away all at once. After delivering the package, a cold smile appeared on his face. You think you can compete with me in terms of wealth? Who do you think you are? But as soon as he finished speaking, a large number of gift effects appeared on the screen. It was still Douyin account number 1, but this time it received a total of 100 donations. The person who donated was none other than Hanli from Huangfeng Valley. When these 100 top Douyin accounts appeared on the screen, the cultivators in the livestream were all dumbfounded. This brother Hanli from Huangfeng Valley is so powerful. These 100 Douyin number 1 accounts are worth 100,000 spirit stones. He just gives away 100,000 spirit stones like that. So grand, so incredibly grand. Compared to this, the young master of the Star Pavilion seems rather petty. Yes, the young master of a first-rate sect is actually inferior to a disciple of an unknown small sect. I don't think he has any money at all, he's just putting on a show. When these eye-catching bullet comments appeared in front of Yiqinshin, he immediately turned red. Outrageous! Outrageous! How dare you say that I, the young master, am inferior to this nameless rogue cultivator named Hanli? Very well, then let me show you my strength. After saying that, he continued to deposit spirit stones into Douyin, depositing 300,000 at once, and then started sending out a lot of gifts. Whatever was expensive, the screen was instantly filled with gift effects. Under his influence, some cultivators who hadn't originally planned to send gifts started doing so as well. At the same time, Lin Yi, who was sitting in the corner of Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room, also gave Bai Qing Xian and the others a thumbs up. Good job, keep it up. You guys keep stirring things up in the live stream, and try to provoke this young master of the Star Pavilion even more. I feel like he has more money than that. Upon hearing his words, Bai Qingxian immediately nodded and then began writing on the screen with his finger. Is the young sect leader any good? Why is the pace of sending gifts getting slower and slower? Look at fellow Taoist Han Li, he doesn't stop at all. Is this all the foundation a first-class sect has? After sending the comment, she turned to look at Lin Yi with an expression that seemed to be asking for praise. Very good, if you post a few more, this young master of the Star Pavilion will probably want to come and chop you up. Hee, it's alright. I changed his name to Young Master of the Heavenly Tao Sect. Let him go and cause trouble for the Heavenly Tao Sect later, Bai Qingxian said with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and even more ideas began to sprout in his mind. People in this world don't have much awareness of fraud prevention. If Douyin, TikTok, is used properly, it can also become a very powerful weapon. By the way, check how many gifts we've received in the back office. After he finished speaking, he checked Lu Ruyan's live stream back end, and he was immediately shocked by the numbers in front of him. Chapter 26 5 million spirit stones 5.6 million spirit stones. Lin Yi was stunned when he saw this number appear before his eyes. It's only been a little over an hour since the broadcast started, and in that hour, over 5 million spirit stones have been gifted. Based on my previous life's purchasing power, that's 56 million. Even some of the top streamers in my previous life didn't have such an exaggerated record. Even after deducting the part that Lin Yi spent himself, it's still more than 4 million. It's terrifying. These lecherous people are terrifying. They actually spent millions of spirit stones on a female streamer whose face they can't even see. Especially this young master of the Star Pavilion, he spent 2.5 million spirit stones all by himself. It seems he is a real fat fish. We can't let such a high-quality nemesis slip away. I'll have Ruyan send him some selfies later. At this moment, Lin Yi was beaming with joy, although, as promised, he rewarded all the proceeds from the tips to Lu Ruyan personally. As a disciple of the demonic sect, her share of the spirit stones would ultimately flow into the demonic sect's accounts. So, no matter what, the demonic sect made a huge profit from this. Keep going, let me see where the limits of these LSPs are. After saying that, his gaze turned to Lu Ruyan, who was interacting with the audience in the live stream. At this moment, the number of online viewers in the live stream had exceeded 100,000, and a large number of cultivators were still pouring into the live stream. Although these people weren't as wealthy as the young master of the Star Pavilion, they could still easily give away tens or hundreds of spirit stones as rewards. To win a smile from a peerless beauty like Fairy Ruyan with a mere few dozen spirit stones, and to become famous throughout the entire Tianyuan continent, is truly a great deal. So it didn't take long for the entire live stream screen to be filled with all sorts of gift features, and the total amount of gifts in the background kept breaking the upper limit. This result not only greatly surprised Lin Yi, but also left many cultivators from the Tianyuan continent who were watching the live broadcast feeling deeply moved. Inside the inner courtyard of the Lingjian sect on Lingjian Mountain in the eastern region, more than 30 Lingjian sect disciples dressed in blue robes and carrying long swords were tightly surrounding a young man. Their eyes were fixed on the screen of the phone in the young man's hand, and they occasionally let out various exclamations. Fairy Ruyan is truly a peerless beauty, even her raised eyebrow is so beautiful. If I could become Taoist partners with Fairy Ruyan, I would be willing to ascend to immortality even if you asked me to. You're dreaming, aren't you? Look, that young master of the Star Pavilion is giving Fairy Ruyan a Douyin post again. How many times is this now? I estimate there must be at least several thousand. Senior brother, what did you just say was how many spirit stones a Douyin account number 1 costs? Upon hearing this question, Su Ping'an, a 7th-generation disciple of the Lingjian sect, who was holding a mobile phone, immediately opened the gift interface in front of his fellow disciples. See that? A single Douyin account costs 1,000 spirit stones. This young master of the Star Pavilion spent at least 4,000 on Douyin in one night, which is 4 million spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Spirit Sword sect behind him immediately erupted in an uproar. 4 million spirit stones. My god, my monthly allowance is 500 spirit stones, and if I do some sect missions, I can earn about 1,000 spirit stones a month. It would take me 300 years to save that much. This is terrifying. As expected of the young master of a first-class sect, his strength is indeed extraordinary. Then all 4 million spirit stones that the young master tipped went into Fairy Ruyan's hands. Fairy Ruyan can earn 4 million spirit stones from this livestream. Not just that. Su Pingon shook his head. This is just what the young master of the Star Pavilion spent. Hanli from Huangfeng Valley also spent at least 1 million spirit stones, and Chufeng from Feisha Island spent hundreds of thousands. Adding the contributions from other cultivators, Fairy Ruyan must have earned at least 10 million spirit stones from this livestream. By the way, do any of you have spirit stones? Can you help me gather some? I'll also send a small gift to Fairy Ruyan so I can join her fan group. I heard there are perks for joining the group. As he spoke, Su Pingan winked at his fellow disciples behind him. His fellow disciples quickly took out their scattered spirit stones and handed them to Su Pingan. However, just as Su Pingan was about to give all the spirit stones to Lu Ruyan, a cold snort suddenly came from behind him. Senior brother, what's so interesting about this vixen? A whole bunch of you are gathering here at night to look at your phones instead of cultivating. Be careful, or I'll tell my dad about this. Upon hearing this, Su Pingan quickly turned around and saw a beautiful young woman in a green dress standing not far behind him with an angry expression. This girl is Su Yao, Su Pingan's junior sister, and also the legitimate daughter of Su Wen, the leader of the Ling Jin sect. Hee, junior sister, you misunderstood. We were just watching the fun in our spare time. Watching the show? Didn't you just say you were going to send gifts to that vixen? Is this vixen really that charming? She's just dressed a bit strangely. Su Yao said indignantly. Junior sister, Fairy Ruyan is not what you think. She is well educated, speaks gently and kindly, and is charming but not seductive. Yes, senior brother is right. Just listening to Fairy Ruyan speak is a pleasure. Even though there are so many people in the livestream, Fairy Ruyan will respond to every comment she sees. She even calls us family. I've never had any family in my life, but she calls me family. Moreover, even though the young master of the Star Pavilion gave Fairy Ruyan gifts worth millions of spirit stones, Fairy Ruyan remained neither humble nor arrogant. Hearing the Lingjian sect disciples defend Lu Ruyan, Su Yao was so angry that she couldn't speak, especially when she heard Su Pingan, her childhood sweetheart, praising her. Humph. None of you men are any good. After saying that, she turned and ran away. After returning to her room, she took out the phone she had bought with Su Pingan when they went down the mountain, opened Douyin, and found Lu Ruyan's livestream. I want to see how this vixen seduces men and bewitches my senior brothers. As she spoke, she angrily turned her gaze to Lu Ruyan in the live broadcast room, scrutinizing Lu Ruyan from different angles, trying to find any imperfections in her, but she soon discovered that Lu Ruyan was not only beautiful and had a perfect figure, but also had an excellent temperament and spoke very politely, exuding charm with every smile and gesture. Moreover, she can also use her words to enlighten some of the cultivators in the live broadcast room. These words are humorous yet philosophical, making people feel happy after listening to them. The key point is that she also plays the piano very well and sings very well, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room never cooled down throughout the entire broadcast. As she watched, Su Yao's anger subsided, and she even developed a genuine sense of admiration for Lu Ruyan. Does such a perfect woman really exist in this world? But the clothes and accessories she was wearing were really beautiful. If I could dress like her, would my senior brother like me? While muttering to herself, Su Yao's gaze fell on the white stockings on Lu Ruyan's legs. At that very moment, Lu Ruyan, who was interacting with fans in the livestream, suddenly changed the subject. Just now, Ruyan saw some family members in the livestream asking about the clothes and accessories that Ruyan usually wears. Later, after Ruyan finishes her livestream, she will put some clothes and accessories that she made herself into the shopping cart. If you want them, you can place an order in the shopping cart. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes immediately lit up. Great! I can wear the same clothes and jewelry as her too. Chapter 27 Total rewards of 10 million, Women's Clothing Shop. At 11 p.m., after 4 hours of continuous live streaming, Lu Ruyan finally ended her live stream. The moment she ended the broadcast, Ling Yi immediately led the cultivators of the Charming Maiden sect to applaud her. In an instant, enthusiastic applause rang out in the live broadcast room specially set up for Lu Ruyan. And Lu Ruyan showed a flattered expression after hearing the applause. The applause finally ended after a full minute. You've worked hard, Ruyan. Your livestream was a great success. According to the data from my backend, more than 400,000 cultivators watched your live stream tonight, with a peak of 150,000 viewers online. The total value of the gifts is 12 million spirit stones. Whoosh! When Lin Yi announced the figure of 12 million, both Lu Ruyan herself and the hundreds of disciples of the Charming Maiden Sect present were all utterly shocked. As disciples of the Charming Maiden Sect, their monthly allowance was only around 600 spirit stones. A figure like 12 million was something they would never have dared to dream of in the past. Lin Yi's next sentence caused a dramatic change in the expressions of everyone present. In recognition of this honor, I have decided to hand over all 12 million spirit stones to Ruyan personally. From this day forward, Ruyan will officially become a reserve saintess of the Charming Maiden Sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was stunned. Although Lin Yi had previously stated that she would keep all the gifts she received during the livestream, she hadn't expected to receive so many gifts. That's not 1200 spirit stones, that's 12 million spirit stones. That's roughly the entire demonic sect's monthly income. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is the identity of the Holy Maiden of the Charming Maiden Sect. The cult of the Maidens has always been a single lineage, with the Holy Maiden following the Empress. Once the Empress abdicates, her successor will inevitably be chosen from among the Holy Maidens. This meant that Lu Ruyan had suddenly transformed from an ordinary disciple into the successor of the Charming Maiden Sect, a change in status that caused her brain to shut down. It took her quite a while to finally come to her senses. I in front of everyone present, Lu Ruyan knelt on the ground. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Sect Master. Ruyan dares not take credit. The success of this live broadcast is entirely due to the guidance of the Sect Master. Therefore, Ruyan requested that the 12 million spirit stones be handed over to the sect. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, a hint of admiration appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. It seems that she not only has good looks and high IQ, but also extremely high EQ. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi immediately put on a serious expression. These are bestowed upon you by me. I have no right to take back what I have said. These spirit stones belong to you personally. Not only Ruyan, but also all the gifts that you other people receive during your live streams will be at your own disposal. When Lin Yi waved his hand and said these words, the disciples of the Charming Maiden Sect present were overjoyed. It would be a lie to say they weren't envious when they saw Lu Ruyan receiving gifts during her livestream, since spirit stones are everything in the cultivation world, and now that they can receive gifts through live streaming like Lu Ruyan and keep all the gift revenue for themselves, how can they not be excited? However, I must make it clear beforehand that no matter how many gifts your fans give you or how much they express their feelings, you must not meet with them in private, and you must not develop any real feelings for them. This is a major taboo for live streamers. Only by adhering to this bottom line can you go further. In addition, I have a few rules for you to remember. Don't take the initiative, don't refuse, don't make promises, and don't take responsibility. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the women present nodded repeatedly, while also pondering the meaning of the following few lines of incantation. After repeating it several times, Lu Ruyan, who possessed a naturally borderline sacred body, immediately showed an expression of sudden realization. After giving some pointers to the female cultivators of the Charming Maiden Sect present, Lin Yi turned his gaze to Bai Qingxian, who was standing to the side. At this moment, Bai Qingxian was holding a charcoal pencil in one hand and a notebook in the other, writing and drawing on it. Her mature and intellectual appearance, combined with her serious attitude, gave her a special charm. After a moment of distraction, Lin Yi walked up to her. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that Bai Qingxian had drawn a set of women's clothing design sketches in his notebook. These sketches blended classical and modern features, boldly showcasing the female figure while also conveying a touch of elegance. Junior sister, you really are born to be a fashion designer. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Bai Qingxian, who had been deep in thought, immediately beamed with joy. Of course, Sect Master, do you think this outfit I designed looks good? It looks really good, but I think it would be nice to add some lace trim around the neckline. Lace trim? What is lace trim? That's it. As he spoke, Lin Yi took Bai Qingxian's soft little hand and began sketching on the paper with a charcoal pencil. Bai Qingxian, who had cultivated for thousands of years, was instantly captivated. She didn't realize it until Lin Yi finished drawing. Okay, that's how it is. This design can be used in many women's clothing items. You can try it more often in the future. After saying that, Linyi changed the subject and started talking about something else. I just checked, and the audience in the livestream is not only male cultivators, but also a large number of female cultivators. So I think you should pay more attention to the issue of cross-dressing. The spending power of female cultivators may be even higher than that of male cultivators. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Bai Qingxian, who had come to his senses, immediately nodded repeatedly. Yes, Sect Master, I will take it to heart. You must remember that for every spirit stone we earn from righteous cultivators, we will have one less talisman to use against us during the great war between good and evil. Alright, it's getting late, so I'll head back now. You can review Ruyan's live stream today later and learn from the experience. After saying those words, Lin Yi vanished from the charming maiden sect in a flash, even under Bai Qingxuan's sullen gaze. As soon as he left, Bai Qingxian immediately resumed her cold and serious expression. Did you hear what the sect leader just said? You must learn to summarize and generalize about everything. When you get back, watch Ruyan's live stream again and again. Also, Luoli, Yanxi, you and the others should take your people and hurry up and finish making women's clothing. Yes, Your Majesty. Others should think about what kind of persona they want to create for themselves and how they want to set up their live stream rooms. Let's all take action. At Bai Qingxuan's command, the already dark charming maiden sect immediately became busy. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had just returned to his room, was also busy. Lu Ruyan's livestream was undoubtedly a success, so he wanted to use her success to encourage more people to join the ranks of live streamers and let more cultivators know that it's not only through dedicated cultivation that one can defy fate. Doing Douyin, TikTok, and live streaming can also achieve this. After thinking for a long time, he finally took out a new phone and registered a new account called Douyin Baixiaoxing. Chapter 28. The stimulated monks. Lin Yi had already figured out the content for this Douyin all-knowing account: create an official news account that would compile all the news and trending events happening on Douyin and gradually brainwash these users in the cultivation world. He had already decided on the first video he wanted to release. A few minutes later, he sat in front of the camera, holding a folding fan and wearing a mask. Good evening, fellow Taoists. Today marks the debut of Lu Ruyan, the top female internet celebrity on Douyin. All the data is in, and I'd like to give you a brief introduction. In front of the camera, he analyzed the various data from Lu Ruyan's live stream that night, focusing on how many spirit stones Lu Ruyan had earned. After filming the video, he did some simple editing and posted it, while also using his back-end privileges to boost the video's popularity. Unsurprisingly, the video quickly gained popularity after it was released, with likes and comments exceeding 5,000 in less than half an hour. In the various immortal mountains, caves, and sects of the four major domains of the Tianyuan continent, cultivators holding mobile phones all showed expressions of shock when they saw this video. No way! He earned over 10 million spirit stones in just one live stream. My god, is this real or fake? Live streaming is so profitable? I've painstakingly cultivated spiritual herbs for 100 years and only earned a little over 1 million spirit stones. The difference is just too great. This must be fake, right? Would someone really give so many spirit stones to a complete stranger? Really, I was in the live stream room at the time and watched the whole thing. 10 million spirit stones is really not an exaggeration at all. I was there too. The gifts in the live stream were practically non-stop. That young master of the Star Pavilion spent millions of spirit stones. There's no way around it. Fairy Ruyan's charm is just too great. According to this all-knowing scholar, all of these 10 million spirit stones belong to Fairy Ruyan personally. Her income in one night is almost equivalent to the annual income of some large sections. How exactly can I make money through Douyin? Is there any fellow Taoist who can guide me? I also want to do live streaming. How exactly do I get live streaming privileges? I heard a couple of days ago that Huolong Jinren's shop window can sell millions a day. It seems that Douyin really can defy fate. Let's follow each other. 1,000 followers will open a product showcase, and 10,000 followers will allow us to do live streaming. Sincere follow each other. If you don't reply, I'm a bastard. As Linya's video went viral, more and more cultivators who had just registered on Douyin realized that Douyin's potential was far greater than they had imagined. Many bloggers who already have thousands of followers have started adding products to their product showcases and have already reaped the benefits. Some bloggers with over 10,000 followers couldn't wait to start their live streaming careers. However, due to the overall size of the platform, bloggers with thousands or tens of thousands of followers are still a minority, but Linyi believes that it won't be long before the trend of short videos and live streaming sweeps across the entire Tianyuan continent. Sleep. After glancing at the comments and video data in the comments section, Linyi collapsed onto his bed.as for cultivation. He's not in a hurry at all. He can just spend a lot of money on it when he has more spirit stones. As long as he has enough spirit stones, he can eat pills that enhance his cultivation like candy. Meanwhile, far away in the central region, within the Stargate, a series of ghostly wails and howls suddenly resounded. "Father, please don't hit me. Father, I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. You only have one son, me. If you kill me, the Star Pavilion will have no successor. I'm going to beat you to death today. Do you know what you're going to do with those 5 million spirit stones? I originally planned to use them as tribute to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Without the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion's channels, how can our Starry Sky Pavilion sell its star sand? If the star sand can't be sold, where will the subsidies for the 5,000 disciples of the Star Pavilion come from?" As he spoke, Yi Tianlong once again swung the leather whip in his hand and lashed it across Yi Qianxin's back. With his magical powers imprisoned, Yi Qianxin was now just a mortal. One lash of the whip immediately tore his skin open, and he screamed in agony. However, he also knew that he deserved it. In order to win a smile from Lu Ruyan in her live broadcast room, he not only spent all his hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, but also took 5 million spirit stones from the Star Pavilion's public account in a fit of pique. After getting excited, he immediately spent all 5 million spirit stones on Lu Ruyan. He thought his father, Yi Tianlong, wouldn't bother with him over 5 million spirit stones. After all, Star Pavilion was a first-class sect, owning an entire star sand mine, with a monthly turnover of at least 10 million spirit stones. But he forgot one thing: all the sales channels for Stardust Sand were controlled by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Without the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's help, they couldn't sell a single grain of sand. Now that we've realized it, it's too late. Snap, another lash came down, and Yi Qianxin let out another scream. Just when he thought Yi Tianlong would continue to beat him, Yi Tianlong suddenly threw down the whip and sat down on the ground with a dejected look on his face. "Alas! It is all because I, your father, failed to discipline you properly that such a terrible mistake has been made." Hearing Yi Tianlong's words, Yi Qianxin felt a mix of emotions. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell on the phone next to him, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. "Father, I think I may have thought of a way to sell Stardust without going through the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlong, who had been looking dejected, immediately raised his head and looked at him with a mixture of belief and doubt. You usually never leave your house. Where did you get this information? Moreover, star sand is not an ordinary refining material, and ordinary cultivators cannot use it." Seeing that her father didn't believe her, Yi Qianxin, while rubbing her sore bottom, picked up her phone from the ground and walked to Yi Tianlong's side. "Father, the channel I'm referring to is selling our star sand through Douyin. TikTok? The one where that vixen tricked you into sending her gifts? Father, Ruyan is not a witch. I gave her gifts voluntarily." Yi Qianxin protested loudly. "Furthermore, Douyin is not as simple as you think, Father. Ruyan received 10 million spirit stones in gifts during one night's live stream, and the items she put up in her shop basically sold out as soon as they were listed. Just now, she sold at least hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in that short period of time. Not to mention Ruyan, even Huolong Junren and several other bloggers are selling various magical artifacts and pills through their own online stores, and the sales are very good." As he spoke, he casually opened the profile of a blogger with 1,000 followers right in front of Yi Tianlong. This blogger with 1,000 followers only has one item in her shop, the second-tier spiritual herb, blue spirit grass, which can slightly increase cultivation speed whether used in alchemy or ingested. The price in the shop window is 50 spirit stones per plant. "Father, look here. He has already sold 10,000 blue spirit grass plants, which means he has earned at least 500,000 spirit stones by selling blue spirit grass. If he can do it, why can't our Star Pavilion? Upon hearing Yi Qianxin's words, Yi Tianlong's expression instantly changed. Moreover, everyone knows that I spent 5 million spirit stones in Ruyan's livestream today, and I have gained a certain reputation in Tianyuan continent. If I start a live stream now, it will definitely attract a lot of viewers. I've already decided what I'll be doing for the live stream. Chapter 29 Yi Qianxin's plan. Lucky Beg. In front of his father, Yi Qianxin revealed his plan of father. I have donated millions of dollars in Ruyan's live stream this time. Anyone who watched the live stream knows my name. In just a short while, I've already gained several thousand followers. If I strike while the iron is hot and release a video, it will be easy to gain tens of thousands of followers. Then I can not only open a shop window and hang our star sand in the shop window, but also advertise our star sand through live streaming. As soon as Yi Qianxin finished speaking, Yi Tianlong asked in confusion, "What is advertising?" Advertising is about spreading the word and promoting our star sand widely. There will always be cultivators in the vast Tianyuan continent who need star sand. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion sells 1 or 2 taels of star sand for 10 spirit stones. We don't have their costs, so we can sell it for 5 spirit stones. Even a fool would know where to buy it. But before that, I dare to ask you, Father, for another 100,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlong immediately glared fiercely at Yi Qianxin. You don't mean you're planning to send gifts to that vixen again? No, I have a great use for these 100,000 spirit stones. I plan to buy a mobile phone for each of our Star Pavilion disciples so that they can all follow me and become my fans. When I start my live stream, they can come to my live stream room to support me. Besides buying a mobile phone, I have other wonderful uses for the remaining spirit stones. Please believe me, Father. Seeing Yi Qianxin's determined gaze, Yi Tianlong finally let out a long sigh and then took out a storage bag. Here are 200,000 spirit stones. Use them sparingly. If we hadn't survived this crisis, I'm afraid my Star Pavilion wouldn't have lasted much longer. After saying this, Yi Tianlong turned and left. After he left, Yi Qianxin immediately opened her Douyin account, placed the 200,000 spirit stones in front of her, and filmed a video. Fellow Taoists, the young pavilion master will be giving away spirit stone lucky bags during the live stream at 12 noon tomorrow. Each lucky bag contains 100 spirit stones. As long as you enter the live stream, you will have a chance to grab a lucky bag. Don't miss this great opportunity. In addition to the lucky bags, there are many more surprises waiting for you in the live stream. Yesterday, someone in Fairy Ruyan's live stream said I have no skills. Today, I'll show you my skills. He released the recording immediately after it was completed, and also gave himself 50,000 spirit stones on Douyin, TikTok, and the 50,000 spirit stones from Douyin, TikTok, did indeed have an effect. Soon the number of views and likes on his video skyrocketed. In less than an hour, it had already received over 3,000 likes, and by dawn, the number of likes had surpassed 50,000. The comments in the comments section were also quite varied. So this chubby kid is who I was wondering. Turns out he's the famous young master of the Star Pavilion. Who is the young master of Star Pavilion? I just started using Douyin. Even the young master of the Star Pavilion doesn't know that he was the one who gifted 5 million spirit stones in Fairy Ruyan's live stream yesterday. So this is what the young master looks like. He is indeed exuding wealth and nobility. I've never seen so many spirit stones in my life. I really can learn a lot from Douyin. A lucky bag worth 100 spirit stones? Is this something anyone can just snatch? The young master is indeed the young master. He doesn't treat us like outsiders. I'll keep an eye on it first, and then I'll see the young master's heroic figure when it airs. Young master is so generous. I wonder if you need any lackeys. I am willing to serve you faithfully. Seeing the rising data and the comments in the comments section, Yi Qianxin immediately felt much better. This time, I'm determined to impress my father. After saying that, he flew away from the Star Pavilion on his sword and headed towards the nearest city, Wildwood City. When he left Huangmu City, he found 5,000 mobile phones in his storage bag. He had already decided to distribute these 5,000 mobile phones to the disciples of Xingqian Pavilion so that they could promote him during his live broadcasts, while Yi Qianxin was busy with his first broadcast. At the Tianji Pavilion headquarters in the central region, several nascent soul-level cultivators were sitting on chairs on both sides of the hall. At the head of the hall, a nascent soul cultivator with white hair and beard was sitting with his eyes closed, resting. This nascent soul cultivator was none other than Mu Lide, the third elder of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, while the nascent soul cultivators sitting on either side were the managers of various branches of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Tell me about the situation at each branch these days. As soon as Mu Lide spoke, the shopkeepers sitting below immediately stood up one by one. Third elder, for Symbol City has earned a total of 5.68 million spirit stones recently. After deducting all costs, the net income is 3.2 million. Third elder, Kueishui City has earned a total of 6.43 million spirit stones recently. After deducting all costs, the net income is 4.1 million. After all the nascent soul stage managers had finished reporting their situations, a manager with a mustache stammered as he spoke. Third elder, Huangmu City has earned a total of 2.8 million spirit stones recently, with a net income of 1.3 million after deducting all costs. Upon hearing this, Mu Lide, who had been keeping his eyes tightly closed, immediately opened them, and 3 vertical lines appeared between his brows. Why is Araki City's revenue so low, less than 3 million? Manager Dai, tell me the reason why. If you can't explain it clearly, you might as well go back to headquarters and be a leisurely elder. Upon hearing Mu Lide's words, Manager Dai, who had a mustache, immediately panicked. Third elder, please forgive me. This is not my fault. Several shops in Huangmu City have become distributors of Sihai Pavilion and obtained the right to sell mobile phones. In the past few days, all the people in Huangmu City have been diverted to those shops, and the number of customers of our Tianji Pavilion has decreased by more than half. In addition, our most profitable star sand is also in severe shortage. Sihai Pavilion? It's them again. Mu Lide's expression immediately changed, and he turned his gaze to the side after speaking. How's your research on that magical artifact called a cell phone going? Can we make it? He had barely finished speaking when a young cultivator standing beside him quickly replied, reporting to the third elder, the phone has been shown to several master weapon refiners within the sect, but they were unable to figure out the working principle of the phone, let alone how to make it. Has Master Song also seen it? Mu Lide asked, unwilling to give up. I've seen it, and even Master Song is at a loss. Mu Lide's face immediately fell. He already knew about the existence of the phone, and even the Four Seas Pavilion had previously sent people to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion to discuss cooperation with them. However, Mu Lide considered Tianji Pavilion to be a first-class sect and had no interest in discussing cooperation with Sihai Pavilion, let alone sharing profits with others. He immediately arranged for the sect's internal weapon refining masters to analyze and study the phone, attempting to develop and produce it. Himself. He didn't expect to be proven wrong so quickly. Not only did they fail to replicate the phone, but their store also suffered a sharp drop in customer traffic because they refused to become a distributor for Sihai. It's just a strange and lewd thing. Once the hype surrounding the cell phone dies down, those customers will still come back to our Tianji Pavilion. By the way, hasn't Stardust Sand always been supplied to us by Star Pavilion? Don't they want to cooperate with us anymore? Mu Lide turned his gaze to Manager Dai again. Upon hearing this, Manager Dai looked troubled. Third elder, have you forgotten? You said you wanted to teach Star Pavilion a lesson, tell us not to accept their goods, and then make them lower their prices on their own. I see. Then let's keep them hanging. Without our Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, let's see how their Starry Sky Pavilion will sell starry sand. If we drag this out for a few months, they'll naturally behave themselves. Mu Lide didn't seem to care at all. However, at that moment, a crisp sound suddenly came from the arms of one of the shopkeepers. In front of everyone present, the shopkeeper took out a mobile phone from his pocket. After glancing at the screen, he said with a strange expression, Third elder, I think this time the Star Pavilion is very likely to bypass us and sell star sand. Chapter 30. Don't sell the young master, or we'll go bankrupt. Time passed slowly, and it was almost noon. The Star Pavilion was bustling with activity. Hundreds of Star Pavilion disciples had been gathered together by their young master, Yi Qianxin, and each had a mobile phone in hand. Did you all understand what I just said? When I start the live stream, you should all rush into the live stream room as soon as possible and start sending me comments and likes. Get the atmosphere going in my live stream. Upon hearing Yichinshin's words, the Star Pavilion disciples present immediately nodded in agreement. Little Tiger, do you still remember the few words I taught you just now? At this moment, Yichinshin suddenly walked up to a chi refining cultivator. Upon hearing his words, the clever-looking chi refining cultivator nodded repeatedly. I remember. Then repeat it. My goodness, the star sand in Star Pavilion is so cheap. I spent a full 10 spirit stones on one tail of star sand at Heavenly Mystery Pavilion before, but here it's only 5 spirit stones. Yichinshin nodded, not bad. He turned around and walked to another cultivator. Little Ma, have you memorized your lines? I've got it. You repeat it too. The quality of the star sand from Star Pavilion is truly amazing. I just bought an ounce to draw talismans, and the third-tier talismans that I couldn't make before were completed in no time, and they're even the highest quality. I've really hit the jackpot. Very good. It seems everyone is very enthusiastic. If this live stream goes smoothly, I, the young master, will reward each of you with 100 spirit stones after the live stream ends. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Star Pavilion present were immediately invigorated, while the Star Pavilion master, Yi Tianlong, looked worried. Chen Xin, are you sure you can sell all the star sand in our sect's inventory? Of course. I already have more than 20,000 followers. When I go live, there will definitely be a lot of cultivators watching. I won't sell them all, but I can sell at least half of them. Just you wait and see, father. After saying that, Yichinshin took out her phone to check the time. Time is almost up, everyone get ready. After giving instructions to everyone present, Yichinshin hurriedly went to the live broadcast room she had prepared in advance. His live stream had a very distinctive style, filled with spirit stones and all sorts of rare treasures, emphasizing an air of wealth and extravagance, along with bags of star sand. After finding his spot, he casually took out the phone holder and fill light he had bought from Master Huolong, and after fixing the camera position, it was already 12 o'clock. Phew! He took a deep breath and started the live stream. Just as he expected, a large number of viewers flooded in the moment he started broadcasting, and within just a few minutes, the number of online viewers successfully exceeded 10,000. Seeing this, Yichinshin immediately distributed lucky bags without saying a word, each bag containing 100 spirit stones, and threw out 10 at once. The already lively atmosphere in the live stream room instantly became even more frenzied. Thank you, young master, I got it. 100 spirit stones is almost my monthly allowance. Young master is so generous. I thought he would say something when he came up, but he just started throwing money around. Everyone else is a talent streamer, but young master is a financial streamer. I always said that the young master is the most powerful person in the Tianyuan continent. If I had the chance, I would really like to join the Star Pavilion. Young master, I didn't manage to snag any more. Give me a few more. Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, Yichinshin scattered the spirit stones in his hand and then sent out 10 more lucky bags. 10 comments are posted every 5 minutes, which is a very good pace. So even though he didn't say a word, the number of viewers in the livestream kept increasing rapidly. Although there are many wealthy cultivators in Tianyuan continent, there are even more poor independent cultivators, so 100 spirit stones is still quite tempting. After giving away more than 200 lucky bags, the number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 100,000. Seeing this, Yichinshin finally spoke. Fellow Taoists, I am here today not for any other reason than to make friends with you all. Those lucky bags were just appetizers, the main event is yet to come. As he spoke, he picked up a bag of star sand from the table beside him, gently scooped it out with his palm, and a handful of colorful, dazzling sand, as bright as stars, appeared in his hand. As you all know, our Star Pavilion is rich in star sand, which is an extremely precious refining material. It can be used for refining weapons, drawing talismans, and even setting up formations. But ordinary cultivators can't afford it because star sand is too expensive. In some large shops, one tael costs at least 10 spirit stones. Fellow cultivators should know this well. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream chat began to echo his sentiments. Yes, last time I went to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion to buy some star sand, but they charged 12 spirit stones for one tail. I need at least 10 gene to refine a low-grade magic weapon. Who can afford that? Star sand is indeed useful, and the star sand in the young master's hand is clearly of superior quality, even better than the star sand sold by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Using star sand to forge weapons will increase the success rate by at least 30%. If only we could buy stardust of this quality from the young master. Don't even think about it. One or two of this quality in the young master's possession would be worth at least 20 spirit stones. Before long, the screen was flooded with comments. Seeing these comments, Yi Qianxin couldn't help but smile slightly, because most of these comments were posted by the Star Pavilion disciples he had arranged. The next second he spoke again. Since fellow Taoists are also eager for the star sand in my possession, I will distribute a few more star sand lucky bags. As soon as he finished speaking, he sent out 100 lucky bags containing one tail of stardust. He once again stirred up the atmosphere in the live stream room. What? Not enough? Then send another 100. As he spoke, he distributed 100 star sand lucky bags for the second time. At this point, the number of viewers in the livestream had risen to 200,000. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yi Qianxin finally got to the point. It seems that everyone really loves stardust sand. In that case, I, the young master, will treat this as a home visit today. I will put 100,000 caddies of stardust sand in my shop window and sell it for 5 spirit stones per piece or 2. Consider it a gift to all of you fellow cultivators. Hurry up and grab them, they'll be gone once they're sold out. If my father finds out I'm selling the incredibly precious stardust for such a low price, he'll definitely kill me. After saying that, he immediately put 100,000 caddies of star sand on the shelves. He had just finished listing the item when a servant rushed over, looking very nervous. Young master, are you crazy? A tail of star sand only sells for 5 spirit stones. We can't even cover the cost. Take it down immediately. Take it down immediately. The pavilion master will be back soon, and he'll kill you when he gets back. However, Yi Qianxin had an extremely determined expression. This star pavilion will be mine sooner or later. What is a mere 100,000 caddies of star sand? That old bastard hit me yesterday, so I'm going to get revenge on him by selling all his stardust for a pittance. After saying that, he lifted his clothes to reveal the scars on his body. Everyone, hurry up and buy. If it's not enough, I'll steal another 100,000 gene from the warehouse. If that old bastard Yi Tianlong has any guts, he should kill me. Under Yi Qianxin's repeated performances, the stardust in his shop window was selling out at an alarming rate. Yi Tianlong, who witnessed the whole thing, was completely dumbfounded, but he wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. Chapter 31 The Innate Sales-Driven Holy Body, 40 million in sales. In order to find video creators with special potential like Huolong Jinren, Lin Yi had been keeping an eye on the back-end data of Douyin. In the morning, he noticed that Yi Qianxin's video data was rising rapidly. He also noticed Yi Qianxin's live stream announcement and entered Yi Qianxin's live stream room as soon as possible. At noon, he was already quite surprised when he saw Yi Qianxin using lucky bags to increase his viewership and the time people spent watching his live stream. Because Douyin's live streaming promotion method is based on retention, the higher the retention rate in a live stream, the more promotion traffic it can receive. Yi Qianxin's lucky bag strategy effectively leveraged the power of online traffic. Is this the same person who was such a troublemaker yesterday? I never expected him to start a live stream and accidentally trigger the traffic mechanism. Could it be that his extravagant spending in Lu Ruyan's live stream yesterday was premeditated? The idea was rejected by Lin Yi as soon as it came to mind. Such behavior was too advanced and could not possibly be conceived by the natives of Tianyuan continent. It seems this was just a coincidence. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. After distributing the lucky bags, Yi Qianxin actually started introducing his own products, and there were even obvious straight men in the livestream during the introduction. Through this back and forth, he not only showcased all the advantages of his own products, but also misled the viewers in the live stream into believing that he was genuinely selling at a loss, and that he was doing it intentionally to get revenge on his elderly father. Combined with the previously established persona of a spendthrift, the cultivators in the livestream completely dispelled their doubts with the idea that buying it is making a profit. The first batch of 100,000 caddies of Xinchentia was sold out in less than 10 minutes. When Linyi clicked on the shared bike and saw the sold out sign, her mouth involuntarily opened wide into an O shape. Holy crap! No, this kid might be a time traveler. How did he come up with such a crazy idea? Hiring online trolls, casting actors, and using scarcity marketing, this is just too outrageous. Thinking of this, he looked at the live broadcast room again, where the servant who had previously stopped Yichinshin was now crying his eyes out. It's over, it's all over. Our star pavilion has suffered a huge loss this time. Yichinshin, on the other hand, was laughing heartily. So what if we lose? My star pavilion is a large and powerful organization. Why would we be afraid of losing such a small amount? What? All 100,000 gene of star sand has been snapped up? There are still people who haven't gotten any? No, I must make sure everyone gets the cheapest star sand today. Everyone wait for me, I'm going to the Sect warehouse to get all of our star pavilion's inventory. After saying that, he left the live broadcast camera as quickly as possible, leaving behind a group of servants with mournful faces. Meanwhile, the cultivators in the livestream were all extremely excited. Ha ha ha, I got it. I got 10 caddies of star sand for only 500 spirit stones. Cheap, incredibly cheap. I managed to snag 100 gene, 50 caddies. If I were to buy this in Tianji Pavilion or other shops, it would cost at least 10,000 spirit stones, and I still wouldn't be able to find such high quality. Young Master is indeed generous. With this kind of selling method, Star Pavilion will lose a lot of money. I wonder how angry Master Yi of the Star Pavilion will be when he finds out about this. I can't worry about that now. Buying it today is a win. Even if I don't use it myself, I can still make a lot of spirit stones by selling it outside. Although this young master is a spendthrift, I like him, and I'm willing to be friends with someone like him. Damn it! Star sand cost 5 spirit stones per tael. What did I miss? Young master, a little more, a little more. I haven't managed to get any yet. Clearly, even at this point, the cultivators in the livestream still thought they had gotten a great deal. The number of viewers in the livestream also surged again at this time, jumping from over 200,000 to over 300,000. A few minutes later, Yichinshin rushed back to the live stream room with several storage bags in a panic. Fellow Taoists, I have brought over all the star sand from the Star Pavilion's storeroom. Same as before, 5 spirit stones per tael. Everyone hurry up and grab it, whoever grabs it first gets it. That old bastard Yi Tianlong has already discovered me. I've used an array to protect the live stream, but it will only last for 5 minutes. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of magic explosions echoed through the live stream, along with a male voice filled with boundless rage. Looking back at the outside of the live stream, Yichinshin said urgently, "Fellow Taoists, I am now launching the product." At the same time, another 500,000 gene of Xinchentia, which had just been sold out, were sold again. As before, this batch of Stardust sand was immediately snapped up by cultivators in the livestream as soon as it was released. In less than 5 minutes, all the star sand was sold out again. Just then, the magic circle outside the live stream room was finally destroyed. The next second, in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room, a burly, arrogant middle-aged man barged in with a fierce look on his face. "Yichinshin, our star pavilion has been completely destroyed by you. Today, I will cleanse our ranks." No sooner had he finished speaking than a terrifying attack struck Yichinshin directly. Boom, the livestream abruptly ended. Faced with this outcome, the cultivators in the livestream were in an uproar, and some even felt a little guilty. No way, did Pavilion Master Yi really kill the young Pavilion Master? Otherwise, nearly 1 million caddies of top-grade star sand were all sold by the young master at such a cheap price. How many spirit stones will Star Pavilion lose this time? If I had a son like that, I wouldn't want to keep him. After this, the Star Pavilion is likely to decline. Poor young master, he even lost his life to bring us benefits. It's such a pity, no one will give us lucky bags anymore. Hee, I snagged 5 spirit stone lucky bags, 2 star sand lucky bags, and 1,000 caddies of star sand in one livestream. Awesome, so awesome. Lin Yi, who was staring at his phone screen at the same time, was speechless. Wow, this chubby kid actually awakened his innate sales-driving physique on his own. How did he come up with all this stuff? He's truly blessed with natural talent. With that kind of acting ability, he could probably make a name for himself even on Earth. The ending was a stroke of genius. The key question is, how did he convince his father to act with him? After finishing his reflections, he glanced at Yi Qinshin's live stream data. Upon seeing it, he was immediately startled. The entire live stream sold a total of 800,000 caddies of star sand. At a unit price of 5 spirit stones per tael, the sales revenue of the livestream reached a staggering 40 million spirit stones. Chapter 32 Official Sect Account. Dad, you don't need to act anymore, I've already turned off the livestream. Inside the Star Pavilion, Yi Qinshin carefully hid to the side while reminding Yi Tianlong, who was not far in front of her. Upon hearing his words, Yi Tianlong finally realized what was happening and then dispelled the spell he had already cast. Dad, you weren't really trying to kill me just now, were you? Yi Qinshin asked, still shaken. How could that be? I was just thinking that you wanted to act more realistically, but will acting like this really work? Yi Tianlong asked, somewhat uncertainly. Yes. Of course. The effect is better than you can imagine. As he spoke, Yi Qinshin pointed to the live stream room next to him and said, I prepared 300,000 gene of star sand in advance, plus another 500,000 gene of star sand from the warehouse, for a total of 800,000 gene. It was all sold out in the live broadcast just now, not a single grain was left. I earned a total of 40 million spirit stones. After deducting Douyin's official handling fees, my net income was 38 million spirit stones. Now, with just a tap of my finger, these 38 million spirit stones will appear in front of me immediately. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlong's face immediately showed an expression of disbelief. What? You mean all our inventory has been sold? Yes. All the inventory. Yi Qinshin said proudly. See, father? I didn't lie to you, did I? If you don't believe me, I'll cash out all the spirit stones right now. However, Yi Tianlong didn't hear his words at all. He was now frozen in place. Although Xingqian Pavilion owns Xingqian Sand Mine, it suffers from not having its own sales channels. Every time it sells, Tianji Pavilion takes the opportunity to lower the price, and its profits decrease year by year. He didn't believe Yi Qinshin when he said he would sell all the star sand in the Sect's inventory through Douyin. He couldn't imagine that so much stardust would be sold to thousands of cultivators as easily as through a small mobile phone, but Yi Qinshin's livestream just now overturned his understanding. The star sand that Star Pavilion would take several years or even more than 10 years to sell was all sold out by Yi Qinshin in less than half an hour. After the initial shock subsided, he looked at Yi Qinshin with a relieved expression. My son has finally grown up. Perhaps you are right. In the near future, mobile phones will completely change the Tianyuan continent. As they spoke, the father and son exchanged a smile. Father, I have another idea. I'd like to register a dedicated account for our Star Pavilion on Douyin, TikTok, where we can post videos from inside the Star Pavilion. I saw that it seems the official platform can even verify our account. Just as Xingqian Pavilion escaped bankruptcy through Douyin and took off, the headquarters of Tianji Pavilion was eerily silent. The third elder, Mulide, held his phone, his eyes filled with rage and disbelief, as did the branch managers sitting below. How could this happen? How could this happen? Star Pavilion just skipped over us and sold all 800,000 caddies of star sand? Upon hearing Mulide's words, the shopkeepers present exchanged glances for a moment, and after much hesitation, one of them finally spoke. Third elder, although this sounds a bit outrageous, you saw the live broadcast just now. The star sand in the Star Pavilion's display window has indeed been sold out. I just managed to snag 10 gene of this. It is indeed top-grade star sand produced by Star Pavilion. Another elder showed everyone the star sand he had just bought from Yi Qinshin's live stream. Upon seeing the star sand in his hand, everyone fell silent once again. After some time, Mulide stood up from his seat and paced back and forth in the living room. Investigate. Find out exactly who created this phone and TikTok. However, before he could finish speaking, a nascent Seoul stage shopkeeper spoke up nervously. Third elder, this phone and Douyin were both launched by the Four Seas Pavilion. The Four Seas Pavilion is not one we can afford to offend. Have you forgotten what happened before? Before he could finish speaking, Mulide glared at him fiercely. Then what do you suggest we do? If we let mobile phones and TikTok continue to spread this, who will buy things from our Tianji pavilion in the future? This time the Star Pavilion skipped us, who knows who will do it next time? Clearly, the Star Pavilion sale of Star Sand via livestream has made Moonlight feel a strong sense of threat. Just as the atmosphere in the hall became extremely tense, a pale-faced, beardless shopkeeper suddenly stood up. Third Elder, I think the emergence of mobile phones and TikTok may not be a threat to us, but may be an opportunity. These days I have also made some inquiries with some former cultivators. Through them I have learned that mobile phones have now become popular in the 4 major domains of the East, West, South, North and South, as well as in our central domain. It is estimated that at least 1 million cultivators own mobile phones. These million cultivators spend at least half their time each day scrolling through Douyin, and I believe this number will continue to rise in the near future. I even suspect that in the near future, every cultivator in the entire Tianyuan continent will own a mobile phone. At that time, the entire market of the Tianyuan continent will be connected, and there will be no more regional distinctions. If we also follow the example of Xingqian Pavilion and sell goods through live streaming on Douyin, then, the shopkeeper stopped there, but those present were all shrewd old foxes, and they all understood what he meant. Does Manager Li mean we should also sell our goods on Douyin? We not only want to sell, but also to make a big splash. After all, in terms of the completeness of our goods, not to mention the central region, how many companies in the entire Tianyuan continent can compare with us? In the past, we could only sell our goods to cultivators in the central region, but now we can sell them to the entire Tianyuan continent. At that time, our daily sales will probably be more than 10 times higher than they are now. Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present immediately lit up. Great. Li Fang is right. In that case, let's give it a try. From today onwards, let's sell goods on Douyin. After saying this, Moonlight seemed to have thought of something else. But I heard that you need 1,000 followers to sell products on Douyin. Where are we going to get those followers? That's easy. We can put our Douyin account at the entrance of each branch. Customers who follow our Douyin account can enjoy a 10% discount. In this way, we can probably get 1,000 followers in less than a day. Besides, don't we have disciples and followers in our Tianji pavilion? If we equip each of them with a mobile phone, we won't be afraid of not having any fans. When the shopkeeper shared his thoughts, Moonlight was overjoyed. All right. We'll do it your way. Just as Tianji Pavilion decided to expand its business scope through a Douyin store, other sects also sensed the business opportunity. Suddenly, a large number of sect accounts appeared on Douyin, creating a vibrant and diverse landscape. Chapter 33 Data Boost. Preparing for trip, Lin Yi had anticipated that major sects and shops would flock to Douyin, and he was happy to see it happen. After all, as long as they sell things on Douyin, he can get a 10% commission no matter how many are sold. In just the past few days, he has already earned tens of millions of spirit stones from commissions alone. If he continues to expand at this rate, earning 100 million a day while lying down will be no problem at all. Sooner or later, he will become the richest man in the Tianyuan continent. That feels good. Roll it up, all of you, roll it up. Everyone get your little yellow carts activated, everyone get your live streaming sales started. Seeing the rapidly increasing data on the walkie-talkie, Lin Yi's face beamed with joy. 5 days have passed since the official launch of the mobile phone, and Douyin has already reached nearly 5 million registered users, accumulated 1 billion videos, and users spend an average of more than 12 hours online. The number of daily active users is almost the same as the number of registered users. This data is incredible, even if we consider it from the early days of TikTok in the previous world. After all, users on Earth can't possibly scroll through Douyin 24/7 like the cultivators on Tianyuan continent. Their strong physique and strong mind mean they will never become nearsighted or die suddenly. No matter how much they play, they can even skip meals once they reach the foundation establishment stage. Even the scripts of Earth can't compare to theirs. In addition to the significant improvement in various data, the quality of the works is also constantly improving. Even without any prior internet education, the cultivators of this world, with their strong comprehension abilities, have figured out quite a few ways to play with short videos and shooting techniques. The videos that appeared were no longer the close-up shots and meaningless videos from the beginning. It was the emergence of these high-quality videos that attracted those cultivators to spend a lot of time on Douyin. This included Linyi. Previously, he would at most browse the suggestive videos filmed by the disciples of the charming maiden sect, but now, in addition to browsing suggestive videos, he also watches some videos filmed by ordinary cultivators. For example, what he's looking at right now in the video, a self-taught practitioner is seen walking through a snowy landscape while holding up his phone. Fellow Taoists, I am currently located less than 100 miles from the northern border of the Tianyuan continent. This place is covered by ice and snow all year round, and the temperature is extremely low. If a cultivator below the foundation establishment stage were to venture here, they would probably be frozen to death by the cold wind. Of course, it is precisely this harsh environment that has created its unique landscape and distinctive scenery. As he spoke, the monk held up his phone and scanned his surroundings, showcasing the polar landscape in the video. I hope you'll give me a free little red heart in recognition of my hard work filming. In the next episode, I'll be heading to the ice-free lake in the very center of the polar region. I've heard that there's extremely precious millennia-old ice there. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to find a piece. The video ended abruptly there, and Linyi gave him a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. This guy is pretty savvy. I suggested he become a travel blogger last time, and he actually did. Not only can he produce videos of this quality, but he also knows how to leave hooks at the end of the videos. Let's give him another push. As he spoke, he boosted the popularity of the travel blogger's video in the background. After he finished doing this, he stood up from his throne and stretched lazily. Staying in this Ghost King sect for too long is making my body rust. Scrolling through my phone all the time is pointless. It feels like I've wasted my time here. I might as well go out for a stroll and see the scenery outside. Ghost servant. No sooner had he finished speaking than two ghost servants dressed in black robes appeared out of nowhere. Linyi was already used to this scene. Get ready, we're going out for a trip. Yes, Sect Master. Where would you like to go? A ghost servant wearing a white ghost mask asked respectfully. Which city is closest to the Ghost King sect? Reporting to the Sect Master, it is the Great Sword City, which is 100,000 kilometers away from here. Giant Sword City? Which sect owns this territory? Linyi asked, puzzled. They're from the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect? Is that the same Heavenly Sword Sect that led the raid on our Spirit Stone mine a few days ago? Yes, it's them. Alright, let's go to Giant Sword City. After saying that, Linyi used his transformation spell to change his appearance, transforming from a white-haired, black-clad demon lord into a handsome young man holding a folding fan. However, the ghost servant's next words almost made him lose his composure. Yes, Sect Master. We'll contact the brothers from the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird factions right away, and then bring along the disciples from the Profounding Sect and the Bloodblade Sect. This time, we must teach the Heavenly Sword Sect a profound lesson. Wait. This time I'm not going to fight. I'm just going to have some fun. Why bring so many people? Just the two of you will come with me. Also, don't tell anyone about my trip to Great Sword City, understand? Yes, Sect Master. You two change your clothes and come with me. Remember to keep a low profile and don't reveal my identity. A few minutes later, a cloud of black mist rose into the sky from the Ghost King sect, and the surrounding demonic beasts immediately scattered in fear wherever the black mist passed. The black mist had only flown a dozen miles when Linya's voice came from inside. Stop. What happened to keeping a low profile? Are you trying to make sure people don't know I'm from the demonic sect? Change to a different magical artifact. Yes, Sect Master. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost servant, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, took out a skull from his storage bag and threw it into the air. The next second, a huge skull artifact floating in midair appeared in front of Linyi. Seeing this eerie, skull-shaped artifact, Linyi was speechless. It was even more outrageous than the black cloud in front of him. Speaking of which, doesn't our Ghost King sect have any other normal travel magical artifacts? Upon hearing this, the two ghost servants immediately shook their heads. Forget it, I can't count on the two of you. I'll just buy one myself. As he spoke, he opened TikTok and searched for flying artifacts. Soon a Douyin video appeared in front of him, in which a stout foundation establishment cultivator was introducing a flying sword. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Zhang Hu from Linlang Pavilion. In the comments section of the last video, many Taoists asked me to review the most suitable flying magic weapon for qi refining cultivators. Today, it is here. The flying sword we see now is the low-grade flying sword Pufeng, produced by Mingjin Villa. Don't underestimate it just because it's a low-grade flying sword. It has a flight speed comparable to a high-grade flying sword. More importantly, it has another feature: it conserves mana. According to my testing, even a qi refining level 1 cultivator can ride the windbreaker at full speed for 3 hours. Upon seeing this video, Lin Ye's expression immediately turned strange. Wow, a car blogger. Chapter 30. For the Nine-Dragon Chariot, the Holy Son of the Holy Land. Looking at the bald cultivator in front of him who was introducing various types of flying swords, Lin Yi suddenly understood a principle. Although the cultivators of Tianyuan continent were natives, they only lacked knowledge, which did not mean they were stupid. On the contrary, because of their cultivation, their brains are far superior to those of people in their previous lives, so as long as they are given enough time, they can quickly master the internet even without anyone teaching them. The cultivator named Zheng Hu in front of us is a perfect example. Fellow Taoists, I believe you have all seen that the advantages of the windbreaker are very obvious. It is fast and consumes little energy. However, it also has its disadvantages. It has almost no offensive attributes and can only be used as a means of transportation. So next I'm going to introduce a flying magical artifact that combines attack power and speed, namely the superior flying sword chasing waves from sword forging city beside me. Perhaps it's because of Zheng Hu's professionalism, or perhaps it's because the content he talks about is of interest to cultivators, but his videos generally get a lot of views and likes, usually around a few thousand. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become a big internet celebrity in the future. After nodding slightly, Lin Yi continued his search for a suitable flying artifact, and soon he found one in Zhang Hu's shop. Riding the dragon carriage, a low-grade spiritual artifact, is pulled in front by 9 mechanical flying dragons, while the main body at the rear is a small sedan chair with an area of more than 10 square meters. With the addition of the internal space-folding array, a 1-bedroom apartment can be transformed into a 3-bedroom apartment. Not only is it as fast as flying on a sword, but it is also more comfortable. Of course, the most important point is that it has a high level of prestige. I glanced at the price and it was only 5 million spirit stones. Lin Yi hesitated for less than 5 seconds before immediately placing an order. As a large number of spirit stones disappeared, a giant flying chariot pulled by 9 giant dragons appeared in front of him. Looking at this luxurious and imposing flying car, he liked it more and more. If this were in my previous life, it would be at least a Cullinan level aircraft. No, a Cullinan is nothing, this should be a private jet. Just as he was filled with excitement, the ghost servant's eerie voice came from the side. Sect Master, didn't you say you wanted to travel discreetly? Keep a low profile? Keep a low profile, my ass. Why would a dignified Mahayana cultivator like me need to keep a low profile? Go! Fly towards Greatsword City at top speed. Lin Yi waved his hand and entered the interior of the 9-dragon chariot, while 2 ghost servants sat outside, piloting 9 mechanical flying dragons. The 3 of them, master and servants, traveled south. With the 9 dragons' carriage's incredible speed, they arrived at Giant Sword City, 100,000 kilometers away, in less than half a day. Sect Master, we have arrived at Giant Sword City. Lin Yi, who was lying on the couch playing on his phone, immediately put his phone in his pocket upon hearing this. Understood, but you need to change how you address me. When we're down there, you can't call me Sect Master anymore, you have to call me Young Master. Yes, Sect Master. Let's go and see what this Giant Sword City is really like. After saying that, Lin Yi got up and walked out of the 9-dragon carriage. When he reached the door, a huge and magnificent ancient city appeared in front of him. Almost everything in sight is a variety of buildings within the ancient city. A rough estimate suggests that the area of this ancient city is almost the same as that of a municipality in my previous life. Besides its large size, the most striking feature of the ancient city is a giant sword rising into the sky in the very center. This giant sword is probably no less than 1,000 meters tall, with its tip pointing downwards and its hilt upwards. Even before getting close to the ancient city, one can already feel the chilling sword intent emanating from the giant sword. This giant sword is the treasure of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Its grade is almost identical to that of a celestial artifact, and it also comes with a powerful sword formation. As long as this sword formation is present, even a peak Mahayana expert would not dare to cause trouble in the city. This giant sword city looks pretty good. There should be a lot of fun things to do here. Let's go down. As soon as Ling Yi finished speaking, the two ghost servants steered the 9-dragon chariot toward the gate of Giant Sword City. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators entering and leaving the city at the city gate. There was no way around it. The 9-dragon carriage was simply too dazzling. Other cultivators either ride the wind or ride flying swords, and those of higher status even have their own mounts. This is like a group of people riding bicycles or electric bikes suddenly seeing a private plane descending from the sky. This must be the 9 Dragons Imperial Carriage. My god, I never thought I'd actually see a real 9 Dragons Imperial Carriage. What is the 9 Dragons Chariot? You don't even know about the 9 Dragon Chariot? It's a spirit-grade flying artifact worth 5 million spirit stones. If I hadn't seen that video posted by fellow Taoist Zheng Hu yesterday, I wouldn't have known that a flying artifact could sell for such a high price. I only learned about the 9 Dragon Chariot through Zheng Hu's video. I really can't imagine what kind of person he is who can afford to spend 5 million spirit stones to buy such a flying magic artifact that looks more impressive than it actually is. What else could he be? He's either a second-generation member of a major sect or a manager of a large trading company. Those senior figures in the cultivation world wouldn't sell this kind of thing. I wonder which family's second generation this is. Just as everyone was discussing and sighing, the 9-dragon carriage slowly landed at the city gate of Giant Sword City. In front of thousands of cultivators at the city gate, Ling Yi, dressed as a young master and holding a folding fan, slowly walked out from inside, guarded by 2 ghost servants. As soon as he stepped off the 9 Dragons carriage, Ling Yi casually put it into his storage ring. After seeing Lin Yi's youthful and handsome face, the crowd naturally had a lot to say. This person's face is so unfamiliar. Which sect's young master is he? I don't know, but I can't see through his cultivation level. Could it be that he's already at the golden core stage at such a young age? Hiss. Golden core cultivation? The young master of the Heavenly Sword sect is only at the foundation establishment stage. Could it be that the sect behind him is even stronger than the Heavenly Sword sect? Could they be from one of those holy sites? Wait, why do I feel spiritual pressure from the 2 servants next to him? Spiritual pressure. Isn't that something only cultivators at the nascent soul stage or above can possess? Are his 2 servants nascent soul stage cultivators? Good heavens, a nascent soul stage cultivator as a servant, this must be the holy son of some holy land. I never expected that Giant Sword City would welcome such a person today. At this moment, in the eyes of all the cultivators, Lin Yi had already become the holy son of a certain hidden holy land. Lin Yi overheard all of this, but he didn't care. He just happened to need a way to hide his identity. The identity of the holy son of the holy land will save him a lot of trouble. This was quickly demonstrated when he entered the city. The 2 golden core cultivators guarding the city didn't even question him, and their attitude was extremely polite. However, just as Lin Yi was about to enter the city, a figure was thrown straight out of Giant Sword City. Chapter 35. Do you want revenge? The figure that suddenly flew out landed right in front of Lin Yi, less than a meter away from him, which startled him, but he only breathed a sigh of relief after he realized that the person who had landed in front of him was a person. Just as he was about to walk around it, a handsome young cultivator dressed in white emerged from the city with several followers. Fang Yamo, I advise you to give up that idea. Now that junior sister Yunhua has successfully established her foundation and entered the inner sect of the Heavenly Sword sect, she has become the direct disciple of the 7th Elder and has a bright future ahead of her. You, on the other hand, are just a chi-refining rogue cultivator. Don't be a toad trying to eat swan meat. By the way, junior sister Yuno asked me to give this to you. Take this and get out of here right now. Don't let me see you in Great Sword City again. After saying that, the young man in white threw a storage bag at Lin Yi's feet, which hit the chi-refining cultivator lying on the ground right in the face. Seeing this, the chi-refining cultivator also struggled to his feet. When he opened his storage bag, a bottle of pills and a letter fell out. Lin Yi, who was already preparing to leave, suddenly became interested after seeing the letter. With his eyesight, he could read the contents of the letter in just one glance. So that's how it is. That's quite interesting. I never expected to encounter something like this in the world of cultivation. Based on the contents of the letter and everything that had just happened, he had roughly deduced what had happened to it. Is said that this cultivator named Fong Mo and another female cultivator named Su Yuno grew up together in a village near Giant Sword City. When the Heavenly Sword Sect came to their area to recruit disciples, Fong Mo's talent was better than Su Yuno's, but he ultimately chose to give the only qualification to Su Yuno. Before parting, Su Yuno promised that as long as she successfully entered the inner sect and became a true disciple of an elder, she would plead with the elder to allow Fong Mo to join the sect as well, and they would become Taoist partners in the future. For decades, Fong Mo has devoted himself to earning spirit stones for this goal, and he has given all the spirit stones he has earned to Su Yuno. A few days ago, she even traded half her life for a bottle of foundation establishment pills. Su Yuno successfully established her foundation with the help of these pills, directly leaping from the outer sect to the inner sect. She even managed to hook up with the young master of the Heavenly Sword Sect and become an elder's personal disciple. When Fong Mo approached Su Yuno full of hope, hoping she could introduce him to the sect, Su Yuno not only remained silent but also brought the young master of the Heavenly Sword Sect to beat Fong Mo up and expel him from the sect. The letter just now was Su Yuno's farewell letter to Fong Mo. The gist of it was that she was very grateful for Fong Mo's efforts, but they were no longer from the same world. To express her gratitude, she also gave him a bottle of chi-nourishing pills, hoping that Fong Mo would remember his mistakes and cultivate well. Such a letter undoubtedly shattered Fong Mo's psychological defenses. He burst into tears on the spot, roared several times, and even smashed the bottle of pills on the ground. Just as he was about to turn away with a sorrowful expression, Lin Ye's voice suddenly rang out beside him. "Do you want revenge?" Upon hearing this, Fong Mo froze on the spot and then shook his head. "It's impossible. The Heavenly Sword Sect is a first-class sect with thousands of disciples. They could easily crush me with just one of their inner disciples. I'm just a powerless rogue cultivator. Trying to take revenge is like an ant trying to shake a tree. Moreover, I have already missed the best time for cultivation, and I am afraid that I will never be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime." After saying that, he continued walking forward, his back view filled with despair. The surrounding cultivators felt both sympathy and mockery upon seeing him in this state. Just as Fong Mo said, he was just a rogue cultivator at the chi refining stage, while the other side was a powerful first-class sect. Even if Fong Mo cultivated diligently for hundreds of years, he might not be able to close the gap. Revenge was just a joke. However, Lin Ye's voice rang out again at that moment. "Just tell me if you want revenge or not. If you do, I have a way to help you get rid of this humiliation." Fong Mo stopped again, a hint of struggle appearing in his previously desperate eyes. "Do you really want to watch that woman, who was able to build her foundation with your help, have a smooth and successful life from then on? Do you really want to watch those Heavenly Sword Sect disciples who humiliated and beat you treat your story as a laughingstock over tea? Don't you want them to pay the price?" After being asked 3 questions in a row, Fong Mo was finally moved. "I want them all to pay the price. What should I do?" Upon hearing his affirmative answer, Lin Yi immediately smiled. "It's very simple. Just do as I ask. As long as you do as I ask, they will pay the price they deserve. By the way, do you have a cell phone?" Upon hearing this, Fong Mo immediately shook his head. "No, I gave every single spirit stone I had saved to Yunhua. Where would I find spirit stones to buy a phone?" "Oh, okay, then this phone is for you." To Fong Mo's surprise, Lin Yi took a phone out of his storage bag and tossed it to him. Fong Mo hadn't even reacted when he took the phone. "First, register a Douyin account, and then familiarize yourself with the phone." Upon hearing Lin Yi's instructions, Fong Mo quickly nodded, but what he couldn't understand was how Lin Yi had suddenly brought up the topic of cell phones when he had just been talking to him about revenge. "Are you wondering what this revenge has to do with cell phones?" Lin Yi asked with a smile, seemingly seeing through his thoughts. "Don't underestimate this phone in your hand. Your revenge this time depends entirely on it." "Rely on it?" Fong Mo was somewhat incredulous. "Yes. We'll rely on it. Come with me into the city first. After we find a place to settle down, I'll explain everything to you in detail." After saying that, Lin Yi led the ghost servant and the bewildered Fong Mo into the Great Sword City. As soon as they entered the city, they found an inn and checked in. Even at this point, Fang Mo still didn't understand how Lin Yi intended to help him get revenge.
Do you know how to post on Douyin now?
Lin Yi asked Fang Mo while drinking tea in the inn room. "No." "Then do as I say now, fix your phone in this position, sit in front of the camera, and tell me exactly what happened between you and Su Yuno. Tell me again about how you were persecuted by the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. You said that from the very beginning, that I, Fang Mo, am filing a formal complaint." Under Lin Yi's arrangement, Fang Mo quickly followed the instructions and soon a video was completed. After filming, Lin Yi didn't forget to edit and add captions to his video before uploading it.
Alright, now you just need to wait patiently. It won't be long before you get your revenge.
Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's face was filled with disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that just a video could help him get revenge. Chapter 36 The influence of Douyin. At the same time that Lin Yi was helping Fang Mo upload the short video, on a sacred mountain less than 50 kilometers away from Giant Sword City, Li Mubai, the current sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, was gazing at the scenery outside the window in a daze. As the 13th sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Li Mubai is not only the youngest sect leader, but also the most talented among all the sect leaders in history. He reached the foundation establishment stage at 30, the golden core stage at 80, and the nascent soul stage at 150. At 300, he broke through to the divine transformation stage. He was a genius among geniuses in the entire Tianyuan continent. Perhaps it is because his personal luck is too strong that no genius has emerged among the younger generation of the Heavenly Sword Sect in the past 100 years. Even his most beloved son, Liao, only broke through to the foundation establishment stage at the age of 50. In addition, with the passing of previous disciples in recent years, the vast Heavenly Sword Sect now has no nascent soul stage disciples besides him, the sect leader who is at the nascent soul stage, and only a handful of 7 golden core stage disciples. This situation can only be described as a period of scarcity. In order to enhance the reputation of the Heavenly Sword Sect and attract more disciples, he even risked retaliation from the demonic sect a few days ago by personally leading righteous cultivators into the demonic sect's territory and destroying the demonic sect's spirit stone mine. Even so, the situation regarding the Heavenly Sword Sect's recruitment of disciples is still not very optimistic. Thinking of this, Li Mubai couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Just then, a handsome and tall young man excitedly entered his room. This young man was Li Mubai's only son, Liao, the young sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect. "Father, I've thought of a way to enhance the reputation of our Heavenly Sword Sect." Upon hearing the young man's words, Li Mubai's worried expression immediately vanished, replaced by a look of satisfaction as he gazed at the young man.
"Oh? Aor, what idea have you come up with? Dad, do you know about Douyin?"
Liao asked as he took his phone out of his pocket. "Of course I know that there are a few people in this giant sword city who don't know about Douyin these days. I even went out of my way to buy a phone for them yesterday." In front of Liao, Li Mubai took out his own phone, which even had a phone case made of monster skin. Although Douyin is good, you can't be addicted to it all day long.
In the long run, it may interfere with your cultivation. Your son will remember your teachings, father, but that's not what I want to say.
What I want to say is that our Heavenly Sword Sect might be able to get out of our current predicament by relying on Douyin.
Relying on Douyin to get out of trouble? Li Mubai seemed somewhat skeptical.
Yes. To further enhance his persuasiveness, Liao quickly took his phone and walked up to Li Mubai, then opened the Douyin homepage and found a user through search. The username is Kickinman, and there is a blue symbol below the username of father. Look, this is the official account of the Seven Bird Sect. You may not have even heard of the Seven Bird Sect before, but their official account now has more than 50,000 followers. All of these are thanks to the influence of that monster blogger, Senior Ma. Now, any work from the Seven Bird Sect can easily get tens of thousands of likes, and I've also heard that in the past few days, the number of people going to the Seven Bird Sect to participate in the test has almost worn down their mountain gate. As Liao recounted the story, Li Mubai frowned and clicked on a post published by the Seven Bird Sect. The work mainly showcases the daily training of the Seven Bird Sect and the living environment of its disciples. The video itself didn't have any major highlights, but it resonated with many independent cultivators and some lower-level cultivators.
Wow! What a loving sect environment!
All the senior brothers and sisters seem so kind and approachable. Putting everything else aside, the location of the Seven Bird Sect's mountain gate is truly excellent. Surrounded by mountains and water, it may not have the grandeur of a large sect, but it has a charming, demure feel.
Cultivating in such an environment always puts you in a good mood. Is this the 7-bird sect's special cultivation method?
Dealing with all sorts of cute and handsome monsters every day is so much better than sitting and cultivating in silence. Wow, even outer disciples can have their own cave dwellings, and they even have low-level spirit gathering arrays.
This treatment is no worse than those so-called first-class sections.
I came from a first-rate sect.
To be honest, first-rate sects are not as good as you imagine. The competition is very intense.
If you haven't formed your core by the age of 350, you will face the risk of being dismissed. Most importantly, the disciples within the sect are scheming against each other. Later, I simply left to become a rogue cultivator. Indeed, everyone says that top-tier sects offer good benefits, but that's about it. I used to get 500 spirit stones a month. Not only was the cultivation intensity high, but I also had to complete a certain number of sect missions every month. My health is getting worse year by year, and I'm already planning to leave my current sect and find a small sect to retire in.
Being a beast cultivator is pretty good. You don't have to deal with people all the time, and you can have a companion every day. I've made up my mind.
I'll go to the 7-bird sect tomorrow, and if it's possible, I'll stay.
I've already reached the foundation establishment stage. Can I still join the 7-bird sect?
I have 3 spiritual roots, but I don't know if the 7-bird sect wants me.
Fellow Taoists, I successfully joined the 7-bird sect yesterday. It's a wonderful place here. Welcome to join us. Looking at the screens below the video, Li Mubai couldn't help but show a hint of envy. What is most important for a sect? It's not spirit stones, magic treasures, or elixirs, but people. If there are no people left, what use are the best cultivation techniques and magical artifacts in the sect?
But this most important resource is precisely what the Heavenly Sword sect lacks the most. There are 2 reasons for this problem. One is that the location of the Heavenly Sword sect is too remote, less than 100,000 kilometers away from the far northern wasteland, and its population is smaller than that of other places. Secondly, it's because the Heavenly Sword sect hasn't made a name for itself on the Tianyuan continent in recent years, and without fame, naturally no one comes to visit. However, the video of the 7-bird sect gave Li Mubai a glimpse of an opportunity. At this moment, Liao, who was standing to the side, spoke up again. Father, now it's not just the 7-bird sect, but some other sects have also opened their official accounts on Douyin. As far as I know, there are Star Pavilion, Heavenly Mystery Sect, 100 Refinement Sect, Azure Cloud Sect, and Flying Flower Valley. Some of their official accounts already have tens of thousands of followers. My idea is for our Heavenly Sword sect to open our own official account. We should first send mobile phones to our disciples and have them all follow us.
Then, we can also release sect promotional videos like the 7-bird sect did.
It would be best if we could spend some spirit stones to promote it on Douyin, TikTok. In this way, as long as our account is established, we won't have to worry about a lack of people joining our Heavenly Sword sect in the future.
With more people, we might just produce a few geniuses. After listening to Liao's analysis, Li Mubai immediately nodded in agreement. You're right. In that case, I'll leave this matter to you.
Yes, Dad, don't worry, I promise I'll handle this perfectly. After saying that, Liao prepared to turn around and leave, but then Li Mubai remembered something. By the way, I heard that a female disciple from the outer sect recently reached the foundation establishment stage?
Yes, Father, Liao replied without hesitation. I heard she comes from a poor family and has no background, right?
In that case, let's use her as a promotional example to tell those rogue cultivators that as long as they come to our Heavenly Sword sect, even if they don't come from a high background, they can still successfully establish their foundation.
Upon hearing this, Liao's eyes immediately lit up. Father, you're so thoughtful. Go! All right. The next second, Liao turned and left.
Chapter 37 Sect Promotional Video. Upon receiving his father's order, Liao immediately created an official account for the Heavenly Sword sect and spent a huge sum of money to buy a mobile phone for all the disciples in the sect. So not long after, the number of followers on the official account of Tianjian sect exceeded 10,000. Overjoyed, he immediately took his phone and went to the residence of the inner disciples. As he stepped into a small courtyard, a beautiful young woman in a white dress appeared before him. Upon seeing the woman, Liao first revealed a wicked smile, and then he walked up to her and grabbed her slender waist. What he didn't notice was that as he put his arm around the woman's waist, a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. However, she did not reject Liao's actions. Instead, she pressed herself against him. "You are now a direct disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect elder. I, the young master, have put in a lot of effort for this. How do you plan to repay me?" As soon as Liao finished speaking, Suyuno, who was pressed against him, said shyly, "They are already your people, young master. You can do whatever you want with them." Liao was extremely satisfied with Suyuno's answer. The next second he took out several items from his storage bag. These are clothes I bought from Fairy Ruyan's livestream. How about you wear them for me tonight?" Upon hearing his words, Suyuno immediately looked at the objects in his hands and discovered that they were several pairs of stockings and several extremely revealing clothes, one of which could not even be called clothes. Suyuno's expression immediately changed, but she quickly concealed it, and the next second she said with a shy smile, "Everything is at your disposal, young master." "Aha, good, very good. Since you're so obedient, I'll give you another good job today." Then he told Suyuno about the Heavenly Sword Sect's plan to operate an official account. "My idea is to make you the official anchor of the Heavenly Sword Sect. At the same time, I, the young master, have also decided to mold you into a role model of someone from a poor background who is positive and inspiring, in order to attract more rogue cultivators to join our Heavenly Sword Sect. Let's go inside and discuss the details." Before Suyuno could react, Liao picked her up and carried her into her room. A few minutes later, Liao walked out looking satisfied, accompanied by Suyuno, who had changed into a Cheongsam. After discussing the details in depth, he immediately began creating the video. As the young master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, he was one of the first users of Douyin and has mastered many shooting techniques and skills. In less than half a day, an official promotional video for the Heavenly Sword Sect was filmed. From Suyuno's perspective, the promotional video not only showcased the magnificent architecture of the Heavenly Sword Sect, but also its powerful martial arts techniques. Most importantly, Suyuno, a privileged girl from a poor family, was highlighted as a prime example and promoted in a prominent way. Coupled with the music personally selected by Liao, even Suyuno thought the video was exceptionally well made. I never expected the young sect leader to be so talented. If this video is released, the entire Tianyuan continent will probably know the fame of our Tianjin sect. Upon hearing Suyuno's praise, Liao immediately beamed with joy. Of course, my talent is not limited to cultivation. I've been playing on Douyin for so many days and I've already figured it out. I plan to personally start a live broadcast in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, a different look flashed in Suyuno's eyes. Young master, do you think if I also started live streaming, I could become a big internet celebrity with over 100,000 followers like that Fairy Ruyan? If you start a live stream, I will definitely support you. However, your most important task right now is to work with me to do what father asked of you." Without another glance at Suyuno, Liao uploaded the promotional video for the Heavenly Sword Sect that he had filmed to Douyin. After uploading, he didn't forget to donate 100,000 spirit stones to Douyin, TikTok. After doing all this, he immediately sent the news to the Tianjin sect's internal group via Douyin's group chat. This feature was only recently discovered. After the group chat function was discovered, almost all sects and independent cultivator organizations that have widely adopted mobile phones have started using it. This function is indeed very useful. As long as a message is sent, everyone in the entire sect can receive it, which is many times better than some of the previous communication magic items. Attention all Heavenly Sword Sect disciples! I have just released our Heavenly Sword Sect's promotional video. Please remember to like the video and leave a comment praising our Heavenly Sword Sect. This matter concerns the future of our Heavenly Sword Sect, so please take it seriously and reply if you receive it. As soon as Liao sent out his message, a large number of disciples immediately replied. At the same time, almost all members of the Heavenly Sword Sect picked up their phones. Even the sect leader, Li Mubai, invited a group of elders and deacons from the Heavenly Sword Sect to sit together in the sect's main hall, each with a mobile phone in hand. After seeing the video filmed by Liao, Li Mubai's face was full of pride. "Elders, what do you think of the video Aor filmed? Doesn't it perfectly showcase the splendor of our Heavenly Sword Sect? Upon hearing his words, the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect in the hall immediately echoed his sentiments. The sect leader has truly raised a fine son. Once the independent cultivators all over the Tianyuan continent see this video, they will surely flock to our Tianjian sect. This Douyin is really a great thing. It can make a message seen by all the cultivators in the Tianyuan continent in an instant. I think our Tianjian sect should seize this opportunity in the future. Yes, it is wonderful to know what is happening in the world without leaving home. Let alone those young people, even this old guy like me can't stop once I start watching. As they talked, everyone spontaneously opened the video's comments section, eagerly awaiting comments from cultivators from all over the world. They didn't have to wait long. In just a few minutes, the number of likes and comments on the video began to rise rapidly, even exceeding their expectations. In less than half an hour, the video received over 30,000 likes and a staggering 60,000 comments. Upon seeing such data, the members of the Heavenly Sword sect instinctively assumed that the sect had become popular. However, when they opened the comments section, they discovered that things were not as they had imagined at all. 9 out of 10 comments are criticizing them. Chapter 38: The First Cyberbullying in the Cultivation World. The Power of Public Opinion. Is this the Heavenly Sword sect, where that vicious woman who relied on her childhood sweetheart for support, finally achieved foundation establishment, only to abandon her childhood sweetheart? This is it, this is it. I just came here after watching that video. Speaking of which, Fong Mo was really pitiful. He saved up spirit stones for decades to help his fiancée reach the foundation establishment stage, but she dumped him as soon as she reached the foundation establishment stage. That's not all. I heard that Fong Mo even gave her the qualification to join the Heavenly Sword sect. It took him decades to barely reach the 3rd level of chi refining. I can't even imagine what he has been through all these years. Didn't you see what Fong Mo himself said? He hasn't spent a single spirit stone on himself all these years. He gave all the spirit stones to that Su Yuno. In order to buy a magic weapon for Su Yuno, he even went to work as a miner at a spirit stone mine. What's most infuriating is that the foundation establishment pill that Su Yuno used to establish her foundation was bought by Fong Mo. One foundation establishment pill is worth at least 5,000 spirit stones. How long would it take a rogue cultivator to save up 5,000 spirit stones? I happen to have met this Fong Mo before. He used to test medicines on people in the Medicine King sect. That was a life-threatening thing. I guess he saved up those 5,000 spirit stones from testing medicines. Decades of hard work, and all I got in return was an apology and a bottle of cheap chi-nourishing pills. I was so angry after watching that video that I felt like my lungs were going to explode. They say the most poisonous heart is that of a woman, and today I have witnessed it firsthand. A sect that can take such a poisonous woman as its personal disciple must not be any better. Pa! This kind of trash sect has the nerve to advertise? I wouldn't go even if they paid me spirit stones. I heard that Su Yuno became an elder's disciple by hooking up with the young sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. This is no cultivation sect, it's clearly a brothel. It's shameful. I'll laugh at anyone who joins the Heavenly Sword sect for the rest of their life. The woman in the video looks like Su Yuno. She doesn't seem like a good person. She even had someone beat up Fong Mo. She's so vicious. I think the Heavenly Sword sect is a den of snakes and rats. I originally planned to take the entrance test for the Heavenly Sword sect, but now I think I'd better not. I'm afraid that if I tell others that I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, they will look down on me. As Li Mubai read through the comments section, his expression changed repeatedly. The comments that came before were relatively polite, but the later ones were increasingly harsh. Whether they were independent cultivators or sect disciples, they were all cursing. At first, they were only cursing Su Yuno, but as the cursing went on, it escalated to the sect level, and they completely vilified the Heavenly Sword sect. At the same time, the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect in the hall, as well as the disciples and members of the Heavenly Sword sect from various places, couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. They had never heard so many harsh words in their lives, and they even felt a little itchy from the Heavenly Sword sect uniforms they were wearing. Just then, Li Mubai's furious shout suddenly came from the direction of the sect's main hall. Li Ao, you get the hell over here. After the shout, Liao's disheveled figure sped off towards the sect's main hall. Upon entering the main hall, his face pale, he quickly knelt before Li Mubai.
Explain this to me. Why is the comments section full of people cursing us? What on earth happened?
Hearing his father's furious voice, Liao panicked and hurriedly began to explain. Father, please calm down, father, please calm down.
I didn't know either.
How dare these people insult my heavenly sword sect like this? I will take my disciples to find them and shut them up. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Mubai unleashed a palm strike that sent him flying more than 10 meters away. He rolled several times before he regained his footing.
Do you know how many people are cursing us? Are you trying to kill all the cultivators in the world? Or do you want to make our heavenly sword sect the common enemy of the Tianyuan continent? Father, there's no need to be angry. I'll just delete the video.
Once the video is deleted, no more people will know about it, and they'll naturally forget about it after a while. As he spoke, Liao took out his phone, preparing to delete the promotional video he had posted, but at that moment, an elder sighed helplessly. Young sect master, even if you delete this video, it won't make a difference. This matter has already gone viral, and now Douyin is full of videos criticizing our heavenly sword sect. Upon hearing this, Liao and the others present immediately changed their expressions. They quickly went to the trending topics list, and sure enough, 3 of the top 10 trending topics were related to their heavenly sword sect. Opening any one of the videos revealed a nascent soul stage cultivator. Moreover, this nascent soul cultivator was no ordinary nascent soul cultivator, he was a highly respected senior among rogue cultivators. At the beginning of the video, the senior cultivator at the nascent soul stage spoke with a face full of anger. I just saw a video of the rogue cultivator Fong Mo and I am furious. I never thought that there would be such a vicious person in a prestigious sect. He successfully established his foundation with the resources provided by others, and then he hooked up with the sect's young master. He even instigated his fellow disciples to beat up his fiancée. Is this how these prestigious sects bully us rogue cultivators? Our lives matter too. I'm declaring that if the Heavenly Sword Sect can't give us an explanation, I'll personally go to the Heavenly Sword Sect tomorrow to meet with Sect Leader Li and ask him how he educates his disciples. The video was short, but it won the support of a lot of independent practitioners. In less than an hour, the video had tens of thousands of likes. Besides the support for this senior nascent soul stage cultivator, the comments section also naturally contained plenty of insults directed at the Heavenly Sword Sect. What Liao didn't expect was that, in addition to this rogue cultivator at the nascent soul stage, another righteous sect, the Thunder Sword Sect, also spoke out. In the video, they not only condemned the inaction of the Heavenly Sword Sect and Su Yuno's evil deeds, but also publicly stated that as long as Fong Mo was willing to come, they could directly accept him as an inner disciple. The videos from the Thundersword Sect also garnered a large number of likes from cultivators, and the number of Thundersword Sect's fans began to rise rapidly. If Liao were using the Blue Star version of Douyin, he would know that Lei Jianmen's actions were clearly an attempt to ride the coattails of Tian Jianmen and rise to power by stepping on their coattails. After watching these related popular videos, he also found the original video posted by Fong Mo over time. The original video has garnered a staggering 300,000 likes and 500,000 comments, and these numbers continue to rise. He knows what the comments are saying without even opening the comments section. At this rate, it might not even take a day for the entire Tianyuan continent to know what Su Yuno and their Tianjin sect have done. By then, their Heavenly Sword Sect will likely become a disgrace to the righteous path. Not only will they be unable to recruit disciples, but even their existing disciples will probably all leave. Just as he was dumbfounded, an inner disciple rushed in a hurry. It's terrible, Sect Master. A large number of cultivators have blocked our mountain gate. What? Upon hearing this, Li Mubai immediately stood up. Chapter 39 Crisis. Public relations. Being verbally abused for no reason was already upsetting enough for Li Mubai, but he never expected that someone would actually show up at the gate of their Heavenly Sword Sect. While he was greatly surprised, the anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time suddenly flared up. This is outrageous. Do these people really think our Heavenly Sword Sect is a pushover? I'd like to see who has the audacity to block the gate of my Heavenly Sword Sect. After saying this, he turned his gaze to the group of elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect standing to the side. Immediately summon all disciples and elders from each peak to accompany me to the mountain gate. Yes. With the approval of several elders, the inner disciples and elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect soon gathered in the sect's main hall. Finally, Li Mubai led them into the air towards the mountain gate. When their group of several hundred people arrived at the location of the Heavenly Sword Sect's mountain gate, they were immediately stunned by the scene before them. Looking around, the huge mountain gate was already completely surrounded by thousands of cultivators. Judging from their clothing, most of these cultivators were independent cultivators, and their cultivation levels were not very high. Most of them were chi refining cultivators, and there were very few foundation establishment cultivators. The remaining few were dressed in the robes of various sects and had slightly higher cultivation levels. A few golden core cultivators could be vaguely seen. Under normal circumstances, if Li Mubai were blocked at the door by a group of cultivators whose cultivation level hadn't even reached the nascent soul stage, he would probably have lost his temper on the spot, but at this moment, he didn't have the confidence. The group of rogue cultivators were alright, as they probably didn't have any powerful backers. But the disciples of sects and aristocratic families were a different story. Don't underestimate them just because they were only at the golden core stage. They might have a nascent soul stage ancestor or even a nascent soul stage old monster behind them. No sooner had he dared to lay a hand on these younger guys than the old man they were backing came knocking on his door. Just as he hesitated, another group of cultivators arrived at the foot of the mountain. Perhaps they saw Li Mubai flying in the sky and a group of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples, because these cultivators who were blocking the way immediately started shouting loudly. Is that sect leader Li in the sky? We've come to the Heavenly Sword Sect to demand an explanation. Is sect leader Li afraid to see us? Indeed, sect leader Li is a dignified nascent soul cultivator. Could he possibly be afraid of us rogue cultivators who haven't even reached the foundation establishment stage? Sect leader Li, what are the criteria for your Heavenly Sword Sect to accept personal disciples? Is it based on talent, cultivation level, or shamelessness? I have a thick skin, and I also want to become a personal disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Is it a case of one bad apple spoiling the whole bunch, or is there no porridge in the pot at all, just a bunch of bad apples? Is cultivating immortality really just about one's cultivation level? Shouldn't virtue come first? Your Heavenly Sword Sect, which prides itself on being a top righteous sect, has actually done such a despicable thing. Even the demonic sect wouldn't do something like this. Exactly, did the Heavenly Sword Sect fail to cultivate the Tao and turn to demonic cultivation? Hearing these harsh taunts, Li Mubai trembled with anger and turned to glare fiercely at Li Ao behind him. It's all your fault, you good for nothing, that caused me such a huge mess. Tell me, how am I supposed to resolve this now? Upon hearing Li Mubai's words, Li Ao immediately panicked. Dad, this has nothing to do with me. It's that Su Yuno. She seduced me, and she's the one who wronged that Fong Mo. She has ruined the reputation of our Heavenly Sword Sect. If we bring her here now and announce in public that she has been expelled from our Heavenly Sword Sect, this matter can be resolved. Upon hearing Li Ao's answer, Li Mubai pondered for a moment before nodding. That's the only way. Go find someone to bring Su Yuno here immediately, and also bring those inner disciples who beat up Fong Mo back then. For the sake of the reputation and future of my Heavenly Sword Sect, we must give an explanation to all cultivators in the world. If this matter is not handled properly, I'm afraid that from now on, the disciples of my Heavenly Sword Sect will become rats crossing the street. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the elders and inner disciples present instantly turned grim. In the past, news traveled slowly in Tianyuan continent. Even if something bad happened, it wouldn't spread far, and after a while, everyone would forget about it, but things are different now. With Douyin, TikTok, any message can spread throughout the entire Tianyuan continent as soon as it's posted, unless they stop going out for training, or stop wearing the Heavenly Sword Sect uniform and using the Heavenly Sword Sect's techniques when they go out. They will definitely be scorned and even attacked if they reveal that they are disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. 10 minutes later, Li Ao, who had just left, returned to Li Mubai's side, accompanied by a pale-faced Su Yuno and several trembling inner disciples. They obviously also learned about Fong Mo's situation through Douyin. Sect leader, we were all acting under Su Yuno's orders. We have no grudge against Fong Mo. It was all arranged by Su Yuno. Yes, sect leader. Besides, we didn't kill him, we just taught him a lesson. Sect leader, seeing the inner disciples kneeling and begging for mercy in front of him, Li Mubai was immediately enraged. Without giving them a chance to explain, he cast a gagging spell on each of them, rendering them unable to speak again. Finally, he turned his gaze to Su Yuno. "It's all your fault, you bitch. You've ruined the Heavenly Sword Sect's 1,000-year reputation." Upon hearing this, Su Yuno shuddered. "Take them away. Today, I will punish these despicable villains in front of all the cultivators in the world." The next second, several law enforcement disciples sealed the magical power of Su Yuno and the inner disciples, and then carried them to the square in front of the mountain gate. After calming down, Li Mubai also landed. As soon as he came down, the cultivators who had been blocking the entrance immediately swarmed around him, and they also raised their phones to point their cameras at Li Mubai. Upon seeing this, Li Mubai quickly put on a look of deep sorrow and indignation. "Fellow Taoists, it is my fault for neglecting to discipline our disciples, which led to this disgraceful incident within the Heavenly Sword Sect. I feel great sympathy for that fellow Taoist Fong Mo. But ultimately it was Heavenly Sword Sect's fault. To express our apology, from this day forward, we will expel that viperous woman, Su Yuno, from the Heavenly Sword Sect and cripple all her cultivation. She will never be allowed to set foot in Heavenly Sword Sect or Giant Sword City again. All other offending inner disciples will be demoted to outer disciples. In addition, Heavenly Sword Sect will provide 30,000 spirit stones as compensation to fellow Taoist Fong Mo, who was harmed, as well as a perfect foundation establishment pill. If fellow Taoist Fong Mo is willing, I am willing to accept him as my personal disciple and do my utmost to make up for the harm he has suffered over the years. Furthermore, my son also committed a grave error in this matter. As punishment, I will personally seal his cultivation and demote him to a menial disciple to reflect on his mistakes for 30 years. Just as Li Mubai was repenting in front of all the cultivators present, Lin Yi, dressed as a wealthy young master and holding a folding fan, also showed a hint of emotion. As expected of the leader of a major sect, his ability to assess the situation is extraordinary. Demoting his own son to a menial disciple is truly a heroic act of cutting off his own arm. After all this, although it cannot completely eliminate the negative influence of the Heavenly Sword Sect, it is enough to dispel the resentment of cultivators all over the world towards the Heavenly Sword Sect. But do you think that's all? As he spoke, Lin Yi looked at Su Yuno, who was standing behind Li Mubai, with a smile on his face. At this moment, Su Yuno's eyes were filled with resentment and venom. Chapter 40. The Heavenly Sword Sect is finished before long. A video of Li Mubai disciplining the offending disciple in front of all the cultivators in the world, and abolishing Su Yuno's cultivation and expelling her from the Heavenly Sword Sect, was uploaded to Douyin by some cultivators who were at the scene. These videos immediately attracted the attention of a large number of monks upon their release. The number of views and likes skyrocketed, and the comments section was soon filled with comments from cultivators from all over the world. That felt great. That was so satisfying. When I first watched Fong Mo's video, I was so angry I felt like my lungs were about to explode. I wanted to run to the Heavenly Sword Sect and kill that poisonous woman right there and then. I didn't expect the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect to respond so quickly. Yes, abolishing cultivation and expelling them from the sect is truly gratifying. Such punishment would probably be more painful for Su Yuno, this vicious woman, than killing her. Although the Heavenly Sword Sect angered me this time, it is still admirable that sect leader Li was able to deal with it so quickly. He didn't even spare his own son. This is what a righteous sect leader should be like. Thumbs up for sect leader Li. Upon closer reflection, this kind of thing is actually quite common. Which sect doesn't have such things? It's just that there was no Douyin before, so it wasn't exposed. Large sects will always have a few parasites. Yes, this matter was entirely committed by Su Yuno herself and has little to do with the Heavenly Sword Sect. As long as sect leader Li deals with the perpetrator, that's fine. Looking at it this way, Douyin is indeed a good thing. With Douyin, you can expose any shady things. Yes, so scrolling through Douyin doesn't count as wasting my time, right everyone? Undoubtedly, after Li Mubai took appropriate action, the reputation of the Heavenly Sword Sect began to recover, especially after a large number of guiding comments appeared. When Li Mubai, inside the Tianjin sect, saw the result on his phone, he immediately breathed a long sigh of relief and turned to look at Li Ao beside him. You're quite clever. With those comments you've arranged, it won't be long before this matter is over. Hee, I just don't have much talent for cultivation, but I'm very smart, Liao said with a smug smile. By the way, father, why don't we take this opportunity to win over those rogue cultivators again? For example, we could specifically look for cultivators from impoverished families, give them some cultivation resources, and take this opportunity to film some videos. As Liao eloquently recounted his plan, he quickly explained a series of video projects aimed at turning around the reputation of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and Li Mubai nodded in agreement from time to time. At the same time, at the foot of Tianjiamen Mountain, a pale-faced woman with blood at the corner of her mouth staggered to a stream. After seeing her delicate face reflected in the stream, the woman suddenly smiled sadly, and she was none other than Su Yuno, who had just been stripped of her cultivation and expelled from the mountain by the Heavenly Sword Sect. The thought of how she had gone from being a proud daughter of heaven to a useless person filled her eyes with deep resentment. She hated Fong Mo for exposing her in the video, and she hated even more the Heavenly Sword Sect for discarding her like trash and ruining her path to immortality. In the past, as a cripple, she would never have been able to avenge this great grudge, but things are different now. The next second she took out her phone from her pocket, opened Douyin, TikTok, and then filmed a video, just like Fong Mo had done before. I am Su Yuno, Fong Mo's fiancé. I am making a formal complaint against Li Mubai, the leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect. He is not the upright gentleman that everyone sees. He has actually been cultivating demonic arts. The reason he was able to advance to the nascent soul stage so quickly is because he secretly murdered all his fellow disciples and extracted their spiritual roots, including his wife. In front of the camera, she revealed the biggest secret she knew in the Heavenly Sword Sect. She learned this secret from a private message she received on her phone not long ago. She didn't dare to say it before because she knew that if she revealed this secret, she would probably be killed on the spot by Li Mubai. But now she doesn't care anymore. She wants revenge. She wants to make the entire Tianjin sect pay with its life. After filming the video, she immediately uploaded it, then threw her phone away and jumped into the nearby pond, ending her life in this way. Less than 10 minutes after she uploaded the video, its popularity began to skyrocket, and the number of views directly exceeded 1 million. The video received over 100,000 likes and comments, causing the comments section to explode. My God, is this really that exciting? I thought the matter of the Heavenly Sword Sect was over, but I didn't expect there to be a follow-up. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Li Mubai, the sect leader who always considered himself a righteous gentleman, actually practiced demonic arts in secret and even killed his fellow disciples and his wife. No wonder the Heavenly Sword Sect is so short-lived, with not a single nascent soul disciple. It turns out that all the cultivators of Li Mubai's generation were killed by him. The demonic sect does indeed have an evil technique that absorbs the spiritual roots of others to cultivate. It seems that back then, quite a few righteous disciples had their spiritual roots extracted by the demonic sect when they went out to train. Now it seems that Li Mubai probably did all of this and then framed the demonic sect. That's possible. Anyway, the people from the demonic sect won't argue with us. Who would have thought that the leader of a righteous sect would be a demonic cultivator? I was wondering why Li Mubai's cultivation level had increased so quickly. I embarked on the path of immortality with him back then, and now I'm still struggling in the foundation establishment stage, while he's already reached the deity transformation stage. It turns out he's cultivating demonic arts. Could this be fake? How could the dignified sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect possibly cultivate demonic arts? It shouldn't be fake. Isn't the person who reported this Su Yuno who was expelled from the Heavenly Sword Sect before? She has already had her cultivation abolished and been expelled from the sect. Do you think she still has the guts to frame a nascent soul cultivator? If you ask me, this is definitely true. Do you remember the other day when the Heavenly Sword Sect went to the demonic sect to destroy their spirit stone mine? Given the demonic sect's vengeful nature, they would have already led people to attack Heavenly Sword Mountain under normal circumstances. But so much time has passed and nothing has happened. This speaks volumes. I originally thought that the problem with the Heavenly Sword Sect was just a problem with the disciples themselves, but now it seems that it is clear that the upper beam is crooked and the lower beam is crooked as well. As time went on, the video's popularity continued to rise, and almost all Douyin users got to know about this big news. Even some monks who didn't have a phone or Douyin account learned about it through their friends. The entire righteous path was in an uproar. Many righteous sects even stepped forward to kick him while he was down. In particular, the Thunder Sword Sect, which was adjacent to the Heavenly Sword Sect, took the initiative to go to the Heavenly Sword Sect to seek justice from Li Mubai. Even within the Heavenly Sword Sect, this news caused turmoil. Elders and deacons, as well as ordinary disciples, were all filled with anxiety. On that very day, many inner disciples found various excuses to leave the Heavenly Sword Sect. They were terrified that they would end up like the previous generations of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples. When Li Mubai learned of this news, he was struck dumb. He never imagined that his deepest secret would be exposed to the public and become known to everyone, but he doesn't have the energy to delve into this issue right now, because he knows that the Heavenly Sword Sect is completely finished. A foundation built over 1,000 years was destroyed in an instant, not by a powerful enemy, but by a small, low-grade magic artifact. Chapter 41 Simp Blogger, MCN. The next day, a Douyin video posted by a user claiming to be an outer disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect went viral early in the morning. The video presents a simple scene. In one shot, the vast Tianjin Sect headquarters is deserted, and many buildings have been smashed. Occasionally, disciples wearing Tianjin Sect uniforms can be seen taking off their uniforms and flying away on their swords. At the end of the video, the disciple said with a sigh, "It's over, it's all over." Last night, Li Mubai, the sect leader of Tianjin Sect, along with his son Li Ao, ran off with all the sect's valuables and the sect's treasury. The elders in the sect have all disappeared. Now, all that's left in the sect are us low-level outer disciples and menial disciples. The sect still owes me several hundred spirit stones. I never thought that after finally managing to get into a sect, I would end up as a rogue cultivator. Is there any kind sect that would be willing to take me in? I am proficient in spiritual plants and herbal medicine cultivation, and I also know a little bit about alchemy. The entire video can be summarized in one sentence: Tianjin Sect went bankrupt, and its leader, Li Mubai, absconded with all the sect's assets with his son. After the video went viral, it caused another uproar on Douyin, clearly indicating that they hadn't expected things to develop so quickly. Li Mubai's house collapsed yesterday, and today he's already on the run. A first-class sect with 1,000-year history vanished overnight. When Lin Yu woke up early in the morning and saw this video, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. This Li Mubai is quite decisive. He ran away in less than a day. He does have some potential to become a demonic cultivator. After saying that, he addressed the doorway, "Go and call Fang Yamo here." Not long after he finished speaking, the ghost servant led the cautious Fang Yamo into Lin Ye's room. "Fang Yamo greets you, young master. No need to be polite. You should have seen it by now, right? Su Yuno died tragically in the wilderness, and the Heavenly Sword Sect went bankrupt completely. You've avenged yourself. Are you satisfied with this outcome?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Fang Yamo immediately knelt down in front of Lin Yi. He had never believed that a single Douyin video could bring him revenge until yesterday, when the Heavenly Sword Sect publicly stripped Su Yuno of her cultivation and expelled her from the sect. Only then did he realize the power of the video Lin Yi had asked him to release. What he didn't expect was that in just one day and one night, the once lofty Heavenly Sword Sect became history because of this incident, and Li Mubai, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, became a pariah. All of this was beyond his expectations, but he knew very well that he was able to avenge this not by his own efforts, but by the man in front of him. He was the one who ruined Su Yuno's reputation, and he was also the one who caused the downfall of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Young master's great kindness, Fang Yamo will never forget it for the rest of his life. With that, Fang Yamo kowtowed to the ground. Lin Yi merely smiled slightly upon seeing this. "Get up. It's just a matter of taking revenge for the crimes that Tianjin Sect committed against you. By the way, what are your plans for the future?" Fang Yamo, who was still kneeling on the ground, looked blankly at the question and shook his head after thinking for a while. "I don't know either. I'm just a rogue cultivator, and I've missed the best time to cultivate. I'm afraid I'll never be able to establish my foundation in this lifetime. I'll probably find a deserted place to grow old alone." However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a storage bag was thrown in front of him. "There are 100,000 spirit stones, a longevity pill, and a foundation building pill in here. That's enough for you to cultivate to the foundation building stage. Since you no longer have a goal, then I will give you a new one. you've also seen the potential of Douyin. I think with your past experience as a simp, you could totally become a comedy blogger. You could film all your experiences as jokes and share them with others. It wouldn't be long before you became a comedy blogger with a large following.
Simp? Comedy blogger?
Fang Yamo looked completely bewildered, clearly not understanding the meaning of these two terms. Lin Yi immediately began to explain to him seriously, and also told Fang Yamo some secrets about making funny videos of simps from his previous life. After hearing his explanation, Fang Yamo suddenly understood.
I see, so you use your behavior to amuse others, is that it?
That's right. It's not just about making others laugh, but more importantly, about evoking their empathy. For example, the reason why your story caused such a big reaction is largely because your deeds resonated with many independent cultivators and stirred their emotions. So resonance is the core of the joke. Since you're already the #1 simp in Tianyuan continent, just go all out with your simp traits. When you actually succeed in the future and have hundreds of thousands or millions of fans, your influence will be no less than that of those old monsters in the nascent soul stage. Even those so-called righteous sects will have to treat you with respect. At that time, you can use your influence to recruit more promising bloggers to your team and establish your own MCN company.
As for what an MCN is, just think of it as a special kind of sect.
As Lin Yi painted a rosy picture, Fang Mo's expression grew brighter and brighter.
I understand, young master. I know what I need to do next.
I'm going to rent a space in Giant's Word City right now, and then hire a group of rogue cultivators to be my extras.
Go ahead, I await your good news.
A short while later, Fang Mo turned and left. Hopefully this kid can achieve something, but it seems like it's not easy to film funny scenes in the cultivation world, since there are too few jokes. After saying that, he didn't take it too seriously, and he didn't even expect Fang Mo to cause any trouble.
Ghost servant, I asked you to investigate where there's good food in Greatsword City yesterday. Did you find out? Reporting to young master, the investigation is complete. I've heard there's a very good roasted animal meat restaurant in the south of the city. You can't lie to me. The food at that place you took me to yesterday wouldn't even be eaten by pigs.
Don't worry, young master, we went to eat there ourselves.
Alright, let's go. Hopefully, this time you won't disappoint me.
After saying that, Lin Yi got up and led the two ghost servants out of the INN.at the same time. News of the Tianjin sect's closure was also transmitted back to the demonic sect via Douyin, TikTok. When the leaders of the 8 major sects of the demonic path saw the news of the collapse of the Heavenly Sword sect, they immediately gathered together, their eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 42 skirts the rise of the demonic sect, featuring a food blogger. Previously, the actions of stirring up trouble under various videos were basically arranged by Lin Yi in the demonic sect's large group chat. At least 6 out of 10 negative comments about the Heavenly Sword sect came from demonic sect disciples.at the time. They didn't quite understand Lin Yi's intentions, but it wasn't until now that they finally realized what was going on. The leader of the Xianin sect, Taoist Mingyi, immediately slapped his thigh.
So that's why the sect master made us post those comments.
It turns out it was all to bring down the Heavenly Sword sect.
I just didn't expect things to develop so quickly.
Destroying a righteous sect without firing a single shot, you truly deserve to be the restorer of our demonic sect. Upon hearing his words, Bloodpool Master of the Bloodblade sect nodded repeatedly. The sect leader forbade us from causing trouble for the Heavenly Sword sect a few days ago. It seems he had planned this step for a long time.
Killing a few of their disciples is far less effective than completely destroying their entire sect.
Yes, I didn't believe it when the sect leader said a few days ago that he could weaken the righteous sects by relying on mobile phones and Douyin.
I thought it was just a waste of time and energy. Now I finally believe it.
The leader of the Bone Spirit sect, Venerable Lingu, also had a face full of emotion. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Yin Ho by Qing Xin beside him. Your Majesty, I've heard that your charming maiden sect has been making a lot of spirit stones lately by selling women's clothing.
Is that true?
Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately turned their gaze to Bai Qing Xian. Bai Qing Xian, on the other hand, showed a humble smile. Actually, we didn't earn much, only less than 80 million spirit stones. It was mainly thanks to the good advice from the sect leader and the hard work of those girls like Ruyan that we made a little money, 80 million. Upon hearing this number, the faces of all the demons present immediately changed, including the ghost god of wealth, who was in charge of the demon Sect's finances. In recent days, thanks to the increased customer traffic from selling mobile phones, the sales volume of the demon Sect stores has been soaring. So far, the total sales of all stores have exceeded 30 million spirit stones. They thought this was a very proud achievement, but they never expected that the spirit stones they had worked so hard to earn over the past few days were not even half of what the charming maiden Sect had earned. After a long pause, the demons present finally gathered around Bai Qing Xin with beaming smiles. "Your Majesty, why don't you give us some pointers? We'd like to earn some spirit stones to spend." "Yeah, those kids from the Bloodblade Sect consume so much meat every day, they're practically bankrupting me. Your charming maiden Sect already has several bloggers with over 100,000 followers, while our Beast Spirit Sect only has a few with over 10,000 followers. How can we quickly increase our followers?" As expected, the Sect Master still favors you, Empressine. He told you all about this great opportunity to earn spirit stones. I think the Sect Master has long had his eye on you. Bai Qing Xian, who hadn't said much just a second ago, immediately broke into a smile upon hearing those words. Actually, it's all easy to talk about. The 8 sects of the demonic path are all connected, so of course we should earn spirit stones together. How about this? I'll share the methods and techniques that my sect leader brother told me with you all later. In fact, each of the 8 sects of the demonic path has its own unique characteristics. As long as we discover our own unique characteristics, we will definitely be able to attract a large number of fans. As they were talking, Bai Qing Xian began to teach her the operation skills of short videos and live streaming, all of which Lin Yi had taught her before. The 7 demon lords present listened with exceptional attention. After they absorbed the experience taught by Bai Qing Xian, they immediately returned to their respective sects to train their disciples. Soon, the atmosphere in the various sects of the demonic sect began to change. Fewer people were cultivating, and more people were making short videos. The demonic sect disciples who used to shout about fighting and killing were now paying more attention to Douyin, TikTok. That in their view, this was not a waste of time and energy. After all, their sect leader had brought down a righteous sect by using Douyin, and the charming maiden sect had further weakened the righteous sect's strength by exchanging a large number of spirit stones from righteous cultivators. They study TikTok not for their own benefit, but to undermine the righteous path. They skirted the edges of the demonic sect's rise, and sold goods for the sake of the demonic sect's rise. Lin Yi was completely unaware of the changes that had occurred within the demonic sect. At this moment, he had arrived at a tavern located in the southern district of Giant Sword City, led by 2 ghost servants. Theoretically speaking, once a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can go for long periods without food or drink, and even if they get hungry, they can quickly satisfy their hunger with bigu pills. However, appetite is something that cannot be completely eradicated, so even in Giant Sword City, which is full of cultivators, there are still quite a few restaurants. Yesterday, Lin Yi made a special trip to try a few restaurants, but was ultimately greatly disappointed. The food standards in this world are not even as good as those in ancient times in his previous life. The basic standard is to cook the food so that it won't kill people. Whether it tastes good or not is not a concern for them at all. He didn't have high hopes for the restaurant in front of him called Tainyo Shifang. However, when he entered the shop with his 2 ghost servants, he was surprised to find that there were quite a few cultivators sitting inside the small shop. Most of these cultivators were in the chi refining stage, and there were several in the foundation establishment stage. Many of them were holding mobile phones and commenting on the roasted beast meat that had just been served on the table. Fellow Taoists, I have just arrived in Giant Sword City today. I have heard that the iron bowl roasted meat here is very good. Mine is already cooked. Please have some first. When Lin Yi saw a chi refining cultivator introducing himself to the camera like this, a strange look appeared in his eyes. At this moment, another female cultivator in the chi refining stage next to her was also holding up her phone, which was covered by a phone case, and filming. However, she was not filming a video, but live streaming. Fellow Taoists, I just tried it, and the roasted meat here is not only tender, but also incredibly fragrant. Since Lin Yi was sitting right next to her, he could clearly see what was happening inside her livestream. It's no exaggeration to say that she is a completely different person in the livestream compared to in real life. Clearly, she has mastered the essence of beauty filters. More importantly, people in the livestream would occasionally send gifts. Goodness, Douyin has only been out for a few days and they've already come up with restaurant reviews and food vlogs.
I didn't tell them to do this. Could these all be innate, self-awakened sacred bodies? It seems that cultivators are smarter than ordinary people. If this continues, the era of live streaming and short videos for everyone will not be far away. At that time, the righteous and demonic paths should no longer think about fighting. They can just fight online if necessary. After a slight smile, he looked toward the counter. Just as he was about to order, he was surprised by the appearance of the owner not far away. It wasn't because this person was ugly or fierce, but because this person looked so much like a food blogger from my past life. No way, this guy looks so much like Master Wangang. Chapter 43, Passing on Culinary Skills, The Birth of a Food Blogger. Sir, what would you like to eat? Just as Lin Yu was looking at the barbecue chef not far away with surprise, the barbecue chef seemed to have noticed his gaze and asked in a calm tone. Upon hearing this question, Lin Yu finally realized what was happening and, after thinking for a moment, replied, "Give me a portion of all your best-selling wines and dishes." "Please wait a moment, sir." The barbecue chef, who looked like Wang Gang, replied casually before continuing to grill meat. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the barbecue chef brought a plate of grilled monster meat, a few side dishes, and a small jar of wine to Lin Yi. "Here is what you requested, young master. Please enjoy." "Thank you." After thanking him, Lin Yi immediately began to taste it. To his great surprise, both the monster meat and the side dishes tasted quite good, more than twice as good as what he had eaten yesterday. Of course, it's just okay, it wouldn't be considered delicious. So he only took a couple of bites before putting down his chopsticks, and the next second he stared intently in the direction of the owner. "Boss, the meat you roasted is indeed very good, but the seasoning is a little lacking. If you could marinate it before roasting, the meat would be more tender and flavorful. As for these side dishes, although they are exquisite, they are all boiled in water. If they were stir-fried in an iron wok, they would taste even better." Upon hearing this, not only did the owner, who was cooking, stop what he was doing, but all the other customers in the restaurant also looked over, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is this guy crazy? How dare he question Master Joe's skills? Yes, Master Joe's barbecue is famous not only in Giant Sword City, but also within a radius of 100,000 miles. I think he's clearly causing trouble. The last person who dared to cause trouble for Master Joe was a nascent soul cultivator. Master Joe ended up throwing that nascent soul cultivator out of the city. Really? That's a nascent soul cultivator. Is Master Joe really that powerful? Sure, let me tell you a secret. Master Joe used to be quite remarkable. It's said that he broke through to the nascent soul stage 100 years ago, but for some unknown reason, he chose to live in seclusion here and opened a restaurant. Hiss. Master Joe is a nascent soul cultivator. No wonder I never dared to look at him. That person is in a terrible situation. Immediately, many diners showed expressions of schadenfreude. Just then, Master Joe took off his apron and walked calmly to Lin Yi. Everyone instinctively assumed that Master Joe was about to get angry, but to their surprise, Master Joe wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked at Lin Yi with a polite expression and said, "Young master, may I ask what pickling is? And what about stir-frying in an iron wok? Does marinating meat really make it more flavorful and tender?" Upon hearing Master Joe's series of questions, Lin Yi immediately nodded confidently. Although he himself rarely cooked in his previous life, he never missed a single video from those food bloggers. I especially enjoy watching these cooking videos while eating, and over time I've naturally mastered a lot of cooking skills. He knows everything about frying, braising, stewing, simmering, stir-frying, deep-frying, cooking, thickening sauces, and caramelizing sugar. The so-called marinating process involves first tenderizing large pieces of meat with the back of a knife, washing them, placing them in a large dish, and then pouring in wine and soy sauce. By the way, you probably don't have soy sauce here, so you can use animal fat instead. Chicken bouillon? If you don't have chicken bouillon either, then you can use dried shrimp powder or mushroom powder instead. Sea cucumber powder would be even better if you had it. Add scallion, ginger, and garlic juice, and marinate for several hours to allow the meat to absorb the flavors. Finally, brush with honey while grilling and sprinkle with spices as you grill. As Lin Yi recounted his story, Master Zhou's eyes grew brighter and brighter. I see, I understand now. No wonder the meat I grilled always lacked a certain flavor inside.
After saying that, Master Joe turned around and got busy. After he finished marinating a piece of meat, he returned to Linya's side. May I ask, sir, how exactly do you perform the stir-frying in an iron wok that you just mentioned? Upon hearing Master Joe's question, Linya replied without hesitation, this is even simpler. Make an iron pot out of thin sheet metal, heat the fire, then add hot oil to the pot, put the ingredients directly into the pot and stir-fry, adding spices along the way. Only in this way can the aroma inside the ingredients be brought out to the maximum extent. After saying that, he was worried that Master Joe would not understand, so he took out a piece of refined iron from his storage bag and melted it with his own true fire, making an iron pot in front of everyone present. After finishing the iron pot, he still felt it was a little lacking, so he casually took out a low-level spirit gathering array plate and a fire spirit array plate. After connecting the two, the spiritual energy generated by the spirit gathering array plate was input into the fire spirit array plate, giving rise to a restless flame. With a few simple steps, the first spiritual energy stove in the cultivation world was born. This one move alone made Master Zo's eyes widen in amazement. With a stove and a pot, Linya immediately taught Chef Joe a lesson, using the limited ingredients in the kitchen to make a ruthless dish, stir-fried unknown fruits and vegetables with unknown animal eggs. When this dish, which looked extremely unappetizing, was served in front of Chef Joe, a chorus of sighs immediately rose from the surrounding crowd. It smells so good. Yes, the aroma of this dish is so rich. I never knew animal eggs could be boiled in water, but done like this. This is truly an eye-opening experience. I never expected that this young master would have such amazing culinary skills. Hearing the praise from everyone present, Linya felt a little embarrassed. He knew very well that it wasn't because of his excellent cooking skills, but because the people in this world ate so badly that they devoted all their energy to cultivating immortality. At the same time, Chef Joe, who was standing to the side, also picked up his chopsticks and began to taste the dish that Linya had cooked, which could be tentatively called scrambled eggs with tomatoes. His expression changed after taking a bite with his chopsticks. This stir-fried food actually tastes like this. I've wasted the last few centuries of my life. After his initial reflection, he turned his gaze seriously to Linya. Young master, thank you for your guidance. I think I know how to improve my dishes and create even more delicious food. But as soon as he finished speaking, Linya shook his head. No, this is nothing. Stir-frying is just the most basic thing. By the way, Master Joe, I see that you are extremely dedicated to cooking. I wonder if you would be willing to become a food blogger who spreads food culture to cultivators throughout the Tianyuan continent. Food blogger? Master Joe clearly didn't understand the meaning of this term. So-called food bloggers record their cooking process through videos, which not only allows more people to taste the food, but also allows more people to learn how to make the food. After hearing Linya's explanation, Master Joe nodded without even thinking. I am willing. Please enlighten me, young master. Alright, I'll now teach you how to become a qualified food blogger. After saying that, Linya began to teach Master Joe some cooking skills from his previous life and what he needed to do to become a food blogger. This includes how to choose ingredients, how to select seasonings, and how to make various cooking tools, etc. During this process, Chef Joe also demonstrated his extraordinary culinary talent, grasping concepts almost instantly and being able to apply what he learned to other situations most of the time. In less than a day, Chef Joe's culinary skills improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the level of a master chef from his previous life. By the way, may I ask what Master Zo's full name is? My surname is Zhou, and my given name is Gang. You can call me Zhou Gang from now on, Master Joe replied sincerely. Chapter 40 For the Holy Body. Again the Holy Body. Because Zhou Gang's comprehension was so high, Linya ran out of things to teach him in less than a day. He has mastered all kinds of cooking techniques, and Zhou Gang has also managed to recreate some seasonings that originally only existed in his previous life. Substitutes for scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers have all been found that evening. Linya ate a bowl of boiled fish slices cooked by Zhou Gang himself. Linya almost cried when he tasted the familiar flavor from his past life again. Wow, I've finally made it to the end. What kind of life have I been living these past few days? No, we must thoroughly promote the food culture of Earth to the Tianyuan continent. I can't eat a single bite of the food in this world. Thinking about all the food he'd eaten since his transmigration, he became even more determined to promote his food business through Douyin, TikTok. Moreover, he believed that delicious food was not only extremely tempting to him, but also to cultivators. After all, cultivators don't abandon all desires when they cultivate immortality. Appetite, like lust, is a bodily instinct. Having made up his mind, he ate 2 more slices of boiled fish. After finishing a plate of boiled dried fish, he turned his gaze to Zhou Gang, who was standing to the side with an expectant look on his face. "Young master, I wonder how my dish turned out. It's my first time making it, and I'm afraid I didn't control the heat well." "Ahem, that's already very good. As for controlling the heat, you can just practice more in the future." "Perfect timing, you can practice your potato and beef brisket again. I'll do the talking and you can cook it. This will also let us see how well you've grasped what I just taught you." "Yes, young master." Several tens of minutes later, a pot of fragrant beef and potato stew was served to Lin Yi. Looking at the pot of delicious-looking and fragrant beef and potato stew in front of him, Lin Yi's mouth watered instantly, and he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The familiar taste from my past life returned. The beef was tender yet not dry, and the potatoes were soft yet not mushy. "Not bad, very good. Master Zhou Gang, you can graduate now." "Really, young master?" Zhou Gang exclaimed with delight. "Next, we'll move on to the video shooting stage. Here, take this phone and familiarize yourself with it first." As they were talking, Lin Yi took out a new phone from his storage bag and taught Zhou Gang how to use it and shoot Douyin videos. He also explained the general process of making food videos. "Here's what we'll do, you go and film a video of yourself cooking and post it, and then I'll analyze your video after I've finished eating." "Yes, young master." Zhou Gang was initially fascinated when he got the phone, but then he took it aside and started fiddling with it, occasionally raising it to take pictures of his surroundings. Having a great time, after he had played around enough, he took his phone and went into the kitchen, where he started filming himself. Lin Yi, already engrossed in the delicious food, ignored him until he finished the entire pot of stewed beef and potatoes, at which point he patted his stomach contentedly. "It feels so good. But then again, there are advantages to cultivating immortality. You can eat as much as you want without gaining weight, and you don't feel any burden at all." After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the 2 ghost servants beside him. "How's your learning going, you two? Do you know how to cook for me now?" "Oh, this." Seeing the 2 ghost servants' timid appearance, Lin Yi knew it was hopeless. "Never mind, wait until Chef Joe makes more food videos, then you can learn from them. Let's go check how Master Joe's video is going." After wiping his mouth, Lin Yi got up and headed towards Master Joe's kitchen. When he walked into the kitchen, Chef Joe had just finished a dish and was clearing the table. "These are all the tips for stir-fried beef with scallions. If you didn't understand, you can watch it carefully again and again. I will also put a written summary of the tips in the comments section, including how to obtain seasonings, how to forge various cooking tools, etc. Thank you for watching." Lin Yi, who had just stepped into the kitchen, froze on the spot after hearing Chef Joe's concluding remarks. "No way, is this another holy body?" At this moment, Master Zhou also noticed his arrival and quickly took his phone and came to Lin Yi's side. "Young master, this is the video I shot according to your requirements. Please take a look at the finished product. It's my first time shooting, so I don't know if it's good or not." As he spoke, Master Zhou's face was full of restraint, not at all like a dignified nascent soul cultivator. Coming to his senses, Lin Yi subconsciously took the phone from him and looked at the video Zhou Gang had filmed with curiosity. As he looked at him, his expression changed. It's not that the filming was bad, but rather that it was exceptionally good. From the shooting angle and process to the switching of perspectives, everything was handled perfectly. If the maximum score is 100, then this video deserves at least 80 points. This is completely unlike the effect that someone who was new to short videos could produce. After much thought, Lin Yi could only come up with 2 words: talent. Zhou Gang awakened his innate food blogger body on his own, just like the people he had encountered before. As for why the Tianyuan continent produces so many sacred bodies, Lin Yi had some guesses. One reason is that these cultivators have fully developed both their bodies and minds during their cultivation process, resulting in an intellectual level far exceeding that of their previous lives. Even things that you've never seen or heard of before, you can quickly get the hang of after trying them. On the other hand, it's because most of these people have accumulated decades or even hundreds of years of experience. What they lack is just that final push. Now that Lin Yi has kicked open that door for them, they have naturally awakened overnight. However, he would definitely not say these things to Zhou Gang's face. Ahem, the filming is very good, but the video is a bit long overall, and some unnecessary shots can be edited out. In addition, you can add some simple explanations during the cooking process to tell the audience why you do this step. Upon hearing Lin Yi's evaluation, Zhou Gang immediately nodded repeatedly. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, young master. I will make improvements according to your requirements. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhou Gang immediately began to act. Although the process took a long time, the final product became increasingly perfect. After receiving Lin Yi's approval, he immediately posted the video in order to understand the true thoughts of the cultivators of Tianyuan continent regarding this kind of food video. Lin Yi deliberately did not heat up Zhou Gang's video this time. But the final result still surprised him greatly. In just over an hour, Zhou Gang's video had already garnered over 10,000 likes, and its popularity skyrocketed. Chapter 45 Reflections inspired by food festival activities. Lin Yi knew there was a market for food videos, but the fact that they became popular so quickly was completely beyond his expectations. Even with over 8 million Douyin users across the entire Tianyuan continent, 10,000 likes in an hour is still an astonishing growth rate. To find out why Zhou Gang's video went viral so quickly, he immediately clicked into the comments section. I rarely feel hungry since I reached the foundation establishment stage, but this video actually made me hungry. Why is the way this dish is made so novel? I've never seen it before, but it looks delicious. I had completely forgotten when I last ate. But seeing this video suddenly reminded me of the time before I embarked on the path of immortality. What is the purpose of cultivating immortality? I was a little confused when I saw this video. Isn't it to have a longer lifespan to enjoy all the wonderful things in the world? But as our cultivation level increases, we gradually lose those joys we once had. The fellow Taoist upstairs is right. I think so too. I have now reached the nascent soul stage, and if nothing unexpected happens, I can easily live for over 1,000 years. But I can't think of any reason why I want to live so long. Perhaps it's time to stop and enjoy the scenery along the way. Beyond foundation establishment is golden core, above golden core is nascent soul, above nascent soul is deity transformation, and behind deity transformation is great ascension. The path to immortality is endless, but how many people can reach the end? Most people end up dying and their cultivation dissipating. Rather than fighting against heaven and earth for life, it is better to enjoy the present moment. If I could, I would really like to try what this stir-fried beef with scallions tastes like. Either reach the summit or enjoy all the flavors of life. After coming to Douyin, I discovered that there are many other pleasures in the world besides cultivation. I'm going to Giant Sword City tomorrow. It's a pity I'm too far from Great Sword City, but I think I might be able to try making this stir-fried beef with scallions using the method Master Zhou taught me. Keep it up, Chef Zhou. Post more food-making videos, I love watching them. Heart. After reading the comments section below the video, Lin Yi's face showed a knowing expression. So that's how it is. So people in the cultivation world can also reflect and awaken, actually extending from a delicious dish to the meaning of cultivation. It seems that the pressure of cultivating immortality is actually quite great. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. That's good too. If everyone focuses more on studying food, they won't have the time or energy to train or fight amongst themselves. However, relying on Master Zhou alone is not enough. Let's organize an event. With that thought in mind, he immediately bid farewell to Master Zhou and returned to his inn with his 2 ghost servants. I opened the Douyin backend and casually posted an event video with text through the official account. The Douyin Food Festival is here. Shoot and upload your own food-related videos, and the top 1,000 users with the most likes will each receive 1,000 spirit stones, as well as food blogger certification and a commemorative trophy. The top 100 users with the most likes will each receive 10,000 spirit stones, as well as a food expert certification and a commemorative trophy. Their subsequent videos will also receive preferential traffic from the platform. The user with the most likes will be awarded 1 million spirit stones, a Chef God certification, a Chef God Golden Cup, and a homepage recommendation opportunity. At the same time, as long as you shoot food-related videos, you can get a certain amount of traffic support. As soon as the video was released, all of the more than 8 million registered Douyin users simultaneously saw it. Their expressions changed immediately after watching the video. It has been more than 7 days since Douyin was launched. In addition, with the various things that have happened on the platform during this period, most users have realized that Douyin is not just an entertainment tool, but can also rewrite their destiny. Some small sects that were on the verge of bankruptcy managed to revive their reputations by using Douyin videos, such as the 7 Birds Sect. Meanwhile, some sects that were facing dissolution due to unsold goods sold out managed to sell all their magical artifacts and spiritual medicines that had been unsold for decades through Douyin, TikTok, such as the 100 Refinements Sect. Many independent cultivators have earned more spirit stones than they could ever have in their entire lives through Douyin, and gained fame they could never have otherwise achieved. Just like Master Fire Dragon, there are also examples like Lu Ruyan, who made tens of millions of spirit stones overnight through a live stream. As a result, many independent cultivators and sect disciples are no longer satisfied with just watching other people's short videos and live streams. They are trying to join in themselves, and some independent cultivators have even completely given up cultivation and put all their energy into making short videos. However, due to various reasons, their videos did not improve in a short period of time, nor did they gain a large number of fans. However, this video from the official source gave them hope. Is this a new campaign launched by Douyin? You can get traffic support just by shooting food videos. That's great. My God, the first place winner gets a reward of 1 million spirit stones. I could never earn that many spirit stones in my entire life. Even if you don't get first place, as long as you make it into the top 1,000, you'll get 1,000 spirit stones. That's not a small amount. The key is that you can also get recommended by the platform. If you can go viral once, you can gain at least a few thousand followers. I've been filming monster videos for 2 days now, and the best one only got a little over 200 likes. Looks like I'll have to switch to food videos this time. How exactly do you shoot food videos? What kind of food qualifies as delicious food? I suggest you watch Master Joe's video. His video went viral, and you can learn from it. But based on my observations over the past few days, if you make a video in the same style as the one that went viral, you're unlikely to become viral yourself. I have an idea. Although I can't cook, I can eat, and I can eat a lot. If I put a bunch of food in my live stream and keep eating, will anyone watch? How could that be? Who would like to watch someone sit there eating all the time? Your idea is probably doomed. I also have an idea. I would ride a flying sword and travel throughout the entire Tianyuan continent, filming the food from different regions. I would eat a different food in each video. Is it possible for this to become popular? I suggest finding a desolate mountain wilderness and eating whatever you find every day. It's best to eat some strange things, as that will attract attention. While others eat monsters, you should eat poisonous insects and eat them raw. Anyway, our cultivators' bodies are resilient and we won't die from eating them. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Daoist upstairs. I will try it tomorrow. Suddenly, a large number of Douyin users began to try to transform into food bloggers. The effect was immediate. Chapter 46 Millions of users. New applications. Only 2 days had passed when food-themed works exploded in number, causing a dramatic transformation in the food culture of the entire Tianyuan continent within just a few days. Lin Yi himself quickly realized this. Wow, they produced 200 million videos in just one night. Did these people stay up all night making TikTok videos for me? Looking at the data displayed in the Douyin backend, Lin Yi's face was full of disbelief. Since the number of users reached 5 million, the average daily increase in the total number of videos has been around 100 million. This data is already quite exaggerated, equivalent to a user taking 20 photos a day. Even in my previous life on Earth, it wasn't this impressive at this time. The number of posts increased by 200 million overnight, which is undoubtedly driven by the event he attended, and that's indeed the case. Open the Douyin homepage and scroll through it casually. At least 4 out of 10 videos are food videos. As for why only 4, it's because 3 of them are borderline. One is a cute pet video, and the other is a reading video. This single reading video is no ordinary reading video. In the video, a female cultivator from the Yaoqi sect is wearing an ancient-style long dress and holding a book, reading aloud the contents of the book. Although it doesn't reveal any skin and is a legitimate book, it still attracts a large number of LSPs of this naturally included Lin Yi. This fairy of glass is gaining fans very quickly. She gained 300,000 fans in just 2 days. She may rival Lu Ruyan in the future. I'll keep a close eye on her for now and see if I can get a chance to meet her. Such a promising talent deserves to be nurtured. Lin Yi casually added the favorite button and then the follow button before swiping away the video. Immediately afterward, a food video appeared in front of him. He became interested at first glance. This person does have some ideas, they even thought of this. In the video, a seemingly delicate female cultivator at the chi refining stage had dozens of thighs of unknown monsters displayed on her desk. These thighs were all grilled until they were golden brown and dripping with oil. The female cultivator didn't say anything, but casually picked up a thigh that looked to weigh at least several dozen kilograms from the table and took a bite out of it. Then came a series of repetitive actions, and in less than 10 minutes, the female cultivator had eaten all the beast leg meat on the table, which must have weighed at least 1,000 pounds. After watching the video, Lin Yi was dumbfounded. My goodness, is this little girl a monster in disguise? How can she eat so much? Even if a cultivator has strong digestive abilities, they shouldn't be able to digest them to this extent. No wonder this video has so many likes. This girl deserves it all. She's definitely born with the talent for mukbang. He then opened the video's comments section, and sure enough, all the comments expressed their amazement and admiration. I've followed her. This girl has a lot of potential. As long as her videos stay on track, she'll definitely be a top influencer in the future. Should I set up an MCN company to collect all these potential talents, nurture them, and then rely on them to improve the overall video quality on Douyin? As soon as the idea popped into his head, Lin Yi immediately added it to his plan. After all, it would be too slow for him to drive the internet development of the entire Tianyuan continent on his own. It would be even better if he could have more helpers. Lin Yi's ultimate dream is to elevate the internet environment of Tianyuan continent to the level of his previous life. Of course, it's not just the internet environment. For example, the food culture and entertainment methods from the previous life are also being promoted in this world. While giving these primitive natives a little shock, he also satisfied his own needs. After all, he was already a great demon of the demonic sect. If he were to act like a shut-in every day, wouldn't this transmigration be a waste? Thinking of this, he immediately turned off his phone and then said to the 2 ghost servants, "Let's go. Let's go for a stroll and see what else is fun in Giant's Word City." Giant's Word City is a big city with a population of millions. It can't be that there's nothing fun to do, right? After saying that, he let his 2 ghost servants out of the inn. Walking along the streets of Giant's Word City, one can see cultivators of different levels and mortals serving them everywhere. He had originally hoped that he might encounter some scenes of bullying men and women in the city to relieve his boredom, or that he might run into some ignorant villains who would target and mock him. But after wandering around the city, I didn't run into them. The vast majority of people were holding their phones and grinning like idiots. What's going on? Is the atmosphere in Giant Sword City really that harmonious? It's not like this in the novels. Just as he was looking completely bewildered, a young cultivator dressed in fine clothes, clearly from a prestigious family, accidentally bumped into him. The moment he collided with him, his protective magic sent the other person flying more than 10 meters away, instantly smashing a roadside stall. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi's eyes immediately lit up with anticipation. Here it comes, the scene from the novel is here. Just as he thought this, the young cultivator who had smashed the stall quickly got up from the ground, and immediately took out his storage bag from his pocket, took out hundreds of spirit stones from it and handed them to the stall owner. "I'm so sorry, boss, I broke this thing. I'll pay for it, I'll pay for everything." After giving him the spirit stones, he repeatedly apologized, displaying an extremely humble attitude. After apologizing to the boss, the young cultivator rushed to Lin Yi's side without stopping. "Young master, I'm so sorry. I was replying to a message from my friend and didn't see you. It's all my fault. I apologize to you." As he spoke, the young man bowed several times in Lin Yi's bewildered gaze. What's going on? Wait, it can't be. After realizing something, he immediately looked around and saw many cultivators pointing their phones at them. Upon discovering that there was no conflict between the two sides, disappointment appeared on their faces. Upon seeing this, he suddenly realized what was going on. So that's why you're afraid of being filmed and posted on TikTok. It's probably the incident with the Heavenly Sword sect that has frightened the scions of these sects and aristocratic families. After understanding the whole story, Lin Yi was both surprised and disappointed. After all, he was eager to use his Mahayana stage cultivation to teach those arrogant second-generation immortals a lesson. Ideally, the other party's elders would come looking for him, and he could then take the opportunity to teach them a lesson as well. What a pity that I didn't have the chance to show off and slap people in the face. My Mahayana stage cultivation has no place to be used. After shaking his head, he continued to wander around the city with his ghost servant. After wandering around for a while, he finally came to a conclusion. Mobile phones are still more fun. Let's move on to the next city tomorrow. I'll go back to the inn and play on my phone for today. Not long after he returned to the inn, a system notification that hadn't appeared for a long time suddenly popped up. Ding! Congratulations, host, your Douyin registered users have exceeded 10 million. As a reward, the system will open up a second application, Tomato-Free Novels. Subsequent hosts will receive 10% of the revenue from reading all works on Tomato-Free Novels, as well as all back-end privileges. Upon seeing this unexpected notification, Lin Yi was first taken aback, then overjoyed. Chapter 47 Tomato-Free Novel. Looking at the familiar icon in front of him, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with surprise. He was very familiar with tomato-free novels. In his previous life, he had spent a lot of time reading novels on it. It's not that this app is particularly good, but all the novels on it are completely free. You can read whichever one you want. Although the quality is very poor and it is jokingly called finding gold and shit by countless book lovers, it really doesn't cost a penny. You can even earn money by reading novels. Sometimes you can even get some book coupons, and you can buy a book for just 1 cent. He has taken advantage of these coupons quite a bit. Thanks to this, tomato-free novels surpassed the industry leader, Dianping, in terms of daily active users in just a few years. The influence of novels is not on the same level as that of short videos, but in terms of the extent to which they can harm people, they are no less harmful. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, he started reading novels when he was in junior high school. At that time, he read paper versions, and then he upgraded to ebooks. He was originally at the top of his class, but after studying for 2 years, he almost failed to get into a regular high school. Fortunately, I woke up in time during high school and watched less of that stuff every day, otherwise I might have ended up working in an electronics factory, screwing in screws. The reason it has such a big impact is that it's addictive. Sometimes you can watch it all night without even realizing it. On the other hand, it's because most novels are too mindless and intellectually degrading. Reading too many can easily damage your brain, which is how his brain was damaged back then. But these shortcomings have all become advantages now. Douyin now has tens of millions of users, but the average daily online time is only 12 hours. In other words, there are still some people with very strong self-discipline who dedicate at least half of their time each day to cultivation. How can this be acceptable? We must make them spend all their time on their phones and make them understand that spiritual practice is nowhere near as fun as using a mobile phone. I wonder if there are any novels left in this Tomato-Free Novels app. Is it also blank? Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt a sense of unease and quickly opened the Tomato-Free Novel app on his phone. My heart sank the moment I saw it. The main interface, which should have been filled with various novels, was completely empty. Just as I thought, this is the end of the world. Without a novel app, it's completely useless. I can't write it all by myself, and it's unrealistic to expect everyone in the world to write it, since writing a novel is much harder than making a short video. Forget it, let's give it a try first. Maybe there are people in this world who have the talent to write novels. After saying that, he started searching within the app and eventually found the Personal Creation Center on the homepage. After registering a pen name for myself, the interface immediately redirected. Isn't this Tomato Writer Assistant? It's been integrated into it too. That makes things much more convenient. In his previous life, he had tried to create his own novels on Tomato Novels, but because he didn't understand the formula and rules, he ended up working for several months without even reaching the threshold for withdrawal. But this life is different, because he doesn't need to write it himself. He just needs to copy the classic online novels from his previous life: Battle Through the Heavens, Devouring the Stars, Shrouding the Sky, Sacred Ruins, and Snowsword.no1 in the world knows that his books are plagiarized, and no one is pursuing legal action against him for copyright infringement. Even so, he still fell into deep thought as he looked at the empty creation interface in front of him. Damn it, I only remember the gist of most novels, I don't remember the complete story at all. No, didn't those transmigrators in my previous life just copy other people's novels after they transmigrated? How did they manage to record all those plots? Let me think about it. There must be a way. After much deliberation, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. By the way, if I remember correctly, the demonic sect has a spell called the soul-searching technique, which can awaken all the long-forgotten memories in a person's brain. My memories should still be stored in my brain, but they are compressed and sealed because I don't need them. As long as I use the soul-searching technique on myself, I can bring back all the memories from my past life. Without hesitation, he crossed his legs on the bed and stretched out his right hand to cover his face. The soul-searching technique was activated instantly, and under the influence of a special force, a scrolling list of life events appeared before Linya's eyes. Whether it's a past life or this life, everything that has been experienced will surface without exception, even things that were long forgotten, and even scenes that were only glanced at before. At this moment, he saw the scene when he was born in his previous life, the scene when he was in elementary school in his previous life, the scene when he took the college entrance examination in his previous life, and even every single question in the college entrance examination. This is even more true of some novels and TV series from previous lives. When the soul-searching technique ended, Linyi instantly felt that his brain had gained a lot more information. It was fortunate that his brain had evolved, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to hold so much information. Feeling the extra memories in his mind, he was overjoyed. Great! I've remembered all the novels I read in my past life, not a single word is missing. If I have enough time, I can bring them all over here. So, which novel should we choose as our first book? Battle Through the Heavens? No way, reading online novels should be done gradually. You can't raise the bar too high all at once. I've got it, let's start with this one. Having made up his mind, he immediately switched his phone's input method to the Divine Sense input method, connecting his own Divine Sense with the phone so that he could quickly input information with just a thought. Under his divine control, a line of text quickly appeared on the screen. Before chaos was formed, heaven and earth were in turmoil, a vast and boundless expanse unseen by anyone. Since Pango broke the primordial chaos, the distinction between the pure and the impure has been established. That's right. For his first novel, he chose the classic masterpiece Journey to the West from his previous life. The reason for choosing this novel is twofold. Firstly, its content is captivating enough, and secondly, it closely reflects the situation on the Tianyuan continent. There are immortals in Journey to the West, and there are also immortals on Tianyuan continent. There are demons in Journey to the West, and there are also demons on Tianyuan continent. He just needs to add a little bit of localization content. With the support of the powerful Divine Sense input method, he had already typed 200,000 words in less than an hour. At this speed, the entire Journey to the West would only take 2 or 3 hours to complete. However, he stopped after uploading 300,000 words. We can't upload it all at once, we need to let these people experience what it's like to follow the updates. He stopped typing and, after creating a cover for Journey to the West using the built-in cover function of Tomato Writer Assistant, uploaded the entire book directly. Chapter 48. Why is it already light? Since all applications released by the system are automatically installed on all mobile phones without needing to be downloaded, after Linyi obtained the Tomato Free Novels application, a new icon appeared on the main interface of all mobile phone users at the same time. Many people immediately noticed this change on their phones. Among them was Li Xinqing, a genius disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, one of the 10 major sects of the righteous path. Before he was even 100 years old, he had already reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm and ranked 13th on the Hidden Dragon list of the Tianyuan continent. His face was resolute at that moment. Li Xinqing, you still have a blood feud on your shoulders. If you don't cultivate diligently, how will you avenge your parents in the future, and how will you annihilate the demons of the Ghost King sect? That's enough Douyin for today. I'll spend 2 more hours on it tomorrow, and when I receive my subsidy this month, I'll also give Rian Ferry a Douyin account. After saying that, he exited the Douyin main interface without hesitation. However, just as he was about to turn off his phone and start practicing seriously, the change on the phone screen immediately caught his attention. Ha!
What's this? I don't think I've seen this before. Free tomato novels?
Although he had made up his mind to cultivate diligently, he still felt a strong sense of curiosity when he saw the newly added application icon. After much deliberation, he finally made a decision.
Forget it, there's no rush. Let's just click in and take a look. It shouldn't take too long.
After he finished speaking, he pointed to the icon next to TikTok with his finger. The next second, a slightly blank interface appeared in front of him. From left to right, the interface consisted of the bookstore, categories, benefits, bookshelf, and homepage. However, what puzzled him was that the entire interface was empty except for the bookstore, and even the bookstore only contained one book.
What's going on?
While wondering, he looked at the only book in the bookstore, and the title of the book quickly caught his attention.
Journey to the West? Could it be a folk travelogue? That's interesting. Judging from the title, it should record a person's experiences traveling west.
It's only 7 o'clock, still early.
Reading for a while shouldn't interfere with my cultivation.
Maybe I can even learn about the customs and culture of the western regions of Tianyuan continent through this book. After convincing himself, he casually clicked into a book called Journey to the West, and from the very beginning, he was captivated by its contents, especially the description of the formation of heaven and earth. His eyes were shining. Light and pure, rising upwards, there is the sun, the moon, the stars, and the constellations. The sun, the moon, the stars, and the constellations are called the four symbols.
How wonderful!
I wonder what level of cultivation the person who wrote this book possessed to have such an understanding of the formation of heaven and earth. When the weather cools down, the earth's energy rises. When heaven and earth unite, all things come into being. The three powers, the four symbols, and the five elements, what profound insights these are. In a daze, he felt that he had gained some understanding of the world around him. The person who wrote this book must be very learned. Reading it more may be very beneficial to one's spiritual practice. After saying that, he continued reading, and when he came across the description of the stone monkey's birth alarming the heavenly court, he was once again greatly shocked. The Jade Emperor, the supreme heavenly venerable, the high god of the mysterious vault? Who is this person? Could he be an immortal from the upper realm? And could this Lingshao Palace be the residence of an immortal from the upper realm? Legends of the upper realm have always circulated in the Tianyuan continent, and many cultivators have ascended to the upper realm after undergoing tribulations. However, not a single word has ever been passed down, so no one knows what the legendary immortal realm is like. This passage sparked endless imagination in Li Xinxing, who even suspected that it was the true scene of the upper realm. To find out if it was really as he thought, he quickly continued reading. When he saw the stone monkey enter the water curtain cave and be hailed as the Monkey King by the other monkeys, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. When he saw the stone monkey being given the name Sun Wukong and successfully becoming a disciple of Patriarch Bodhi, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He was eager to know what would happen next, but he was also afraid of wasting his cultivation time. Thinking of this, he quickly glanced at the upper right corner of the screen. Thank goodness, only 10 minutes have passed. 10 minutes won't have any impact. I'll watch for another 10 minutes. After I finish watching the rest of the story, I'll start my cultivation. After successfully convincing himself, he immediately swiped the screen backward, and the title of the next chapter appeared in front of him. The title alone, Comprehend the True and Wondrous Principles of Bodhi, Sever Demonic Influences, Return to Your Original Nature, and Unite with Your Primordial Spirit, piqued his interest. After reading the main text, his expression unconsciously changed in various ways, sometimes surprised, sometimes puzzled, sometimes delighted, and sometimes confused. What was astonishing were the various extraordinary phenomena that occurred during the sermons of Patriarch Bodhi. Just by preaching, he can create such a dazzling display of knowledge and cause golden lotuses to spring from the ground. What kind of cultivation does this Bodhi Patriarch possess? Even those at the Mahayana stage probably couldn't do that. He must be a true immortal from the upper realm. This Sun Wukong is so lucky to be able to casually become a disciple of a true immortal from the upper realm. I wish I had such an opportunity. As he spoke, A hint of envy appeared in his eyes, however, when he saw that Sun Wukong was not learning this or that. He began to worry about Sun Wukong. It wasn't until Sun Wukong entered Bodhi Patriarch's room in the middle of the night and received the method of immortality from Bodhi Patriarch that a smile returned to his face, but as he smiled, his expression subtly changed. Especially after he carefully examined the oral instructions passed down by Patriarch Bodhi. The true and wondrous secret of the perfect integration of exoteric and esoteric teachings lies in the cultivation of life, which has no other explanation. It all comes from essence, energy, and spirit. Guard it firmly and do not let it leak out. Could this mantra truly contain the great Tao? As he spoke, he recited the incantation several times, and as he recited it, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. I understand. I finally understand. It turns out that to transform into an infant, one must not only refine chi, but also refine essence and spirit. Only when the three are combined can a perfect golden core be formed. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately put his phone aside and started trying it out. Before long, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body. The cultivation bottleneck that had been blocked for a long time began to loosen at this moment, and his own realm also rose slightly in just a short time. It was enough to accomplish what took several days. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with joy. I never expected that this journey to the West would actually contain such profound teachings. I have benefited greatly from just the opening chapter. I really don't know what surprises the rest of the content will bring me. Since that's the case, I might as well skip cultivation today and finish reading this book. After saying that, he picked up his phone again and started reading the rest of the content. As he read, he became completely engrossed in the world of the book, immersing himself in the perspective of the protagonist, Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong learned the 72 transformations and the somersault cloud, he was even happier than when he had broken through his cultivation level. Under these circumstances, time passed little by little, and when Li Xinxing raised his head again, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Why is the room so bright now? Chapter 49. When Li Xinxing looked out the window, he was stunned. He clearly remembered that he had started watching Journey to the West not long after nightfall, but now the light outside the window was so bright it was blinding. Instantly, a possibility occurred to him, and he looked at the upper right corner of his phone. Damn it! How is it already 6 o'clock? Where did all my time go? The whole night just passed by like that? Surprised and puzzled, he quickly opened the window and looked outside, where he saw a red sun rising slowly from the east. Upon seeing this scene, he instantly felt a pang of guilt and self-reproach. I've wasted a whole night. How can I live up to my master's teachings? How can I live up to my father and mother's expectations? If I continue to degenerate like this, when will I ever be able to avenge the blood feud between my father and mother? Li Xinxing, wake up! As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the phone in his hand. You're the one who's harming people. I'm going to smash you to pieces. He was about to smash his phone on the ground as soon as he finished speaking, but then he thought better of it and didn't do it in the end, because at that moment, he suddenly remembered the scene he had just witnessed. That Tang Sanzang is really infuriating. Those people were obviously the white bone demon in disguise, but he didn't even recognize them and even chanted a spell to drive away Sun Wukong. I wonder what will happen next. Tang Sanzang will probably regret it after he realizes he wronged Sun Wukong. Forget it, I'll finish reading it soon. At worst, I'll just stop reading after I finish Journey to the West. The content of this book has been very enlightening for me. This time, he convinced himself again, and in order to finish reading the rest of the content as soon as possible, he simply sat down again. After another half day, he finally saw the latest updated chapter. The Mad God slays the bandits, the Taoist immortal relieves his worry, and a look of relief appeared on his face. Great, I've finally finished watching it. Although I'm still curious about what will happen next, it's a pity there's no more. Well then, I'll just wait until it's updated to watch it again. Hey, there's a little yellowish-brown button here, let's press it. However, just as he tapped the small, yellowish-brown button, a line of text suddenly popped up on his phone. The author has uploaded the latest chapter, which is currently loading. Before he could react, a new chapter appeared before him. He casually turned to the next page, a hint of conflict appearing on his face. Should I read it or not?
Reading just one chapter shouldn't take too long, so I'll read it. After saying that, he started watching with a clear conscience. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was also using his divine sense input method to upload the remaining content of Journey to the West all at once. After uploading, he glanced at the back-end data. He thought that since Journey to the West had just been uploaded, not many people would be watching it, but the data in front of him gave him a big shock. 289,816 readers, 288,816 currently reading, 12,000 comments, 227,000 bookshelves added, 53,000 requests for updates, and 289,816 following the latest chapters. What the heck? This many people have seen what I uploaded last night? And the number of people adding books to their bookshelves and urging updates is just too overwhelming. If my novels from my previous life had these numbers, I would have gone straight to the gold medal and earned tens of thousands of yuan a day. After the initial shock, he suddenly became curious about what kind of evaluation the natives of this world would give after seeing the classic works from his previous life. With that in mind, he went straight to the comments section of Journey to the West. Everywhere you look, there are 5-star reviews. I suddenly discovered a tomato novel app on my phone today. I didn't know what it was for at first. After logging in, I found this novel called Journey to the West. I thought it was just a travelogue, but after reading it, I found the story to be so exciting. I didn't sleep a wink all night and only finished reading it this morning. I really want to know what happens next. The contents of the book are so interesting. I really want to know if what is written in it is true. Was the world really created in this way? Is the upper realm really a place called the Heavenly Court? I feel that the book records a real world, or a story that happened in ancient times. The 4 continents correspond to the 4 domains of the current Tianyuan continent, and the Heavenly Court is actually the immortal realm. I think so too. The Jade Emperor is actually a celestial emperor. I just don't know what level of cultivation that Bodhi Patriarch had. This book is truly wonderfully written, and I feel that the author must also be a senior immortal. After carefully comprehending the method of immortality that Patriarch Bodhi told Sun Wukong, my cultivation level has greatly increased. It turns out there are other fellow Taoists who have made the same discovery as me. I also gained a lot after reading it. I can't believe there are such incredible and bizarre stories in the world. I really want to know what kind of twists and turns Tang Sanzang and his disciples will encounter next. Is there anyone else who wants to kill Tang Sanzang like me? I get angry just looking at him. Sun Wukong is at least a golden immortal level expert, yet he becomes a disciple of a mortal like Tang Sanzang. It seems this reader didn't understand. Tang Sanzang was no ordinary person, he was also the reincarnation of an ancient great being. This book showed me a completely new world. After reading it, I was deeply moved. The monsters with powerful backgrounds were eventually taken back, while the monsters without backgrounds were simply killed. How is this any different from our world today? I can't sleep at night, author, please update quickly. After reading these comments, Lin Yi finally understood the views of the cultivators in this world regarding the classics of his previous life. In short, art not only transcends national boundaries, but it can also break through dimensions. Good works can shine and resonate with readers no matter where they are placed. It seems that the cultivators in this world are much more receptive to novels than I imagined. We've already gained so many book fans in less than a few hours, but that's not enough. We've already surpassed 10 million mobile users, and only this many people have read Journey to the West. We need to do some promotion. Thinking about this, an idea immediately came to him. In his previous life, tomato novels rose to prominence thanks to the promotion of Douyin, TikTok, which couldn't be easier for him now. As for how to stream it, it's actually quite simple, just find a decompressed video clip and add content from the novel to create a short video. Lin Yi found a video about repairing donkey hooves that the Beast Spirit Sect had previously made, and then recorded a chapter from Journey to the West into it. Without much effort, a novel promotion video of about 10 minutes was completed. He clicked publish, which inadvertently boosted the video's popularity, and then quietly waited for the final result. He didn't have to wait long during this process. Just 10 minutes later, the video's popularity began to rise steadily, and a large number of comments appeared in the comment section, all asking where the next part was. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly. At their reading speed, they can finish reading Journey to the West in about a day. It's time to think about what to upload for the second novel. We can't let them have any free time.
After a while, once their literary skills are basically developed, we'll start teaching them how to write online novels, so they can experience the taste of failure, hee hee. Chapter 50 Ascension is just going up to become a lowly soldier. Within the Luwafu sacred land of the Luwafu Immortal Mountain in the eastern region, the inner sect elder, Venerable Dui, sat high on a cloud platform, with a group of elite inner sect members of the Luwafu sacred land below him. The most basic requirement to become an inner elite of the Luwafu Holy Land is to establish a foundation before the age of 30 and form a core before the age of 50. It is no exaggeration to say that anyone randomly selected from these people would be a candidate for sect leader in any of the top-tier sections. For this reason, the Luwafu Holy Land values them highly and sends elders from its sect to answer their questions every now and then. This time, they even sent Venerable Dui, who has the cultivation level of the early Mahayana stage. After Venerable Dui finished explaining the content he had prepared in advance, he swept his gaze over the group of inner disciples present.
Do you still have any questions about what I just said? If so, please feel free to ask.
Upon hearing this, the inner disciples of the Luwafu Holy Land below immediately answered in unison, "This disciple has no questions, thank you for your teachings, Venerable One."
Hearing everyone's answers, Venerable Dui nodded in satisfaction.
Good, very good. Although you are not the best class of disciples I have ever taught, you are the most obedient class. As long as you maintain this momentum, our Luwafu Holy Land will surely shine brightly at the exchange conference between the major Holy Lands 3 months from now. After saying this, Venerable Dui seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became more serious. In addition, I recently heard that a magical artifact called a mobile phone has appeared on the Tianyuan continent.
It has something called Douyin on it.
As long as you open Douyin, your time will be stolen without you knowing, and your spirit stones will also decrease inexplicably. I don't think the disciples of my Luwafu Holy Land possess such a poisonous magical artifact. As soon as he finished speaking, many of the thousands of disciples from the Luwafu Holy Land below showed slight changes in their expressions, some nervous and some guilty. These expressions, though subtle, did not escape the notice of Venerable Dui. However, he did not expose them on the spot, but instead spoke earnestly, "You are geniuses recruited from all over the world by my Luwafu Holy Land. Your goal in the future is to ascend to the immortal realm and become an ancestor.
Do not be misled by such external things.
You should learn from Chi Tian and strive to break through to the nascent soul stage before the age of 120, just like him.
That's all I have to say.
Take care of yourselves." After saying that, he drifted away, leaving behind a group of inner disciples who remained kneeling for a long time. It took them quite a while before they stood up from their prayer mats. Some flew away on their swords on the spot, while others stayed to savor the great principles that Venerable Dui had just spoken of, and still others gathered together in groups. Within this crowd, a tall man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, possessing a mid-stage golden core cultivation level, suddenly spoke in a low voice to two fellow disciples not far away. "Dong Yang,
Xianyu, you two come here for a moment."
Upon hearing his voice, the two disciples not far away quickly came over, and the three of them, without prior arrangement, revealed lewd expressions on their faces. The next second they walked to a corner and each took out a cell phone. "Let me tell you, I saw another beautiful fairy yesterday. She was not only wearing black stockings, but also an outfit that I'd never seen before.
I'm sharing it with you."
"Me too. This fairy named Yu who can't wake up is really beautiful, and her voice is so sweet. Yesterday I gave her 10 spirit stones, and she even sang a song for me."
"Low class, how come you're all so low class?"
"I'm different.
I like reading."
"Have you seen Fairy Lioli's latest reading video? That voice, that expression, it's absolutely amazing.
Were you reading a book?"
"I didn't even want to call you out on it, but it's because in the latest video, Fairy Lioli wore a pair of white stockings. Although she only showed her feet and not her legs, I believe she will definitely show them in the future. I have another funny thing here. I've already tagged you guys in the video comments." Just as the three were chatting enthusiastically, a young man with a cold expression, slender figure, and a light layer of downy hair on his face walked towards them. Upon seeing the phones in the three people's hands, the cold-faced young man immediately said in a cold voice, "Playing with toys is a waste of your ambition."
"Didn't you hear what the Venerable One just said?"
After being told this by the young man, the three of them first gave an awkward laugh, and then quickly explained, "Senior brother Chitian, we are not indulging in frivolous pursuits, we are studying.
Yes, we are learning, and we can't keep practicing all the time. We need to balance work and rest and occasionally clear our minds.
Besides, I don't think ascending to the upper realm is necessarily a good thing. The young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes suddenly said this. Upon hearing his words, the young man they called senior brother Chitian immediately let out a cold snort. What we cultivators seek is to ascend to immortality and live a carefree life.
Why is ascending to the upper realm not a good thing? Stop making excuses for your laziness. Chitian wasn't the only one who thought this way. The other two also looked at the thick-browed youth with the same puzzled expression, but at that moment, the young man with thick eyebrows suddenly said with a serious expression, "Do you really think that you can live a carefree life after ascending to the upper realm and becoming an immortal? Have you ever thought that once we ascend to the upper realm, we will go from the top of the cultivation world to the bottom of the immortal realm, while those powerful beings who ascended to the immortal realm before us have already created a new order in the immortal realm?" Upon hearing the young man with thick eyebrows make these remarks, the three people, including Chitian, all changed color. Everyone knows that ascending to the immortal realm is their ultimate goal, but they don't know what the immortal realm is like.
Even the elders in the cultivation world probably don't know either. Ironically, the theory put forward by the young man with thick eyebrows was quite reasonable. Just like those mortals from Tianyuan continent who came to the cultivation world, no matter what status they had in the mortal world, once they entered the cultivation world, they were the lowest level. They either become minors or start as menial disciples in various sections. Seeing that the three men had been persuaded, the young man with thick eyebrows immediately took out his phone again and opened a video.
Look, this is a video I came across this morning. It talks about some things in the upper realm.
It mentions that the immortals who ascended to heaven established a place called the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court has strict laws and regulations and a clear hierarchy, which is not as carefree as we imagine.
Moreover, I suspect that the lowest-ranking celestial soldiers are composed of us ascensioners from the lower realms. Does this mean that your ultimate goal in cultivating immortality is to go to the upper realm and become someone else's lowly soldier? The three fell silent once again. After a long while, Shikai finally spoke and asked, "What is this video about? Is there more to it?"
"Yes.
Of course, it's from a novel called Journey to the West. This video only shows a small part of it. You can read the full version on tomato-free novels. I just watched the beginning." Journey to the West? Free tomato novels?
Yes, come with me to my cave. I'll show you some good stuff. As soon as the thick-browed youth finished speaking, he found that there were several more people beside him.
Senior brother Yan Lin, what good stuff is it?
Chapter 51 The Impact of Journey to the West. A few minutes later, Yang Lin, the young man with thick eyebrows, returned to his cave with his fellow disciples, and then played a video he had collected. Amidst their expectant gazes, this video is a tweet that Lin Yi made specifically for Journey to the West not long ago. At the beginning of the video, a cultivator comes to the side of a demon donkey with a file and starts to fix the donkey's hooves, while an AI voiceover begins. Accompanied by this emotionless AI voiceover, the opening story of Journey to the West slowly unfolds. At first, the people in the cave were a little confused, but as the story progressed, their interest was immediately piqued when the Jade Emperor announced that the 4 heavenly kings, along with Li Jing and Prince Neza, would lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers, including the 28 mansions, the 9 luminaries, the 12 earthly branches, the 5 directions, the 4 duty officers, the eastern and western stars, the northern and southern gods, the 5 sacred mountains and the 4 rivers, and all the constellations, to descend to the mortal realm to capture Sun Wukong at Flower Fruit Mountain. Their hearts were in their throats, but just at this moment, the story abruptly ends. For more exciting content, please follow Tomato Free Novels.
What's going on? What happens next? What will happen after Sun Wukong rebels against heaven?
Yeah, I was really into it. How come it just stopped? Senior brother Yang Lin, this heavenly king Li is leading 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, along with so many other immortals, down to the mortal realm to capture Sun Wukong.
Can Sun Wukong defeat them?
These gods are really scoundrels. Faced with the questions from his fellow disciples, Yang Lin could only offer a helpless, bitter smile.
I don't know the rest of the content either. I only came across this video this morning, and then I was called to attend a class.
I haven't had time to check out that tomato-free novel yet. However, I saw in the video comments that many people said they had watched it and it seemed pretty good. He then clicked on the comments section of the video, and sure enough, the comments section was extremely lively, with over 100,000 comments. What a wonderful story! This Mr. Wu Chang'an is truly a genius. I would love to meet him if I had the chance. After watching this video, I read the novel called Journey to the West. It was so wonderful, and the story is unforgettable. Does a place like Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain really exist in the world? If it does, it must be a top-tier holy site. Could the heavenly court mentioned in the novel be the upper realm? Why is the upper realm the same as the mortal dynasties? If we newcomers were to ascend there, we might not even be able to become heavenly soldiers. I highly recommend everyone to read the original novel. The part where Sun Wukong wreaks havoc in the heavenly palace and shatters the Lingxiao palace is so exhilarating. I wish I had that kind of power. If you think it's enjoyable, I suggest you read on. You won't find it enjoyable afterward, but the story is truly unforgettable. I've already spent a day and a night reading the entire novel. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have. The audience, who were already eagerly anticipating what would happen next, felt a sense of unease, like a cat was scratching at their hearts. After reading the comments in the comment section, only Chi Tian's face was full of strange expressions. He was still immersed in the commentary video he had just watched. It was because when he finished reading the story of Sun Wukong, he thought of himself. He was different from ordinary people. He was not a pure human. He was a hybrid of demon and human. Therefore, he could understand Sun Wukong's feelings of being ostracized after he went to heaven. In order to find out what happened to Sun Wukong afterward, he immediately turned his attention to Yan Lin. Junior brother Yan Lin, could you lend me your phone so I can read the sequel to Journey to the West on tomato-free novels? After saying that, he seemed worried that Yan Lin would disagree, so he quickly took out a pill from his storage bag. This is the enlightenment pill that my master bestowed upon me a few days ago. Before Chi Tian could finish speaking, Yang Lin quickly interjected, "Senior brother, there's no need for that. You've seen me all over." "Well then, I happen to have a cell phone here, so I'll give it to you, senior brother." The next second he took out another phone and handed it to Chi Tian. After receiving the phone, Chi Tian immediately clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, junior brother. I will consider this a favor. If you ever need anything in the future, please feel free to ask." After saying this, Chi Tian took his phone, left the cave, and then rode away on his flying sword. Upon returning to his cave, he immediately took out the cell phone Yan Lin had given him, and without much effort, he found the original novel of Journey to the West on tomato-free novels. In his excitement, he immediately began to read it, and soon became immersed in the world of the book. After he personally read the description of the heavenly court in the book, he recalled the words Yan Lin had said earlier. Does ascending to the upper realm and cultivating to become an immortal truly mean roaming freely in the world? If it really just means going to a place like the heavenly court, then our cultivation of immortality seems to have no meaning at all. Impossible. This is just a novel. What it records may not be true. How could the immortal realm be so dark? How could the immortals indulge in pleasure like in the novel? Although he still didn't quite believe it, the seeds of doubt had already taken root in his heart and in the hearts of those cultivators who had read Journey to the West. He suppressed these distracting thoughts for the time being and continued reading the following content. When he saw Sun Wukong being captured alive and thrown into the 8 trigrams furnace, he was even more anxious than Sun Wukong himself. But when he saw that Sun Wukong was not only not harmed by the fire of the 8 trigrams furnace, but also developed a pair of fiery eyes, he was genuinely happy for him. When he saw Sun Wukong being suppressed under the 5 Fingers Mountain by the Buddha for 500 years, he wished he could go and chop down the Buddha. The same thing is happening in different corners of the Tianyuan continent at this moment. As Lin Yi's tweet and video went viral, a large number of Douyin users were redirected to tomato-free novels. The backend data was soaring, with paragraph and chapter comments easily exceeding hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, a large number of discussions and user videos about Journey to the West have emerged on Douyin, with many people spontaneously recommending the show. Some clever ones have even started to capitalize on the popularity of Journey to the West to create hype. It lists the top 10 monsters in Journey to the West, the top 10 weapons in Journey to the West, the top 10 Supernatural powers in Journey to the West, and so on. Videos tagged with Journey to the West received a lot of views and likes, leading more and more people to delve into the content of Journey to the West. One of the most popular videos received over 500,000 likes, which Linyi found outrageous. Chapter 52 Investiture of the Gods. Immersed in the novel, these people are really bored. They've already started to interpret the contents of the book in various ways, just like the people in my previous life. Following Linya's gaze to the screen, one could see a large title prominently displayed, Details you absolutely need to know after reading Journey to the West. The entire video shares details that the video uploader found in Journey to the West and their own insights. For example, in the video he asserted that the world recorded in Journey to the West is actually the Tianyuan continent. The 4 continents correspond to the 4 domains of the Tianyuan continent, and the heavenly court corresponds to the immortal realm. For example, he believes that Sun Wukong was actually killed as the 6-eared macaque when he was at Mount Ling, and the more obedient 6-eared macaque took Sun Wukong's place. For example, the incantation that Patriarch Bodhi passed on to Sun Wukong contains an extremely profound cultivation technique, and even the opening words contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. His analysis quickly sparked a lot of discussion, with many people agreeing with his remarks. What interested Linyi the most was a comment that received over 100,000 likes. So ascending to the upper realm is not a good thing. If you don't have a background, you can only be a small soldier who hunts down Sun Wukong at best. You won't even be a small soldier. You can only become a disciple or servant of those powerful beings and be easily killed. If you are a demon, it will be even worse. You can probably only be a mount. He was stunned when he saw the video. I didn't expect anyone to have such a strong imagination. But it seems like it's a good thing. If they think that ascension is just a trap, wouldn't they stop cultivating properly in the future? His eyes lit up immediately upon realizing this. Anyway, we've never heard of anyone who ascended to the upper realm and returned, so there's nowhere for them to verify it. Since that's the case, I'll just add more hype to it. He immediately boosted the video through the back end so that more people could see the person's interpretation. After doing this, he casually went to the author backend of tomato-free novels. With the popularity of Journey to the West and tomato novels already rising, it's time to take advantage of this opportunity to release the second novel. He had already decided which novel to choose for his second novel before this, and was just waiting for the number of users of tomato-free novels to increase. The time is clearly ripe now. He opened the author's backend and restarted the Divine Sense input method. The next second, paragraphs of text appeared on the phone screen. In the beginning of chaos, Panga was the first to separate things, and the Taiji, Yin and Yang, and the 4 symbols were established. The day of Z is the day of Cho, and the day of Rin is the hour of Yin. Those who avoid the scourge of beasts should seek refuge in the wise and virtuous. Swearin invented fire to avoid eating fresh food, and Fushi drew the trigrams before Yin and Yang. He copied every single word from the novel from his previous life, and uploaded hundreds of thousands of words in less than an hour. The entire book didn't even take him more than 2 hours to read. The plague, thunder, and fire divide the land into front and back. Gods, ghosts, humans, and immortals are left to their own devices. It is one's own cultivation that depends on fate, hence the order to overthrow King Zhou and cleanse the land of its filth. Once the last paragraph of the novel was uploaded, Linyi stood up from his chair and stretched languidly. Phew, it's finally finished uploading. These people are so lucky, they don't even need to follow the updates, they can read the whole thing directly. After saying that, he clicked publish, and soon a book called Investiture of the Gods appeared on the homepage of Tomato Free Novels. This book immediately attracted the attention of a large number of users as soon as it appeared. Some of them had just finished reading Journey to the West, while others had just been drawn to Tomato Free Novels by Douyin. Ha! Another new novel. Great! I was just saying I finished reading Journey to the West and didn't know what to do. Let's see how this book called Investiture of the Gods is doing. Investiture of the Gods? What kind of story is this? No, I can't read anymore. I've already wasted the whole day on tomato novels. Oh well, I'll just read what the story is about. It shouldn't take up too much time. Even if you cultivate to become an immortal, you can only become a servant of the immortals in the upper realm. Cultivating immortality? What a load of crap. Isn't it better for me to live a carefree life down here and read novels? I'll practice tomorrow. It'll only take up one day anyway, so it won't be a problem. Scrolling through Douyin in the morning and reading novels in the afternoon, this is life. What kind of life did I live before? Immediately, countless monks who were about to put down their phones picked them up again, and soon they were immersed in the world of the book. Compared to the journey to the West world, the investiture of the gods' world undoubtedly brought them another huge shock. While those cultivators from all over the country were engrossed in the novel, Lin Yi, the instigator, had already led 2 ghost servants out of the room and onto the streets of Giant Sword City. It was dusk, the busiest time in the city. Cultivators from different regions could be seen walking through the streets and alleys. Compared to when Lin Yi first arrived 2 days ago, the number of people with mobile phones had increased once again. 2 days ago, about 6 out of 10 monks were holding cell phones, but now at least 9 out of 10 are. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was very satisfied. If this trend continues, it won't be long before everyone in the entire Tianyuan continent has a mobile phone. As he spoke, he continued walking forward, and from time to time, he could hear bursts of discussion coming from the side. Brotherly, have you watched Journey to the West? Of course I've watched it, I'm almost finished watching it. So who do you think is the most powerful monster in it? That must be the golden-winged roc. I think you're wrong. It should be 9-headed lion. You two are both wrong. I think the 6-eared macaque is the most powerful. You're talking nonsense. I highly recommend you read the latest edition of Investiture of the Gods. It's much better than Journey to the West. After reading Investiture of the Gods, I realized that the gods are not the most powerful. The most powerful are the sages. What a coincidence! I just read a bit of Investiture of the Gods, and all those magical treasures in it are incredibly powerful. I wish I could get one of them. I've read Investiture of the Gods, but I still think Journey to the West is better. I cannot agree with what you have said, fellow Taoist. Brother Zhang, I heard that a ghost market has opened outside the city today, with many good treasures inside. Would you like to go and have a look together? No, I've only read a few chapters of Investiture of the Gods. I want to finish reading the rest. Besides, Fairy Ruyan starts her show at 7 o'clock. I heard she's going to dance today. Really? If that's the case, then I won't go. Anyway, you can buy anything you want on Douyin now. Almost everyone holding a mobile phone was discussing the 2 novels that Lin Yi had uploaded. Lin Yi, however, revealed a disdainful smile. This is nothing. If you see those brainless, wish-fulfillment novels later on, you'll be thrilled. No sooner had he finished speaking than a familiar figure appeared not far in front of him, and that familiar figure was none other than Fang Mo, the #1 simp in the Tianyuan continent. At this moment, he was taking pictures of something with several rogue cultivators at a street corner. After watching with curiosity for a while, Lin Yi's eyes widened immediately. Chapter 53 The Innate Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King's Sacred Body. Young Master, we've come to fetch you. Langning Xuan, my true identity is actually the young master of the #1 righteous sect. I originally only wanted to get along with you as a rogue cultivator, but what I got in return was your indifference. No, this is impossible. How could you possibly be the young master of the #1 righteous sect? I was wrong, it was all my fault. Watching the people in front of him filming a skit, an unprecedented sense of familiarity instantly welled up in Lin Yi's heart, and his toes inside his shoes started moving as if by muscle memory. Holy crap, isn't this just another cringeworthy drama about the Dragon King? The plot is a bit thin, but it's got the vibe right. Weren't they supposed to have this kid filming some simp skits? Why is he doing this? Is this guy also a soul transmigrator? Just as he was filled with doubt, Fang Mo walked up to the young man who was playing the role of the sect's young master. Stop, stop, stop. Your expression isn't quite right. When Langning Xuan was tugging at your sleeve, you should have been more indifferent and disdainful, like me. A slight smirk would have made the right impression. Alright, everyone, let's do it again. Our last post has already surpassed 50,000 likes. Let's aim for 100,000 likes on this one. Also, I have some good news to share. Shenong Valley has contacted me, hoping I can help them promote their latest elixir. They've offered 500,000 spirit stones for advertising. Upon hearing these words, the actors he had recruited immediately broke into bright smiles. Lin Yi, who witnessed the whole thing, was secretly astonished.
Goodness, he's actually gotten advertising deals.
Each ad is priced at 500,000 spirit stones.
He's finally doing well.
And that crooked mouth looks so familiar.
After watching for a few minutes, Fong Mo and the others finished filming.
When he looked up, he saw Lin Yi smiling beside him. His face immediately lit up with excitement, and he ran to Lin Yi's side. "Young master, I didn't expect to meet you here.
Just happened to be strolling around this area. Are these all the actors you found?"
"Yes, young master, your words the other day enlightened me. I suddenly found the meaning of my life. Then I took the spirit stones you gave me and bought a courtyard in the city, and found a few other rogue cultivators like me." As they spoke, Fong Mo recounted to Lin Yi everything he had done over the past 2 days. During this process, he also showed Lin Yi a short video he had previously filmed, as if it were a treasure. Lin Yi initially thought this would be a video of a sycophant, but the video took a turn for the worse, revealing that the sycophant was actually a super big shot hiding his true cultivation level. This video, which has been posted for less than a day, has already garnered over 50,000 likes and hundreds of thousands of comments, making it a minor hit. From a professional perspective, this video is quite amateurish in terms of both filming techniques and acting skills. However, it excels in its effective emotional manipulation. The more humble the sycophant is in the beginning, the more satisfying it is when the roles are reversed. Perhaps this is why the video went viral. Surprised, he looked back at Fong Mo. "How did you come up with the idea of shooting the video this way?" Upon hearing the question, Fong Mo smiled shyly at first, and then answered seriously. "That's right. The first part was filmed based on my own experience. Originally, I planned to continue this style throughout the entire video, but then I thought that it would be difficult to resonate with the audience, since people like me are still a minority in the entire Tianyuan continent. Moreover, most rogue cultivators and low-level cultivators already suffer enough. If we could add a little bit of something that would make them happy and excited, and then show the effect of the video through the change in the female lead's attitude before and after, it would definitely be even better." When he finished speaking, Lin Yi could no longer hide his surprise, because Fong Mo had already revealed the core of the short drama in just a few words: emotional turmoil, plot twists, and most importantly, he had grasped the essence of the satisfying element. "I originally thought this kid was a naturally gifted sycophantic saint, but I didn't expect him to be a naturally gifted crooked-mouthed Dragon King saint." On the other hand, the storyline of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King does seem to fit the specific situation of Tianyuan continent better than the storyline of a pure simp. As he murmured to himself, he spoke to Fong Mo again. "It seems you are indeed cut out for this job, but it's not enough. How about this? Let me give you some more pointers. Come on, take me to your place." Upon hearing this, Fong Mo was overjoyed. Although he still didn't know Lin Yi's true identity, his life had undergone a dramatic change since he met Lin Yi, and he was sincerely grateful to Lin Yi. 10 minutes later, Fong Mo led Lin Yi to a small courtyard in the northern district of Giant Sword City, accompanied by the rogue cultivators that Fong Mo had recruited. After taking his seat, Lin Yi first glanced at the group of people, then sat cross-legged on a futon in the middle of the courtyard. "I just watched your video. The overall pacing is fine, but the emotional tension isn't quite there yet. Here are 4 words for you: suppress first, then elevate. Suppress the protagonist hard at the beginning. Only when the suppression is strong enough at the beginning will the explosion at the end be satisfying enough. But remember one thing: let the audience know in advance that the protagonist has a trump card." Upon hearing what Lin Yi said, Fong Mo's face immediately showed a look of sudden realization. Only by letting the audience know what the protagonist's trump card is will they look forward to the moment when the protagonist's trump card is revealed. But this trump card cannot be revealed too quickly. Every time the audience thinks that the protagonist is about to reveal his trump card, there should be another twist to keep the audience's emotions on the edge of their seats. Although this process may be criticized by the audience, the effect will definitely be the best, because they will watch until the end while criticizing. Furthermore, the plot you arranged for the final outburst was too weak. Simply having the female lead say she regrets it isn't enough. You need to portray it from three aspects: the female lead's reaction, the reaction of her supporters, and the reaction of bystanders. Under Lin Ye's explanation, both Fang Mo and everyone else present felt they benefited greatly. After explaining all that, Lin Ye also briefly talked about the core elements of other short dramas and funny skits. By the way, I have a script here. You can try filming it first. If you can understand the script, you can start making nested dolls from now on. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo was initially delighted, but then a hint of doubt appeared on his face. Young master, what is a nesting doll? Matryoshka dolls are just repackaged versions of the same story. The core of the story remains the same, but the plot and characters are slightly changed. For example, the protagonist is the Dragon King in one movie, the God of War in the next, and Yama in the movie after that. The more outrageous and cool the names are, the better. Young master, I understand. By the way, your crooked mouth gesture was really good. Remember to use it often when you're filming short dramas in the future. After saying that, Lin Yi spent less than 10 minutes writing a script for the Dragon King God of War and handed it to Fang Mo, but at that moment, he suddenly remembered something else. By the way, I'm planning to start an MCN company, and I'd like to entrust this matter to you. I wonder if you'd be interested? Chapter 54 MCN Companies, the impact of deification. Upon hearing the term MCN again, Fang Mo's face was filled with curiosity. It wasn't until Lin Yi carefully explained the relevant information about MCN companies to him that he finally showed an expression of sudden understanding. So this is what MCN is. So, you mean I should find video creators with potential but who haven't become famous yet, and then we can nurture them, right? That's right, that's exactly the idea. This way, not only can you yourselves benefit, but you can also help those newcomers grow better and faster, and prevent them from going astray. Once you have enough experience, you will be able to incubate a large number of online influencers. Lin Yi did this not only to earn spirit stones. In his view, although a large number of internet celebrities and bloggers have emerged on Douyin, it is only because Douyin is still a new thing in Tianyuan continent. Many of them became famous simply by chance. If they cannot produce effective content afterward, they will soon fade away, just like the first generation of internet celebrities in the past, who eventually became forgotten. Moreover, for Douyin as an official platform, to generate profits and gain more traffic, it needs to continuously iterate its content and content creators to meet users' ever-increasing entertainment thresholds. It's difficult to guarantee this through Douyin's own rapid growth alone. Some human intervention is necessary. Having Fang Mo establish the MCN company serves as a guide. Fang Mo himself seemed quite interested in this matter. Here are 10 million spirit stones. Consider them as startup capital for the MCN company. In addition, I will arrange a bodyguard for you to ensure your safety. What you need to do next is to film your short dramas while discovering potential bloggers on Douyin, extending invitations to them, signing agreements with them, and providing targeted training. Upon hearing Lin Ye's instructions, Fang Mo immediately nodded repeatedly. Please rest assured, young master, I will certainly not let you down. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something else, and immediately asked tentatively, young master, you're giving me so many spirit stones at once. Aren't you afraid I'll run away with them? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi smiled faintly. Don't worry, I trust you. And even if you do something like that, you'll know what I'm capable of in less than half a day. Although these words were spoken casually, both Fang Mo and everyone else in the courtyard felt a chill run down their spines. They weren't stupid. Although Lin Yi hadn't revealed any cultivation level or displayed any strong aura from beginning to end, his two servants were like two towering mountains just standing there. If you got even a little closer to them, the spiritual pressure emanating from the two servants was enough to make everyone feel like they couldn't breathe. The spiritual pressure is something exclusive to nascent soul cultivators, and even his servants are nascent soul cultivators. They couldn't imagine how noble Lin Yi's status must be. I'll leave the MCN company business to you. I'm leaving Giant's Word City tomorrow. If you need anything, just contact me on Douyin. They're gone. After saying this, Lin Yi got up, fanning himself with a folding fan, and prepared to leave the courtyard that Fang Mo had bought. Before leaving, he didn't forget to toss out a storage bag. Just then, Fang Mo asked a question to his back. Young master, what should we name our MCN company? He had barely finished speaking when Lin Ye's voice drifted over.
Let's call it Wooloo Media.
Once Lin Ye's figure had completely disappeared, everyone opened their storage bags and were immediately startled by the abundance of spirit stones inside. My goodness, this young master is truly generous, casually taking out tens of millions of spirit stones.
Yes, I've never seen so many spirit stones in my life. This young master just threw them out like trash.
For a nascent soul stage cultivator to be willing to serve as a guard, this young master must be at least a holy son of a holy land. For him to take out 10 million spirit stones is nothing. Just as everyone was sighing with emotion, Fong Mo spoke with a firm expression. There's no need for everyone to feel sentimental. The identity of the holy son of the holy land is innate, but the spirit stones are not. With the existence of Douyin, as long as we shoot videos well and become big internet celebrities, no amount of spirit stones will be a problem. Moreover, this time the young master has already shown us the way, and I believe that day is not far away. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately nodded in agreement.
All right, the young master just gave me the script. Now let's start filming this Dragon King God of War. I have a feeling this short drama will be a huge hit.
As he spoke, he took out the script for the short play that Lin Yi had given him and watched it with everyone present. Every now and then, their faces would show all sorts of expressions, from surprise and confusion to doubt.
This thing is so stupid, will anyone actually watch it? Never mind, the young master's instructions must be correct, let's just take the pictures.
Having made up his mind, Fong Mo immediately started filming with his group of independent cultivators after reading the script. While he was busy filming the short drama Dragon King God of War, the newly uploaded Investiture of the Gods on tomato-free novels also began to become a hit, becoming the second phenomenal novel after Journey to the West. Every chapter has over 99 comments,
and the total number of book reviews keeps rising.
In just a few hours since Lin Yi published his book, the number of book reviews has already reached 200,000 by cultivators from the Tianyuan continent. In the book review section, you can see comments from cultivators of various levels, including those in the Qi refining stage, foundation establishment stage, golden core stage, and nascent soul stage.
You can even see many book reviews left by cultivators in the deity transformation stage and body integration stage.
So that's how the heavenly court in Journey to the West came about. It seems that the gods in the heavenly court are also pitiful, having given up their carefree immortal bodies to become gods under the control of the heavenly court. I originally thought becoming an immortal was the end, but after reading Investiture of the Gods, I realized that becoming an immortal is just another beginning.
Without becoming a saint, one is ultimately just an ant that can be manipulated.
Compared to us, immortals are just larger ants. Whether they are mortals, cultivators, immortals, or saints, they are all just pawns in the end.
So it seems there's nothing worth pursuing in the path of immortality. The higher you go, the stricter the hierarchy becomes. Suddenly I feel that my current state is pretty good. Life is about quality, not quantity.
The hundreds of years I lived before were not as comfortable as these few days. Of the mortals who can embark on the path to immortality, only 1 in 100 will survive. Of the cultivators who can ascend to the heavens, only 1 in 10,000 will survive. And of those who ascend to the upper realms, how many can achieve sainthood and truly roam freely between heaven and earth?
Wrong.
According to my understanding of Investiture of the Gods, there should only be a few saints. Even if someone later becomes a saint, the original saints would not allow it.
What you say makes sense, fellow Taoist.
Just like the holy lands of Tianyuan continent, there have only been a few holy lands for 10,000 years.
They will not allow new holy lands to emerge and threaten their status. Then what's the point of cultivating immortality?
Indeed, cultivation is nowhere near as enjoyable as reading novels or watching short videos.
And recently, I tried making a few dishes based on Master Joe's videos. My goodness, what kind of life did I live before? Isn't the point of cultivating immortality to have fun? I still need to cultivate immortality. How can I make up for the hundreds of years I lost in the past if I don't live a few hundred more years? When Lin Yi returned to the inn after shopping, he was stunned by the various data in Investiture of the Gods. Wow, these people read so fast.
They've finished reading the entire Investiture of the Gods so quickly. Although it doesn't have as many words as Journey to the West, it still has a whopping 700,000 words.
And what's with this book review section? Can reading a book lead to an awakening? Good, that's exactly what I wanted.
Everyone else is refusing to cultivate, but I'm secretly cultivating.
Speaking of which, I don't think I've been cultivating much lately. Forget it, I'm already at the Mahayana stage. What's the point of continuing to cultivate? What if I cultivate again and ascend to the upper realm? Let's increase the intensity and give them something even more intense this time.
After saying that, he continued to transfer the novels he had read in his previous life to this world from the writer's backstage area. This time, instead of moving just one, he moved several at once. Chapter 55 Cell Phone Invasion of the Holy Land. The Holy Sun addicted to bluffing the line the next morning, outside the cave dwellings of the inner disciples of the Luofu Holy Land, a beam of light descended from the foot of the mountain and landed, revealing Yang Lin's appearance. No sooner had he appeared than a large group of men and women dressed in inner disciple uniforms crowded around him.
Senior brother Yang Lin, did you manage to buy it?
A disciple in the late stage of the Golden Core realm said with anticipation, although the others did not speak, their expectant eyes were impossible to hide. At this moment, Yang Lin suddenly let out a long sigh. Hearing him sigh, everyone present felt their hearts leap into their throats.
Senior brother, did you fail to buy any?
Yeah, have they all been snatched up?
What should we do then? Are we going to have to squeeze into senior brother's cave again and share a phone with him?
Just when everyone was feeling disappointed, Yang Lin suddenly smiled. The next second, a storage bag appeared in his hand.
Hee, I was just kidding. How could I not be able to buy it when I, your senior brother, personally went to buy it? This time I specially traveled 200,000 kilometers to Liyan City to buy it for you.
After he finished speaking, streaks of light flew out of his storage bag and transformed into mobile phones wrapped in boxes.
There are 128 phones in total. In addition to the packaging box, there are also matching phone cases with various cute monster patterns. You can choose whichever you like.
I also recently bought a phone stand and a fill light from Huolong Jinren. Upon hearing this, all the inner disciples of the Luofu Holy Land present immediately picked up their cell phones from the stone table in front of them. Because of their semi-closed management, they are different from other sect disciples and rarely have the opportunity to go down the mountain. So even though they know that mobile phones have become very popular throughout the Tianyuan continent, they have never had the chance to own one. Yang Lin, as an inner disciple specializing in purchasing, bought himself a phone a few days ago when he went down the mountain. These past few days, whenever he plays on his phone, a large group of his fellow disciples inevitably swarm around him like flies. Last night, dozens of people waited in his cave and read the entire journey to the west with him. Having no other choice, he could only buy one for each of his fellow disciples when he went down the mountain to buy supplies today.
Great! I finally have my own cell phone.
Yeah, seeing Yang Lin and the others playing on their phones every day makes me so envious. It's different when you have your own phone, you can play with it however you want. TikTok is really good, 100 times more interesting than Cultivation.
I want to watch Journey to the West again.
Seeing his fellow disciples acting like country bumpkins who had never seen the world, Yang Lin couldn't help but show a look of disdain on his face. If you go down the mountain in the future, don't act like this.
Almost every cultivator down the mountain has one now. For them, a cell phone is just an ordinary daily necessity.
Also, don't just read one Journey to the West novel. This morning, several new novels appeared on Tomato Free Novels, and I checked them out. They're all pretty good.
Really? There are other novels? I was just wondering what to do today.
But it's not good to just read novels and not cultivate.
If we do that, won't our Luofu Holy Land be at a disadvantage compared to the other Holy Lands when the Holy Land Exchange Conference comes around?
Yes, in my opinion, we should prioritize cultivation and not be too addicted to our phones.
As soon as everyone finished speaking, Yang Lin laughed disdainfully. TCH. What are you all worried about?
Let me tell you, there's absolutely no need for such worries.
Who said playing on your phone will interfere with your cultivation? Cultivation isn't just about refining your chi, it's also about cultivating your mind.
If you're too fixated on improving your cultivation level, it will lead to an unstable foundation, and you'll easily develop inner demons.
Have you forgotten senior brother Yi Fan from 50 years ago?
He reached foundation establishment at 20, golden core at 30, and nascent soul at 50. You could say he cultivated every moment since birth. But then, at 200, he was seduced by a demonic witch while traveling and fell into evil ways. I heard he has now joined the demonic sect and become a disgrace to the Luwafu Holy Land. Why was he so easily seduced by the demoness from the demonic sect? It's because he's been cultivating every day, he's never seen the world, and he's never cultivated his mind. Look at me, I've been scrolling through so many Douyin videos these days, and I've seen so many stunning women. The demoness from the demonic sect will never be able to seduce me again. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the disciples of the Luwafu Holy Land present immediately nodded in agreement. What my senior brother said makes sense. We're not just scrolling through Douyin. I think we're experiencing the world through Douyin, mainly to refine our minds. That's right. Rather than waiting until I'm 200 years old to go down the mountain to train and be seduced by a demoness, it's better to watch those fairies on Douyin now. You can hone your mind without leaving home. It's so convenient. Slay more, and you'll become immune to it. Let's see which vixen dares to seduce me then. Hey, senior brother, a fairy sister replied to my message. The sect elders once said that cultivating immortality cannot be just about cultivating immortality. It's normal to be unable to take your eyes off those fairy-like ladies on Douyin. Only when you can scroll to the point where you can ignore them can you say that you have reached the right state of mind. A promising young man indeed. Yang Lin nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. By the way, you just mentioned the Holy Land Exchange meeting. You don't need to worry about that. Just look here and you'll see. As he spoke, Yang Lin opened his Douyin account in front of his fellow disciples and clicked on a user's profile. As soon as the homepage opened, the image of a handsome male cultivator appeared before them. At first, they didn't quite understand why Yang Lin was showing them these things, until Yang Lin paused and asked them to look closely at the face in the profile picture on the homepage. Don't you guys think this guy looks a little familiar? What you say makes sense, but I can't remember where I've seen this person before. Oh my god, I remember now, isn't this that genius from the Qian Yuan Holy Land? What's his name again? Right, it's Xin Hong Yu. It really is him, the peerless genius who possesses the heavenly spiritual root and the innate sword body. He even visited our Luwafu Holy Land once before. That's right, it's him. I found out by accident. Let me show you his favorites list. As Yang Lin spoke, he clicked on the user's likes list, and more than 10,000 videos appeared in it. They were all videos of sexy and beautiful women, most of whom were wearing black or white stockings. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Luwafu Holy Land were stunned. No way, he's a candidate for Holy Son of the Qian Yuan Holy Land. Why is he posting this all the time? He's no longer a candidate, he officially became a Holy Son at the beginning of this year. With over 10,000 likes, he spends a considerable amount of time on Douyin every day. I reckon the cell phones have already entered the Qian Yuan Holy Land, and the disciples there should be similar to us. Then what's there to worry about? I must say, this Holy Son has really good taste. They're all my type. Now I don't even need to look anymore. Now, the group, who were initially worried that playing on their phones would interfere with their cultivation, no longer had any concerns and immediately started fiddling with them. At this moment, a disciple looked at his tomato-free novel's homepage with a surprised expression. Ha! Immortal Breaks the Heavens? What kind of novel is that? Chapter 56. 300 years east of the river, 300 years west of the river. After the transition from Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods, many cultivators who came to tomato-free novels from Douyin have developed a reading habit, and some have even gradually become addicted. Li Shenxing is one of them. Fortunately, after a day of hard work, only the last chapter of Investiture of the Gods remained. Phew! I'm almost done reading it. I'll start cultivating after I finish this last chapter. But why do I feel a sense of emptiness inside? As he was saying this, he continued reading the last chapter. However, just as he was about to exit the Tomato-Free Novels app, watch a couple more short videos, and then begin his formal cultivation, a novel he hadn't seen before appeared in front of him on the homepage. Immortal Breaks Through the Heavens? Is this a new novel?
the title of this novel is so domineering. No. I can't watch anymore. I haven't cultivated properly for 2 days. The Sect competition is in half a month. If I can't get a good result, I won't be able to get the heavenly extreme pill. After saying that, he gritted his teeth and put his phone into his storage bag. Then he walked out of the room and headed to the Sect's training room, because he knew that if he stayed alone, he would definitely still be unable to resist playing on his phone. However, the Sect's cultivation room is different. It is a place where all the disciples of the Heavenly Tao Sect cultivate together. In addition to exchanging cultivation experiences with each other, there is also a better cultivation atmosphere. After all, everyone is cultivating seriously, so you can't be lazy by yourself. Or with this in mind, he immediately went to the Sect's cultivation room, located in the area with the most abundant spiritual energy in the Heavenly Tao Sect. The huge mountain was completely flattened, and every 10 meters or so there was a platform. On each platform, there was nothing but a meditation cushion and a small spirit gathering array. At this moment, hundreds of elite inner disciples of the Heavenly Tao Sect had already gathered on this platform. Seeing this scene, Li Xinqing couldn't help but show a hint of relief on his face. Finally, I can devote myself entirely to cultivation. He then casually found a spot to sit down. However, just as he was about to begin his cultivation, a male voice, devoid of any emotion, suddenly came from the side. Chapter 1, The Fallen Genius's Immortal Power, 3 sections. Looking at the 5 glaring characters on the celestial power testing stele, the boy's face was filled with bitterness. When Li Xinqing first heard the sound, he was a little annoyed and was prepared to find the source of the sound and stop the other party. But as he listened, the expression on his face changed, and he became engrossed in the story without realizing it. My inner emotions also fluctuated from time to time with the stories told by the male voice. 300 years east of the river, 300 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young man's potential. 300 years from now, Yener will go to the Yunlan sect to wash away the shame you have suffered today. Upon hearing this, Li Xinqing's heart was already filled with excitement. However, just as he was preparing to wait for the story to unfold further, another voice suddenly came from the side. Good. Well said. Xiao Yan hasn't let us men down. What a saying. 300 years east of the river, 300 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young man's potential. That's how it should be. That Mainland Yanran is just too infuriating. Bro, keep playing. I'm really enjoying it. Yes, what about the rest of the content? That's all for the latest chapter. Huh? That's it? Damn, this author is a real bastard. He's got a knack for writing great stories. Click the yellowish-brown urging update button on him. I really want to know if Xiao Yan got his revenge later on, and if he went to the Yunlan sect. By the way, I know there's a second-rate sect in the southern region called the Yunlan sect. Really? If that's the case, then I wouldn't mind helping that young man named Xiao Yan get justice. Hearing the sounds coming from beside him, Li Xinqing was immediately taken aback. He turned his head and saw that his fellow disciples, who should have been in a meditative state, had already opened their eyes and were enthusiastically discussing what they had just heard. What's going on? Isn't everyone supposed to be cultivating? Just as he was beginning to have doubts, another Golden Core stage disciple spoke up and asked, Junior brother Xianson, what did you just hear? The question had barely been asked when a disciple holding a phone answered without hesitation, Immortal breaks the sky, don't you know? This book has only just been released, but it's already incredibly popular. The latest chapter has received over 200,000 requests for more updates, and the comments section is full of people urging the author to update soon. I was too lazy to read, so I used the audiobook function. You know what, this audiobook function is actually quite convenient. Upon receiving the answer, everyone present, including Li Xinqing, showed an expression of sudden realization. I see. I also saw Immortal breaking the sky, but I haven't had a chance to click on it yet. You know what, although this novel, Immortal Breaks the Sky, is a novel like Journey to the West, it gives people a completely different feeling. It's more relaxed and more interesting to read. Yes, Journey to the West requires careful reading and appreciation, but this book, Immortal Breaking the Sky, does not. I'm not going to say anything more. I need to read it myself. Anyway, it's only 7 chapters, it won't take much time. You look, I look too. As they spoke, many disciples took out their phones,
and soon they were immersed in the world of immortal breaking the sky. Upon seeing this, Li Shinqing couldn't help but show a hint of hesitation. Forget it, just like they said, there are only 7 chapters in total, I'll finish reading them in no time. After saying that, he also took out his own phone. In an instant, the cultivation rooms of the Heavenly Tao sect were filled with the faint glow of mobile phone screens. Just as they finished reading the first 7 chapters and were about to put down their phones, one of the disciples suddenly let out a slightly surprised sound. Holy crap! It's updated! The author has updated. Really? Really, another 7 chapters have been updated. The title of this 8th chapter is The Mysterious Old Man. Great, I didn't expect the follow-up to come so quickly. As they spoke, the group continued to read the following chapters. The same thing happened in other corners of the Tianyuan continent. Because of its unique narrative style, light and concise writing style, and strong sense of immersion, the impact of Immortal Breaks the Sky far surpasses that of Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods. Those cultivators who read this book will feel angry because of the protagonist's anger, and excited because of the protagonist's extraordinary encounters. Unlike the typical feel-good novel formula, this book is so captivating that they can't put it down. This is why the popularity of Immortal Breaks the Sky on Douyin quickly surpassed that of Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods. Chapter 57, Yunlan Sect under cyberbullying. Who is Nailan Yanran? On a sacred mountain in the southern region of the Tianyuan continent, Wan Zhengshan, the sect leader of the Yunlan sect, was leading several elders in a routine meeting. Fellow disciples, it is inevitable that mobile phones will become widespread in Tianyuan continent. I have heard that many sects have earned a lot of fame and spirit stones by relying on mobile phones in Douyin, TikTok. Our Yunlan sect has been established for 1,000 years, but we have remained silent all this time. I think we must seize this opportunity. What are your thoughts on this? As soon as Wan Jingshan finished speaking, the Yunlan sect elders sitting on both sides of the hall nodded in agreement. The sect leader is right. Although the cell phone is only a low-grade magic artifact, it connects the vast Tianyuan continent with its powerful functions, and news from thousands of miles away can be transmitted to us in an instant. Yes, that's right. Not only that, mobile phones can also enable long-distance transactions. Sects and merchants that have seized this opportunity have made a fortune. Take the 100 Refinements sect for example. I heard that they can earn tens of millions of spirit stones a day now. It's really terrifying. That's true, but I've also heard that many sect disciples are so engrossed in their phones that they neglect their cultivation and waste their precious time. What can you do? If you don't let these disciples touch it, they will still secretly touch it sooner or later. You can't stop them at all. Besides, mobile phones are not all bad. They can allow disciples to learn more about the outside world through mobile phones. This is equivalent to traveling in the world and tempering their minds. Overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Moreover, given the current situation of our Yunlan sect, we can't even recruit many disciples, so why would we worry about delaying their cultivation? After a discussion among the elders, they finally reached a consensus to provide all the sect disciples with mobile phones, and then to open an official sect account on Douyin, TikTok, to promote the sect's development. Since all of you junior brothers agree with this, then I will arrange for someone to purchase the mobile phones. By the way, let's launch the official account of our Yunlan sect. After saying that, Wan Zhengshan took out a mobile phone covered with a monster skin from his storage bag and started operating it. Seeing their sect leader take out his phone, the elders present exchanged glances, and then they all stopped pretending. Oh dear, so the sect leader has one too. What a coincidence! A few days ago, my eldest disciple insisted on buying me one, and I couldn't refuse his filial piety. Ahem, me too, but I don't usually like playing with them. What's so fun about these phones? They're only for young people who are only 100 or 200 years old. Senior brother, you've got over 99 private messages already. They're all from fellow Taoists. They were sent by you. I made friends with you when I went down the mountain to travel before. Then they are all female Taoist friends. Within a minute, every elder of the Yunlan sect present pulled out a mobile phone, but just as they were all scrolling through their phones, one of the young elders, who was scrolling through the screen with one finger, widened his eyes.
Sect leader, why is our Yunlan sect trending on social media, and it's even ranked 10th on the trending list?
Upon hearing this, not only was Wan Zhengshan, who was sitting at the head of the table, stunned for a moment, but even the other elders present couldn't help but show expressions of doubt. Having secretly been playing on their phones for days, they naturally knew what trending topics meant. There are two possibilities for trending on social media: one is a good thing, and the other is a bad thing. If it's a positive trending topic, like the one about a sect selling a magical artifact that successfully saved a cultivator from being eaten by a demon, it unexpectedly became a trending topic after being posted on Douyin. The sect that sold the artifact became an overnight sensation, selling out all the magical artifacts they had accumulated over hundreds of years, and their official account also gained hundreds of thousands of followers. However, if it's a trending topic in the opposite direction, the consequences are even more serious.
For example, the Tianjin sect, which recently went bankrupt, was bombarded by netizens because it became a trending topic.
It's true, our Yunlan sect is trending on social media, but something seems a little off.
What the hell? Our Yunlan sect condones its disciples' decision to annul the engagement? Huh? When did this happen?
Seeing the trending topic, the Yunlan sect members present were completely dumbfounded. To find out what was going on, they immediately clicked into the original video, but after clicking into the video and reading the comments section, they became even more confused. The Yunlan sect is truly despicable, actually relying on its sect's power to suppress a junior at the third level of qi refining.
The Mainland family is truly despicable.
They didn't say a word when Xiao Yan was a genius, but now that he's no longer a genius, they immediately run to annul the engagement. They are utterly despicable. They just broke off the engagement arranged by their ancestors like that.
They really have no shame at all. The culprit should be the Yunlan sect.
If our sect had a disciple like that, we would expel him from the sect immediately.
The most important thing in cultivating immortality is cultivating the mind. Fortunately, Xiao Yan met Yao Lao.
I have a feeling that Xiao Yan will soon rise to prominence.
Does anyone know what level of cultivator this elder Yao is?
To have an immortal primordial spirit after death requires at least the strength of a Mahayana cultivator.
Perhaps Elder Yao is a rogue immortal who failed his tribulation.
My God, with extraordinary potential and the ability to take a rogue immortal as his master, this Xiao Yan's future is limitless. The Yunlan sect is truly blind. I'm just waiting for Xiao Yan to take over the Yunlan sect.
Fellow Taoists, I am now less than 1,000 kilometers away from the Yunlan sect. I can go there at any time. Is there anything you need to tell me?
Fellow Taoist upstairs, please go and ask that Nailan Yenran from the Yunlan sect if she has no shame.
Looking at the constantly refreshing comments in the comments section, Wan Zhengshan was first dumbfounded, and then panicked. Junior brothers, whose disciple is that Nailan Yenran?
Quickly find her and apologize to her. And that Xiao Yan, send someone to bring him some things, including a few bottles of Foundation establishment pills, to apologize to him. He's a loose immortal disciple now, someone we can't afford to offend. Upon hearing his words, the elders present immediately exchanged glances.
Second senior brother, is this Nailan Yenran your disciple? Nonsense, I only accept male disciples, where would I get female disciples? Third senior brother, are those under your name? You have the most female disciples. Bullshit, I don't have anyone with the surname Nailan under my name. It's not under my name either. It wasn't me either. What if neither of them are correct?
As they spoke, everyone turned their gaze to the sect leader, Wan Zhengshan. After much deliberation, Wan Zhengshan finally made a decision.
Who cares whose sect she belongs to?
Let's apologize first and find a way to quell the anger of all the cultivators in the world.
Otherwise, our Yunlan sect will become the next Tianjin sect. Alright, what the sect leader said makes sense. By the way, while we're at it, let's find out where that Wutan city is.
I'll personally lead a group to the Xiao family to apologize and hope that the senior loose immortal won't hold us responsible.
Yes, senior brother sect leader.
Chapter 58. Black and red are still red. My Yunlan sect apologizes. After Wan Zhengshan made his decision, the official account of Yunlan sect released a video statement. The statement was simple: Yunlan sect was indeed in the wrong this time and should not have tolerated its disciples abusing their power.
Yunlan sect is now searching for the disciple named Nailan Yenran and other disciples involved in the incident. Once found, they will be dealt with seriously and without leniency. Meanwhile, the sect leader of Yunlan sect will personally lead a group to the Xiao family in Wutan City to apologize to Xiao Yan. The video statement quickly went viral on Douyin, with views and likes soaring, and it successfully climbed to the top of the trending topics list in less than an hour. The comments section of the video is also incredibly interesting. The Yunlan sect has finally apologized. I'd like to see what that Nailan Yenran looks like. Did you think an apology would be enough? Wait. Aren't Yunlan sect and Nailan Yenran fictional characters from the novel Immortal Breaks the Sky? How come there's actually a sect called Yunlan sect? Yeah, I was stunned when I opened Douyin. Why is Yunlan sect apologizing? It's like something out of a novel. Huh? Is this for real? I thought there really was a guy named Xiao Yan who got dumped by a disciple of the Yunlan sect. I even sent him a private message and gave the Yunlan sect a good scolding. Me too. I was furious after finishing the novel. When I saw the official account of Yunlan sect, I gave it a good scolding. Only after I finished did I realize that I was reading a novel. It must be fake. I have traveled all over the Tianyuan continent for the past 100 years and have never heard of any Wutan city. Then why is the Yunlan sect apologizing? Why should they apologize if they didn't do anything wrong? I think it must be true. I guess they were stunned by all the scolding you guys gave them. Damn, we've already cursed them, so they have to be. As things escalated, many cultivators realized that this Yunlan sect was not the same as the other Yunlan sect. But as they said, I've already unleashed my 40-meter-long sword, how could I possibly retract it? They simply took out their frustrations on the Yunlan sect, treating it like the one in the movie Immortal Breaks the Sky. Under these circumstances, the Yunlan sect's official account gained over 800,000 followers in less than a day, making it the top official account among all sects. At this point, everyone in the Yunlan sect finally understood what had happened. Senior brother sect leader, it seems we've made a mistake. I've searched the entire sect and asked every disciple, and they all say they don't know anyone in our sect named Nailan Yenran. Yes, let alone Nailan Yenran, there isn't even anyone with the surname Nailan. There is no place called Wutan City within a radius of 10,000 kilometers of our Yunlan sect. I searched on Douyin and couldn't find it either. Sect leader, I just checked and this matter originated from a novel called Immortal Breaks the Sky. It's the opening scene and has nothing to do with us. We just happen to be called Yunlan sect. After hearing the investigation results from the elders, Wan Zhengshan, who was sitting at the head of the table, changed his expression. So you're saying this has absolutely nothing to do with us? Yes, it has nothing to do with us. It's just a coincidence that we have the same name. Then we apologized for nothing and got scolded so much. No, I have to release another video to clarify, otherwise we'll have to change the name of our sect. As Wan Zhengshan was about to take out his phone to reissue the statement, one of the elders stopped him, saying, "Senior brother sect leader, I feel there is absolutely no need to explain, much less to change the sect's name. I just checked, and our sect's official account is about to reach 900,000 followers, which is higher than the Seven Birds sect and the Star Pavilion." So what? Wan Zhengshan asked, puzzled. Senior brother sect leader, I've recently discovered a pattern while using Douyin. Traffic can be monetized, and this traffic, whether positive or negative, is the same. Now most people know that we are not the Yunlan sect in the novel, and they are just venting their anger by criticizing us. If we held an online live apology meeting at this time, I think it would definitely attract a lot of people to watch, and maybe some people would even give us some gifts after they'd had their fill of cursing. We can even take a ride on a shared bike and sell some of our sect's specialties. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall's eyes lit up instantly. They are well aware that live streaming can be very lucrative, and they are extremely envious of it. Junior brother's son, please explain in more detail how we should proceed. Wan Zhengshan approached the elder with a beaming smile. It's simple. As long as you, senior brother sect leader, can take the blame, that's fine. Also, aren't they looking for Nailan Yenran? Let's find a female disciple, package her as Nailan Yenran, and give her a different alias. As they spoke,
the Yunlan Sect elder outlined the procedures for the Yunlan Sect's online apology meeting. Their execution was also top-notch. They announced the online apology meeting through their official account on the same day. When it officially arrived at 8 p.m., the Yunlan Sect's official account's livestream started on time. The moment the livestream started, a large number of cultivators from all over the country rushed into the Yunlan Sect's livestream. The number of online viewers jumped from 0 to over 100,000, immediately propelling the show to the top of the livestream popularity chart. When Wan Zhengshan appeared on camera with a female disciple who had a cold expression and claimed to be Mainland Yenran, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached a climax. The comments section immediately exploded with a barrage of insults. Just as the elder had said, most people were just venting their anger, and they knew that this Yunlan sect was not the same as the other Yunlan sect. After cursing, they didn't forget to send a small gift of the disciple who played Mainland Yenran was surprisingly adept at handling situations. Despite maintaining an arrogant and aloof expression, he kept expressing his gratitude, creating a striking contrast. Under such circumstances, the number of gifts increased, and the amount of tips also increased. When the livestream was about to end, Wan Jingshan was shocked by the tens of millions of yuan in gifts received in the background. He never imagined that one day he would be able to earn spirit stones by being scolded. Fine, I'll accept this infamy, so what? After saying that, he spoke directly to the camera. Fellow Taoists, our Yunlan sect knows that we are in the wrong this time. In order to repay you, we have specially brought out the Yunlan sect's specialty, 1,000-year-old mica, as an apology. Millennial mica, originally priced at 1,000 spirit stones per tael, is now only 50 spirit stones per tael. One order per person. Please do not place duplicate orders. Just as the Yunlan sect was gaining immense popularity despite being criticized, in a city far away in the eastern region, a boy who looked to be only a teenager was looking expectantly at the ring in his hand and trying to talk to it. After trying several times, he tried channeling mana into the ring. As soon as the magic entered the ring, a sinister sound came from within. Did you awaken this old man? Upon hearing someone speaking from inside the ring, the boy was overjoyed. Senior, it's me, Senior. Since you've awakened me, you can only blame your bad luck. Your body is mine now. The words had barely left his mouth when the evil cultivator sealed within the ring possessed the boy. Before dying, the boy couldn't help but smile bitterly. Damn, this script is wrong. At the same time, on a sacred mountain, a nascent soul cultivator looked intently at a subordinate in front of him. Are you sure the Wang family still has a young child left? Yes, Sect Master, that young boy has mediocre talent. He'll probably never even reach the foundation establishment stage in his lifetime. Was he wearing any rings or anything? Yes, he does have a ring on his hand. Will he talk to himself while looking at the ring? I don't know about that, but I think there might be one. Upon hearing this, the nascent soul cultivator's expression immediately changed. Go down the mountain immediately and kill that young Wang family son. Don't waste words with him, just ambush him and take him down. Ha! I'm a nascent soul cultivator, and I'm supposed to ambush a chi refining cultivator? Without a doubt, the explosive popularity of Immortal Breaks the Sky has had a terrifying impact on the entire Tianyuan continent. However, this was just the beginning. While Immortal Breaks the Sky became a viral sensation, Lin Yi had already uploaded several other xianxia novels to tomato-free novels. He read all the novels he couldn't put down in his previous life, such as Covering the Sky, Perfect World, Against the Gods, and A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. The only one he didn't copy was probably 3 Spoons of Sugar, because he was afraid that the cultivators of Tianyuan continent would laugh at him for doing so. Chapter 59, Novel becomes a hit. External avatar. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for the cultivators of the Tianyuan continent. More than a dozen of the most classic online novels from the previous era, such as Immortal Breaking the Sky, Shrouding the Heavens, Perfect World, A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Against the Gods, and The Snow Sword, are being serialized simultaneously on tomato-free novels, with each book updated to hundreds of chapters for those cultivators who had just started reading online novels. This was a veritable feast. The stories, the various settings, the spells and magical treasures within constantly challenged their worldview and values. So much so that by the next day, discussions about these novels were taking place everywhere, from major sects to the streets and alleys of major cities. Not to mention Douyin, TikTok, which was flooded with discussions about these novels. These novels dominated almost all of the top 10 trending topics, with hundreds of thousands of comments appearing on any one of them. I highly recommend everyone to read A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. After reading it, you'll feel like you're looking in a mirror. Indeed, I also embarked on the path of cultivation from an ordinary mortal. I had many feelings after reading the first part of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I also read Mortal Cultivation, but I felt it was too bland. I prefer Immortal Breaking the Heavens. Besides, I don't really like the protagonist of Mortal Cultivation, he always ends up in the background. You don't know anything. I actually really like his personality. It's not cowardice, it's knowing how to avoid risks. I think Covering the Sky is the best looking and most magnificent. 9 dragons pulling a coffin, TSK TSK TSK, how did they come up with that? I just don't quite understand what that Mercedes in front is. It's probably some kind of magical artifact. I highly recommend Perfect World. I feel that the world view is much grander than what you guys have mentioned. Although there are only about 100 chapters so far, I am already very much looking forward to the rest of the story. Sien and I is also good. The protagonist is decisive in killing, always repays kindness, values loyalty and righteousness, and is calm and cautious. I like him very much. Moreover, the protagonist of Sien and I is also a poor boy from a poor farming family, just like me, and his talent is not good either. Is no one discussing the snow sword? This book is really well written. I read it all night. If Li Chungang hadn't been born, the way of the sword would have been in eternal darkness. I'm so excited that I wish I could become a sword cultivator right now. Wah, I was getting really into it when this yellowish-brown button popped up. Does anyone know what it is? Me too. Xiao Yan was about to fuse with the Green Lotus Earthcore flame, but then it just stopped. If I knew where the author was, I would fly over and hold a flying sword to his neck to force him to write the rest. The author of Immortal Breaking the Sky is a genius. He actually thought of using strange fire to practice his skills. I want to try it too. I love reading novels so much, give me another 100, it's not enough. As for cultivation, sorry, I have absolutely no interest in cultivation right now. Yes, I haven't cultivated for 3 days either. On the first day, I felt very guilty and regretted wasting time. On the second day, I didn't feel so guilty because none of my fellow disciples were cultivating. On the third day, I completely came to terms with it. One cannot give up happiness for the sake of cultivation. Brother, it's alright, it's alright. I haven't cultivated for several days either. As long as no one cultivates, it's the same as not being delayed. Besides, we cultivators have plenty of time, so what's there to be afraid of? It's a deal, no one is allowed to cultivate. Actually, it's not a big problem. Once I finish reading the latest chapter, I can focus on my cultivation. I'll be done reading it soon. When Linyi took out his phone and looked at the comments left by these people, he knew that his 10-turn internet addiction goo had begun to show results. Apart from those cultivators who remain in seclusion year-round and those with exceptionally strong wills, most young cultivators who are 100 or 200 years old have become completely addicted to online novels and short videos. Want to start cultivating after reading the latest chapter? Did you even ask me? However, it's too slow for me to move it all by myself, and it's also a waste of time. Thinking about this, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. By the way, I think I know a spell called Avatar. The clones I create can inherit the memories of the original body and also have a certain degree of autonomy. Let's give it a try. Without hesitation, he immediately tried to activate the Avatar technique. A few seconds later, a clone that looked exactly like him, but with a somewhat wooden expression, separated from his body. Looking at the clone in front of him that looked exactly like him, Lin Yi couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction. Indeed, it not only inherited a portion of the original body's strength, but also perfectly inherited all its memories, and it absolutely obeys the original body's commands. No wonder some cultivators like to send their clones to travel the mortal world and then bring back the memories and insights gained from those travels. After muttering to himself, he turned his gaze to the clone in front of him. From now on, you'll be called Potato. Your daily job is to transfer the books that Potato wrote in my mind to Tomato novels. You don't need to update too many chapters a day, just 10 chapters will do. If someone gives you a reward or gift, you can update more chapters as appropriate. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, his clone named Potato nodded. Yes, sir. Lin Yi tossed him a phone and sent him off to write. He then created dozens of avatars in the same way. Each avatar's strength was not set too high, just enough to reach the chi refining stage. This was partly to save mana, and partly to avoid splitting the strength of his main body. Each incarnation was given a completely new name, just like the previous Potato. Your name is Slap. Your name is Red-Haired Monster. Your name is Wuyu, Speechless. Your name is Huang Family 3 Ghosts. You should call him the Steward. Your name is Martian Old Thief. After creating these clones, he simply left them aside to type for him. In this way, he not only freed himself up, but also typed much faster. At the same time, Li Xinqing, who had just finished reading Immortal Breaking the Sky, was about to put down his phone and continue cultivating, but when he casually swiped his phone, he found that there was a new chapter. Holy crap! It's updated again. Should I look or not? But I promised to go down the mountain with junior brother Changfeng and the others for training today. Just as he was thinking this, a message popped up on Douyin. The sender was none other than his junior brother Changfeng, whom he had just mentioned. Senior brother Xinqing, I'm sorry, I have other plans for today and I'm afraid I can't go down the mountain for training. A fellow Taoist from Yellow Maple Valley is coming to see me today. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. Heart, upon seeing this message, Li Xinqing was initially taken aback, but secretly he was delighted. Great, now I can read novels in peace without having to go through trials. Father, mother, I will avenge you sooner or later, it may be a little late, I hope you can understand in heaven. After saying that, he picked up his phone and started looking at it with great satisfaction. Chapter 60 Disciples of the Holy Land addicted to novels. The sacred land of Luofu remains the same place for preaching at the summit of Luofu Peak. As before, Venerable Dewey, the main speaker, sits high on the cloud platform 100 meters high, with hundreds of young elites from the sacred land of Luofu sitting around him. From time to time, Venerable Dewey would share some of his insights from his spiritual practice, hoping to enlighten his disciples, but as he spoke, his brows furrowed, because he noticed that at least 200 of the hundreds of disciples present were absent-minded and daydreaming. Upon realizing this, he immediately let out a cold snort. The next second, the hundreds of inner sect elites present were struck dumb, their faces turning pale, as if they had been hit on the head with a thunderbolt. Did you all understand what I just said? Suddenly, the majestic voice of Venerable Dewey rang out. The crowd below echoed in agreement. Very well, then I will test you and see how you understand what I just said. As soon as he finished speaking, his hawk-like gaze swept across the entire room. Any disciple whose gaze fell upon him quickly lowered their head, afraid of being singled out. After a while, Venerable Dewey spoke again. Yang Lin, tell me, how do you understand the way of heaven and earth? With a start, Yang Lin, who was sitting in the inner circle, stood up with a deathly pale face, his heart pounding with panic. He hadn't been listening at all, he was still savoring the content of the novel he'd read that morning. If he hadn't already cultivated to the point of being immune to heat and cold, he would probably be covered in cold sweat right now. Just as he was wondering how to answer, he suddenly remembered some content he had read in the novel last night. Desperate, he gave a stammering reply. A disciple believes that heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all things as straw dogs. Heaven and earth have no will of their own, and they have no emotions like humans. To heaven and earth, whether it is a chi refining cultivator or a Mahayana cultivator, they are nothing but ants and weeds. Empty yet unyielding, moving yet ever-flowing, too much talk leads to exhaustion, better to remain centered. The more you try, the more you lose. Rather than striving to uncover the secrets of heaven or seek immortality, it is better to follow the natural course. As he spoke, he recited all the lines he had read in the novel Juxian the previous night. The more he talked, the more guilty he felt. He would occasionally look up at the Venerable Dewey in the sky, afraid that he might have said something wrong and angered the other party. However, to his surprise, Venerable Dewey sat there silently, seemingly lost in thought. He didn't know how much time had passed before a look of sudden realization appeared in his eyes. The next second, amidst the astonished expressions of the inner sect elites, he drifted away, leaving behind a single sentence as he departed. I have gained some insights, but I need to go back and carefully contemplate them. You all can cultivate on your own here. The inner Sect elites present did not react until Venerable Dewey's figure completely disappeared. However, just a few seconds later, they suddenly smiled at each other.
Hee, now that the Venerable One is gone, aren't we free? They're finally gone.
I only went an hour without using my phone, and I felt like ants were crawling all over my body. Me too, I haven't had a chance to read the latest chapters of Immortal Breaking the Sky this morning.
How many chapters have you read?
Not many, only 168 chapters.
Want to know what happens next?
Don't say it, or I'll beat you up. I found an even better book last night called Cien en I, Against the Gods. I recommend you check it out. I just found a book called Against the Gods, it's super good too. Once I finish reading the latest chapter of Snowsword, I'll go read the book you mentioned.
Wow, the author updated it again. I have to give him a little gift to encourage him. When will Xiaoyan finally be able to join the Yunlan sect? I'm getting so impatient. By the way, senior brother Yan Lin, did you really figure out what you just said on your own?
Hearing his junior brother's question, Yan Lin wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? I saw that in the novel Zhu Xian and just casually used it to fool you, Venerable One.
I didn't expect it to actually fool you. Zhu Xian? Is that also a novel published on Tomato?
Yes, it was just uploaded this morning. Although there are only about 100 chapters, I find it quite interesting.
Stop talking. While the Venerable One is away, let's all make the most of this time and have some fun. We still have to go to other peaks to listen to lectures later.
What my senior brother said makes sense. As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples present took out their phones and started playing with them. Some were watching short videos, while others were reading novels, and happy smiles would occasionally appear on their faces. Such a smile was something they had never seen in their decades of cultivating immortality. Unbeknownst to them, while they were happily staring at their phone screens, a gaze was also watching them from afar.
Zhu Xian? A novel? What is this?
Inside a treasure cave in the Luofu Holy Land, Venerable Dewey looked at the group of inner disciples chatting and laughing through the round light technique with a curious expression that he had already realized when he was checking Yang Lin that such a thing could not have been figured out by Yang Lin on his own, and that there must be a master guiding him behind the scenes. So he deliberately left to find out who the mastermind behind them was, but to his surprise, the so-called expert behind this was actually the mobile phone in their hands. Thinking of this, he immediately called out to the boy outside the cave, Qingyun, do you have a cell phone? As soon as he said that, the golden core child waiting outside the cave felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He quickly and secretly stuffed his phone into his storage bag before entering the cave. Reporting to the ancestor, this disciple does not have a cell phone, and this disciple does not know what a cell phone is. Venerable Dewey immediately raised an eyebrow and glared at him. What did you just put into your storage bag? Oh, this, take it out.
I don't want it.
I just want to look at the novel inside. Your Excellency, do you want to read a novel? The golden core child asked with a puzzled look. Yes, I want to know what kind of charm that novel has that could bewitch those disciples like that.
Oh, I see.
After understanding Venerable Dewey's intention, the boy immediately took out his phone and opened the main interface of Tomato Novel to introduce it to Venerable Dewey. Your Excellency, all the novels are here.
You can read whichever one you want.
I highly recommend Against the Gods. As other readers say, it's really awesome, and the comments section is full of interesting remarks. I love it. Before he could finish speaking, Venerable Dewey waved his hand at him. You go ahead and get busy. I will take care of it myself. Alright, Venerable One, remember to return it to me after you've finished reading it. You absolutely must return it to me.
Don't worry, I wouldn't steal your phone.
I'm relieved to hear your words, Venerable One. The boy, relieved, left the cave. Looking back every few steps, however, a storage bag was thrown out a dozen minutes later.
I'll take your phone.
This storage bag contains 10,000 spirit stones.
Go down the mountain and buy a new one yourself.
Upon hearing this, the boy guarding the door felt as if the sky had fallen. The phone itself wasn't the problem. The real issue was that his meticulously crafted, top-tier account was gone.
Chapter 61. The Mahayana Venerable One obsessed with fringe. Having taken over the boy's phone, Venerable Dewey, an old man who was over 1,000 years old and had never used a mobile phone before, originally just wanted to critically examine the content that the young cultivators liked. He was particularly interested in novels, and he really wanted to know why they had such a powerful magic that could make some disciples who were originally devoted to the Tao lose interest in cultivation. Once he actually entered the novel, he was immediately captivated by the world depicted within. However, he saw things slightly differently from the younger generation. The younger generation was more concerned with the plot of the novel, while he was more concerned with the techniques and supernatural powers that appeared in the novel, as well as some descriptions of cultivation. From his professional perspective, most of the descriptions of cultivation in these novels are utter nonsense. He seriously doubts that the authors of these novels have ever practiced immortality, as they contain numerous factual errors, but undeniably, some of the content and ideas in it greatly inspired him. Why would this happen? Could it be that the authors of these novels deliberately wanted to hide crucial information? For example, the idea that reading can lead to the celestial realm and the snow sword is certainly feasible, but the overall approach should not be like that. There is also the method of cultivating with strange fire, which is quite feasible. If we can really find such a strange fire, we might be able to create a top-level divine ability. For the next day, Venerable Dewey was immersed in different novel worlds, and when he finally took his eyes off his phone screen, he felt he had gained a lot. It seems that this novel is not entirely dross. If one can absorb it properly, it can be of great benefit to cultivation. As he was saying this, he prepared to put his phone aside and try to cultivate according to some of the cultivation ideas in the novel. But at that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell on the Douyin, TikTok, app next to the tomato-free novels app. Recalling the behavior of his disciples that he had observed earlier, he casually clicked on it. Since this novel can be so beneficial, then Douyin, TikTok, should be similar. I want to see what's inside. As soon as he finished speaking, a video loaded. In the video, a long-legged beauty with legs over a meter long, wearing jacquard black stockings, was twisting her body to the beat of energetic music. Her large breasts were bouncing under her gauze dress. Her charming appearance made the 1,000-year-old Venerable Dewey's blood boil. His face flushed red, and he immediately turned the phone face down. The world is going to the dogs, it's absolutely going to the dogs. So those disciples spend all their time watching this kind of corrupting stuff. No wonder they have no heart for cultivation. I will definitely report this matter to the Holy Lord and the Ancestor, and ask them to put an end to this bad practice. However, on the other hand, the Ancestor is about to undergo his 8th tribulation as a loose immortal, and the Holy Lord is also preparing for his dissolution. Let's wait until they come out of seclusion a year later before telling them. Anyway, a year shouldn't be a problem. And I just don't believe that Douyin is full of these kinds of bad influences. After saying that, he flipped his phone back over, held it in one hand, and swiped the screen upwards with the other. Before he could even react, a pair of thunderclaps came crashing down on him, followed by loud, energetic music. Emergency, emergency. After watching for a while, he quickly swiped it again. Now that's great. One becomes two, one in white stockings and one in black stockings, and they twist together. The background music has also changed to Tell Me. The world is going to the dogs, the world is going to the dogs. With a flushed face, Venerable Dewey continued scrolling down, accidentally clicking on the original audio in the lower right corner, thus opening up a whole new world. What a depravity of the world! What a terrible depravity of the world! Outside the cave, the Golden Core child held his newly bought cell phone while wearing a tearful expression. My account, my amazing account, my tens of thousands of likes. The Venerable One is over 1,000 years old. How can he still like this kind of thing? How old does a man have to be before he stops being lustful? All right, I think I can still appeal and get it back. No, this is an account I worked so hard to build up, I can't let the Venerable One take it away like this. As he spoke, he took out his newly bought phone. At the same time that Venerable Dewey was becoming increasingly addicted to short videos on Douyin, Lin Yu was also preparing to leave Giant Sword City, where he had been staying for quite some time, with his ghost servants and head to a new city. Just as he was about to leave the city, streaks of purple sword lights suddenly appeared outside the city of Giant Sword City. As these purple sword lights fell, hundreds and thousands of cultivators dressed in purple robes appeared in front of Lin Yi. These cultivators, dressed in purple robes, were all highly skilled,
with the lowest being at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Among them were over 300 golden core cultivators, dozens of nascent soul cultivators, and even 3 nascent soul cultivators. Such a force is considered top tier among righteous sections. When this group of cultivators appeared outside the city gate, some cultivators who were originally preparing to enter or leave the city immediately erupted in an uproar. "They're from the Thunder Sword Sect. My God, aren't those 3 people in front the Thunder Sword Sect's leader, Thunder Sword Lei Hong, and the purple and green twin swords? All 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Thunder Sword Sect have actually come. What on earth happened?" The Thunder Sword Sect actually mobilized all its elite forces. "You didn't know that?" "I heard that after the Heavenly Sword Sect ran away, the Thunder Sword Sect was originally going to take over Giant Sword City, but the Crimson Cloud Sword Sect intercepted it in advance. The 2 sects have been arguing on Douyin for several days now." "Is that so?" "Yes, I heard that Lei Jian Sect even hired people to leave negative reviews at Qishao Sword Sect shops, causing Qishao Sword Sect's shared bike sales to plummet." Negative review manipulation? What is negative review manipulation? Posting negative reviews means deliberately saying something is bad when the product is actually good. You think the Crimson Sky Sword Sect is a good thing? I heard they're spreading rumors everywhere that the purple and green twin swords of the Thunder Sword Sect have homosexual relationships, and that they are ostensibly fellow disciples but actually lovers. Holy crap, this is so exciting, so taboo. A female cultivator suddenly appeared out of nowhere, her eyes shining as she stared at the purple and green twin swords not far away. The Thunder Sword Sect has come all this way this time, so there's bound to be a chaotic battle ahead. I think so too. We never know when there might be bloodshed. Terrifying indeed. Terrifying? What do you mean? Quick, start a live stream. This kind of thing is definitely not only something we like to watch, but fellow cultivators in other places will also love to watch it. It's guaranteed to get a lot of attention. As they spoke, many of the onlookers took out their phones. The clever ones had already set up phone stands to secure their positions, while those who hadn't managed to get a good spot used their chi to raise their phones to a higher angle. Just as the atmosphere was getting quite lively, a group of cultivators dressed in red robes emerged from Giant Sword City. They were none other than the disciples of the Crimson Sky Sword Sect, who had temporarily taken over Giant Sword City. The 3 leaders were also nascent soul cultivators. The atmosphere became extremely tense as soon as the 2 sides met. Seeing that Lin Yi's craving for melons was getting the better of him, he quickly walked to the front and said to a chi refining cultivator standing in the front row, "Fellow Taoist, I'll take your spot. You can go to the back." Upon hearing this, the chi refining cultivator immediately became enraged. "Why should I? Just because your cultivation is higher than mine? Don't you know the saying, don't underestimate a young man's potential?" 300. Before he could finish speaking, a storage bag appeared in front of him. "You want 300 spirit stones? This storage bag contains 3,000 spirit stones. Go to the back yourself." "All right. This way, young master. I have some snacks I just bought, would you like some?" "I'll take all 300. A few minutes later, Lin Yi sat down on a sofa, holding some unknown snacks, ready to watch the excitement. Just when he thought a great battle was about to break out between the red and blue teams, things took an unexpected turn. Chapter 62. Give them each a slap. As time went by, a total of over 10,000 cultivators had gathered outside Giant Sword City. Among them, more than 2,000 were cultivators from Thunder Sword Sect and Crimson Sky Sword Sect, while more than 8,000 were there to watch the spectacle. These onlookers, each holding their phone, had eyes full of eager anticipation for the drama, and Lin Yi was no exception. "Let's fight! Let's fight! It would be best if it were a fight to the death." While holding a handful of sunflower seeds, Lin Yi secretly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, one person from each side stepped forward. The blue side, Lei Jian Sect, sent out Lei Hong, the current sect leader of Lei Jian Sect, while the red side sent out Meng Tiangan, the current sword master of Qishao Sword Sect. Both were at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, radiating intense spiritual pressure. Some chi refining cultivators with lower cultivation levels were forced to retreat repeatedly when the 2 were less than 50 meters apart. The gaunt Meng Tiangan spoke first with an arrogant expression. "Sect leader Lei, it's been a long time. The last time we met was at the sword testing tournament 300 years ago, wasn't it? Yes, if Sword Master Meng hadn't said it was 300 years ago, I would have thought the sword trial was just yesterday. It's been 300 years since we last met. I wonder how many levels Sword Master Meng has comprehended in his Crimson Sky Sword intent. Lei Hong, a burly man, also spoke in a booming voice. Not too high, barely reached the 3rd level. In a few more days I will be able to break through to the 4th level. At that time, I would also like to experience the Heavenly Thunder Sword intent of Sect leader Lei. Sure, but before that, shouldn't we talk about how you've been smearing our Lei Jian sect on Douyin? As he spoke, Lei Hong took out his phone. Don't tell me this video wasn't posted by a disciple of your Crimson Cloud Sword sect. I took a look at this person's profile, and the background of his first video was the sword washing pool of your Crimson Cloud Sword sect. Upon hearing this, Meng Tiangan's expression immediately changed. He turned around and glared at one of his disciples, but the next second he turned to Lei Hong with a beaming smile. What you're saying, sect leader Lei? I checked this person and he's just an outer sect servant. I already kicked him out of the sect yesterday. However, Lei Hong did not buy into his words. Humph. Outer sect menial disciple? Can't you put it another way? These days, who doesn't shift the blame to an outer sect menial disciple when something goes wrong? You all are almost 1,000 years old, can you please stop using such low-level tactics? Smearing others is one thing, but how could you spread rumors about my 2 junior brothers? Sect leader Lei, the rumors about your 2 junior brothers really weren't spread by us. Someone filmed them kissing, Meng Tiangan quickly explained. And it was clearly people from your Leijian sect who went to our shop to leave negative reviews first. After saying that, he took out his phone and opened the Qishao Sword Sect store on Douyin. Look, these are the bad reviews your disciples wrote. What do you mean by item received, quality is not good, I was accidentally blown up yesterday? Bad review, garbage. There's one more item, I haven't placed the order yet, but I'm looking forward to it being shipped. The Sword Master of the Crimson Cloud Sword Sect is very ugly. Seeing him makes me feel seriously uncomfortable. Thumbs down. This is my 2003 purchase. I'll still buy foundation building pills here in my next life. The taste is excellent. Once you eat the first one, you want the second one. If you don't eat it for a day, you feel weak all over. If you eat it, you'll die on the spot. Do you know how much these negative reviews affect our store's sales? When Meng Tiangan read out the negative reviews his shop had received one by one, the onlookers immediately couldn't hold back their laughter. Lei Hong, however, refused to admit anything. You say this was done by us, how can you prove it? Prove what? Are you out of your minds, Thunder Sword Sect disciples? You have the same profile picture and your nicknames even have the words Thunder Sword Sect in the prefix. Take a look for yourself. Upon hearing Meng Tiangan's words, Lei Hong quickly took out his phone and checked. Sure enough, it was just as Meng Tiangan had said. Only then did he remember that a few days ago, in order to make management easier, he had specifically asked all Leijian Sect disciples in the Leijian Sect's large group to use the Leijian Sect's exclusive avatar and change their nicknames to Leijian Sect XX. However, he did not expect that his disciples would use their real names to leave negative reviews for others. Looks like we'll have to give each of them a work phone next time. Just as Lei Hong was making his decision, Meng Tiangan's voice came again. Let's not talk about these things for now. Your Thunder Sword Sect came here this time to take back Giant Sword City, right? I'm not afraid to tell you, that's impossible. Leaving aside the history between my Crimson Cloud Sword Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect, the strength and prestige of our Crimson Cloud Sword Sect on the Tianyuan continent far surpass that of your Thunder Sword Sect. It is the will of the people for the Crimson Cloud Sword Sect to take over Giant Sword City. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of Qishao Sword Sect disciples behind him loudly echoed his words, their momentum unmatched for a moment. You're talking nonsense. My Thunder Sword Sect has a history of over 3,000 years. When my sect's founder was famous throughout the Tianyuan continent, your Crimson Sky Sword ancestor was still a chi refining cultivator. Yes, that's right. Humph. In the 2 previous wars between the righteous and the demonic, which one of my Crimson Sky Sword sects wasn't at the forefront, killing hundreds of demonic leaders? My Thunder Sword sect has killed quite a few demon bastards. Even the demon lord of that demon sect was beaten to a pulp by me. That demon lord was once severely injured by my Crimson Sky Sword. Lin Yi? What the hell? How did I end up eating my own food while I was just watching the drama? Can you two stop bragging by using me as a benchmark? So all the righteous cultivators have beaten me up, huh? Seeing that the two were about to continue their verbal sparring, Lin Yi casually threw the melon rinds and shells on the ground and then shouted loudly at both sides. Are you two still fighting or not? I've been waiting for ages, and I need to get to Whale City for dinner later. Because the scene was completely silent, his shout not only attracted the attention of the onlookers, but also drew the attention of Lei Hong and Meng Tiangan. The two of them seemed to disbelieve that a passerby would dare to interrupt at this moment. After a long while, Lei Hong frowned and said, "Whose junior are you, daring to speak like that?" Do you know? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yi said to one of the ghost servants beside him, "Go, slap him." Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost servant's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Lei Hong. Before Lei Hong could react, the ghost servant's large hand landed on his face. Snap! With a single slap, Lei Hong's protective sword energy was shattered. Go slap that withered old man on the other side. At that moment, Lin Yi's voice came from the side again. Ghost servant once again used teleportation to appear in front of Meng Tiangan. However, Meng Tiangan was already prepared. He was about to unleash his late-stage nascent soul cultivation, and the Crimson Sky Sword on his back was half drawn from its sheath, but before he could even make a move, he was slapped on the right cheek, giving him no chance to retaliate. The two slaps rendered both sect leaders speechless, and the onlookers stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 63 The first online PK in the cultivation world for a powerful cultivator in the nascent soul stage, and also the leader of a sect, to be slapped in front of everyone is undoubtedly a very shameful thing. Under normal circumstances, Lei Hong and Meng Tiangan would have already lost their temper, but now they were like two wrong little wives, not daring to make the slightest move. Because they had already realized what was happening immediately after being slapped. Firstly, in the Tianyuan continent, only experts at the integration stage can perform instantaneous teleportation, and only their powerful bodies can withstand the spatial tearing when traversing space. Even though they are now at the late nascent soul stage, they still cannot do it. Secondly, the person who slapped them almost suppressed all the magical power in their bodies with just one movement, which is something that ordinary people cannot do. Combining these 2 points, they can easily conclude that the person who slapped them was a powerful cultivator at the integration stage. However, this was not the most terrifying thing for them. What they found most unbelievable was that the nascent soul stage expert, who could be revered as an ancestor in any sect, was actually just a servant of the young man who had spoken earlier. To have two nascent soul stage experts as servants, that must be an incredibly noble status, and it wasn't just them who realized this. The onlookers also gradually came to their senses, and their gazes toward Lin Yi unconsciously changed. Just then, Lin Yi spoke again. If you two want to fight, then fight quickly. If you can't fight, then break up. If all else fails, then you two can have an online PK battle. Whoever wins will take over the management of Greatsword City, and the loser is not allowed to cause trouble for the other again. Upon hearing this, Lei Hong and Meng Tiangan immediately exchanged glances, then looked at Lin Yi with cautious expressions. May I ask, sir, what is meant by online PvP? The one who spoke was Lei Hong, who was behaving like a dutiful grandson at that moment. The others present also looked on with curiosity. Seeing that they didn't understand, Lin Yi immediately began to give them serious instructions. Don't you have an official sect account? Open the live stream, then find the PK button in the bottom left corner. That way you can randomly or actively invite other streamers to PK with you. After the two streamers successfully enter the PK mode, their fans support their streamers by liking and sending gifts. The winner is determined by the contribution of the blue bar on the live broadcast interface and the red bar of the other side. The winner can then make demands on the loser. Didn't you all just say that your own sect has a higher reputation? This is the best way to test reputation. When Lin Yi explained the method and rules for the PK battle, Lei Hong and Meng Tiangan's eyes immediately lit up. They never wanted to fight a real battle, since the strength of their two sects was evenly matched. If they really fought, not only would they not achieve a result, but they would also waste a lot of resources. If one or two more young genius disciples died, it would be even more of a loss, but there was no other way. The online controversy had already been stirred up. If they didn't step in, how could they maintain their reputation in the Tianyuan continent, and how could they give an explanation to their disciples? Linya's suggestion to engage in a PK battle was exactly what they wanted. The onlookers present also showed great interest. A few minutes passed, and Lei Hong, the leader of Lei Jian Sect, suddenly walked up to Meng Tiangan, the sword master of Qishao Sword Sect. Since this young master has already said so, we can't refuse him. Let's decide the final ownership of Giant Sword City through a PK battle. All right. For the sake of this young master, I will not fight you today. But let me make this clear beforehand, the loser cannot renege on the agreement. Meng Tiangan said with a serious expression. Of course not. The disciples of both our sects and all the fellow Taoists present are witnesses. If anyone breaks their word, they will surely be punished by heaven in the future. Good. The two sides hit it off immediately and began preparations. Since Lin Yi had just explained the rules of PK, they easily realized that winning or losing in PK actually depends on connections and popularity. The more connections and popularity their side can gather, the greater their chances of winning will be. Immediately notify all disciples in the sect's main group chat. Everyone, whether inside or outside the sect, must take out your phones and enter our sect's live stream room 10 minutes from now. Anyone who doesn't show up will be dealt with according to the sect rules, Lei Hong said sternly to the disciples behind him. Also, if you have any friends or acquaintances, please ask them to come and help out. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of Lei Jian Sect took out their mobile phones. Some sent messages in the sect's large group chat, while others contacted their familiar fellow cultivators. Lei Hong himself also took out his phone and started making video calls to his contacts one by one. Brother Ming Yuan, it's me. Please come to our Thunder Sword Sect's live stream later to help me out. No, this time it's not about getting you to give us positive reviews. Brother Fenghua, I am Lei Hong. It's like this, you must have heard about what happened between our Lei Jian Sect and the Qishao Sword Sect. Today we must teach them a lesson. While Lei Hong was calling on his friends and acquaintances, Meng Tiangan was also busy, ordering his disciples to go online quickly while simultaneously utilizing his own network of connections. Meanwhile, the news that the Thunder Sword Sect and the Crimson Sky Sword Sect would decide the ownership of Giant Sword City through an online PK battle was also quickly spread on Douyin by the cultivators present. This novel approach quickly attracted the attention of many cultivators from various places, since they had never heard of resolving a conflict between two factions without the use of any weapons. Some cultivators found it incomprehensible, while others thought it was perfectly reasonable. After all, we are all righteous sections. If we really go to war, it will take at least a few years, or at most 10 or 20 years, which will needlessly deplete the strength of the righteous path. Regardless of one's attitude, the anticipation for this livestream has already reached its peak even before it has started. Nearly half an hour passed, and Lei Hong of the Thunder Sword Sect and Meng Tiangan of the Crimson Sky Sword Sect each reached into their storage bags. The next second, the two of them simultaneously pulled out phone stands, fill lights, and other tools needed for the livestream. After making thorough preparations, the two started a live stream simultaneously, and the onlookers, including Lin Yi, immediately joined in. As soon as Lin Yi entered the livestream, he was shocked by the rapidly increasing popularity of the livestream. The number of online viewers had already exceeded 10,000 at the very beginning of the live stream, and then it continued to rise at a speed beyond his imagination. The live stream room not only contained disciples from both factions and onlookers, but also a large number of cultivators from various places who had come after hearing the news. Unconsciously, both sect leaders felt a sense of tension, but when they thought that this PK would determine the reputation of their sects and the ownership of Giant Sword City, they gritted their teeth at the same time. Chapter 64. 20 million users, new applications. In his previous life, Lin Yi didn't watch many live streams. He mainly watched either game-related or stress-relieving content. He rarely watched PvP battles, partly because he thought they were a bit old-fashioned, and partly because he thought the streamers were terrible and annoying, but this time it's different. Both streamers are nascent soul cultivators and sect leaders, so they definitely won't be like those corny streamers from my previous life. And indeed, just as he had expected, both sect leaders began by thanking the fellow cultivators who had come to the livestream. After that, they went straight to the point. Fellow Taoists, today my Thunder Sword Sect and the Crimson Sky Sword Sect will have a decisive battle. I hope you can help by giving this a thumbs up. If possible, I would also like to send a small gift. I, Lei, will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. No sooner had Lei Hong finished speaking than one of his old friends sent him a gift worth several thousand spirit stones. Normally, he might not even bother to look at a few thousand spirit stones, but at this crucial moment, he was overjoyed.
Thank you for the gift, fellow Daoist Fenghua. Didn't you always want to see my heavenly thunder sword intent?
Today, I will show it to you in this live broadcast room. After saying that, he took out his heavenly thunder sword, pointed the tip of the sword at the sky, and a dazzling heavenly thunder descended from the sky, enveloping his body and turning the area within 100 meters into a thunderous swamp. His unexpected talent immediately caused the number of gifts and likes in the live stream to skyrocket. Upon seeing this, Meng Tiangan of the Crimson Cloud Sword Sect immediately panicked and hurriedly asked the fellow Taoists in the live stream for gifts. At the same time, he did not forget to show off his signature skills. After that, the style of the livestream gradually changed. In order to get more gifts, everyone from the sect leader to the elders and elite disciples took turns performing various talents. This tactic did indeed work. After showcasing their talents, the number of gifts noticeably increased. As a result, the leaders of both sects even revealed their most secret and powerful techniques. As time went on, the atmosphere in the live stream became increasingly heated. Even some cultivators who were just watching the excitement were infected by the enthusiastic atmosphere and hoped that their supported sect could win the PK. Lei Hong and Meng Tiangan, the two nascent soul cultivators who were acting as anchors, completely disregarded their image at this moment, shouting wildly at the camera with red faces and thick necks. Fellow Taoists, please help me kill these bastards from the Crimson Sky Sword Sect. If I can win this PK, I will give you 100 lucky bags with 10,000 spirit stones each later. By the way, I also have a daughter, who is 180 centimeters tall and has an absolutely stunning appearance. As he spoke, Lei Hong pulled out a young female cultivator from the side who was wearing a purple dress and had a veil on her face. Although there was a veil between them, it could not hide her beauty, and the popularity of the Thunder Sword Sect immediately soared. Upon seeing this result, Meng Tiangan was so angry that he glared and immediately spoke to the camera. I also have a granddaughter. No, I have two. One of them is the Crystal Fairy of the Jade Pool Sect. Whoever can help me win this PK, I will recommend my granddaughter's Douyin account to them. Upon hearing this, the popularity of the Crimson Sky Sword Sect instantly surpassed that of the Thunder Sword Sect. There was a large group of people in the livestream calling him Grandpa. Seeing this, Lingyi couldn't help but show a hint of disdain. TCH. These opportunists, they call someone's granddaughter Grandpa just because she's pretty. But I must say, although old Deng looks rather plain, his granddaughter is indeed beautiful. Never mind, the old man has it tough too, let's just send him a gift. In the blink of an eye, he left Li Jianmen's livestream and came to Chixio Jianpa's livestream. He immediately gained 1,000 views on Douyin and firmly took the top spot on the leaderboard. As expected, the Crimson Cloud Sword Sect emerged victorious in this duel. When the PK ended, all the disciples of the Crimson Cloud Sword Sect cheered loudly on the spot, including the sect leader Meng Tiangan. That he had never felt this kind of excitement even when he broke through to the nascent soul stage. On the other hand, the Thundersword sect looked like a defeated rooster, their faces full of dejection. His expression changed immediately when a disciple whispered something in Lei Hong's ear. The next second he looked at the data on his phone, and when he saw the final gift rewards for this PK, his dejected look vanished instantly. He was shocked to discover that the gift revenue from this livestream had reached a staggering 32 million spirit stones. Even after deducting the platform's commission and the gifts he received from his own streamers, he still made a huge profit. While forcibly suppressing the corners of his mouth that were about to turn up, he pretended to be disappointed and walked towards Meng Tiangan's direction. Brother Meng, I lost this duel. From now on, Giant Sword City belongs to you. I have no complaints. After saying that, he quickly added another sentence using telepathy. Brother Meng, you must have made quite a bit of money from gifts this time. Would you be interested in doing it again? In that case, I'll arrange for my disciples to leave negative reviews on your Crimson Sky Sword Sect shops, and you can arrange for your disciples to release videos to smear our Thunder Sword Sect. Let's make things bigger and have another PK. They thought their method of transmitting sound was so secret that no one else could hear it, but Lin Yi, who was 2 major realms above them, heard it clearly. Hearing their private conversation, Lin Yi was stunned. Holy crap, those two old folks know how to set things up, and they even know how to use PK battles to swindle money from their families. People in ancient times weren't so innocent at all. While feeling sentimental, he was also happy to see it happen, since he gets a cut of the gifts they receive during their live streams. The more gifts they receive, the more he earns. Moreover, he would love for all the conflicts between the various factions in Tianyuan continent to be resolved through PvP battles in the future. This would greatly weaken their practical combat experience, since a group of people who only know how to ask their big brothers for gifts still have some fighting spirit. Although this first PK battle in the Tianyuan continent has come to an end, its impact has only just begun. On the same day, many streamers and sects joined the PK battle. Some streamers use PvP to resolve personal disputes, some sects use PvP to resolve sect disputes, and some streamers use PvP to gain fan spirit stones. Most importantly, the cultivators of Tianyuan continent are quite fond of this kind of thing. Whenever two streamers are PK'd, a large number of cultivators will rush to watch the excitement in the live broadcast room. Thus, cultivators on the Tianyuan continent gained a new form of entertainment, and at the same time, it made all the major sects realize the importance of mobile phones. Take the recent online conflict between Leijian Sect and Qishao Sword Sect as an example. If one sect has fewer mobile phones, it will suffer in silence on Douyin. The number of mobile phone users is a sect's soft power. Because of this awareness, mobile phone sales saw another slight increase. While Linyu was still on his way to Whale City, he received a report from the God of Wealth that mobile phones in several cities had sold out again. When Linyu saw this message, he was taken aback and quickly checked the number of registered users on Douyin and tomato-free novels. He was startled when he saw it. Douyin's user base is about to reach 20 million, while Tomato Novels, launched just a few days ago, is also about to surpass 10 million users. Even after accounting for overlaps in individuals with multiple phones, this means the number of mobile phone users is about to exceed 20 million. Just as he was thinking this, a notification sound popped up. Congratulations, host! The number of registered users on Douyin has exceeded 20 million. As a reward, the system will open a third application, Qiuqiu Flying Sword. At the same time, the store will add new products, Tianji second generation machine and VR glasses. Chapter 65 Heavenly Secret second generation machine, 8888. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Linyi, sitting inside the Nine Dragons carriage, was overjoyed. If there are rewards for 20 million users, won't there be another wave when tomato-free novels reaches 10 million registered users? And this reward, thinking of the prompt, he quickly focused his attention on the mall interface, and sure enough, in addition to Douyin and tomato-free novels, there was a third application. Qiuqiu Flying Sword? Could it be penguin racing from my past life? The system has even localized this game, turning racing into flying sword racing. Could there be A-level and S-level flying swords in it? If so, I'll have to play it properly later. After saying that, he turned his attention to another part of the mall, where, in addition to the previous Tianji Generation 1 phone, he also saw another phone and a pair of ordinary-looking framed glasses. The mobile phone costs 10 spirit stones, and the glasses cost 20 spirit stones. It's 10 times more expensive, so it should be 10 times better than a regular phone. To find out the difference between the second generation of the Heavenly Secret and the first generation, he casually bought one from the store of the next second, an even more dazzling phone, with gorgeous gemstones inlaid on the back cover, appeared in his hand. I must say, the second generation aircraft does look much better, but the gold color is a bit tacky. As soon as he finished speaking, the back cover and the overall color of the phone turned dark gray, and the gemstone on the back turned into a dazzling diamond. His eyes widened immediately upon seeing this. Holy crap, it can even change appearance, that's amazing. But even so, there's no reason for it to be 10 times more expensive. There must be other differences. Thinking of this, he quickly took out his phone and compared it with the Tianji 2. After more than 10 minutes, he finally understood why this second generation Tianji was so expensive. First of all, the Tianji 2 has a more stylish design, customizable appearance, larger memory, higher resolution, and smoother operation. It also has a master recognition function, which can be turned on by divine consciousness. Once it recognizes a master, others will not be able to use it. If the distance between the person and the machine exceeds 100 meters, the phone will automatically explode. In short, there is not much difference in actual functionality, but a bunch of fancy features have been added, but none of that matters. What matters is that it will definitely have a market, and a very large one at that. Now that we've established a user base for mobile phones, let's take this opportunity to fleece them. With a slight smile, Linyi immediately dialed the number of the God of Wealth. As soon as the call connected, the fat face of the God of Wealth appeared on the screen.
Sect Master, is there anything you wish to instruct me on? Yes, that's right. Didn't you say before that many cities had sold out of mobile phones? I just developed a batch of new products. Please have someone come and pick them up later. Upon hearing this, the ghost god of wealth's eyes immediately lit up. Sect Master, what is this new product? A brand new phone. As he spoke, Lin Yi described some of the features of the Tianji 2 phone to the god of wealth. After hearing this, the already bright eyes of the god of wealth shone even brighter. That's great. This second generation machine is so excellent, its sales will definitely be even greater than the first generation. At that time, those righteous cultivators will definitely rush to buy it. I think the price of this second generation phone will be at least 10 times higher than that of the first generation. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi shook his head. 10 times? That's too cheap. 20 times, the ghost god of wealth asked tentatively. It's still too cheap. Lin Yi continued to shake his head. I want to sell it for this price. In front of the god of wealth, Lin Yi held up an 880 spirit stones. That's 40 times more expensive than the first generation machine. Ghost god of wealth looked incredulous. Humph, who said it was 80 spirit stones? Could it be 800? It's not 800, it's 8,888. When Lin Yi uttered such a shocking number, Ghost God of Wealth's face almost popped into the screen, and his tone became stammering. 8,888. Sect Master, isn't this price a bit too outrageous? The first generation machine only cost 2 spirit stones, and the second generation machine has suddenly increased 4,000 times. Will anyone really buy it? You should know that ordinary sect cultivators can only earn a few hundred spirit stones a month, and it is considered good if they can save 1,000 spirit stones a year. It would take 8,000 spirit stones to save up for 8 years. What normal person would use their 8 years of savings to buy a phone that costs about 2 spirit stones? Even if the second generation phone has more features than the first generation phone, it doesn't seem to matter if it doesn't have those features. Just as the ghost god of wealth was muttering to himself, Lin Yi seemed to have already guessed his thoughts. I know what you're thinking. You think no fool would be willing to spend so many spirit stones to buy this phone, right? Your subordinate dares not. It's normal for you to think that way. It just shows that your business thinking is not good enough. I never said that I would sell this second generation machine to ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators naturally can't afford it, but think about it, aren't there some mid-level and high-level cultivators? The elders and deacons of various sects, the sect leaders and young masters, as well as the elite disciples, nascent soul, integration, and Mahayana stage experts from various holy lands, would they lack 8,000 spirit stones? This. The ghost god of wealth vaguely realized something. Of course they don't lack that. What they lack is face and distinction. Why should a chi refining cultivator like you use a cell phone of the same level as my nascent soul ancestor? Think about it from another angle. If a mobile phone is no longer an ordinary magical artifact, but a symbol of status and position, then what they are buying is not just the phone itself, but the status and position it represents. If you have a phone that costs 2 spirit stones, you are considered low class and have no status, while if I have a phone that costs 8,888 spirit stones, I am considered more powerful and stronger than you. When Lin Yi explained these things, the ghost god of wealth understood completely, and his eyes were filled with nothing but worship. Just as Lin Yi said, cultivators are also human beings, and they also care about their reputation. In fact, they care about their reputation even more than ordinary people. Otherwise, those powerful figures would not deliberately make such a commotion when they appear. Nascent soul stage experts release their spiritual pressure wherever they go, as if they have written "I am a nascent soul stage expert" on their foreheads, and now it's great. There's no need to release spiritual pressure, you just need to casually show off your phone, which costs as much as 8888. In that case, I will first equip each city with 8,888 second generation machines to create a scarcity effect and generate hype. You should prepare for the offline new product launch event, and then do a live stream to spread the word about it. May I ask, Sect Master, what is a new product launch? Ghost God of Wealth asked somewhat awkwardly. Lin Yi originally wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. By the way, I'm about to arrive at Whale City. Does Whale City have a branch of the Four Seas Pavilion? Yes, Sect Master, we have a branch in Whale City. In that case, I will go to the branch in Whale City later and personally tell them how to organize this offline launch event. You can all learn a thing or two then. Yes, Sect Master. Just then, the voice of a ghost servant came from outside the Kowloon carriage. Young Master, we have arrived at Whale City. Chapter 66. How can a person give up even spirit stones for the sake of dignity? Whale City, as one of the few coastal cities in the northern region, covers an area no smaller than Giant Sword City. Because of its proximity to the sea, it is rich in various kinds of seafood. Linya's trip to Giant Whale City was specifically to sample the seafood there. However, he now has a new task. Upon entering the city of Giant Whale, he immediately located the Sea High Pavilion branch in the city's commercial district. Perhaps due to the popularity of mobile phones, even though it was almost evening, the Sea High Pavilion branch was still packed with cultivators who came to buy mobile phones. Fortunately, the Seas Pavilion had arranged for 2 Golden Core experts to stand guard at the entrance, so these people obediently lined up in a long queue. After glancing at the line that stretched for hundreds of meters ahead, Linyi didn't hesitate and led his 2 ghost servants directly to the front of the line. His actions naturally aroused dissatisfaction among those queuing behind him. Don't you have any manners? Everyone is queuing up, how could you cut in line? That means you have absolutely no shame. If you cut in line again, I won't be so polite. Where's the security guard? The security guard is over there. Just as the crowd was getting excited, Linyi had already arrived at the front of the group. Just as a Foundation Establishment cultivator was about to enter, Linya's voice came from the side. Let me go in first. Upon hearing this, the Foundation Establishment cultivator was immediately enraged. Why should I? Upon hearing his words, Linyi immediately gave a wink to the ghost servant beside him, and the ghost servant then took a step forward, the spiritual pressure belonging to a nascent soul cultivator directly pressing down on the Foundation Establishment cultivator. The Foundation Establishment cultivator turned pale with fright, but he did not back down. Instead, he said arrogantly, "You think you can force me just because your cultivation is stronger than mine? Although we rogue cultivators have low cultivation levels, we still have backbone and courage." As soon as he finished speaking, the monks in line behind him began to cheer loudly. Even Linyi glanced at him with slight admiration, and the next second he gave the ghost servant a wink. Seeing this, the Foundation Establishment cultivator couldn't help but swallow hard. He instinctively thought the other party was about to attack, but the ghost servant's next move stunned him on the spot. The ghost servant casually pulled out a storage bag, then took out a high-grade spirit stone worth 1,000 ordinary spirit stones and tossed it into the Foundation Establishment cultivator's hand. Is buying your backbone and courage enough? However, at this moment, the Foundation Establishment cultivator was so frightened that he couldn't react at all. The next second, the ghost servant took out another high-grade spirit stone. Is that enough? That's not enough, here are a few more for you. As he spoke, the ghost servant took out 6 high-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and stuffed them into the Foundation Establishment cultivator's hand. This time, the Foundation Establishment cultivator finally realized what was happening. Looking at the 8 high-grade spirit stones in his hand, worth 8,000 ordinary spirit stones, his expression changed repeatedly. Suddenly, he turned around and walked towards the end of the line. As he walked, he summoned his flying sword and disappeared in a flash. Seeing this, Linyi couldn't help but let out a disdainful sound. TCH. I thought he was so principled. Meanwhile, the cultivators queuing behind them were so envious they were practically grinding their teeth in envy. Damn it! That spot he was standing in was supposed to be mine. I just went to the restroom. I have to say that guy really has guts. I would have given in when it was my turn to use the first one. Isn't this a bit much? To throw away one's dignity for a few spirit stones? And that person's attitude was so rude. Is he awful? I don't feel that way at all. I would be embarrassed to accept his spirit stones if he wasn't a little awful. So, did this young master utter a single insulting word from beginning to end? That was originally the young master's seat. Young man, you've just embarked on the path of immortality, haven't you? You must understand that we cultivators cannot abandon spirit stones for the sake of dignity. If it were me, I would have kowtowed to this young master before leaving,
otherwise I wouldn't feel at ease taking the spirit stones. Just as the people in line were discussing amongst themselves, Lin Yi suddenly turned around and looked at them, startling them so much that they immediately stopped talking. I think these people have a problem with me. Tell them to shut up. Yes, young master. After saying this, the ghost servant walked straight towards the people in line, which frightened them so much that they retreated one after another. However, the ghost servant did not attack them. Instead, he reached into another storage bag, grabbed a handful of low-grade spirit stones, and threw them at them. Each handful contained several hundred spirit stones, and more than a dozen handfuls were thrown out in succession. In an instant, spirit stones filled the sky. The cultivators in line didn't care about anything else and started grabbing things like crazy. After they got what they wanted, they just grinned like idiots. Now they really had no complaints about Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. It feels so good to just throw money around like this. After saying that, he continued walking into the Four Seas Pavilion. As for the two golden core cultivators in charge of security, although they did not recognize Lin Yi at first, they immediately made way after discovering that the two ghost servants were unfathomably powerful. In the world of cultivation, what do you rely on to survive? A keen eye and sharp judgment. Upon entering the Seahai Pavilion, Lin Yi saw a large counter displaying mobile phones and related accessories, phone cases, fill lights, phone stands, and other items that Lin Yi couldn't even name. In addition, several monks were buying mobile phones there. Lin Yi initially thought they were just ordinary rogue cultivators like the others outside, but he soon discovered the difference between them. The young man at the head of the group, though young, already possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. The girl beside him was at the late golden core stage. Although the two servants following behind them concealed their cultivation levels, Lin Yi could tell at a glance that they had reached the divine transformation stage. These two seemed to be quite extraordinary. Could they be from some holy land? They must be carrying quite a few spirit stones with them. Just as he was thinking this, a middle-aged man dressed as a shopkeeper with a big smile on his face walked out from the side carrying two gift boxes. I apologize for keeping you waiting, young master. This is the best gift box we have here. It is made entirely of third-grade spiritual material, agarwood and purple wood. It not only has a unique fragrance, but it is also impervious to water and fire. Most importantly, it has a built-in spatial array that can not only hold this phone, but also all other accessories, making it perfect as a gift. Upon hearing the middle-aged shopkeeper's introduction, the young man immediately nodded. In that case, let's pack up this phone and get one of those accessories too. By the way, how much do these cost in total? To answer your question, young master, the total is 1,263 spirit stones. I'll round it down to 1,200 spirit stones for you. I'll also throw in a latest mobile phone user guide and a beginner's guide to Douyin. However, to the middle-aged shopkeeper's surprise, the girl next to the boy objected after he quoted the price, 1,200 spirit stones. How can it be so cheap? Brother, this is a birthday gift for Grandpa. This phone is certainly novel, but it is really too cheap. If we bring something like this to the birthday banquet, wouldn't the rest of the family gossip about us? Upon hearing the girl's words, the boy seemed to realize that something was amiss. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged shopkeeper was momentarily at a loss for words. Then a voice suddenly came from outside the door. If this young master wishes to fulfill his filial duty to his elders, then I do have something I can recommend to you. Chapter 67, the Supreme Edition, the Ultimate Edition. Only a vengeful soul would buy it. Inside the main hall of Seahai Pavilion, as Lin Yi's voice came from the doorway, everyone present, including the manager, turned their gazes in that direction. The shopkeeper seemed to recognize Lin Yi at first glance and quickly ran over to him. Zong, call me young master. Lin Yi glanced at him. The middle-aged shopkeeper immediately came to his senses and hurriedly added a sentence. Young master, what brings you here? I came here to check on things and bring some new products with me. As he spoke, he walked straight toward the man and woman. From what you two just said, you are choosing birthday gifts for your family elders, right? Perhaps because Lin Yi also exuded an air of nobility and his cultivation level was unclear, the young man immediately nodded. My grandfather will be celebrating his 100th birthday in 2 days, which is why we came all the way from Dulong Island to select a birthday gift. Dulong Island? Upon hearing these 3 words, Lin Yi was taken aback at first, and then asked,
are you two from the Mu family of Dulon Island? Is the person celebrating his birthday this time Old Master Mu Jingxiong?
Young master knows my grandfather, the boy asked with a surprised look. I don't know them, but who in the Tianyuan continent doesn't know that the Mu family of Beihai is the #1 family in the northern region, and Old Master Mu is a hero who fought against the demonic sect? As he spoke, Lin Yi pretended to show a look of admiration on his face. The two younger members of the Mu family, on the other hand, both showed expressions of smugness.
Since it's Old Master Mu's birthday, we can't be careless.
The birthday gift we choose must be one of the best in the world to match his status. I happen to have a brand new phone here, which hasn't been officially released yet.
It's fate that we met you two today.
As he spoke, Lin Yi took out a second-generation Tianji machine from his storage bag. The moment the second-generation Tianji appeared, not only did the two younger members of the Mu family turn their attention to it, but even the cultivators queuing outside the door cast curious glances at it.
Is this a cell phone?
It looks different from the cell phones I see outside.
Yes, the screen seems bigger, and it's golden too. It looks better than the phones people use outside.
I think I just heard something about the second generation of the Heavenly Mystery Machine, so this must be an upgraded version.
I just happened to want to buy a new phone.
Instead of buying the old one, I might as well buy this upgraded version.
It's a little more expensive, but so be it.
As you can see, what I am holding is the second generation Tianji machine, which was created by the top craftsmen, top weapon refiners, top rune masters, and top formation masters of my 4Cs pavilion with their life's work. It is forged entirely from purple gold black iron and celestial crystal, with 9,999 layers of array restrictions nested inside. It is fireproof and waterproof, and even a golden core cultivator's full force attack cannot damage it in the slightest. In addition, it can be customized with its own unique appearance. More importantly, it boasts larger memory and higher resolution, a single master device, and is locked in by divine sense. If the human and machine are separated by more than 100 meters, it will automatically explode. Under Lin Yi's explanation, all the advantages of the second generation of Tianji were revealed. Whether it was the middle-aged shopkeeper or the cultivators standing outside the shop, everyone's eyes lit up. However, the two younger members of the Mu family were somewhat bewildered, since they didn't even have their own cell phones before this. Their expressions changed slightly only after Lin Yi said what he was about to say. There are currently two models of this Tianji 2, the Supreme Edition, which costs 8,888 Spirit Stones per unit, and the Premium Edition, which costs 18,888 Spirit Stones per unit.
Unlike the Supreme Edition, only 8,888 units of the Premium Edition will be sold across the entire Tianyuan continent. Each unit has its own unique code and will be permanently discontinued once sold out.
So in a sense, the Tianji 2 is no longer just a mobile phone, but a symbol of status and position.
In addition, we have decided that the ultimate version will only be sold to cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above.
No matter how rich other people are, they cannot buy it. Whoosh! When Lin Yi finished speaking, the cultivators crowded at the door immediately erupted in an uproar, seemingly unable to believe that what they had heard was true.
My God, did I hear that right? Is the second generation of the Heavenly Secret really that expensive? How much? 8888 per unit? My God, this is going to kill me. Didn't you hear there's an even more expensive one coming up? 18,888 Spirit Stones per piece. With that money, there are so many things I could do.
That is to say, the first generation machine only costs 2 Spirit Stones, and even if you buy it from other channels, it only costs about 100 Spirit Stones.
How come the second generation machine is so much more expensive all of a sudden? This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous.
I was just saying I'd buy a second generation phone, but now it seems like the first generation phone is much better.
Although the second generation phone sounds like it has a lot more features than the first generation, I really can't afford it. How many years would I have to mine to save up enough? Is there anyone willing to give me the Supreme Edition? I'd like to be his Taoist partner. Only a fool would buy this.
Just wait and see, not a single one of these will ever sell. Nowadays, most cultivators consider a mobile phone costing 8,888 Spirit Stones to be beyond their means, and the 18,888 Spirit Stone Premium version is something they wouldn't even dare to dream of, but this is only true for them. For the Moose siblings, it's a completely different story. Young Master, you just said that there are only 8,888 copies of this Supreme Edition across the entire Tianyuan continent, right? And that once they're sold out, they'll never be sold again? Yes, and we also have a unique code for each machine. If you find a code that exceeds 8888, we are willing to compensate you tenfold. As he spoke, a professional smile appeared on Lin Ye's face. The Moose siblings on the other side exchanged a glance and then immediately nodded. Okay. Then we'll buy one Ultimate Edition and two Premium Editions. Clearly, in their view, the more expensive, the better, and limited editions are even better. Okay, please wait a moment while I pack it up for you. After saying that, Lin Yi walked into the counter, casually bought a second-generation machine from the system store, and then used his powerful magic to carve the number 0001 in a blank space on the back of the machine. After carving it, he didn't forget to put some gold powder in it, and here comes the ultimate version. 8888 is the original price of the phone, and 10,000 is the processing fee for him, a big shot in the Mahayana stage. He didn't earn any extra money. Fine, let's give you a special certificate too, at least to verify it. As he spoke, he casually picked up a piece of jade from the side and quickly wrote lines of text on it with his fingers. After doing this, he packed the phone, certificate, and various accessories into a high-end gift box. The three mobile phones were handed over to the Moose siblings on the spot. After handing over his phone, he added a sentence. Gentlemen, the Premium Edition phone is already inside. In addition, customers who own the Premium Edition phone will be automatically upgraded to our Sea Pavilion Black Gold customers. As long as you take out your phone, you can enjoy a 20% discount on everything. You will not have to queue at any time in the future, and you can also enter the exclusive lounge for Black Gold users, and you will be accompanied by a dedicated sales guide throughout your visit. Upon hearing his words, the Moose siblings became even more excited. It was really worth spending 18,888. Grandpa will be very happy. Yes, I don't think I could find a more suitable birthday gift. Thank you, young master. You're welcome. Please come again soon. As they were talking, Lin Yi personally escorted the two out of Sea Pavilion. After he turned around and went back inside the Four Seas Pavilion, the middle-aged manager of the Four Seas Pavilion immediately walked over with a face full of admiration. Young Master Zong is truly a business genius. They actually bought it with such a high price tag. Of course, you have to understand one thing, not everyone likes cheap stuff. Young Master's words are truly enlightening. By the way, what does Black Gold user mean? The middle-aged shopkeeper asked with a curious expression. I'll explain that to you later. Your priority right now is to get ready. I'm going to hold a new product launch here later, and you'll be the one to host it. New product launch? Not bad, the new product launch of the second generation of Tenji. After saying this, Lin Yi seemed to have thought of something else, glanced at the middle-aged shopkeeper in front of him, and then asked, by the way, I still don't know your name. Young master, my surname is Lei, and my given name is June. Lei June. What a nice name. Upon hearing this name, Lin Ye's gaze towards him changed. Chapter 68. A unique new product launch. Since the Moose siblings had just spent 18,888 spirit stones to buy a mobile phone, the news quickly spread throughout Giant Whale City. The news spread like wildfire, and more people came to the entrance of Sea Pavilion to watch the excitement. Have you heard? The Four Seas Pavilion has launched a new mobile phone, priced at a whopping 8,888 spirit stones. Ha! 8,888 spirit stones? Are you crazy? I only spent 10 spirit stones when I bought this phone, 8888 spirit stones. With these spirit stones, I could spend enough to buy several of my favorite streamers' #1 Douyin accounts. Sha, you guys don't know anything. There's another one that costs a whopping 18,888 spirit stones. I heard it's called the Supreme Edition 18888. What kind of phone could be worth so many spirit stones? Does it have some special function? If you had 8,888 spirit stones, would you buy it? Only a fool would buy it. From now on, I'll laugh at anyone I see carrying a Tianji 2 on the street. It's a deal, whoever buys it, we'll all laugh at him together. Just wait, not a single one of these will sell. As the crowd gathered at the entrance grew larger, Lin Yi, along with Lei Jun and the shop assistants, transformed the first floor lobby into a press conference exhibition hall. A large stage was set up in the middle, with several display stands placed on it, and the Tianji 2 machine was placed on top of the display stand. However, Lin Yi still seemed somewhat dissatisfied with this. Manager Lei, call 2 weapon refiners over and see if you can find a way to project 2 beams of light down from the rooftop, preferably directly onto the phone. Also, add some more beams of light behind the backdrop.
Yes, young master.
Also, find a way to make this base rotate, but not too fast. Only in this way can all the details of the second generation of Tianji be displayed in all directions.
No problem, young master.
Oh, right, have those female shop assistants change into matching cheongsams and fix their hair. Later, have them carry the new phone around the whole store.
Don't worry, young master. The music volume on my phone is a bit low. Is there anything that can make the music on my phone a little louder?
Some are, young masters. A minute later, Lei Jun came to Lin Yi with 2 magical artifacts that looked like trumpet flowers. Upon seeing this magical artifact, Lin Yi couldn't help but show a hint of surprise, because he had just seen this thing in the mobile phone accessories section. What is this?
Young master, this is the latest sound amplifier invented by Master Huolong.
Just put your phone on it, and it will amplify the sound inside the phone several times. Moreover, the 2 sound amplifiers are connected by an array, so when one sounds, the other sounds too.
However, this thing doesn't sell at all. We usually give it away for free when we buy a phone. After hearing Lei Jun's explanation, Lin Yi's face immediately showed a look of understanding. This is a great product. The reason it's not selling well is simply because you don't know its benefits.
As he spoke, he took the 2 sound amplifiers from Lei Jun and placed them at opposite corners of the stage. After setting them up, he took out a phone, found Douyin, TikTok, and casually played a piece of upbeat music. In an instant, the exhilarating music resounded throughout the entire Sihai Pavilion. The previously calm atmosphere suddenly became lively. Lei Jun's face was also full of surprise when he noticed this change. Young master, why do I suddenly feel that Sihai Pavilion has changed after this music started playing? Of course, appropriate background music can help create a good atmosphere in the store and adjust customers' emotions. You can also learn to play some music in your daily life. The young master truly lives up to his reputation. Alright, stop flattering me. Quickly memorize the script I just gave you. The press conference will be broadcast live to the entire Tianyuan continent later, so don't mess it up. Don't worry, young master, I've memorized it completely. In that case, we will start the new product launch conference in half an hour. With a wave of Lin Yi's hand, the countdown to the new product launch at Sihai Pavilion officially began. During this process, news of the new product launch has spread far and wide, both offline and online. More than 10,000 people gathered at the entrance of the offline Sihai Pavilion. Online, Douyin, TikTok, is flooded with news and videos about the Tianji 2, and the most attention-grabbing aspect is its exorbitant price. As a result, netizens have differing opinions. Some believe that the Tianji second generation is a complete ripoff and that they would never buy it. Others believe that since the second generation of Tianji can be sold at such a high price, there must be a reason for it. They are very much looking forward to seeing what the second generation of Tianji looks like. Amidst such high levels of discussion, the new product launch event hosted by Sihage has become the focus of many netizens. Even before the live stream started, the number of followers on Sihage's official account began to rise rapidly. There were even more people at the entrance of Sihai Pavilion offline, so Lin Yi specially ordered all the door panels of Sihai Pavilion to be removed, exposing the entire hall. To make the light more abundant, dozens of bright swords were prepared at once and floated directly above the Four Seas Pavilion. With only 2 minutes left until 8 p.m., Lin Yi patted Lei Jun, who was taking deep breaths. Don't be nervous, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. When you go up there, just treat everyone in the audience like idiots. All you need to do is read the script I prepared for you in its entirety, and you'll have succeeded. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lei Jun quickly nodded. If you perform well this time, I'll promote you. Thank you, young master. I'll go up now. Go. The next second, Lei Jun walked steadily toward the stage. At the same time, Lin Yi also spoke to the shop assistants next to him who were wielding the Mingguang sword. Lights, quick. Shine the lights on Manager Lei, and then let the lights follow him onto the stage. As soon as they finished speaking, the shop assistants made hand seals, controlling the several bright swords above to shoot several beams of light towards Lei Jun's location. The moment the spotlight shone on, Lin Yi casually picked up his phone, selected a song he had carefully prepared from Douyin's music library, and immediately started a live stream. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump, thump thump thump, thump thump thump. Although no one could understand the lyrics, both Lei Jun himself and the audience at the scene and online immediately felt their emotions surge. As Lei Jun waved to the audience from the center of the stage, beams of light shone from the backdrop behind him, with flashing and changing beams of light and enthusiastic background music. This unique new product launch officially began amidst much anticipation. Chapter 69 Explosive Scene. An 8 Thunder God body in the official live stream room of Sihage. As the launch of the Tianji 2 new product began, hundreds of thousands of people flooded into the live stream room at once, and this number was still rising by tens of thousands per second. While Lin Yi, the mastermind behind it all, certainly played a part in promoting it, the main reason was that mobile phone users in Tianyuan continent wanted to know what a phone priced as high as 8,888 spirit stones actually look like. Therefore, anyone who comes across the official live stream of Sihage can't help but click in to take a look. As soon as they entered, they were captivated by the stunning opening of the press conference and Lei Jun's imposing entrance, coupled with the inexplicably catchy background music. Their attention was immediately drawn to him. Is this the new product launch that Sihai Pavilion put on? It looks pretty good. Yes, regardless of whether the second generation Tianji is worth 8,888 spirit stones, the way it started is already very interesting. I'm really looking forward to what happens next. The lighting and music are really well done. I've learned a lot. In the future, our Jioding Pavilion can also follow his style. Wow! The momentum has grown so quickly. How come we didn't think of that? What did they use to make the music so loud? That looks like that trashy magic artifact that True Man Fire Dragon invented before. So that's how it's used. It seems there are no trashy magic artifacts in this world, only magic artifacts that are misplaced. And this bright light sword can not only be used to supplement light, but also to achieve this effect. In the future, our Dan Ding Sect's live broadcast room can be set up like this. The thing on that constantly rotating disc in the middle of the stage must be the Tianji 2. The way the disc rotates, combined with the light shining down from the front, makes it the focus of the stage. Who came up with this method? Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could use it when showcasing products in our live streams in the future? A genius, truly a genius. No wonder the Four Seas Pavilion was able to produce a magical artifact like a mobile phone. Does anyone know what the background music is called right now? I want to use it next time I shoot a Douyin video. When Lin Yi, who was staring at his phone, saw these comments in the live stream, his expression changed several times. Damn it, these people have learned something. Cultivators' minds really work fast. But that's not the point. Who told you to come and steal their skills? Just as he was ranting, Lei Jun officially stood in the center of the stage, and the first thing he did was to bow deeply to the front of the stage and the live broadcast camera. After he stood up, a megaphone-like amplification device appeared in his hand. Fellow Taoists, audience members, and all our benefactors, good evening. I am Lei Jun, the manager of the Sihai Pavilion's Giant Whale City branch. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for your continued support and patronage of Sihai Pavilion, and also for liking our products. At that moment, he was so confident and composed, with not a trace of tension on his face, and always wearing a polite and humble smile. Both the audience at the entrance and those watching online immediately focused all their attention on him. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was momentarily dazed. He had been worried that Lei Jun would be too nervous and make mistakes after going on stage, but now it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. Goodness, is this the same person as before? Does he have a stage presence syndrome, or is this Thor March just too awesome? It seems we should promote him properly. From now on, let him handle the launch events for any new products. I believe everyone is now used to life with mobile phones. Mobile phones are no longer just simple, low-grade magic tools, they are our good friends and the channels through which we open our eyes to see the world. On stage, Lei Jun passionately spoke into the microphone while simultaneously taking out a Tianji Generation 1 machine. Through mobile phones, we can quickly learn about major and minor events happening on the Tianyuan continent. Through mobile phones, we can communicate with our relatives and friends immediately.
With a mobile phone, we can buy anything we want at the most affordable price.
Through mobile phones, we can broaden our horizons, learn knowledge, and also release our stress when the pressure of cultivation is too great. Every time Lei Jun said something, those present and those watching online would unconsciously nod in agreement, just as Lei Jun said, once they start using mobile phones, they simply can't quit, nor do they have any way to quit. Ordinary independent cultivators rely on their mobile phones to obtain information and sell the various resources they have worked hard to acquire, no longer willing to go to ghost markets in various places. Various sects use mobile phones to contact their disciples,
bypassing middlemen to sell their sect's specialties and maximize profits. Manager Lei is absolutely right. I'm completely dependent on my phone now.
I feel uncomfortable if I don't touch it for even a short while.
Me too, but mobile phones have really brought me a lot of benefits.
Yesterday, Douyin recommended people I might know, and when I clicked on them, I found out that this person was actually my sister who was separated from me hundreds of years ago. Yes, if it weren't for Douyin, I still wouldn't have been able to sell the herbs I've collected over the decades. I almost joined a sect that turns its own disciples into medicine people yesterday. If I hadn't seen someone complaining about it on Douyin, my life would have been ruined. A couple of days ago, I was scammed out of 800 spirit stones by a foundation establishment cultivator. Later, I posted about it on Douyin, TikTok, and the next day he came to my door to return the spirit stones and apologize to me. I was under a lot of pressure before, and I almost went mad. But after scrolling through Douyin for a few days, all the pressure disappeared. I suddenly realized that whether or not I cultivate or not doesn't seem to be that important.
Happiness is the most important thing.
That's right.
I've been immersed in the world of novels every day for the past few days. I've felt unprecedented joy.
The bottleneck that I hadn't been able to break through before has actually started to loosen on its own.
Thank you, mobile phone, thank you, TikTok.
I used to fawn over my junior sister, thinking she was the best woman in the world.
But after watching TikTok, I realized she's nothing.
I'll never fawn over her again. Lei Jun's simple words resonated with countless cultivators and stirred the emotions of many. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi immediately gave him a thumbs up, because these words were not the ones he had taught Lei Jun at all.
A holy body. Another holy body. This is the innate thunder god holy body.
As he was feeling sentimental, his gaze turned to Lei Jun on the stage again, and Lei Jun began to introduce the various data and information of the second generation of Tianji.
Chapter 70 is linked above and sold out. What I'm holding in my hand right now is the second generation of the Supreme Edition of the Heavenly Mystery.
It was developed by 9 master craftsmen from the Four Seas Pavilion over 10 years with painstaking effort. On stage, Lei Jun held a microphone in one hand and the Tianji 2 machine, which he had just taken out of the exhibition stand, in the other. At this moment, Lin Yi also used his chi to control the camera and bring it closer. It is forged entirely from extremely precious purple gold black iron and celestial crystals, and is inlaid with 9,999 layers of array restrictions, making it fireproof and waterproof.
Even a nascent soul cultivator's full force attack cannot damage it in the slightest.
Seemingly to prove this point, Lei Jun immediately picked up a magical sword from the side and slashed it forcefully at the phone. After a ding, the phone was undamaged, but the magical sword broke in two. Then he began using various spells to attack the phone in turn, but the result was still the same. True gold fears no fire. A good mobile phone is fearless of all risks, and in critical moments we can even protect it to our chest. Who knows, it might even help you block a fatal blow. Upon hearing this, many people in the audience began to waver. Of course, if that's all, it's obviously not enough. Tossing the broken longsword aside, Lei Jun took out a first-generation machine to compare with it. As you can see, the first-generation phone has a dull and plain design. If you want your phone to stand out from the crowd, you need to use accessories like phone cases. But our second-generation phone is different. It can change its appearance according to the owner's wishes. With Lei Jun's various comparisons and introductions, the advantages of the second-generation aircraft suddenly became enormous. In particular, some female monks' eyes lit up several times over after seeing the appearance-changing function of the second-generation machine. In addition, the second-generation aircraft also has the following advantages. Extremely high privacy, one device per owner, locked by divine sense. Extremely high security. If the phone is separated from the user by 100 meters, it will automatically explode, ensuring that the information is never leaked. It's no longer just an ordinary phone, it's a symbol of status and identity. Owning it means you own success, owning it means you own the future. The Supreme Heavenly Secrets Edition, the standard equipment for successful cultivators. In addition, we also have a limited edition of 8,888 copies of the Heavenly Secret Supreme Edition, each with a unique serial number. Once sold out, it will be permanently discontinued. This edition is only available to cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above, and it also comes with access to our 4Cs Pavilion's Black Gold customer status, when your longtime friends are already using the Ultimate and Premium versions, while you're still using the first generation model, when your business partners are already using the Ultimate and Premium versions, while you're still using the first generation model. When Lei Jun said all this in one breath, everyone present, as well as the millions of viewers online, were shaken, especially those people at the scene. Although they didn't say it, you could clearly feel that the way they looked at the second generation of Tianji on the stage was very different from before it. Just then, Lei Jun suddenly gave a wink to the female cultivators wearing Cheongsams beside him. The next second, the group of female cultivators in Cheongsams each took a second generation mobile phone and walked off the stage, showing off their phones with smiles in front of the cultivators present. Bathed in the glow of the Cheongsam-clad beauties and the stage lights, the second generation of Tianji appeared even more distinguished, and the eyes of those standing outside the store were practically glued to them. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. This second generation Tianji is simply a work of art. Yes, the materials, the workmanship, the performance, the texture, it's hard to imagine what it would feel like to hold it in your hands. As expected of a masterpiece developed by the masters of Sihai Pavilion over 10 years. Suddenly, I realized that my first generation phone wasn't so appealing anymore. Having said all that, let's get back to the question that everyone cares about most: price. Considering the R&D and manufacturing costs of the second generation machine, we have priced the Tianji Supreme Edition at 8,888 spirit stones. At the same time, due to limited production capacity, we will only release 8,888 units in the first round for pre-sale on the Sihai Douyin official store. At the same time, each of our Sihai Pavilion's offline branches will release 8,888 purchase slots. The price of the Ultimate Edition is 18,888. Currently, the Ultimate Edition is not available for online sales. You must purchase it in person at the store and demonstrate spiritual pressure at the nascent soul stage or above. You must also complete real name authentication before you can purchase the device. On stage, as Lei Jun finished introducing the various details of the Tianji 2, the press conference quickly came to its last item. When he announced the prices of the two different phones to the audience both in person and online, the audience's reaction was not as strong as before the press conference. Although some people still question the price, many more viewers have already begun to switch sides. After listening to Manager Lei's introduction, I suddenly felt that the second generation of Tianji was not expensive at all, and was simply great value for money. Yes, the second generation of Heavenly Secrets has such powerful functions, yet it only costs 8,888 spirit stones. What's the difference between that and giving it away for free? Is this just a phone? This is about status, position, and vision. If you can't even afford a phone that costs 8888, your vision can't be very broad. Are you crazy? Surely no one would actually spend 8888 to buy a second generation phone that's not much different from the first generation? That price is just too expensive. You can't even afford a phone that costs 8,888 spirit stones? Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? You've cultivated for hundreds of years, surely you haven't even saved up a few thousand spirit stones? Having money is one thing, being willing to be a fool is another. I will not be that fool. I guess everyone's just talking. I don't believe anyone will actually buy them. In the end, we definitely won't sell many. I'm telling you that. As the millions of viewers in the live stream expressed their opinions, Lei Jun slowly walked to the front of the stage. After saying so much, I'm sure everyone is eager to own a second generation machine. Now I'm counting down from 3. After 3 counts, the Supreme Edition of Heavenly Secrets will be officially launched on the yellow bike. 3, 2, 1, link up. No sooner had he finished speaking than a purchase link for the Supreme Heavenly Secrets Edition appeared on the official Douyin store of Sihage. The inventory showed $9.99 plus in the first second after it was listed, but less than 2 seconds later, the icon turned gray and 3 small words appeared in the lower right corner: sold out. After the shop staff informed Lei Jun on stage of the news, Lei Jun bowed again towards the front of the stage. Thank you very much for your support, fellow Taoists. Just now, the first batch of pre-sale editions of the Heavenly Mystery Supreme Edition has been completely sold out. Fellow Taoists who did not manage to purchase one, please do not be discouraged. Tomorrow morning, we will continue to release another 8,888 Supreme Edition units at various offline branches of Sihai Pavilion. In addition, we will also try to increase production capacity to meet everyone's demand. Thank you everyone, thank you. After saying that, he once again clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to everyone present and the viewers in the live broadcast room. His attitude and emotional value were off the charts. The press conference and the official live stream of Sihage instantly erupted in excitement. No one expected that the second generation machine, priced as high as 8,888 spirit stones, would actually be bought by someone, and it was sold out immediately as soon as it went on sale. Just then, a burst of wild laughter suddenly erupted from the crowd at the shop entrance. Ah, I got it. I got it. This is awesome. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yi immediately looked over. Ha! Isn't this the idiot who said he'd never buy it, and anyone who did is a moron? At the same time, the same laughter could be heard from almost every corner of the Tianyuan continent. A Foundation establishment cultivator, sitting cross-legged in his cave, looked at the Heavenly Mystery Supreme Edition he had just received, packaged in a beautiful gift box. With a broad smile on his face, his first reaction was to open the box and examine the phone, which was worth 8,888 spirit stones, but then a new idea popped into his mind. By the way, if I film the process of opening the box and taking out the new phone, and then make it into a video and upload it to Douyin, given the current popularity of the Tianji second generation, it will definitely become a hit. Yes. Definitely thinking of this, he quickly took out his first generation camera from the side, set up the camera position, and started recording video. Chapter 71. It's so good. Unboxing video. Without a doubt, Lei Jun's new product launch was an unprecedented success, not only impressing Lin Yi, but also generating a huge response on Douyin. In less than half an hour, videos related to the Tianji 2 had already begun to dominate the trending list on Douyin. A quick scroll through the videos revealed that at least 6 out of 10 were discussing the Tianji 2. The most popular video was the pre-recorded version of the second generation mobile phone launch event released by Sihage. Within half an hour of its release, it had received over 500,000 likes, with the number of comments almost matching the number of likes. Wah, you said you wouldn't buy any, why did the first batch sell out in less than 3 seconds? You liars. Damn it, I clicked the link right away, but I still couldn't beat you bastards. Do you guys live inside your phones? Shaw. If I can't get one today, I'll go to Sihage's physical store first thing tomorrow morning. I don't believe I still won't be able to get one then. No way, no way, no one really thinks that if they can't get it online, they can get it offline. Let me show you a picture, photo, crowds of people. See? This is what I took in front of the Sihage offline store. The line of people is already stretching out of the city. You still want to get it early tomorrow morning? You'll be queuing up to the sky by tomorrow morning. Isn't this an exaggeration? Before the new product launch, everyone was saying they wouldn't buy it. It's one thing for it to sell out online in seconds, but why are there such long queues offline? Yeah, we agreed that whoever buys it will laugh at whom. Idiot, you really don't buy it after I say I won't? In the end, whoever doesn't have Tianji 2 will be laughed at. To be honest, 8,888 spirit stones for the second generation of the Heavenly Secrets is not expensive at all. Can you buy respect or status with 8,888 spirit stones? Fellow Taoists, I have failed my breakthrough and do not have much time left. Before I die, I wish to have my own Heavenly Mystery second generation Supreme Edition. I ask the Taoist who manages to snatch it to grant me this wish. I am willing to offer 8,888 spirit stones as a reward. You son of a bitch, you're not even going to add a single penny?
Which fellow Daoist is willing to give me a copy of the Heavenly Mystery 2nd Generation Supreme Edition? I can wear black stockings for him to see. Hey bro upstairs, remember to hide the video on your homepage. Your chest hair is longer than my hair. Manager Lay, if you don't mind, I'd like to become your godfather and sell me a copy of the Heavenly Secrets 2 Supreme Edition. The Ultimate Edition would be even better. At this moment, the commenters in the comments section perfectly demonstrated the law of true fragrance, a law that transcends dimensions. The fiercer they were cursing earlier, the fiercer they are now grabbing for it.at the same time. Many people who managed to snag the TNG 2 Supreme Edition also posted videos of themselves selling it.at first. The price was only increased by a few thousand spirit stones, but the price soared higher and higher. In just a few hours, the private price of the TNG 2nd Generation Supreme Edition had reached more than 80,000 spirit stones, more than 10 times higher than before. When a video of a TNG 2 Supreme Edition being sold for 180,000 yuan was released, Douyin, TikTok, was in an uproar once again. On the surface, he's cursing people for being stupid and rich, but in private, he's slapping himself hard in the face. Damn it, you're so pretentious, you're so pretentious. Wah, if I could have snagged one, I'd be rolling in money right now. I'll never pretend again. Just as the video of the new product launch was rapidly gaining popularity, another video related to the TNG2 also quickly climbed to the top of the trending list. At the beginning of the video, a foundation establishment cultivator who looked quite young greeted the camera. Hello everyone, I am Yin Ming. Today, a major event has occurred in Tianyuan continent. Sihai Pavilion has released its latest TNG2 machine. As a heavy mobile phone user, I watched the new product launch hosted by Lei Jun as soon as it was available, and I was very fortunate to be able to snag a TNG 2nd Generation Supreme Edition. As soon as he finished speaking, a very exquisite wooden box appeared out of thin air in front of him. At the same time, a large number of comments appeared on the video. Damn it! You really deserve to die. How dare I, a dignified golden core cultivator, be defeated by a foundation establishment child? It's fake, the streamer definitely didn't manage to get it. Yes, sour, smelly, bad. Host, there's a trap inside this box. It will explode if you open it. I'm good at breaking formations. Bring it over here and I'll help you break the trap. As you can see, the packaging of the TNG2 is exquisite, and the materials and craftsmanship are very sophisticated. The box alone is worth a lot of money. Now let's see what's inside this box. After saying this, Yen Ming took a bath and burned incense, then opened the lid of the box with a devout expression. As the lid was opened, the 2nd generation TNG machine and some complementary accessories inside were revealed. Because he had configured the lighting in advance, the moment the 2nd generation TNG appeared, it was truly dazzling. However, he did not take out the phone immediately, but took out the accessories one by one. First, phone cases, phone straps, phone stands, fill. Lights, sound amplifiers, the accessories were laid out on a large table. Only at the very end did he carefully take out the 2nd generation TNG machine from inside with both hands. This is the main body of the TNG2 machine. It's even more exquisite than when Manager Lei showed it at the press conference. The appearance, the feel, the aura, wow, I absolutely love it. I've decided, I'm not going to put it in my storage bag anymore, I'm going to wear it around my neck. As he spoke, a look of infatuation appeared in Yen Ming's eyes, but he immediately changed the subject. Of course, whether a phone is good or not, its appearance is not the most important thing, its internal components are the most important. Next, I will personally demonstrate its effectiveness to you. After speaking, he immediately used his divine sense to bind with the phone and then entered the phone's main interface. As you can see, the 2nd generation phone far surpasses the 1st generation phone in both boot speed and smoothness of use. It doesn't lag at all. The photos taken are of very good quality, you can even see the fine hairs on the face. Let's watch some more Douyin videos. The sound quality and the visuals are amazing. Once I use the 2nd generation phone, I never want to use the 1st generation one again. After conducting his evaluation, he finally came to a conclusion. As I just demonstrated, the 2nd generation phone is more than 10 times more powerful than the 1st generation phone, especially in terms of smoothness. With such quality and its special functions, the price of 8,888 spirit stones is not a loss at all. Buying it is a profit.
If possible, I would highly recommend that fellow cultivators who can afford it purchase one. If Lei Jun's words, spoken by an insider, still left some cultivators with doubts, then Yan Ming's objective evaluation completely won over some cultivators who were still wavering. His video quickly gained popularity, rivaling the popularity of the official video released by Sihage. Chapter 72 Victory Celebration Banquet. Commendation. When Lin Yi, who was having a celebration banquet with Lei Jun and others, saw this video, his expression immediately froze. The next second he turned his gaze to Lei Jun, who was standing to the side.
Is this kid someone you hired as a plant?
Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lei Jun, who was toasting Lin Yi, was first taken aback, then looked at Yan Ming on Lin Yi's phone screen, and finally shook his head.
No, I don't know him. Why is this kid keeping saying nice things about us? And isn't he exaggerating a bit? The performance of the second-generation fighter isn't as superior as he claims.
Fine, this kid has potential, let him have the meal. After saying that, he spoke again to Lei Jun. Contact this person later, give him some advertising fees, and then have him evaluate any new products that Sihage releases in the future, following this model.
Yes, young master. Come on, everyone, keep eating. You've all worked hard today.
I'll create a small group later and give each of you a 10,000 spirit stone red envelope. At the end of the year, we'll distribute bonuses based on the branch's revenue. In addition, I plan to have your God of Wealth open 30 more branches this year, so everyone will have opportunities for promotion in the future. When Lin Yi raised his glass and said those words, the employees of the Giant Whale City branch immediately lit up, and they all showed expressions of deep gratitude, wishing they could kneel down and kowtow to Lin Yi on the spot.
Our demonic sect is getting better and better.
After finishing a round of drinks with everyone present, Lin Yi patted Lei Jun next to him, and Lei Jun hurriedly bowed and nodded with a smile. Xiao Lei, your performance today was exceptionally outstanding, so I have decided to promote you to regional manager of the northern region of Sihai Pavilion, overseeing all shops in the northern region. Don't be fooled by the fact that there's only one store in the northern region right now, in your Giant Whale City.
I'd conservatively estimate that there will be dozens more in the future.
Upon hearing this, Lei Jun immediately knelt on the ground, his expression becoming extremely excited.
Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Sect Master. I will certainly not let you down. Get up, get up. Stop calling me subordinate all the time. You are the pillar of our demonic sect, the backbone of our demonic sect. I have even more important tasks to entrust to you in the future.
After personally helping Lei Jun up from the ground, he took out dozens of Tianji-2 machines from his storage bag. Here, this is also a reward for you, one for each of you. When Lin Yi took out this pile of second-generation Tianji machines, everyone present stared in disbelief of the press conference just now brainwashed not only the customers, but also the store employees. With the online promotion, who doesn't know that a Tianji-2 can sell for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan? Now, Lin Yi has casually given each of them one, which excites them even more than if he had just given them money. Everyone immediately knelt down again, and a whole bunch of words of loyalty were prepared. However, Lin Yi spoke up again at this moment.
All right, no need to thank me.
This is what you deserve.
Now, enjoy your meal and drinks. I won't stay here and bother you any longer.
I know you won't be able to relax with me here, so I'll go back and rest first. After saying that, Lin Yi left the dining area with two ghost servants who were still hungry and looked unwilling, leaving behind only the employees of the Giant Whale City branch who were deeply moved.
Wow, the sect leader is so kind to us.
Yes, they always consider our needs, and they even give us money and cell phones.
Even those righteous sects wouldn't treat their disciples like this. Yes, people say that the demonic sect has no feelings. If this isn't feelings, then what is it? I love the demonic sect so much. I want to join the demonic sect again in my next life. The sect leader is so handsome, gentle, and considerate.
I'm destined to never have a man like him, sob sob sob. Just as everyone was deeply moved, Lin Yi arrived outside the Four Seas Pavilion with two ghost servants. He gagged as soon as he stepped outside. You, the food here is awful, the alcohol is terrible, and the seafood wasn't cleaned properly.
Disappointing, so disappointing.
Thinking of the food and drinks on the table, he shook his head. Even a dog might not be willing to eat that food and drinks if it were thrown in front of a blue star dog. That's why he was in such a hurry to leave. No, I think it's quite delicious, Ghost Servant number 1 remarked from the side. Yes, I think it's pretty good too, much better than the food at the Ghost King Sect. Ghost Servant number 2 immediately chimed in, and hearing what the two said, Linny suddenly felt sorry for them. No, he felt sorry for the entire demon sect. I haven't eaten anything really good over the years. I wonder if there's anything good to eat in this whale city. Let's go look for some. It would be great if there was barbecue and beer. As he spoke, he took 2 ghost servants and strolled around the city of giant whales at night. After wandering around for a long time, he finally slunk back to sleep. There's nothing we can do. People in ancient times went to bed way too early. It's not even midnight yet, and there's not a soul on the street. No, I have to figure out how to get the beer and barbecue done, otherwise there won't be any fun at all this late at night. My chicken feet, my grilled butter, my lamb skewers, my lamb kidneys, my grilled oysters, my grilled chives. As he continued reciting the names of the dishes, Linny slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, before dawn, he vaguely heard a series of noisy sounds, which grew louder and closer as time went on. He opened his eyes in a daze. Who is this? So rude, making a racket first thing in the morning. Ghost servant, go out and slap that man to shut him up. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ghost servant's voice came from outside the door. Young master, even if it's not possible, if we slap each of those people, our hands will probably break from exhaustion. Upon hearing the ghost servant's reply, Linyi immediately came to his senses. Are there many people outside? Yes, a lot, a great many. How many can there be? Reluctantly getting out of bed, Linyi yawned and walked to the bedside. The moment he opened the window and saw the view outside, he was shocked by what he saw. Downstairs at Sea High Pavilion, a huge crowd had formed, stretching from the gate all the way to the outside of the city, eventually circling around several times. Besides those queuing on the ground, the sky was also packed with cultivators, looking like a locust swarm passing by. Holy crap! What's going on? Has our demonic sect's identity been exposed? Chapter 73, a huge offline success. Brand ambassador. Upon seeing the thousands of righteous cultivators surrounding the Four Seas Pavilion, Linya's first thought was that his identity had been exposed and the righteous path had gathered its forces to besiege him. After all, he had encountered a similar situation once before. But the thought of those people still queuing below him quickly dismissed his assumption. I've never heard of queuing up during a war. So these people aren't here to line up to buy a phone, are they? Young master, they really are lining up to buy phones. They came last night, but there weren't this many people then. Ghost servant number 1's voice came from outside the door. It really is true, my goodness, it seems like people from tens of thousands of miles around Whale City have come here. Let's go down and take a look. After saying that, Linyi pushed open the door and walked downstairs, where he found Lei Jun, who looked worried, and the shop's employees in the lobby. Upon seeing Linyi, they swarmed around him as if he were their savior. Young master, we've been waiting for you. This time things seem to have gotten out of hand. There are over 100,000 cultivators queuing outside, and more are on their way. They're all here to buy the second generation of heavenly secrets. Even though he had already overthought things, Linyi still couldn't hold back when he heard that there were hundreds of thousands of people. These guys are all talk and no action. Young master, what do we do now? There are only 8,888 units in total, and now there are over 100,000 people buying them. If the later buyers can't get them, it could cause a huge problem. Hearing Lei Jun's concerns, Linyi nodded slightly to show his understanding. Although each city has a sect specifically responsible for maintaining order within the city, the Giant Whale Sect, which is in charge of managing Giant Whale City, is only a lower-tier sect with only about 2,000 members, the strongest of whom has just reached the nascent soul stage. This time, over 100,000 cultivators from all sides have come to Giant Whale City. If trouble really breaks out, they probably won't be able to control it even if they want to. There's no telling if someone will take advantage of the chaos to rob people. Moreover, this problem is not unique to Whale City. Shops in other cities will likely face the same issue as well. Young master, how about we send a group of experts from the demonic sect over? At this moment, Lei Jun suddenly made a suggestion. However, Linyi shook his head upon hearing his suggestion. No, the disciples of the various sects of the demonic sect have two obvious characteristics in their cultivation techniques, and they are all too bloodthirsty.
If we really bring them over, the scene will probably be even more chaotic. There's no need to worry about Whale City. With me here, there's no way anything will go wrong. My main concern is the shops in other cities. How about we spend some spirit stones to hire some experts to stay here? Lei Jun thought of a second idea. That would be even worse.
If we were to invite someone, we would have to invite someone at least at the nascent soul level, which would cost several million spirit stones each time.
That would be too much of a loss. But if it didn't cost any spirit stones, that would be fine. No need to spend spirit stones? How is that possible?
Lei Jun's face was full of disbelief. Although a nascent soul expert is nothing in front of Lin Yi, and at most an elder in the various sects of the demonic path, in most sects, a nascent soul expert is definitely the backbone of the backbone, the core of the core, and is respected as an ancestor wherever they go. Even spending spirit stones might not be enough to get them to come, let alone appearing for nothing without spending spirit stones.
That's not necessarily true.
For cultivators above the nascent soul stage, they value not only profit but also fame.
At this point, a confident smile suddenly appeared on Lin Yi's face. The next second he suddenly changed the subject. Who has the highest cultivation level within a radius of 100,000 li around Whale City? Although he didn't understand why Lin Yi suddenly asked this question, Lei Jun still quickly gave an answer. Of course it's old master Mu Jingxiong of the Mu family on Dulong Island in Beihai.
Although his cultivation level regressed to the early stage of the integration realm after he was injured by you, Sect Master, 100 years ago, I heard that he had a fortuitous encounter 50 years ago, and his cultivation level not only did not regress but advanced, returning to the late stage of the integration realm. This level of cultivation is comparable to that of an elder of a holy land, and he is highly respected in the northern region.
It's that old bastard.
100 years ago, I just slapped him. It's nothing like the battle I fought with him for days and nights that he spread to the outside world. I didn't expect that a slap would make his Dao heart unstable and his cultivation regress. He's just trying to pat himself on the back.
Oh. I see. The people around them had expressions of surprise and delight. Here's what we've done.
We sold 3 phones to those 2 younger members of the Mu family yesterday, and we even got their contact information. Send that kid from the Mu family a message later, inviting Mu Jingxiong to be the brand ambassador for the Tianji second generation, and also inviting him to attend the offline launch ceremony for the Tianji second generation.
Sect Master, what is a spokesperson?
Lei Jun asked, looking puzzled. This brand ambassador essentially links him to our product, using his image to promote our product.
I see. Lei Jun showed a look of understanding but not quite. Of course, with the current fame of the second generation of Tianji, we don't need him to do any publicity.
We invited him here just to keep things under control. The same method can be used for shops in other cities. We can invite their spokespeople to shoot a few commercials and put them on Douyin.
This will greatly satisfy the vanity and ambition of these powerful people.
You should discuss this with the managers of the other branches. They could select some specially numbered premium editions to send to those top performers, and you must emphasize that they were specially invited to be the brand ambassadors because of their high reputation and popularity among product users. Under Lin Yi's arrangement, the Tianji second generation image ambassador project was quickly launched. The various shops immediately selected suitable candidates and took the initiative to negotiate.
The lowest level of these candidates was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and the vast majority were experts in the integration stage.
Naturally, this included the Mu family of Dulong Island. Meanwhile, on Dulong Island, tens of thousands of miles away, lanterns and decorations were everywhere, and the atmosphere was festive. The Mu family members were busy everywhere, and guests from all over the world were landing at the Mu family's ancestral home from time to time. As the birthday celebrant, Mu Jingxiong sat in a chair in the main hall, receiving congratulations from the younger generation of the Mu family and guests. Each person wishing to celebrate the birthday will present a carefully prepared gift. Grandson Mu Tanchi specially went to the Great Snow Mountain in the northern region to find this 10,000-year-old blood jade ginseng king, hoping that grandfather can break through to the Mahayana stage soon. A handsome and tall nascent soul cultivator offered his birthday greetings while taking out an exquisite jade box from his storage bag. As the jade box was opened, a spiritual ginseng, exuding spiritual energy and as red as jade, lay quietly at the bottom of the box. In an instant, the guests in the hall couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This is truly a treasure. Blood jade ginseng is already rare, let alone this 10,000-year-old ginseng king. It seems that young Master Tianqi has put a lot of effort into it. Yes, and I've heard that the blood jade ginseng requires fresh blood to find its hiding place, and the higher the quality of the blood, the greater its attraction. Could it be, hearing the various praises from the guests present, Mu Tianqi, a descendant of the second branch of the Mu family, was filled with pride that he spent millions of spirit stones on this blood jade ginseng king, not only to show off at the birthday banquet, but also to suppress the eldest son of the family. Thinking of this, he immediately turned his provocative gaze to a pair of teenagers, about his age, who were also holding a box. The next second he will slowly speak in front of all the guests present. Brother Tianqi, I wonder what kind of birthday gift you have prepared for Grandpa this time? I heard that you went out of the island yesterday to prepare a birthday gift for Grandpa. I'm sure the gift you prepared this time must be extraordinary. The young man he referred to as Brother Tianqi was the same Mu family descendant who had gone to Sihai Pavilion to buy a mobile phone yesterday. At this moment, he was holding the box containing the Tianji 2 Ultimate Edition mobile phone, his face full of trepidation. He was initially very confident, but after hearing about the various gifts presented by the guests, he became somewhat uncertain. After all, the gifts from those guests often cost tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of spirit stones, while his Tianji 2 Supreme Edition only cost 18,888 spirit stones in total. But now that things have come to this, he has no chance to change to something else. Under Mu Zhengxiong's smiling gaze, he braced himself and walked to the center of the hall with the gift box in his hand. Grandson Mu Tianqi presented his grandfather with a limited edition Tianji 2 smartphone. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall immediately fell silent, their expressions varying. Chapter 74. Jin Shanshan, the young master of Jinao's land, is a prominent family in Beihai. The Mu family's birthday celebration was attended by members of the Mu family itself, as well as other invited guests who were either renowned cultivators in Beihai, or leaders of prominent families or cultivation sects in Beihai. Even golden core cultivators are not allowed to sit at the main table. Only nascent soul and deity transformation cultivators can barely enter the banquet hall. That's why the birthday gifts they presented were all incredibly precious, each one a priceless treasure, elixir, pill, or beast. When their names were announced, they drew exclamations of admiration from the guests, just like the 10,000-year-old blood jade ginseng king they had just presented. This was the first time there had been such an awkward silence, not for any other reason than that most of the people present had never heard of the birthday gift that Mu Tianqi had presented. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly turn cold, Mu Tianqi's expression became increasingly uneasy, while Mu Tianqi from the second branch of the family, on the other hand, had a smug look in his eyes. The next second he pretended to be curious. Brother Tianqi, what is this Tianji 2 Supreme Edition that you sent? I've never heard of it before. Since you chose it as a birthday gift for Grandpa, it must be something extraordinary. Could you please explain it to us? Upon hearing this, even Mu Zhengxiong, who was sitting above, looked at Mu Tianqi with a smile. Tianqi, I've lived for 1,000 years and have never heard of this second generation of Tianji. Could it be a rare treasure from a foreign land? Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Mu Tianqi immediately tensed up. In reply to Grandpa, this second-generation heavenly secret is not a rare treasure from another land, but a new magic weapon recently launched by the Four Seas Pavilion. I specially bought it for you yesterday from the Four Seas Pavilion branch in Giant Whale City. The Four Seas Pavilion? Upon hearing these three words, Mu Tianqi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he spoke in a serious tone. I visited the Four Seas Pavilion that Brother Tianqi mentioned more than 10 years ago. At that time, I was thinking of buying a suitable spiritual treasure, but it turned out that they didn't sell any there. They only sold affordable magic tools and spiritual materials for independent cultivators. Of course, I'm not saying that the birthday gift you sent, Brother Tianqi, is worthless. Since you chose it, it must be quite valuable. Why don't we open it and let everyone appreciate it and broaden their horizons? But as soon as he finished speaking, Mu Zhengxiong, who was sitting at the head of the table, glared at him fiercely, and that imposing gaze instantly sent a chill down his spine. He immediately realized that his little trick had been seen through by his grandfather. Fortunately, Mu Zhengxiong did not lash out immediately, but instead turned and looked at Mu Tianqi with a smile. The value of a gift is not in its price, but in the thought behind it. I've lived for over 1,000 years and have seen all kinds of rare treasures, but I'd never heard of anything like what Sun Tianci has given me today. I'm sure Tianci has put a lot of thought into it. Put this aside for now, and I'll study this second-generation heavenly secret carefully later to see what kind of treasure it really is. Clearly, Mu Jingxiong didn't want Mu Tianci to lose face in front of so many guests. At the same time, in his subconscious, this second-generation Tianji, whom he had never even heard of, was unlikely to be some priceless treasure. Upon hearing his words, Mu Tianci felt a sense of relief at first, followed by a faint sense of disappointment that he really wanted to open the box in front of everyone and introduce the second generation of Tianji to them in a generous manner, but in the end he still lacked a bit of confidence, just as he was about to obediently take the gift box. Containing the second generation of the heavenly secrets and move aside, a dazzling beam of light suddenly appeared from the distant horizon. Accompanying the ethereal light was bursts of celestial music. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall, and even Mu Jingxiong immediately turned his gaze to the sky. Seconds later, a magnificent celestial ship appeared out of thin air above the Mu family compound. The giant ship gleamed with golden light, its precious glow radiating outwards. The celestial music that had been playing earlier came from atop the dragon. Guests recognized the giant ship at a glance. This is the floating cloud ferry boat of Jinao Island. I wondered who could have such a grand display. It turns out it's someone from Jinao Island. I heard that old Master Mu has a past relationship with Jinao Island. Could it be that Jinao Island has also sent people here to offer their birthday wishes? TSK, this floating cloud immortal ship is worth at least tens of millions of spirit stones. It seems that the rumors about Jinao Island are not false at all. I just don't know which one from Jinao Island is coming this time. While the guests were discussing, Mu Jingxiong walked out of the hall, and at the same time, a red ribbon flew down from the floating cloud ferry boat. The next second, a handsome and elegant young man, escorted by 4 cheongsam-clad maids, slowly walked down the red silk towards the banquet hall. As they descended, the 4 maids each played celestial music on a musical instrument, displaying an extremely flamboyant manner. However, no one present dared to show any reaction to the young master's performance. They didn't even dare to glance at the 4 maids wearing cheongsams and showing their thighs, because each of the 4 maids had the cultivation level of nascent soul, and the seemingly young and handsome young master also had the cultivation level of nascent soul. Jin Shanshan, son of the Lord of Jinao Island, has come to wish elder Mu Jingxiong a happy birthday. Just as the young master's feet were about to touch the ground, a magical artifact resembling a skateboard appeared out of thin air beneath his feet, carrying him to Mu Jingxiong's side. Then, he humbly offered his birthday wishes. Upon hearing his words, Mu Jingxiong, who was standing at the entrance of the hall, immediately burst into laughter. Who do you think it is? It's my nephew. It's been a century since we last met. You are as dashing as ever, quite like your father back then. Brother Jean, it's just my birthday. Why should I trouble you, my nephew, to make the trip yourself? Just arrange for someone else. Mu Jingxiong was unusually friendly to the young man who called himself Jin Shanshan, even more so than he was to any other guest present. The guests present had no objections to this, simply because Jin Shanshan had a special identity. He was the only son of Jin Ling, the island lord of Jinao Island in the East Sea, and his status was far beyond what they could compare to. You're too kind, Master Mu. You and my father are old friends. You embarked on the path of immortality together and can be considered fellow disciples. Therefore, my father specially instructed me to come and present this birthday gift to you. As they were talking, Gilgamesh took a small box from the hand of a maid standing nearby. The moment the box was opened, an exceptionally dazzling pearl was revealed inside, so bright that everyone present was almost blinded by its brilliance. This item is a dragon pearl taken from the body of the 9th-tier demon beast, the azure nether dragon. It is the main ingredient for refining the breakthrough pill. I hope old Master Mu will like it. After Gilgamesh finished introducing the contents of the box, everyone present involuntarily gasped. A 9th-tier demon beast is equivalent to a human cultivator at the integration stage, and it's a dragon. This dragon pearl is worth at least tens of millions of spirit stones, far exceeding the birthday gifts of everyone else present. Even Mu Jingxiong himself seemed inexplicably excited when he saw the dragon pearl. Before he could even thank him, Gilgamesh suddenly picked up something hanging around his neck, unlocked it, and checked the time. Grandpa, I have to rush to Whale City, so I can't attend the birthday banquet. Please forgive me. After saying that, he prepared to turn and leave. Upon seeing this, Mu Jingxiong quickly spoke up.
Nephew, why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you sit down and have a drink at the wedding before you leave?
Grandpa, it's not that I don't want to keep it, it's just that the offline sales of the Four Seas Pavilion are about to begin, and I'm afraid that if I go too late, I won't be able to get the Tianji 2 Supreme Edition. As she spoke, Jin Shanshan glanced at the time on her phone again. His casual remark instantly caused the expressions of everyone present to become strange.
Chapter 75. Will you release a premium version? The second generation of the ultimate version of Tianji was the second time that everyone present had heard this name. The first time was from Mu Tianxi, and this time it was from Jin Shanshan, the young master of Jinao Island. Without realizing it, they turned their gaze to the wooden box that Mu Tianxi was holding. At this moment, Mu Tianxi's gaze fell on the golden glitter on his chest, or more precisely, on the thing hanging on his chest. After hesitating for a moment, he weakly spoke, "Young Master Jin, may I ask what you are wearing around your neck?"
Upon hearing this, Gilgamesh, who was just about to leave, immediately turned around with a beaming smile.
"Yes, how did you know that this is the latest Heavenly Secret Second Generation Supreme Edition launched by Sehai Pavilion?"
As he spoke, he raised the phone that he had been hanging from his chest with his hand. "I bought this from someone else last night for 188,000 spirit stones, and the more I look at it, the more I like it. So, do you like my Celestial Secret 2 Supreme Edition?" At this moment, he couldn't hide the smug look on his face at all. In fact, he didn't even try to hide it, otherwise he wouldn't have specifically hung the Tianji Second Generation Supreme Edition around his neck. However, at that moment, Mu Tianxi also took out his Tianji 2 from his pocket.
"Young Master Jin, I happen to have one too. How about we follow each other?" Gilgamesh was stunned on the spot, and it took him a long time to speak. "Damn, young Master Mu, are you that lucky?
88 copies were released yesterday, and you managed to snag one.
Or did you, like me, buy it from a second-hand dealer at a high price?"
"No, I just happened to run into the young master of Sehai Pavilion when I went to buy a birthday gift for my grandfather yesterday.
He sold it to me."
"My sister also has one," Mu Tianxi said innocently.
"Ha? You can do that?"
"Yes, I also bought my grandfather the Ultimate Edition as a birthday gift," Mu Tianxi said, pointing to the box in his hand. His golden gaze immediately changed as he pointed, staring intently at the wooden box in his hand, seemingly in disbelief. The next second he floated directly in front of Mu Tianxi, and then spoke in an excited tone, "You mean this box contains the Tianji 2 Ultimate Edition?" "Yes, the young master of Sehai Pavilion packed it for me personally."
Mu Tianxi still didn't realize the importance of the problem. "Can I take a look?" Gilgamesh asked earnestly.
"This?" Mu Tianxi seemed a little hesitant, his gaze involuntarily turning to Mu Jingxiong beside him. That he had just given it to Mu Jingxiong as a birthday gift, so he naturally had no right to make the decision. However, Mu Jingxiong seemed completely indifferent. "If my nephew wants to see it, let him see it.
It's not like it's some rare treasure."
With his grandfather's approval, Mu Tianxi slowly opened the lid of the wooden box, revealing the cell phone inside. The first thing that catches the eye is the prominent serial number on the back of the phone, 0001. Upon seeing the number, his expression inexplicably became somewhat restrained, and his breathing became a little rapid. This is actually the ultimate version of the second generation of the Heavenly Mystery series. And the serial number is 0001. Which means that this is the first Tianji Supreme Edition produced in the entire Tianyuan continent.
I never imagined I would have the honor of seeing this. This Ultimate Edition is truly different.
Compared to it, the Supreme Edition in my hand is like trash." At this moment, his eyes were filled with infatuation, as if he were looking at an absolute beauty. Meanwhile, Mu Jingxiong and the guests standing to the side were full of doubts when they saw his behavior, seemingly unable to understand why the young master of Jinao Island would be so excited after seeing such an item. Mu Jingxiong immediately voiced his doubts.
"Nephew, why are you so excited?
Is there something special about this Heavenly Secret Second Generation Supreme Edition?" Upon hearing this, Jin Shanshan immediately gave him a surprised look.
"Doesn't Grandpa Mu usually use Douyin? What is TikTok?"
Mu Jingxiong was even more confused, and most of the guests who came from Beihai were just as confused as he was. Seeing this glittering gold, he couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems the old man has been living a secluded life and hasn't left the North Sea for a long time. Nowadays, there are very few cultivators in the Tianyuan continent who don't know about mobile phones and Douyin. I suggest that you each buy a mobile phone if you have the chance, otherwise you will eventually become disconnected from Tianyuan continent. Then he gave the group of people present a brief introduction to mobile phones and TikTok. After hearing his explanation, everyone suddenly understood.
Nephew, are you saying that every cultivator outside now has a mobile phone?
Mu Jingxiang asked in shock.
No, not yet. There are 5 or 6 out of 10 people. But Beihai doesn't have much contact with the inland areas, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it.
As he spoke, his gaze once again turned to the Tianji 2 Supreme Edition in Mu Tianxi's hand. As for this Supreme Edition, it is a special version that the Four Seas Pavilion sells in limited quantities to cultivators above the nascent soul stage.
Only 8,888 units have been sold to the public in the entire Tianyuan continent. Each unit has a unique code, and once sold out, it will never be re-released. It is something that money cannot buy.
Moreover, theoretically speaking, the earlier the number, the more precious it is. I spent 180,000 spirit stones on this Supreme Edition. Once all the Supreme Editions are sold, I really can't imagine how much the Supreme Edition with the number 0001 will be worth. The next second, he seemed to have made a decision.
Mr. Mu, if I may be so bold as to ask, will you release a premium edition of this book?
I know this request is very excessive, but my father will be out of seclusion in a few days, and I would like to give him a generous gift. If you're willing to pay, Senior, I'm willing to offer 10 million spirit stones, no, 20 million spirit stones.
If that's not enough, how about adding this floating cloud immortal boat?
Please. As he spoke, Jin Shanshan bowed deeply. Everyone present was baffled by his series of actions. They never expected that the Tenji 2 Supreme Edition that Mu Tianxi presented would be so precious, prompting the young master of Jinao Island to offer such a high price, and even causing his attitude to completely change as a result. At the same time, Mu Tianxi, who was standing on the sidelines, was so angry that his teeth were itching.
How could this be? How could this be? How could Mu Tianxi be so lucky?
As for Mu Jingxiang himself, he was also full of dilemma. After Jin Shanshan's introduction, he gradually realized that the phone in front of him was not just an ordinary phone, but represented status and position. After all, there are only 8,888 copies in the entire Tianyuan continent, and his copy is number 0001. Even if other powerful individuals bought the Ultimate Edition, their numbers would be after his. He didn't care about anything else in his life, except for his pride. Realizing this, he was no longer prepared to sell it, but he couldn't refuse Jin Shanshan's request. Just as he was hesitating, Mu Tianxi, who was standing next to him, suddenly looked at his phone screen with a surprised expression.
Grandpa, the official Four Seas Pavilion just sent me a private message.
They want to invite you to be the spokesperson for the second generation of Heavenly Mystery. They also want to invite you to the offline sales event in Giant Whale City, where hundreds of thousands of cultivators are waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Mu Jingxiang immediately turned to look at him.
How many people did you say there were? Chapter 76 Free Fusion Stage Thugs Young Master, it's almost 8 o'clock. Do you think that old man Mu Jingxiang will still come? Inside the Sihage Giant Whale City branch, Lei Jun asked with a puzzled look. Upon hearing his question, Lin Yi answered without hesitation, yes, of course he will. That old Deng values his reputation so much. If he knows he has a chance to show his face in front of hundreds of thousands of people, he will definitely come. After saying that, he changed the subject. Have you prepared all the things I asked you to prepare?
Everything's ready.
Shall we hang it up now?
Hang them up, in the most conspicuous place, preferably with 2 flying swords to send them into the sky.
Okay.
After saying that, Lei Jun took a few items and, with 2 shop assistants, reluctantly opened the shop door. The moment the shop door opened, countless cultivators, resembling zombies, prepared to rush inside. Fortunately, Lei Jun stopped him in time.
Fellow Taoists, please be patient.
The sale has not officially started yet. Please wait patiently.
After calming everyone down, he slowly unfurled a scroll that resembled a canvas, revealing a giant poster to the crowd. The poster features a heroic-looking old man with a murderous aura, holding a second-generation Tianji machine and standing on a flying sword. Next to him is a line of large characters, image spokesperson anti-demon hero Mu Jingxiang. At the same time,
Two other shop assistants also unfurled banners that were over 10 meters long. A sign reads, "Welcome to Senior Mu Jingxiong for taking time out of his busy schedule to visit and guide our work in Giant Whale City." Another sign reads, "All employees of Sihei stores jointly celebrate the 1000th birthday of the hero Mu." A huge poster was hung on the wall at the entrance of the store, while two banners were slowly lifted into the air by flying swords, and could be clearly seen even from hundreds of meters away. After hanging these items, a shop assistant spoke with a worried expression. "Shopkeeper, you think you can impress a nascent soul stage expert with just these two calligraphy pieces?" Upon hearing his words, Lei Jun immediately glared at him. "What do you know?" The young master said, "This is called emotional value, and emotional value is priceless." No sooner had he finished speaking than several streaks of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, accompanied by bursts of celestial music. Sensing this commotion, not only Lei Jun looked over curiously, but also the cultivators queuing up. Lin Yi, who was inside the door, secretly peeked out through the crack in the door. The first thing that caught his eye was a magnificent floating cloud boat with an incredibly luxurious design, resembling a palace in the sky. "Who is this, dressing so extravagantly, even more so than me? They really know how to enjoy life." No sooner had he finished speaking than ghost servant number 1, who was also peering through the crack in the door, couldn't help but speak up. "Indeed, this is much grander than yours, young master. Your 9-dragon carriage pales in comparison. Young master, if you like him, we can ambush him outside the city later and rob him." "Hey, what are you saying? Are we the kind of people who do this kind of thing?" "Yes, how could it not be? Aren't all those things in your treasure room things that you robbed before? That's all in the past. What I want now doesn't need to be taken by force. You all watch, I'll get that immortal ship over here in a bit." "No. I'll make it beg for it and give it to me," Lin Yi said confidently. Just as the three of them were talking, 3 figures flew down from the floating cloud ferry boat. The leader had white hair, a strong figure, and an imposing aura. Although the 2 young men behind them were not old, one was already at the nascent soul stage and the other had even reached the divine transformation stage, with a heavenly secret 2nd generation supreme edition hanging around their necks. The appearance of the 3 quickly attracted the attention of the cultivators present, and their expressions immediately changed after they saw the appearance of the elder in the lead. "It's Old Master Mu from Dulong Island. My goodness, it really is Old Master Mu. Isn't today Old Master Mu's 100th birthday? Why is he here? Didn't you see the portrait of Old Master Mu that Sihai Pavilion just put up?" Sihai Pavilion also just released an announcement that Old Master Mu Jingxiong will serve as the brand ambassador for the Giant Whale City branch. What is a brand ambassador? You've come to the right person. As the cultivators present all turned their gazes toward Mu Jingxiong's gaze swept across the entire scene. A quick glance revealed that the vast city of Giant Whale was teeming with cultivators from all over the world. People were everywhere, from the sky to the ground, from the trees to the rooftops, and the queues stretched all the way outside the city. He unconsciously showed a look of surprise. Are all these people here for the launch event? There are so many people. The last time I saw this many people was during the Great War between the righteous and the demonic sections. Grandpa, look. There's a portrait of you over there, and 2 lines of text too. Mu Tianxi's voice came from the side. Upon hearing Mu Tianxi's words, Mu Jingxiong quickly looked towards the entrance of Sihai Pavilion and immediately sought his own portrait. When he saw the words "Heroes Against Demons," a smile involuntarily appeared on his old face. When he saw the words on the banners on both sides, he felt even more cheerful. "Old Master Mu, these people must have come here specifically because of your reputation. Your prestige in the northern region is probably unmatched." Jin Shanshan, standing to the side, also offered his flattery at this moment. Now, Mu Jingxiong's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. "A mere empty reputation, nothing but an empty reputation. I never imagined that even though I haven't been around the northern region for decades, the cultivators there would still remember this old geezer. Let's go see what's going on at that launch event." After saying that, he flew towards the main gate of Sihai Pavilion, and Mu Tianxi and Jin Shanshan followed suit. With Mu Jingxiong, a powerful cultivator in the late stage of the integration realm, clearing the way, the cultivators below readily made way for him. So he arrived at the store entrance without any trouble, and Lei Jun immediately led the store staff to greet him. "Master Mu, I, Lei Jun, am the regional manager of the northern region of Sihai Pavilion.
On behalf of all the staff of Sehai Pavilion, I would like to welcome you, Master Mu.
As soon as he finished speaking, the employees of Sehai Pavilion spontaneously began to applaud. The loud applause, coupled with their sincere smiles, greatly satisfied Mu Jingxiong's emotions once again. That's why he readily accepted the role of brand ambassador. Under Lei Jun's guidance, he was quickly led to a table. Before he could react, Lei Jun released a series of brand new, packaged Tianji-2 machines from his storage bag. These second-generation aircraft were neatly stacked behind Mu Jingxiong, like a small mountain. It instantly attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the city. Their eyes widened on the spot, and many cultivators even showed greedy expressions. Based on the current price of the Tianji Second Generation Supreme Edition on Douyin, this pile of Tianji Second Generation is worth over 1 billion spirit stones, which would be hard for anyone not to be tempted. However, upon seeing Mu Jingxiong, their wicked thoughts were forcibly suppressed. Even if the second generation Tianji is valuable, you still need to be alive to enjoy it. Lei Jun's next sentence completely extinguished the evil thoughts in those people's hearts. Mr. Mu, as the brand ambassador for the second generation of Tianji, we sincerely hope that you can personally hand over each Tianji second generation to the customers. If possible, the customers would also very much like to receive your autograph sign? Yes, that is, to sign your name on the phone box. I believe that with your signature, these phones will increase in value significantly. Upon hearing Lei Jun's words, Mu Jingxiong's eyes lit up instantly. Very well. Since you fellow Taoists are so kind as to offer your advice, then this old man has no choice but to make a fool of himself. As he spoke, he picked up the pen that Lei Jun handed him with a beaming smile. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi, who was hiding inside the store, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now no one should dare to cause trouble, right? Free thugs are the best. Chapter 77. You all know I'm the second generation supreme version of Heavenly Secrets with Mu Jingxiong as their free enforcer. The event was exceptionally well organized. No one dared to act recklessly. Those who lined up obediently came to Mu Jingxiong, paid spirit stones, and personally received the signed Tianji-2 machine from his hands. The moment a chi refining cultivator received the second generation of Heavenly Secrets from Mu Jingxiong, he was incredibly excited. Ha ha ha, I bought it, I have my own Heavenly Secret Supreme Edition now. He started laughing and then burst into tears. Seeing this, Mu Jingxiong stroked his beard with satisfaction. I never expected to have such a reputation. It seems I really need to get out and about more often. As he spoke, he turned his gaze back to the chi refining cultivator, preparing to offer some encouragement, but before he could finish speaking, the man quickly walked away with the phone box, and immediately claimed ownership of the phone without saying a word, as if afraid that someone else would snatch it away. He then immediately took out the lanyard that came with the box and hung the phone around his neck. After finishing this, he took out his first generation phone from his storage bag, held it up to his face and took a close-up photo of himself. After taking the photo, he didn't forget to add the text, "This is the last time I'll use this phone to post my daily life. From now on, I'll be using the latest Tianji Second Generation Supreme Edition, which I bought for 8,888 spirit stones. I don't know if the new phone will be any good." After finishing writing the text, he immediately posted a Douyin video of his daily life and tagged hundreds of people. This move completely baffled Mu Jingxiong. However, this was just the beginning. All 8,888 phones were sold out in less than half a day. When the last one was sold, only 2 sounds remained in the entire whale city: laughter and sighs. I got it. I got it. From today onwards, I am also a person who owns the second generation of the Supreme Edition of the Heavenly Secrets. No way, you're still using the first generation phone? Come here, let you touch my ultimate version. This Supreme version is completely different from the regular version. It doesn't lag at all, and the picture and sound quality are absolutely amazing. I declare that these 8,888 spirit stones are the most worthwhile amount of spirit stones I've ever spent in my life. Ha ha ha, I got it. I got it too. To buy this Heavenly Mystery Second Generation Supreme Edition, I sold the Foundation Establishment pills I had worked so hard to get yesterday, and that's how I made up 8,888 spirit stones. Are you crazy? A Foundation Establishment pill can normally sell for tens of thousands of spirit stones, and you sold it for only 8,000 spirit stones? What do you know? Even if we rogue cultivators succeed in Foundation Establishment,
we won't earn the respect of others. But if I have this Supreme Heavenly Secrets Edition, people will look up to me wherever I go. Wah, I was so close. I was so close to buying one. Can anyone sell me one? I promised my junior sister that if I can't buy it, she'll never talk to me again. Damn it, why didn't I manage to snag one? I really want one. As the sales event came to an end, those cultivators who failed to snag a ticket could only leave disappointed. Fortunately, the official Four Seas Pavilion team released some good news at that moment. That means Seahigh Pavilion is working hard to produce the second generation of the Supreme Edition of the Heavenly Mystery. In the future, the production capacity will gradually increase, and a certain amount of the second generation Supreme Edition will be released every day in offline and online stores. The news sparked immediate celebrations on Douyin, and the popularity of Tenji's second generation reached its peak. At the same time, similar scenes appeared in various cities across the Tianyuan continent. One cultivator accidentally bumped into another, and one of the cultivators inadvertently revealed the Heavenly Mystery second generation Supreme Edition hanging around his neck. Oh dear, thank goodness my Tianji 2 Supreme Edition wasn't damaged. Inside an inn, a Foundation establishment cultivator had just entered the shop and placed his Heavenly Mystery second generation Supreme Edition on the table. What would you like to eat, sir? The waiter asked as he stepped forward. Ha! You have a good eye. You actually recognized that this is the latest Tianji 2 Supreme Edition. Sir, I didn't ask that. You asked how much it cost? It wasn't much, only 50,000 spirit stones. I had someone buy it for me. Would you like some tea, sir? How is it to use? It's absolutely fantastic. Let me tell you, the second generation is definitely better than the first. Inside a female cultivation sect, a Foundation establishment stage female disciple immediately headed towards the courtyard where inner disciples lived after disembarking from a flying sword. When she saw a group of fellow disciples walking towards her, she quickly quickened her pace. As she brushed past the group, she suddenly released the Heavenly Secrets 2 Supreme Edition from her sleeve. Snap, the phone fell directly to the ground, and the noise attracted the attention of her fellow disciples. Ha! Senior Sister Wanjun, is this your phone? It looks different from the previous one. Upon hearing this, the Foundation establishment female cultivator, who had pretended to have already walked out, immediately exclaimed in surprise and turned her head to look at the ground. Oh! It really is my phone. I accidentally dropped it on the ground. Thanks for reminding me, junior sister. At this moment, another female cultivator suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. Senior Sister Wanjun, is your phone the Tianji 2 Supreme Edition that Seahigh Pavilion just launched? Upon hearing this, the Foundation establishment female cultivator's lips twitched as if in pain, and it took her a long time to suppress it. Oh my, I didn't expect that junior sister Wanru would also know about this Supreme Edition. Of course I know. I heard that there are only tens of thousands of these second-generation Supreme Edition Tianji in the entire Tianyuan continent. They're being sold at exorbitant prices on Douyin. I didn't expect senior sister Wanjun to have them so quickly. As they spoke, the female disciples present all showed envy in their eyes. Seeing this, Wanjun struggled to stop herself from laughing out loud. Actually, it's not as good as people say online. It just takes clearer photos, runs more smoothly, has more memory, better quality, more privacy, more comfortable sound quality, and better beauty effects. Besides, this wasn't something I wanted to sell. It was senior brother Chu from the 5 Elements sect next door who insisted on giving it to me. He got angry when I refused to accept it. I heard he has relatives in the Four Seas Pavilion, and he got it through internal channels. You're talking about this? Sigh, never mind, I'm going to go cultivate now. Phones are just external things, so you don't really need to care that I'm using the Tianji second generation Supreme Edition. As she spoke, she bent down and spent almost a minute picking up the phone from the ground. When she reached the second group of her fellow disciples, her phone fell to the ground with a thud. Oh dear, I was so careless. At the same time, at the foot of the 5 Elements sect's mountain gate, which was only a dozen miles away, a pale-faced male cultivator slowly walked towards the mountain gate. At that moment, a sword-wielding disciple suddenly stopped in front of him. Hey, isn't this senior brother Chu? Why did you walk back?
Where's your flying sword? Upon hearing this, the male cultivator quickly explained, I encountered members of the demonic sect on the road, and they robbed me of my flying sword and storage bag.
Oh? Is that so?
The people of the demonic sect are really terrible.
Junior brother, I'll give you a ride.
Never mind, it was all my own carelessness. After seeing his fellow disciples off, the male cultivator turned to look at something not far away.
As long as I can make junior sister Wanjun smile, everything is worth it.
After saying that, he took out his phone and opened his Douyin, TikTok, chat window.
Why hasn't junior sister Wanjun replied to my message? Is she busy?
Seeing the red sign on the message, he was completely baffled and subconsciously clicked on the other person's profile picture. Immediately afterwards, a daily video popped up. In the video, a woman with a heavily filtered beauty filter is taking a selfie in front of a mirror while holding the Tenji 2nd Generation Supreme Edition, with a caption below.
Thanks to someone for sending the Tianji 2 Supreme Edition. Upon seeing the accompanying text, the male cultivator immediately burst into laughter.
Hee, junior sister Wanjun still cares about me after all. Meanwhile, inside the Sihage Giant Whale City branch, Jin Shanshan, the young master of Jineo Island, was looking at Lei Jun with a sincere expression, while holding a Tianji 2 Supreme Edition, serial number 0250, in his hand.
Manager Lei, could you please change the number? Lei Jun looked troubled upon hearing this. Young Master Jin, this puts me in a difficult position.
Chapter 78 Manager Lei, your storage bag is lost. With the recommendation of Mu Jingxiong, the brand ambassador, Jin Shanshan finally bought the Tianji 2nd Generation Ultimate Edition that he had been longing for, but the serial number on the back of the phone was not what he liked. He could accept any number, but it had to be 0250.
Manager Lei, could you please be lenient and give me a different number? If possible, I'd like number 8, if not, 88 will do. 888 would be even better, and if it were 8888.
Before Jin Shanshan could finish speaking, Lei Jun shook his head firmly.
Young Master Jin, I'm really sorry.
As you know, only 8,888 copies of this premium edition will be released across the entire Tianyuan continent, and it will only be sold to cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above.
So as soon as we released this news, the leaders of various sects sent us messages privately.
Unit 8 has already been reserved by the Pavilion Master of the Star Pavilion, and Unit 88 has been bought by Venerable Dui of the Luofu Holy Land. Not to mention anything else, the 250 in your hand is only reserved for you because of the old hero Mu. At this point, Lei Jun glanced at Mu Jingxiong with a smile. Mu Jingxiong seemed quite pleased to hear these words and even took the initiative to persuade Jin Shanshan, nephew, this ultimate edition is extremely rare. There are countless cultivators in the world, and there are only 8,888 copies in total. Being able to buy even one is already an incredible stroke of luck. So don't bother picking and choosing any serial numbers. After saying that, he started fiddling with the Ultimate Edition phone with the serial number 0001 around his neck. You know, this premium edition phone is so beautiful. If I hadn't accidentally bound my consciousness to it before, I could have given this 0001 phone to my nephew.
It's a pity that I can't give it away now.
By the way, I've come to the northern region today, so I should take this opportunity to see my old friends.
I wonder if they managed to snag this Ultimate Edition.
The next second, Mu Jingxiong strode towards the gate of Sihai Pavilion. That's right, a powerful expert in the integration stage walked. Watching Mu Jingxiong's departing figure, Jin Shanshan's lips twitched involuntarily. He now regretted not adding more money back then, so that he could have tricked Mu Laodeng into handing over the phone while Mu Laodeng was unaware of its value. Now, I'm afraid no matter how much money you offer, this old man in front of me won't be willing to give up his phone, and even if he did, it wouldn't make a difference. And was he really going to visit an old friend? That old bastard.
After cursing under his breath, Jin Shanshan looked at Lei Jun with a fawning expression once again.
Manager Lei, you just said it was difficult, so it's possible, as long as you can give me a better number. As they were talking, Jin Shanshan took out a storage bag and threw it at Lei Jun's feet.
Oh dear, Manager Lei, you dropped your storage bag.
How could you be so careless? Let me pick it up for you. In front of Lei Jun, Jin Shanshan picked up the storage bag from the ground. Upon seeing this, Lei Jun glanced around, and his expression softened slightly. Ahem, young Master Jean. Before he could finish speaking, Jean Shanshan proactively opened his storage bag, revealing a crack. Manager Lei, please check quickly and see if any spirit stones were dropped inside. I accidentally glanced at it and there seemed to be 500,000 spirit stones inside. Ah, this. The next second, Jean Shanshan stuffed the storage bag into his hand. Ha! I actually managed to drop 500,000 spirit stones. Look at my eyes. As he spoke, Jean Shanshan took out another storage bag from his pocket and placed it in Lei Jun's hand. Ahem. Young Master Jean, I really can't make the decision on this matter, but considering your honesty in returning the lost money, I can report this to our young master. Our young master still has a few of these in stock for his own use. When Lei Jun said those words in a serious tone, Jean Shanshan's eyes immediately lit up. Thank you very much, Manager Lei. Thank you very much, Manager Lei. Young master, please wait a moment, I will go and contact the young master right away. After saying this, Lei Jun turned and went upstairs. A few minutes later, he arrived in front of Lin Yi. Upon seeing him, Lin Yi, who was lying on a recliner eating grapes, immediately asked, So, did that idiot take the bait? Reporting to the young master, that fool has taken the bait and is now eager to switch to a different phone number. By the way, young master, that idiot also gave me 2 bags of spirit stones, a total of 1 million. Lei Jun took out the 2 storage bags that Jean Shanshan had given him in front of Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi didn't even glance at it before waving his hand. Take it yourself, consider it a reward. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun naturally expressed his deepest gratitude, even to the point of tears. Young master, what should we do next? Are you going to make your appearance now? No. Let him wait a bit. Lin Yi took out his phone and started scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, that he scrolled for half an hour straight, and only after that did he stand up from the recliner and stretch out. Let's go meet that idiot and try to make sure he leaves wearing only his underwear today. He turned around and took Lei Jun downstairs. When he saw Gilgamesh waiting anxiously, his previously expressionless face instantly broke into a smile. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, young Master Jean. Today, the 2nd generation of Tianji is officially released, and I have far too much work to do. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xiao Busi, the young master of Sihai Pavilion. Upon hearing Lin Yi's self-introduction, Jean Shanshan was first delighted, then stunned. Young master's name is quite unique. Could it be that it means immortality? Young master is indeed quick-witted and insightful. Just as you said, my elder brother is named Xiao Changsheng, so I am called Xiao Busher. Hee, not at all, it was just a lucky accident, Jean Shanshan said modestly. I heard that you want to get a new phone, is that right, young Master Jean? Yes, what we Jineo Island people love most is good luck. This 0250 is really not my favorite. If the young master can allow me to change to another number, I will be extremely grateful. As he spoke, Jean Shanshan bowed and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, appearing very sincere. Lin Yi, however, looked troubled. I understand the young master's feelings, but our Sihai Pavilion's principle is that once the goods are sold, they cannot be returned or exchanged, and each person can only purchase one item. Upon hearing this, Gilgamesh immediately became anxious. Young master, weren't all the rules set by you? Can't you change them? Of course not. We business people value integrity above all else. How can we grow a business if we keep changing our minds? However, Jean Shanshan had already given up hope, but when he heard Lin Yi say nothing, his eyes immediately changed. However, although we do not offer refunds or exchanges in principle, it is possible if another customer is willing to exchange with you privately. How about this? I'll ask other customers who have already pre-ordered the Ultimate Edition to see if they'd be willing to switch with you. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out his phone amidst Jean Shanshan's hopeful gaze. A few minutes later, Lin Yi walked up to Jean Shanshan with a look of surprise and delight. Young Master Jean, I just asked around, and a customer who reserved number 1111 is willing to switch, but he has a few conditions. Upon hearing the number 1111, Gilgamesh was overjoyed. He couldn't get 0001, but this 1111 was equally awesome. I must get this phone. No matter the cost. Chapter 79 Floating Cloud Immortal Boat? What do you need a floating cloud immortal boat for? Undoubtedly, even in the world of cultivation, people still have an inexplicable obsession with certain auspicious numbers. When Lin Yi saw Jin Shanshan's determined gaze, he suddenly understood why some license plates were more expensive than cars in his past life.
Humph. I'm not going to mess with you now.
After a silent smile, Lin Yi spoke again. Young Master Jin, please wait a moment.
Let me ask this guest about his needs.
Of course, if any of his requests are unreasonable, you can refuse him. I think the number is just a string of numbers, there's no need to pursue it excessively, and there's nothing wrong with 250. After saying that, he continued looking at his phone screen. Young Master Jin, this guest said that his number 1111 is quite meaningful. 1 symbolizes the origin of all things, the source of the world. It is not just a number, but the root of heaven and earth and all things. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things.
So he himself actually really likes this number.
Upon hearing this, Gilgamesh immediately became excited and said, if this senior is willing to make the trade, I'm willing to add more money.
I'll add 10 million spirit stones. 10 million spirit stones, huh? I'll ask around for you. The next second, Lin Yi started typing on his phone. I'm a little hungry. Go and buy me a whole roasted lamb.
Ghost servant number 1, received, young master.
Can we buy 2? My brother and I would like to eat them too.
Lin Yi, buy it, I'll reimburse you for today's debts.
Ghost servant number 1, alright.
After sending the message, Lin Yi looked at Jin Shanshan with a serious expression.
This senior colleague said he would think about it.
Gilgamesh panicked on the spot. Then I'll add another 5 million spirit stones.
Then let me ask again.
Lin Yi picked up his phone again and casually entered the Demon Sect's large group chat, a loving family, and sent a red envelope in the group. At the moment the red envelopes were sent out, a large number of disciples of the demonic sect claimed them.
Thank you, Sect Master.
The Sect Master is so generous.
Is it a holiday today, Sect Master?
Sect Leader, I love you. Upon seeing this series of messages, Lin Yi replied immediately.
Those who just received the red envelope must gain more than 1,000 followers within 1 day. Those who do not reach this goal will have their monthly subsidy deducted.
As soon as the message was sent out, the group was filled with groans of despair. At the same time, Lin Yi also pretended to breathe a sigh of relief.
That's great.
After my discussion with that senior, he has finally agreed to exchange with you, young master. Upon hearing this, Gilgamesh became as excited as if it were New Year's Day. However, at that moment, Lei Jun rushed over from the side in a panic and whispered in Lin Yi's ear, young master, Lord Ghost Servant just told me that the whole roasted lamb is sold out.
He asked if you could offer something else instead?
What?
The floating cloud immortal boat. Did that senior really say that?
Lin Yi stared wide-eyed at Lei Jun. Lei Jun looked completely bewildered upon hearing this. I'm sorry, young Master Jin, but just now another customer from one of our branches also wanted the ultimate edition with serial number 1111. He has already contacted the senior who owns serial number 1111 and offered 20 million spirit stones plus a floating cloud immortal boat from Jinao Island as a condition for the exchange. I'm afraid that senior has already been tempted.
As he spoke, a regretful expression appeared on Lin Yi's face, and now Gilgamesh was completely panicked. Young master, you can't do this. We've already agreed on the terms.
Here's what you'll do, go tell that senior that I'm offering 25 million spirit stones, and I'll also add a floating cloud immortal boat. The floating cloud boats that our family sells are all basic versions.
Mine is the deluxe version, which is definitely worth more than its price. Could you please talk to that senior for me and make sure he wants to exchange with me? At this moment, Jin Shanshan was practically kneeling before Lin Yi. All right, I'll ask again.
After nodding with difficulty, Lin Yi picked up his phone again and found ghost servant number 1.
If we don't have a whole roasted lamb, let's get a whole roasted cow.
If that's not possible, go buy some ingredients and seasonings, and you can roast it yourselves when you get back. I'll tell you what to do, and you can write it down: dried chili peppers, garlic, pepper powder, cumin. Ghost servant number 1, young master, we've never heard of any of these seasonings you mentioned. Sweating profusely, Lin Yi, useless. All of you are useless. Enraged, ghost servant number 1, I'll try my best. Pitiful, Lin Yi, don't come back if you can't find it. Lin Yi's expression unconsciously turned serious due to his anger, which made Jin Shanshan, who was standing next to him, feel a chill run down her spine, but also a sense of being moved. Young master has really gone to great lengths. He must have been extremely humble in front of that senior for my sake. Who knows how that senior might have made things difficult for you. Just as he was secretly moved, Lin Yi finally put down his phone. Even after putting down his phone, his face still showed undisguised anger. Young Master Jin, we've already reached an agreement with that senior. In exchange for 25 million spirit stones plus your floating cloud immortal boat, he's willing to give you his ultimate edition, number 1111. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jin Shanshan suddenly clasped his hands in a fist salute. Thank you so much, young master. You have gone through so much trouble to help me, and I really can't repay you. I can only offer you some local specialties from Jinao Island as a token of my gratitude. I earnestly hope that the young master will accept it. After saying that, he took out a storage bag under Lin Yi's surprised gaze, and then grabbed a handful of pearls brimming with spiritual energy. This is the spirit pearl of the East Sea, nurtured by the Pearl Mother who has been around for 10,000 years. I hope you won't find it undesirable, young master. East Sea Spirit Pearl. Upon hearing these 4 words, Lin Yi's eyes widened immediately. He had heard of this thing before. It was sold in the Four Seas Pavilion, and one was worth at least 500,000 spirit stones. The handful of golden beads that Jin Shanshan casually grabbed for him must have been at least a dozen. Are all the people from Donghai this rich? Why doesn't he have a white cloth wrapped around his head? Just as he was filled with emotion, Jin Shanshan took out 2 items from his pocket, a storage ring and a small boat model. Judging from the appearance of the boat, it was clearly the same floating cloud immortal boat that he had been riding earlier. Young master, this storage ring contains 25 million spirit stones, as well as my deluxe version of the floating cloud immortal boat. Please help me pass it on to that senior. After subconsciously taking the 2 items, Lin Yi nodded blankly. He had thought that Gilgamesh would be heartbroken after paying such a high price, but now he couldn't see any heartache on Gilgamesh's face at all, and there was even a sense of relief that he had gotten a bargain. Just then, Gilgamesh summoned his 4 maids. When you get back, don't tell father that I've spent all my allowance for this month, or he might not give me any allowance next month. Yes, young master. Sigh, I've already spent almost all of my allowance by the middle of the month. How am I supposed to tip my favorite female streamer for the rest of the month? Oh well, I'll go buy some local specialties later. As she spoke, Jin Shanshan turned her gaze to Lei Jun, who was standing to the side. Manager Lei, do you buy East Sea Spirit Pearls? I'd like to sell a few hundred of them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was filled with deep regret. You went too easy on me. Sigh. I'm still too kind. Chapter 80's popularity soars. First recharge gift pack. Outside the Four Seas Pavilion, watching Jin Shanshan and her 4 maids depart, Lin Yi first sighed helplessly, then turned to Lei Jun beside him and said, make a note of this guy. Contact him immediately if you launch any new products. He's a big fat sheep. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Jun, who was standing next to him, quickly nodded. Yes, young master. The next second, Lei Jun suddenly lowered his voice. Young master, why don't we ambush this kid after he leaves the city and rob him? He must be carrying a lot of valuable treasures. Upon hearing this, it must be admitted that Lin Yi was momentarily tempted, but in the end he shook his head. Forget it, we can't do something like draining the pond to catch all the fish. This kid has tens of millions of spirit stones in pocket money every month. You can't rob him once and you can't rob him a second time. Besides, as the young master of Jinao Island, he must be carrying a life-saving magic treasure. The 4 maids beside him are not simple either. Although they only appear to be at the nascent soul stage, they possess a special energy within them. Instead of doing that, it's better to squeeze him dry periodically. At this point, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's mind. He immediately took out his phone, found the large group of the charming maiden cult, and posted Jin Shanshan's Douyin account in it. This guy is a real gold digger, you guys can follow up on him, and the replies you receive will each get a 1. However, it took more than 10 seconds after the message was sent for anyone in the group to reply. Seeing this, Lingy could easily understand what they were thinking, and then added another sentence. Don't worry, you won't be punished this time. This guy is the young master of Jinao Island. He gets tens of millions of spirit stones as pocket money every month, and he's not very bright. His favorite thing to do is to tip female live streamers. As soon as this sentence was uttered, the group chat instantly started flooded with messages of 111111. At the same time, Jin Shanshan, who was walking down the main street of Whale City admiring his newly acquired TNG2 Supreme Edition, suddenly heard a series of notifications coming from his phone. When he unlocked his phone, the content displayed on the screen immediately filled him with joy. As expected of the TNG2 Supreme Edition, I just got it and so many beautiful fairies want to add me as a friend. Could it be that they also know that my phone number is the prestigious 1111? Ordinary phones don't get this kind of treatment. Hee, those 20 million spirit stones were definitely worth it. His lewd laughter immediately attracted strange looks from passers-by. Feeling their gazes, Jin Shanshan proudly raised his TNG2 Supreme Edition high. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the Celestial Secret 2 Ultimate Edition before? This isn't just the Ultimate Edition, it's the prestigious number 1111. Get out of my way. At that moment, his attitude was extremely arrogant. However, when the passers-by around him saw the conspicuous number 1111 on the back of his phone, they didn't care about getting angry. Instead, they spontaneously dispersed to the side, because everyone knows that only those at the nascent soul stage or above are qualified to purchase the second-generation ultimate version of the Heavenly Mystery. The fact that Gilgamesh could produce the ultimate version means that his cultivation has reached the nascent soul stage. A nascent soul stage expert is not someone they can afford to offend. Jin Shanshan was clearly pleased with everyone's reaction and felt even more that he had gotten a good deal. The next second, he swaggered around the city of Giant Whale with 4 maids, and wherever he went, people showed awe. After he left, a Foundation establishment cultivator said to his companion with envy, TSK, having the second generation of the TNG Supreme Edition really makes a difference. It's so impressive. If I had one, I would be just as arrogant as it is. Come on, the reason everyone is afraid of him is not just because of the Supreme Edition he has, but also because of his strength. Think about it, someone like him who seems like a fool can cultivate to the nascent soul stage at such a young age. How many resources must his family have poured into him? How illustrious must his family background be? I see. However, on the other hand, it does take a certain amount of strength and background to get a special number like 1111. I heard that 2 powerful cultivators in the integration stage in Blackrock City have already fought over a phone with the number 3. They used to be friends, but they definitely aren't anymore. What's that? Have you heard the story of the number 9 phone? I heard that the Xianyan Dao sect is about to go to war with the Divine Sword Manor over that number 9 phone. Daoyan Venerable and Bamboo Sword Venerable have even agreed to fight at Tianjue Cliff at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Both sides will be broadcasting it live. Is this for real? 2 Mahayana stage experts would fight over a cell phone? What do you know? It's not a cell phone, it's about saving face. Besides, the number 9 is really too special. In other words, imagine if all the sect leaders gathered in the future, and all of them were holding the ultimate version, while you were holding a first-generation machine, you would already be weaker in terms of presence. Enough said. I need to get to Snow Eagle City, which is 200,000 kilometers away. I heard there are few cultivators there. If I get there early, I might be able to snag a second-generation Supreme Edition of Heavenly Mystery tomorrow morning. Fellow Taoist, is what you say true? Oops, I let it slip. At this very moment, of the 10 most popular videos on Tianyuan continent, 8 are from the second generation of Tianji. Opening Douyin, TikTok, at random reveals a plethora of videos about the second generation of Tianji, as if everyone is discussing this matter. People who don't know about this are too embarrassed to go out and chat with others. At this very moment, Linyi secretly pulled a fast one on Douyin's backend. He added tags to every mobile user's social media account. Whenever you speak or interact with others, your phone model and tags will automatically appear, the Supreme Edition and the 8888 serial. Numbered Ultimate Edition phones were distinguished by adding silver and gold labels respectively, whether it's a personal homepage, a Douyin video post, a comment, or even the comments section of tomato-free novels. The model and tags will be displayed below. This move caused an uproar on Douyin, especially among users who bought the Supreme and Premium versions. They were trying their best to tell others that they were using the latest mobile phone, but Linya's move instantly turned their proactive boasting into passive boasting, maximizing the effect. The consequence of this is that these people have become more inclined to interact with others. In addition, some users who tried to use stolen images to pretend they were using the Tianji 2nd Generation Supreme Edition phone were completely embarrassed. The Tianji 2 Supreme Edition has become increasingly difficult to obtain. At the same time that the second generation of Tianji was enjoying unparalleled popularity, a large group of people were tightly surrounding one of the people in the training ground of the inner disciples of Tiandao Sect. The person surrounded was intently controlling the character on his phone, piloting a flying sword through numerous obstacles. Just as he was about to reach the finish line, a dazzling purple sword light suddenly brushed past him. Although he reached the finish line, he only came in second place. Upon seeing this result, the members of the Heavenly Dao sect immediately sighed in dismay. Damn it, we were so close to winning, why didn't we get the championship again? I'm so angry. Let me play around, I'm sure I'll win this time. Come on, the first place winner used a grade C flying sword, while senior brotherly used a grade D flying sword. The speed at which he accumulates energy is at least 1/3 slower. How could he possibly win? Senior brotherly, why don't you also buy the first recharge gift pack? It's only 60 spirit stones anyway. However, upon hearing this, Li Xinxing's face showed a conflicted expression. He originally intended to save up spirit stones to buy spiritual herbs for cultivation, and he was almost ready to save enough. After much deliberation, he finally made a decision. Okay, it's only 60 spirit stones anyway. After I recharge these 60 spirit stones, I probably won't recharge again. And I glanced at the shop, and a grade C flying sword costs more than 1,000 spirit stones. I guess I've made a profit. After saying that, he spent 60 spirit stones to buy a first-time recharge gift pack. At this moment, a fellow disciple suddenly spoke up. Senior brotherly, I have an idea. You know, so many people are doing live streaming now. If you live stream yourself playing Chocho Flying Sword, would anyone watch? Chapter 81 Swordsman. One more round. Li Xinxing felt that he had been living a more fulfilling life than ever before. He would spend his mornings scrolling through Douyin, his afternoons reading novels, and his evenings occasionally watching live streams and sending small gifts to his favorite female streamers. Even so, he still used his evenings to cultivate every day until last night when he was bored after watching the live stream and started fiddling with his phone. Suddenly, he discovered that a new app had appeared on his phone. Autumn Flying Sword? What is that? Click to take a look. After he made this decision, the door to a new world opened. Upon entering the application, the first thing you see is a narrated introduction to the story's background. In the distant ancient times, there existed 3 powerful kingdoms on the continent of Sword, Gale, Blazing Fire, and Fantasy. These 3 kingdoms fought endlessly for the hegemony of the continent, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. To change this situation, the 3 kingdoms decided to end the war with swords, making everyone a swordsman, and the strongest swordsman would unify the 3 kingdoms. The swordsmen are proud of their superior swordsmanship, regarding their flying swords as their entire lives. They live for them, fight for them, and pour all their heart and soul into them. They are always competing in sword wielding, no matter when or where. High mountains and snowfields, vast oceans and deserts. The sword is life, the sword is glory. Are you ready to become the strongest swordsman? As the accompanying descriptions appeared, a series of images unfolded on the phone screen, making Li Xinxing feel a surge of excitement. There is such a magical world where everything is determined by sword flying skills and speed. It sounds very interesting. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the background story introduction ended, and the new player guide officially began. Dear Swordmaster, please choose a nice nickname for yourself. This nickname will accompany you on your conquest of the Sword Continent. Upon seeing the text on the screen, Li Xinxing hesitated for a moment before randomly choosing a name. Kill all the demonic dogs under heaven, and then clicked OK. Honorable swordsman who has slain all demonic dogs under heaven, please now select your appearance. As soon as the prompt ended, several game characters dressed in different outfits appeared in front of Li Xinxing. Li Xinxing frowned at just one glance. Well, these characters all look too plain. Not only are they unattractive, but their clothes are also drab and dusty. But he quickly noticed that there seemed to be other character designs nearby, so he moved the screen back a bit. The next second, a handsome young man dressed in a shimmering battlesuit appeared in the center of the screen. Ha! This looks nice, this looks cool, but why does it have a lock on it? When he touched the lock with his finger, a notification popped up. Would you like to spend 1688 spirit stones to unlock this appearance? Li Xinxing was stunned the moment he saw the notification. What the hell? The characters here cost over 1,000 spirit stones. Are you crazy? Only an idiot would buy them. After venting his frustrations, he quickly swiped the screen to the side. Fine, let's keep it simple, this is fine. He then picked one of the initial characters that looked somewhat pleasing to the eye. Congratulations on successfully designing your character's appearance. Now, you only need to make your first recharge of 60 spirit stones to unlock the first recharge gift pack, which includes an exclusive appearance, a grade C flying sword, and 600 diamonds. As the notification popped up, a gift pack also appeared, leaving Li Xinxing stunned. Why does this Qiuqiu flying sword cost money for everything? Would anyone actually spend money on something like this? He shook his head, ready to leave, but then thought better of it. Since we're already here, let's see how this thing works. As long as I don't spend any money, it's fine. After closing the first-time recharge gift pack, the newbie guide led Li Xinxing through all the other content in the game, including the various gameplay modes. After waiting for the tutorial to finish, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up the screen, followed by an ancient-looking flying sword appearing on the screen. Congratulations on completing all the beginner tutorials and obtaining the Grade D Flying Sword, Swift Light Sword. Swift Light Sword, Grade D Flying Sword, a common type of flying sword produced by the Gale Kingdom. It has average energy storage efficiency, average speed, and average stability, with no special effect bonuses. Upon seeing this, Li Xinxing vaguely understood a principle. In this game, anything that doesn't cost money is just ordinary. But it doesn't matter, it's just for fun anyway. It's just ordinary, I don't believe you can't play without spending money. After saying that, he found the ranked mode mentioned in the beginner's guide and prepared to try it out. As soon as you open the ranked mode interface, the ranking level introduction pops up: Bloodthirsty Bronze, Swift Silver, Gale Gold, Phantom Platinum, Meteor Diamond, Peerless Star, Supreme Sword God. Upon seeing these levels, he immediately became interested. The cultivation levels on this sword continent are quite interesting. The Bloodthirsty Bronze should correspond to the Qi refining stage, so the strongest sword god must correspond to the immortal realm. After saying that, he immediately clicked Start Ranking, and the screen displayed the message that he was being matched with an equally matched opponent. The match officially started a few seconds later. The scene shifts, and Li Xinxing finds himself in a scenic area of floating mountains in the sea. Below him is a vast ocean, and in front of him are floating mountains. Beside him are four swordsmen who are just as plain as he is. After the previous tutorial, he had a general idea of how to play the game, but for some reason, when the countdown appeared on the screen, he felt inexplicably nervous. Once the countdown ended, the character he was controlling immediately took to the air on a sword and flew away, while the scenery on the phone screen began to move backward under his control. The car sped along the track, dodging obstacles one by one, and he was completely focused throughout the entire process. Although he was almost overtaken by the other four people several times, he still managed to win first place by a narrow margin. The moment his game character rode the flying sword across the finish line, he suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of excitement, especially when his game character steps onto the champion's podium, lifts the trophy, and cheers with joy. This game is really interesting. I didn't expect to get first place on my first try. It seems I really do have the talent for flying swords. When he said this, he was completely unaware of the perfectly standard human-machine IDs above the heads of the other four people. One more round, one more round. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't wait to start the second round of the game, and the result was the same as before. He successfully won first place, and in this round of the game, he also successfully mastered drifting. The moment the game character steered the flying sword, drifting and cornering on a track full of obstacles, he felt an exhilarating sense of flight. So much so that he played all night, which led to what just happened at the Heavenly Dao Sect's training grounds. Chapter 82 Game Streamer, only plays, doesn't spend money after successfully recharging 60 spirit stones to unlock the first recharge gift pack. Li Shinxing easily obtained the high-level costume and a grade C flying sword, the Thunder Light Sword, which were included in the gift pack. With his new look and new flying sword, Li Shinxing immediately felt much more handsome than before, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Looking at it this way, spending those 60 spirit stones was quite worthwhile. As soon as he finished speaking, the other disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect quickly echoed his words. Yes, this new design is indeed cool, and this lightning sword is also flashing with purple lightning. It's many times stronger than the previous swift light sword. Senior brother, is this the game called Chocho Flying Sword? I saw you playing it and I want to play it too. Yes, I finished reading the novel I was following today. I have nothing to do and don't feel like cultivating. Sure, let's all play together. I checked and there's even a team mode. Besides, I'm already a gold-ranked player in the Gale mode, so I can give you guys some pointers, Li Shinxing said with a smug look on his face. By the way, junior brother Zhou, you just told me to stream myself playing with the Chocho Flying Sword. Will anyone actually watch that? Upon hearing Li Shinxing's question, the Golden Core disciple whom he called Junior Brother Zhou immediately nodded. Brother Bao, there are a lot of people doing live streaming now, and there are also a lot of people watching live streams. I've also noticed a trend: the newer the content, the more people watch it. But when more people are doing a certain type of live stream, the number of viewers starts to decrease. Haven't you noticed that the number of viewers watching Rui and Fairy's live streams has decreased these past few days? That's because several other fairies have recently risen to prominence. It's like a large river has been dredged into many branches. The more branches there are, the smaller the flow of water becomes. In short, it's about diversion. So if you want to get more traffic, you need to switch to a different track and not compete with them. Moreover, I have a feeling that this Chocho Flying Sword will soon become as popular as Douyin and tomato-free novels. I see. A look of understanding appeared on Li Shinxing's face. Then I'll listen to you, junior brother, and start a live stream. After saying that, he immediately got to work. Although he had never done live streaming before, there were now a lot of video tutorials on Douyin about how to do live streaming and how to start an account, so it didn't take him long to set up his live stream. He also projected the content from his phone screen into the live stream, and then he didn't pay much attention to it, instead starting to play Chocho Flying Sword on his own. He was so engrossed in the game that he forgot he was still live streaming. Perhaps it was because his live stream content was novel, or perhaps it was because he controlled his game character to ride a flying sword and perform a series of thrilling and exciting maneuvers, that his live stream quickly attracted a large number of viewers. The number of online users jumped from single digits to several hundred, and the number of bullet comments also began to increase. What is the streamer doing? Is that little figure on the screen flying on a sword? Although I've never seen it before, it seems quite interesting. Holy crap, this actually works? Flying swords can be used like this? Good heavens, in my memory, flying swords are only used for traveling. Keep it up, streamer. You're about to be overtaken. That move is so cool. Now I want to try it myself. And the flying sword on the streamer's phone is also crackling with lightning. It's so beautiful. Can the streamer tell me where I can play this? I know, it seems to be that new Chocho Flying Sword app that just appeared on the phone. I clicked on it before and played it for a while. It's quite fun. I've already reached silver rank. If you want to play, I can teach you. Indeed, when you're playing, you completely lose track of time. Just as the number of viewers in Li Shinxing's livestream was increasing, Lin Yi, who was resting in his room, happened to come across his livestream. When he saw the livestream, he couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Isn't this Chocho Flying Sword? I almost forgot about it. But this is too exaggerated. The game was only released yesterday, and people are already using it for live streaming today? As he said, he had been busy selling the second generation of Tianji and searching for delicious food for the past 2 days, and had completely forgotten about Chocho Flying Sword. In addition, given the immense popularity of Tianji 2 on Douyin, he initially thought that not many people would notice this suddenly emerging game. Thinking of this, he quickly checked the back end of Chocho Flying Sword. Upon seeing it, a look of surprise appeared on his face. There are already 500,000 registered users, but the number of people online at any given time is a bit low.
Is it because they haven't figured out how to play the game, or is there some other reason?
No, we have to push this wave of popularity. After all, it's a 10-cent product, so its money-making ability must be extraordinary.
We can't just let it go to waste.
As soon as he finished speaking, he boosted the popularity of Li Xinxing's livestream with his promotion. The number of viewers in Li Xinxing's livestream quickly soared from a few hundred to tens of thousands. As a result, more and more people have come to understand how to play Qiuqiu Flying Sword and have become interested in it. The number of registered users and online users skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 1 million. Even so, Lin Yi was still not happy, because he discovered another problem, that is, the number of registered users and online users have increased, but the recharge data in the backend is increasing very slowly.
No way, how can these people be so stingy?
I created such a fun game for you guys to play, and you don't spend a single penny.
Is this how you repay me? That's too much. That's absolutely too much. Where exactly did the problem lie?
After watching Li Xinxing's livestream for a while, he finally figured out the crux of the problem. That's because the cultivators on Tianyuan continent are too easily satisfied, and the competition in the game isn't fierce enough. They can feel satisfied even if they only use plain flying swords to complete the competition, and since everyone uses plain flying swords in the early stages, the difference is not apparent. Most importantly, everyone in the game is so polite and well-mannered. The winners were very humble, while the losers simply felt that they were not as skilled as the others. What's even more outrageous is that the person who won first place was actually comforting others, such as Li Xinxing. He won first place in the last game, and he said very politely, fellow Taoists, do not be discouraged.
I was just lucky.
In fact, your performances were also excellent.
I believe that with more practice, you will be able to achieve even better results.
The others were even more polite.
Indeed, we are inferior in skill.
Brother Dog of the Demonic Gate has a more refined skill in controlling flying swords, and he is also very elegant when turning corners. Ahem, fellow Taoist, please call me by my full name. Seeing this harmonious scene, Lin Yi frowned.
How are we supposed to earn money now? Wait, this kid's name, what a bastard. I'll add it to the sensitive list right now.
Lin Yi originally intended to simply ban his livestream, but in the end he didn't. Instead, he turned and shouted towards the door, get ready, we're going back to the demonic sect temporarily.
Chapter 83 Cigarettes, Dog Lucky Plan. A few hours later, Lin Yi returned to the demon sect overnight with 2 ghost servants.
Sect Master, what are we here for this time?
I think Whale City looks really fun.
As soon as he landed, Ghost Servant number 1 asked the question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Yes, I also think Whale City is quite fun, and there's so much delicious food, much better than the food from the demonic sect. Upon hearing their words, Lin Yi immediately glared at them.
Eat, eat, eat.
I asked you to help find seasonings, but it was either windy or rainy.
You've been looking for so many days and haven't found anything.
Sect Master, you've wronged us.
Who said we didn't find any?
We actually found several special spices today, one of which is incredibly fragrant.
I'm sure you'll like it, Sect Master. Oh? What is it? Show it to me.
The next second, Ghost Servant number 2 pulled out a uniquely shaped plant from his storage bag as if presenting a treasure. Lin Yi felt that this thing looked somewhat familiar at first glance.
Sect Master, smell this, it smells amazing. Really?
When Lin Yi brought his nose close to the plant with a hint of curiosity, his expression immediately changed.
Damn it! It's cilantro. Throw it away, throw it away.
While speaking, he also unleashed a powerful spell capable of annihilating a nascent soul stage expert, pulverizing the coriander in the ghost servant's hand. The next second, he looked at the 2 ghost servants with a warning expression.
Remember,
if you find this plant in the wild in the future, eradicate it immediately.
Under no circumstances should it be allowed to spread throughout the Tianyuan continent. Although they didn't understand, the 2 still nodded obediently.
Besides this, are there any others?
Lin Yi continued to ask. Yes.
Ghost Servant number 1 then took out another special plant, with small seeds on its branches and leaves.
Sect Master, we've tried this plant. The leaves smell very fragrant, but the seeds seem to be a bit poisonous. They leave a numbing sensation in the mouth after eating them. Malt? Upon hearing this word, and seeing the appearance of the plant in front of him, Lin Ye's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately took the plant and tasted it. Just as the ghost servant had said, the seeds tasted numb, but at the same time had a slight fragrance. This is good. It can be used as a substitute for Sichuan pepper. Make a note of where you found this plant, and then go and get more later. Okay. Next one. Then the two ghost servants took out several other plants with special scents, and to be honest, these plants really gave Lin Yi a huge surprise. Some of them offer a unique aroma, some are intensely spicy, and others can remove fishy smells and enhance flavor. Very good, very good. You two have done a great service this time. I have decided to continue taking you two with me when we go out again. When Lin Yi uttered those words, the two ghost servants were overjoyed. Compared to the lifeless demonic sect, the two of them loved to go out for a stroll. By the way, Sect Master, we've also found another interesting plant. It has a very strange taste. I wonder if it can be used as a seasoning. As he spoke, Ghost Servant number 2 took out a wilted green plant from his storage bag. When Lin Yi saw the appearance of this green plant, his expression immediately froze. No way, this thing, with a mix of surprise and skepticism, he casually plucked a leaf, rubbed it between his fingers, and brought it to his nose. When that familiar smell hit his nostrils, his expression immediately changed. Good heavens, it really is tobacco leaves, and the flavor seems stronger and more potent than the tobacco leaves in my previous life. Could it be because it has been imbued with spiritual energy? If this were made into cigarettes, one puff would be like flying to heaven. Upon hearing his muttered words, both Ghost Servant number 1 and Ghost Servant number 2 couldn't help but show a hint of doubt on their faces. Sect Master, what is a cigarette? Can you ascend to immortality with just one puff? TCH. Ascension is nothing. Ascension doesn't bring immediate happiness. By the way, I'm giving you two a task. You two go find the place where this thing is produced right now and bring back a lot of it. If possible, it would be best to bring back some seeds as well. I have a great use for them. Sect Master, I've examined this plant. It only has a tiny bit of spiritual energy. It can't be used for alchemy or medicine, and it doesn't taste very good either. What use is it? Yes, it tastes rather bitter and astringent. What do you two know? How much are pills worth? If you made these things into cigarettes and sold them on a large scale in Tianyuan continent, the spirit stones you earned in a year could buy a holy land. Wow! Cigarettes are worth that much? The two of them looked incredulous at the same time. Of course, aircraft carriers are built one by smokers. What is an aircraft carrier? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. You can think of an aircraft carrier as a powerful, top-grade spiritual treasure, comparable to a celestial artifact. Upon hearing this, the two of them finally showed expressions of understanding, but not quite. Alright, you two can go and carry out the mission. As long as this mission is done well, the righteous path will receive spirit stones in large quantities and they will flow to our demonic sect. Yes, Sect Master. Just as the two ghost servants were about to turn around and leave to carry out the task assigned by Lin Yi suddenly added another sentence. By the way, you must not reveal my return to the demon sect to anyone, especially the Yin Empress of the Charming Maiden sect. Upon hearing this, the two ghost servants immediately gave him a knowing look. However, as soon as Lin Yi left, Ghost Servant number 1 secretly took out his phone, opened the Douyin private message interface, and casually sent a private message to a user whose contact name was Yin Ho. Empress Yin, the sect master has returned to the demonic sect and is now on his way to the Xianin sect. As soon as he sent the private message, the other party sent him a red envelope containing 100,000 spirit stones. Before Ghost Servant number 1 could even click to accept, Ghost Servant number 2 next to him glared at him angrily. You despicable scoundrel, how dare you betray the sect master? Shoo! Keep your voice down. I'm not revealing the sect leader's whereabouts to the righteous path, and the Empress Yin is not an outsider. That won't do either. We just promised the sect leader that we should have principles. Ghost servant number 2 remained unmoved by reason. Then I'll share the principal with you in half. The next second, ghost servant number 2's expression changed. Really, brother? At this moment, Lin Yi was completely unaware that his whereabouts had been exposed. He was using his teleportation ability to arrive at the Xianin Sect's base, Xianin Mountain. The reason for coming to Xianin Mountain in the middle of the night was naturally because of Zhou Qiu's flying swords. Those players who follow the right path are all too polite and lack ambition. If this continues, their spending figures will inevitably suffer. His solution was to find a group of shills to provoke those players. There are two criteria for being a game shill. One is being aggressive and fond of stirring up trouble, and the other is having low moral character and a penchant for swearing. Among the 8 major sects of the demonic path, the disciples of the Xianin sect are undoubtedly the least qualified. Just as he appeared at Xianin Mountain, the leader of the Xianin sect, Taoist Mingyi, arrived in front of him riding on a black cloud. Your subordinate Mingyi greets the sect master. May I ask what brings you here so late at night? It's nothing. I've come here today with an important task for your Xianin sect. When Lin Yi said those words, Taoist Styx's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of how Lin Yi had guided the Charming Maiden sect not long ago, which helped the sect cultivate hundreds of top streamers. And nowadays, the female anchors of the Charming Maiden sect earn tens of millions of spirit stones a day from tips and the income from their women's clothing stores. It would be a lie to say that they are not envious. However, the disciples of the Xianin sect do not have any special products or talents to speak of. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited, and then said with a humble expression, Sect Master, what virtue or ability do we, the disciples of the Xianin sect, possess to shoulder this great responsibility? Hey! Don't say that. Every disciple of the Xianin sect is an elite, a talent. It was because of this that I decided to entrust this task to you. As for whether they are virtuous or not, that's not important. Go and find all the most vicious and sarcastic members of the Xianin sect for me. Also, those who are brave and aggressive and like to cause trouble for no reason, I'm going to give them a training session. Lin Yi had already made up his mind. He would teach these Xianin sect disciples all the sarcastic remarks he had made in the games of his previous life, so that they would become troublemakers in the game. Ha! Upon hearing this, Taoist Styx's old face was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 84. The quality still needs to be lowered. Less than half an hour after Lin Yi gave the order to Taoist Styx, a full 1,000 Xianin sect disciples were brought before Lin Yi. Looking at the huge crowd in front of him, even Lin Yi himself was a little stunned. Are there that many? Upon hearing this, Taoist Styx nodded seriously. These were all selected by your subordinate according to the requirements of the sect master. There are also some who are being punished in the 10,000 Serpent Cave because their words and deeds were too bad. Oh, this, Lin Yi truly hadn't expected that the Xianin sect had so many uncultured disciples, but thinking about it, it makes sense. In the past, the Xianin sect mostly infiltrated righteous sects to cause trouble and create conflict. They did all sorts of swindling and deception. People with low moral character would not be able to handle such work. Thinking of this, he immediately began to scrutinize the group of Xianin sect disciples in front of him, who did not seem like good people. After looking around, he came to a conclusion. They still look human. After he finished speaking, he cleared his throat and then said loudly, Elites of the Xianin sect, I have come to you this time with a very important task to entrust to you. This matter concerns the development of our demonic sect. If you complete it well, it will greatly weaken the strength of the righteous path. Upon hearing this, the Xianin sect disciples present instantly became excited. May I ask, sect master, which leader of the righteous path are you planning to assassinate this time? I have a lot of experience in this kind of thing. Sect master, are you going to smear the righteous path again? I'm an expert at spreading rumors and causing trouble. Sect master, last time I kidnapped the illegitimate son of the Heavenly Spirit sect's leader and successfully sowed discord between the Heavenly Spirit sect and Hundred Flowers Valley. Who will you kidnap this time? Sect master, I recently discovered that the second son of the Five Mountains sect leader is having an affair with the sect leader's new concubine. Should we expose this on Douyin? Lord Sect Master, before Lin Yi could even reveal the details of the mission, the Xianin sect disciples were already impatient. Seeing their expressions, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Ahem, this matter is more important than before, but before that, I need to test you all again.
Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Xianin sect once again revealed an eager expression. However, Lin Yi's next sentence left them somewhat puzzled.
Let's hear the swear words you're best at and that come out most easily. Be as sarcastic as you can when you speak. This.
Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, never expecting Lin Yi to make such a request. Seeing that everyone was hesitant, Lin Yi then said, "Don't feel guilty.
Just think of the people standing opposite you as righteous people."
After he finished speaking, the crowd loosened up a bit, and all sorts of profanities immediately poured out of their mouths. However, Lin Yi frowned deeply after hearing what they were saying. Upon seeing this, the Stick's Taoist immediately became uneasy.
"Sect Master, weren't these boys using really harsh language?"
"It's my fault for not teaching them properly." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yi interrupted him.
"Do they usually swear like this?"
"No, they don't usually scold us that fiercely," Taoist Stick said, defending his disciples. "That won't do."
"What kind of insults are these? They're just repeating the same old things over and over again. They're not elegant at all."
"Ha!"
Stick's Taoist was taken aback.
Stop. You all fail completely. You have no offensive power whatsoever. Come here, third in the first row. Yes, you, the big oaf with the gourd-shaped head, come before me." Amidst a wave of confusion, a Xianin sect disciple at the Golden Core stage approached Lin Yi with a nervous expression. At this moment, Lin Yi turned his gaze to everyone present. "Next, I will teach you how to curse elegantly and make your opponents turn red as quickly as possible.
Learn a thing or two."
Having said that, he looked at the big, dumb guy in front of him with a defiant expression, his face full of disdain. The next second, he suddenly spoke, "How old are you this year?" Upon hearing this question, the disciple was taken aback at first, then obediently answered, "She's 78.
TSK, 78?
If you hadn't told me, I would have thought you were 780.
Reaching the Golden Core stage at 78? That's no good. You must have mixed spiritual roots."
I showed my dog the cultivation technique, and he didn't need to be 78 to form his golden core.
"Oh, you're getting impatient, aren't you?" "I was just kidding. What I meant was, you don't actually need to cultivate. Just go back and be immortal. Cultivating is a waste of your spiritual energy."
Before Lin Yi could finish speaking, the disciple's face turned red. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately used the soul transfer technique to erase the disciple's memories, otherwise he was worried that the disciple's Tao heart would be damaged.
"Look at you all, you can't even handle this much.
You don't even dare to curse too harshly.
Are you all so kind-hearted? Then what's the difference between you and those righteous people? Why be a disciple of the demonic sect? Just switch to a righteous sect. Maybe you can even become the leader of the righteous sect." Everyone present was furious.
They called them righteous people, and the insults were really too harsh.
"Listen up, all of you. I will impart all that I have learned in my life to you. Once you have mastered these skills, no one will be able to insult you anymore. So, pay attention."
Upon hearing this, the Xianin sect disciples, who had just been looking unconvinced, immediately perked up.
"I'll say something, and you'll repeat it. The first sentence is about you being like the morning sun, something that is just rising. Secondly, what's that between your two ears? A tumor?
In the third sentence, being moved by the scene, you've captured two of those words. The fourth saying is, if you're down on your luck, don't blame the road for being uneven." When Lin Yi recited the essence of the Dragon Kingdom from his previous life, the disciples of the Xianin sect were completely dumbfounded. They never knew there were so many ways to swear, and the best part was that there wasn't a single dirty word. Meanwhile, the Stick's Taoist standing to the side looked on with admiration. No wonder he was chosen as the successor by the previous demon lord.
His mouth is so venomous and his manners are so low.
Hundreds of years ago, some people actually said that the sect leader was sent by the righteous path.
How could the righteous path cultivate such a villain?
After Lin Yi finished spouting hundreds of sarcastic remarks in one breath, he even felt that he hadn't performed very well. It wasn't that he didn't remember the even more ruthless ones, but rather that he was too embarrassed to talk about them.
They were simply too vulgar to mention, and to describe them would be nothing short of sending a telegram.
So, in that case, the Dragon Kingdom in my previous life had quite a few promising demonic cultivators.
Chapter 85 worth it?
Absolutely. After instructing the Xianin Sect disciples on a large number of insults and sarcastic remarks, Lin Yi led them into the main topic. You should all remember what I just said, so now I'll explain your second task. Everyone take out your phones and open QQ Flying Sword. Under Lin Yi's command, the disciples of the Xianin Sect quickly registered accounts for Qiu Flying Sword and gained a general understanding of how the game was played. Many disciples displayed exceptional gaming talent during this process, and Lin Yi paid special attention to these talented individuals. Ultimately, he selected the 100 best players and called them out individually when they were called out. The 100 people were still a little confused until Lin Yi took out a storage bag in front of them and poured out a mountain of spirit stones. From today onwards, you are full-time gamers. Your task is to spend all the spirit stones in front of you in the game. Upon hearing Lin Yi's request, the group was stunned. It was clearly the first time they had ever heard such a request. Sect Master, what is the meaning of this? Why spend so many spirit stones on such a game? Isn't this a waste? The Styx Taoist standing to the side couldn't help but ask in confusion, although the other disciples didn't dare to ask. Their faces were full of doubt.
You don't understand, do you?
The main reason I asked you to put all these spirit stones into the game is to let you create the persona of a super rich player in the game. You can use these spirit stones to buy the best looking and coolest appearances, buy the highest level flying swords, use valuable items, and then crush those righteous free-to-play players in the game. Hearing this, the crowd clearly still didn't quite understand. Lin Yi then used a different example.
Let me give you an example. If you lose to someone in a competition and are humiliated by them, wouldn't you want to train hard to improve your strength and avenge yourself in the future?
For example, if someone is just as strong as you, but wins because their magic weapon is better than yours, wouldn't you think about saving up money to buy a magic weapon that is the same as theirs, or even better? These words immediately enlightened everyone present.
I see.
The Sect Master truly lives up to his title. This is similar to how many sects like to hold sect competitions regularly, in order to better stimulate the disciples' enthusiasm for cultivation.
But I just checked, and the items in this game are all so expensive. Would anyone really be willing to spend so many spirit stones to buy them?
Seeing that everyone finally understood, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction.
It's good that you understand.
Of course, besides what I just mentioned, after you buy stronger flying swords and cooler appearances, it can actually play a role in inducing consumption. After all, people have vanity and a desire to compare themselves with others. Just imagine, a cultivator who is frustrated in real life and whose cultivation is slow to break through suddenly discovers that he can become a respected figure in the game simply by spending money and having powerful skills.
How satisfying that would be.
As for your complaints about the high price of items in the game, if I spend 100,000 spirit stones to buy a high-grade flying sword in the real world, you'll call me a Foundation establishment kid. But if I spend 100,000 spirit stones to buy a grade A flying sword in the game and reach the strongest sword god rank, you'll have to call me sword god wherever I go. So, what I'm buying with these 100,000 spirit stones isn't just a virtual game item, it's emotional value, it's the respect others have for me.
When you think about it this way, do you still think it's expensive? Upon hearing this, everyone present shook their heads in unison. Indeed, just as Lin Yi said, what is the purpose of cultivating immortality?
It is to gain stronger strength, earn more respect from others, and be called senior by everyone you meet. Buying a Foundation establishment pill for 100,000 spirit stones is like throwing money down the drain if you fail to establish your foundation. But buying a grade A flying sword for 100,000 spirit stones not only makes winning matches easier, but also allows you to enjoy the admiring gazes of others. The difference is immediately apparent when compared. After their enlightenment, everyone immediately followed Lin Yi's instructions and filled the Qiu flying sword with the large pile of spirit stones on the ground. Everyone spent at least 100,000 to 80,000 yuan, maxing out everything from top-tier appearances and glowing wings to top-tier pets, and even rank B and rank C flying swords. Finally, Lin Yi even picked one person out of them and gave him 1 million spirit stones. Starting today, you'd better hold on to your position as the #1 spender on Qiu flying sword, and then create an account on Douyin and share your daily gaming experiences there. If anyone else comes out to compete with you for the title of the #1 richest person, contact me and I will transfer more spirit stones to you. Upon hearing Lin Ye's instructions, the Xianin sect disciple he had chosen immediately showed an expression of being flattered. He never expected that such a good thing would fall into his lap. After that, Lin Ye taught everyone a lot of basic game knowledge and some ways to show off one's superiority in the world chat. After everyone had fully grasped these basic concepts, Lin Ye suddenly changed the subject. Now that we've covered those topics, let's talk about how to ignite the fighting spirit of those righteous players. Actually, this is quite simple to do. All you need to do is send some greetings after you win the race. Take out your notebooks and take notes. As soon as Ling Yi finished speaking, the Xianin sect disciples present perked up again and took out a small notebook as he requested. For example, now that I have defeated you, I can say these things to provoke you. Ugh, what bad luck, I got matched with 4 bots again. There's no point in winning. Give the phone back to your parents. I don't compete with kids. Sorry, I just went to the restroom and left my phone with my guardian spirit beast. I'm really sorry for winning against you guys. Fellow Taoist, your most important task right now is to work hard to establish your foundation. Put the game aside for now. I'll take on apprentices and teach them for free. The apprenticeship is full, now collect the mount. I never expected that you would still be playing games even after losing both hands. I never imagined that a senior like you, at your advanced age, would still be playing the games that we young people play. It's already quite remarkable that you've reached this level of skill. Waving doesn't mean goodbye, little brother, you still need to practice more. How come there are bots in platinum rank? The names of these bots are quite funny, they're just like real people. As Lin Yi recited the sarcastic quotes compiled by players from his previous life, the Xianin sect disciples were immediately shocked by his own worldview. After a long pause, the 2 Xianin sect disciples exchanged a glance. Senior brother, aren't we being incredibly rude? These words seem to hurt people more than if we killed them. Indeed, remember not to reveal your identity and address when you say these things, or the other side might come and attack us. Put yourself in my shoes, I'm already angry. At this moment, the Xianin sect disciples felt that they were just bad, but their character was actually quite good. It was their sect leader who was a worrying case of poor character. Just then, Lin Yi added another sentence. By the way, if you don't want to type so many words, you can send this emoji. As he spoke, he pointed to the game's built-in emoticons and used one of them, which was a hand-touching hand emoticon. When everyone saw this somewhat cute expression, they inexplicably felt provoked. Chapter 86. The shock brought by the Spirit Stone player. Under Lin Ye's intensive training lasting several hours, the disciples of the Xianin sect quickly mastered the basic fire starting techniques and began to put them into practice. However, there were still some disciples who didn't have much gaming talent and weren't suited for causing trouble. Lin Yi originally planned to let them go directly, but after thinking about it, he pointed to one of the disciples who looked like a weasel and asked, I remember you just said that you're good at spreading rumors, stirring up trouble, and spying, right? Upon hearing Lin Ye's question, the disciple hurriedly nodded and bowed, repeatedly agreeing. Yes, Sect Master, I was the one who found out about the Heavenly Sword Sect leader's cultivation of demonic arts and then informed you in the group chat. Oh, it's you. I remember your name is Zhou Wei, right? Yes, I didn't expect that you, Sect Master, would still remember my name. The weasel-faced disciple was full of gratitude. To be able to find out such confidential information, you are quite a talent. Here's what we'll do. I'll entrust the management of the rest of these people to you. Your task is to continue collecting all kinds of news about righteous sects that happen on the Tianyuan continent, and then publish them on Douyin every day to create a news-style marketing account. Marketing account? Zhou Wei's face was full of doubt when he heard this term. Lin Yi explained with a smile. What marketing accounts need to do is similar to what you originally did, spread rumors, stir up trouble, and create drama on Douyin. After Lin Yi explained it this way, Zhou Wei immediately understood. Oh, I see, I understand now. Of course, your job is not limited to this. You also need to cultivate a large number of undercover agents to provide you with intelligence and organize a large number of online trolls to cover up the truth. As long as you hire enough online trolls, we can be the righteous path, and the righteous path can also become the demonic path. When Lin Yi finished speaking these words with a resounding tone, Zhou Wei and the group of people behind him immediately brightened up. They absolutely loved doing this kind of thing. After Lin Yi tossed them a large bag of spirit stones, they quickly got to work. While Lin Yu was gradually leading the Xian'an sect astray, Li Xinqing was also live-streaming Qiu Flying Sword all night. Because of Qiu Feijian's high entertainment value and Lin Yu's promotion, the popularity of his livestream rumors soared to more than 100,000 people, and people often send him small gifts. Just as he finished a round of the game, a huge gift effect suddenly appeared on his screen. However, just when he thought it was over, several more gift effects appeared in succession. Upon seeing these, Li Xinqing was overjoyed. Thank you, fellow Daoist Jin Shanshan, for the 10 Douyin number 1 accounts. Thank you, thank you. He truly never expected that just playing a game would attract so many viewers and generate so much donations. When he checked the backend, he discovered that he had received nearly 500,000 spirit stones and gifts during the entire night's live stream. His face was filled with emotion amidst his shock. I never imagined that live streaming could actually be so profitable, and that Qiu Flying Sword could gain so much popularity. Junior brother, you've really shown me the right path. In that case, I will broadcast live at this time every day from now on. He shook his head again as soon as he made the decision. No, if that's the case, then I won't have time to cultivate. How can I improve my cultivation level and avenge my father and mother's blood feud if I don't cultivate? However, at that moment, the gift effect appeared on the screen again. Upon seeing the gift's special effect, Li Xinqing was overjoyed, because this time the reward was no longer for Douyin number 1, but for the more expensive carnival, and he had given 10 of them at once, which was 300,000 spirit stones. This not only brought him the joy of achievement, but also served as a great affirmation of his abilities. Thank you, brother Jin Shanshan. Thank you, brother Jin Shanshan, for the 10 carnival gifts. Big brother, do you want to see me fly over the map again? No problem. Hey bro, add me as a private friend and I'll carry you through a few games. I'll definitely get you to diamond rank tonight. Other fans, don't worry. All you need is a pair of sunglasses to join my fan group. I'll take you through ranked matches from time to time. As soon as he finished speaking, the number of gifts in the live stream began to soar. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Perhaps one doesn't have to become an immortal, being a game streamer is also quite good. Father and mother, perhaps you in heaven would not want me to be bound by hatred forever. You would also want me to live happily. It's time to put this hatred behind us. After saying these words, he suddenly felt a sense of clarity, and the mountain that had been weighing on his heart disappeared without a trace. With the clarity of his thoughts, the bottleneck that he had been unable to break through no matter how hard he cultivated suddenly vanished. The next second, his cultivation level began to rise rapidly, jumping directly from the late stage of Golden Core to the early stage of Nascent Soul. This scene was completely captured by the live stream camera and presented to hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream room. Some knowledgeable cultivators immediately noticed the changes happening to Li Xinqing. Holy crap! This is Nascent Soul stage. The streamer has actually broken through from the Golden Core stage to the Nascent Soul stage. Yes, that's it. I've seen this before. My master looked just like this when he broke through from the Golden Core stage to the Nascent Soul stage. My god, wasn't the streamer just playing a game? How did he suddenly break through? This must be an epiphany. The streamer must have realized some profound truths during the game, which is why he had an epiphany. Ha! You can even achieve enlightenment by playing this game? Then I'll register one too. I was originally planning to stop watching and focus on my cultivation, but after seeing the streamer breakthrough, why should I bother cultivating anymore? I'm going to play games now. It took Li Xinqing quite a while to recover from the breakthrough and feel the new changes in himself. He was overjoyed once again. Indeed, I was right to let go of my hatred, and my father and mother in heaven understand me. From now on, cultivation will just take its natural course. Cultivate when you have time, and don't cultivate when you don't. As for now, after muttering to himself for a while, he shouted into the phone screen, "Is brother Jin Shanshan still there? Let's play around now." A few minutes later, Li Xinqing entered a ranked match with his top-ranked friend, Jin Shanshan, and chose his favorite map. However, when his matched opponent entered the arena, he sensed something was wrong. The two people were dressed in high-end outfits, with colorful and gorgeous wings on their backs, and even their names were framed in gold. The flying sword on his back shone with golden light, exuding an aura of dominance. Compared to him, the game characters he and Gilgamesh control are Like beggars on the street, although he was greatly shocked, he didn't take it too seriously. In his view, only technology was the most important thing, and all those fancy things were unimportant, even if deep down he had a slight liking for the other person's big wings. As the countdown ended, the competition officially began. From the very beginning, Li Xinxing planned to use his newly mastered technique, small drift, to start and give his opponent a little shock. However, to his surprise, just as he started, the flying sword behind one of the opponents transformed into a golden dragon, letting out a deafening roar, and the man leaped out onto the dragon's back. Before he could even see the other person's back clearly, the other person had disappeared around the bend. The other person on the opposing team was equally impressive. The flying sword beneath his feet transformed into a silver frost phoenix, leaving a trail of ice crystals in its wake. With a flick of its long neck, it left a resounding phoenix cry on the track. Such an opening left not only Li Xinxing, who was in the middle of the match, but also the viewers in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. Needless to say, Li Xinhaiyang and Kim Gilsun lost the match without any surprise. Apart from seeing each other at the beginning, they didn't even see each other's shadows at all. While they were staring blankly at their phone screens, the other party sent 2 messages. Those 2 on the other side must be bots, they won way too easily. I reckon this game is completely unchallenging. Having played the game all night, Li Xinxing naturally knew that there were AI opponents in the game. When he realized that the other party had mistaken him for a bot, he instantly became furious, his face turning red. He quickly sent a message to prove that he was not a bot. However, this time the opponent inexplicably only replied with an emoji and then left the game. Seeing this expression, Li Xinxing inexplicably felt a strong sense of insult. Ah! This is outrageous! This is outrageous! You're just relying on the fact that your flying swords are better. Alright. You guys wait, I'm going to buy a better flying sword too, and then we'll see who's stronger. After saying that, he left the game and opened the shop. This time, he didn't hesitate at all and directly bought the most expensive grade of flying sword. He was about to close the shop after getting the flying sword, but he stopped after glancing at the clothing and appearance section. Forget it, I've already bought the most expensive flying sword, these cosmetics shouldn't cost much more. Ha! This set looks pretty good. Can't I just buy it? Do I have to enter a lottery? Fine, I'll try. It only costs 60 spirit stones per draw, so it shouldn't cost too much. 10 minutes later, looking at the progress bar for the guaranteed minimum, he fell into deep thought. His actions drew laughter from the viewers in the livestream. Under these circumstances, the number of registered users and the amount of money recharged for Qiuqiu Flying Sword also increased rapidly, and Li Xinxing, the game blogger, also began to emerge on Douyin. When the next morning arrived, Lin Yi saw that the number of registered users of Qiuqiu Flying Sword had reached 3 million. And the recharge volume had risen to 15 million spirit stones. Great! But it's not enough. Out of 3 million people, only 50 million have been spent. Each person has spent less than 20 spirit stones. We need to do something, release some skins, or do some small collaborations. With that in mind, he immediately opened Douyin, TikTok, to look for inspiration. Before he could even swipe twice, a trending topic appeared in front of him. The latest chapter of Shrouding the Heavens has been updated, and the ultimate imperial weapon makes a spectacular appearance. Hey! Now we have the collaboration content. Chapter 87 Supreme Emperor Level Flying Sword, Limited Time Treasure Hunt. It has been some time since Lin Yi uploaded Journey to the West to the tomato-free novel platform. Currently, the platform has more than 100 novels, each of which is a masterpiece selected by Lin Yi from his previous life. As of now, the most popular novels are Shrouding the Heavens, A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Against the Gods, Perfect World, and Immortal Breaks the Sky. Almost every day, a large number of videos related to this topic appear on Douyin, and each video has an absurdly high number of views. Until last night, after the latest chapter of Covering the Sky was updated, it completely dominated the trending search list, and the topic exploded in popularity. Seeing this, Lin Yi expressed his understanding. After all, he was also greatly shocked when he first saw such a novel concept as the Supreme Emperor weapon in a novel in his previous life, not to mention the ultimate imperial weapon. The settings such as the ancient sacred body and the innate Tao embryo sacred body are all incredibly ingenious. He even wanted to crack open the red-haired old monster's head to see how he came up with these things. With such high popularity, I might as well take advantage of it. So I'll develop a set of flying swords at the level of an ultimate imperial weapon. Let's start with the 9 dragons pulling the coffin from the opening scene of Shrouding the Heavens.
It's cool enough and has a high enough level of sophistication.
Then we'll create a complete set of Supreme Imperial weapons, the Supreme Emperor's Sword, the 9-Li Diagram, and the Immortal King's Shroud.
Just thinking about it makes me feel so cool.
After finishing the Supreme Emperor weapon series, I'll work on the Immortal Breaking the Sky Strange Flames series.
There are also some character designs that can be linked. Anyway, no one in the Tianyuan continent will pursue my copyright issues.
I'm truly a genius. The more Lin Yi thought about it, the more promising it seemed. He immediately opened the back end of Chiuchiu Flying Sword and began to take action. Although he had no relevant development experience and could not write code, the system had already taken care of these things for him. He only needed to give the relevant instructions, and the system would immediately convert them into relevant code, making it the most powerful AI. In just a few minutes, a uniquely designed flying sword was created. The sword was covered in a coppery green color, and 9 lifelike dragon patterns adorned its blade, occasionally emitting dragon roars as if they were about to come to life. When the flying sword pierces the sky, it leaves behind an illusion of 9 dragons pulling a coffin, which is extremely imposing. Compared to this, the special effects of those top-tier flying swords sold in the mall are utter trash.
Great, it's perfect. Those people will definitely love it. But how should we acquire it? Direct sales?
The moment the idea popped into his head, Lin Yi shook his head. No, direct sales are too low class and the price won't be high either. Let's make it a limited edition and add a Covering the Sky limited edition label.
Limited time offers don't seem to be enough. Let's make a fragment lottery.
There's a 0.1% chance of getting a fragment.
Collect 99 fragments to synthesize a 9 dragons coffin.
But that's a bit too harsh.
If they can't collect enough, they might give up. Let's add a token. As long as they draw the token, they can redeem it directly.
Let's set the probability of drawing the token to 0.01%. If you can still draw it, I'll call you daddy. With Lin Yi's back-end operations, a new Spirit Stone treasure hunt function was quickly added to Chiuchiu Flying Sword Shop, and some new changes were also made to the main interface. The poster features a giant image of 9 dragons pulling a coffin and a striking title, Covering the Sky collaboration is coming.
The Supreme Emperor weapon is available for a limited time.
Come and draw your exclusive Emperor weapon. After doing all this, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction.
Good.
Oh, and let's do some more promotion on Douyin, TikTok, create an official Chiuchiu Flying Sword account, and preferably release a video showcasing the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Ugh, I'm so busy. Senior brother, I told you to go viral with your live stream of Chiuchiu Flying Sword.
Look how it went.
You gained 500,000 followers in just one night.
You're a big internet celebrity now.
In the inner disciple training room of the Heavenly Tao Sect, a group of inner disciples surrounded Li Xinxing, all looking at him with reverence, as if they were seeing an idol, and that was indeed the case. After the Chiuchiu Flying Sword became a sensation, Li Xinxing's fame gradually spread throughout the Tianyuan continent, not to mention within the Tian Dao Sect. Li Xinxing was very pleased with the admiration of the crowd, but on the surface he appeared very humble.
Hey, junior brother, you're being too polite. I'm not some big internet celebrity.
Even if I have 1 million or 10 million followers in the future, I'll still be your senior brother. After saying that, he opened the Cultivation exchange group for inner disciples of the Heavenly Tao Sect and sent a large red envelope to it.
Come on, here's a little something, everyone come and grab it. Thank you, senior brother.
Senior brother is so generous.
Give my respects to my senior brother. Damn, my senior brother gave out a total of 10,000 spirit stones, and you stole 5,000? Who is this? Don't send this kind of thing in our internal group chat.
Ha!
I take back what I said.
Send more of this kind of thing in the future.
I like to see it. Isn't this supposed to be a cultivation discussion group? Why are we discussing everything except cultivation? You don't know anything.
My senior brother can even have an epiphany while playing games.
What if I have an epiphany while watching something suggestive one day? That makes sense.
I feel like if I keep watching, I'll be able to comprehend the way of ruthlessness, although I can only be ruthless for a few minutes each time.
Senior brother, have you read the latest chapter of Shrouding the Heavens? I strongly recommend you take a look.
At this moment, an inner disciple standing next to Li Xinxing suddenly spoke up. His words resonated with the other disciples present.
Indeed, the Supreme Emperor weapon is too awesome and too oppressive. If I could also possess one, I'm afraid there would be no one in the Tianyuan continent who could be my match. More than that.
According to the description in the book, if you possess an ultimate imperial weapon, you could easily destroy the Tianyuan continent.
Hearing the discussions around him, Li Xinxing couldn't help but show a hint of curiosity on his face.
I played Autumn Flying Sword all night last night and didn't have time to read novels.
Luckily, I have some free time now.
He then opened the tomato-free novels app and started reading. Before long, his face showed excitement.
Truly magnificent.
It's hard to imagine how many powerful figures would fight over such a supreme imperial weapon if it appeared in the real world. I'm afraid that those Mahayana cultivators and those secluded immortal cultivators will all make a move to compete for it. No sooner had he finished speaking than a disciple who had been scrolling through Douyin with his head down suddenly exclaimed in surprise.
"Senior brother, come quick. There really is an ultimate imperial weapon."
As soon as he said this, everyone present immediately surrounded him. Jiuqiu Flying Sword has officially collaborated with Shrouding the Heavens to launch the first Extreme Dao Series Flying Sword, 9 Dragons Pulling the Coffin, which can be obtained through a limited-time lottery in the store.
My god, is this what they call 9 dragons pulling a coffin? The special effects are so damn cool. Holy crap.
If someone used a flying sword like this during a competition, there would be no point in even competing.
So cool. Absolutely so cool. Quick, log in. Log in and see what's going on in the game.
As they spoke, hundreds of inner disciples of the Heavenly Dao Sect in the training ground all took out their phones and opened the Autumn Flying Sword app. Chapter 88 9 Dragons Pulling the Coffin. The announcer's face is really dark after Li Xinxing's live stream yesterday. All the inner disciples of the Heavenly Dao Sect have been successfully infected, and everyone has created their own accounts. Li Xinxing even created a guild and recruited all his fellow disciples into it. The guild was named the Heavenly Dao Sect. After joining the guild, everyone changed their names to the standard format, Heavenly Dao Sect XX. He even spent 100 spirit stones to buy a name change card and changed his name to Tian Dao Sect Xinxing. It wasn't because he had let go of his hatred for the demonic sect, but because his previous name was always used to be called Demonic Sect Dog, and over time, the viewers in his live stream started calling him Dog Brother. Of course, the most important reason was that he suddenly discovered in the morning that his game name had changed to Kill All Under Heaven. There was no other way but to pay for the modification.
And you know what?
After the modification, the high-end appearance that I couldn't get before was obtained in no time. From this, he came to the conclusion that changing one's name is equivalent to changing one's fate.
Holy crap. There really is one. He's just as handsome as the guy in the TikTok promotional video. I really want one. Ha! There's another one here for trial use, let's give it a try.
At this moment, everyone in the Heavenly Dao Sect was staring intently at their phone screens, which displayed the ultimate flying sword, 9 dragons pulling the coffin, that was being showcased in the store. The magnificent and imposing appearance, the perfect special effects, and the powerful flying sword skills made them envious. After trying it out at the training ground, they were immediately captivated. What? The feel and sound effects of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin are just too good. It even has exclusive unsheathing sound effects and exclusive victory effects. Oh my god, I love it. After trying out the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, I suddenly felt like my blank flying sword was crawling like a tortoise. As expected of a flying sword of the Supreme Emperor level, it's incredibly powerful.
If I could own one, I can't even imagine what kind of expression my opponent would have during the game.
I was mocked by someone using a Class B flying sword just now.
He even called me a bot. If I had this 9 dragons coffin puller, I would definitely pull him to pieces. I would make sure he couldn't even see my back.
It's a pity that this thing costs 60 spirit stones to draw once. We're afraid we can't afford it.
Senior brother, why don't you try your luck and show us?
In an instant, all the inner disciples present focused their attention on Li Xinxing. Faced with the gazes of his fellow disciples, Li Xinxing was caught in a dilemma, mainly because he was still traumatized by last night's lottery draw. Basically, every single time, it's a guaranteed minimum, without exception. A grade A flying sword only cost him 100,000 spirit stones, but a high-level appearance that cost 60 spirit stones per draw cost him nearly 200,000 spirit stones. From this, he concluded that prizes obtained through lotteries are always more expensive than those sold directly. Fortunately, he also noticed that every time he achieved his guaranteed minimum, the viewers in the livestream would laugh out loud and give him a lot of gifts. However, after he changed his name and his luck improved, the viewers became less interested in watching. They would also post comments like, "I'm leaving, this is boring," or "the plot is wrong." Just as he was hesitating, the junior brother who had previously suggested that he do a live stream came over again.
"Senior brother, are you worried about not being able to draw any spirit stones and wasting them?
Actually, you don't need to worry at all. You can continue to stream and draw the 9 dragons pulling the coffin.
Right now, there is definitely no 9 dragons pulling the coffin in the entire Tianyuan continent.
If you do a live stream to draw this, a lot of people will watch. If you win, you'll be the first streamer in Tianyuan continent to have the 9 dragons pulling the coffin flying sword. If you don't win, your viewers will be happy to see you lose money and will give you tips.
That way, you can not only offset your losses from the draw, but you might even make a fortune." Upon hearing this, Li Xinxing's eyes lit up instantly. Junior brother Joe, you are truly my guiding light. If it really turns out like you say, your senior brother, will have to kowtow to you. After saying that, he immediately took out his live streaming equipment and started broadcasting live on the spot. At the same time, he changed the name of his livestream to Livestream, Win the First 9-Dragon Coffin in Tianyuan Continent. Perhaps it was because of Chocho Feijian's ever-increasing popularity, or perhaps it was because his title was so attractive, but as soon as the livestream started, a large number of viewers flocked to it. Hey! Isn't this Brother Dog? Brother Dog, didn't you just finish your stream? Why are you streaming again? Dog Bro is really dedicated. I just saw the official promotional video for the Supreme Emperor weapon released by Flying Sword, and I didn't expect that Brother Dog would be here to challenge the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Brother Dog, give up. I checked, and the 9 dragons pulling the coffin requires 99 fragments to synthesize. The probability of drawing each fragment is only 0.1%. With your luck, this is simply impossible. Exactly, if you win, I won't use Douyin all day. Brother, that oath you made was a bit too harsh. Then I'll change it. If you get to draw it, I won't cultivate for a whole day. Wow, he even gave himself a reward. Seeing that the livestream had reached a certain level of popularity, Li Xinqing didn't waste any words and immediately started drawing lots. Before drawing the incense, he didn't forget to burn incense and pray. May the ancestral master bless me and grant me a direct hit on the first try. Give me the 9 dragons jade pendant. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his finger at the extraction point and then quickly covered his eyes. Junior brother Joe, have you left yet? I got 10 common fashion fragments, continue. As he spoke, Li Xinqing clicked the draw button for the second time. Junior brother Joe, have you left yet? It's out. 10 large purple diamonds have appeared, continue. Has it been released? A grade C flying sword fragment has been found. Keep going. Keep going. As Li Xinqing continued to disappear from the screen, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Yes. Absolutely right. Keep it that way. I was in a bad mood when I received a negative review first thing in the morning, but seeing how unlucky the streamer was, my mood suddenly improved. The streamer has such bad luck, he hasn't gotten a single fragment in over 20 games. It was so enjoyable to watch. Hurry up, streamer. Stop dawdling, or you won't want my big sunglasses anymore. Half an hour later, Li Xinqing's expression had become completely numb. He has drawn 1,000 times so far, spending 60,000 spirit stones, and only got 2 fragments. Based on this calculation, 1 fragment is worth about 30,000 spirit stones. If he wants to extract 99 fragments, he will need close to 3 million spirit stones. Am I really that unlucky? Of course, the numbness was only temporary. When he saw the total amount of gifts and rewards in the background, a smile flashed in his eyes. In just a short while, he received a reward of 200,000 spirit stones, which not only made back all his losses but also made him a huge profit. Looks like having a dark complexion has its advantages. Keep going. I refuse to believe it today. Chapter 89 The Lucky One, 1 shot, 1 kill. At the same time that Li Xinqing was live streaming the draw of the 9 dragons coffin, in the most luxurious inn in Giant Whale City, Jin Shanshan, lying on the bed, was also looking at the game character on the screen with a look of satisfaction. Hee, what kind of trash are you, daring to mock me for being poor? I can easily buy all the items in the shop. You want to compete with me for the top spot on the recharge leaderboard? I have never been afraid of anyone when it comes to spirit stones. No matter how many spirit stones you have, you can't possibly have more than me. After saying that, he spent 100 spirit stones to post on the world channel about the top-tier flying sword he had obtained after spending millions of spirit stones, and added a sentence. The one who told me to shut up with the low score, go ahead and keep going. Don't use the spirit stones you've saved up for half your life to challenge my daily allowance. The message immediately caused an uproar in the world chat. Young master is mighty and domineering. Please, young master, give me a high-class outfit. I'll be your lackey. Young master is truly incredibly powerful. Is this the limited edition grade F flying sword, Dragon Gallon scale, which can only be obtained by recharging 1,000,000 spirit stones? It's so cool, with dragon scale effects all over its body. TSK, I hesitate for a long time before buying a grade C flying sword, but the young master can just buy $1 million flying sword without hesitation. I always said there's no one richer than young master in the entire Tianyuan continent. Looking at the messages on the world channel, a smug smile immediately appeared on Gilgamesh's face. As the young master of Jinao Island, his wealth is beyond doubt, but in the past he had nowhere to spend it or show off. After all, he can't just take the spirit stones and scatter them everywhere. Even if he spent a huge sum of money to buy a magical artifact worth tens of millions, only a handful of people would know about it, unlike now, where 1,000,000 spirit stones are all it takes to make his name known to millions of players across the entire server, and who knows, his name might even spread to Douyin, TikTok, and be known to the whole world. Cell phones are such a wonderful thing.
My dad spent over 1,000 years on them, and his reputation is still not as great as mine. From now on, people will only say that my father is Gilgamesh's father, and not that I am the son of venerable golden spirit. But then again, why is there so little in this shop? I don't even have anywhere to spend my spirit stones now. He had barely finished speaking when a message appeared on the World Channel. Recharge limited is nothing. If you're so capable, get your hands on a 9 dragons pulling the coffin. If you can do that, I'll truly admire you. Upon seeing this comment, Gilgamesh was taken aback. 9 dragons pulling a coffin? What's that? Isn't that something from the novel Covering the Sky? Just as this question arose, he inadvertently glanced at the huge poster on the right side of the screen and the promotional slogan on it. Huh? When was this updated? Is it a higher level flying sword? So that's how it is. It's a limited edition flying sword from the collaboration with Shrouding the Heavens. I absolutely love the special effects and the design, I'm buying it. Just as he was about to spend a lot of money to buy it, he discovered that this thing was not sold directly in the store and could only be obtained through a lottery. It takes 99 fragments to synthesize a 9 dragons coffin. The probability of drawing a fragment is only 0.1%. Isn't that probability too low? In that case, it would cost at least several million spirit stones to synthesize a 9 dragons coffin. Upon realizing this, Gilgamesh not only didn't feel it was excessive, but was overjoyed. Excellent. Excellent. Only a flying sword like this is worthy of my status, young master. I want everyone to know that I, Gilgamesh, am the most powerful player in the entire game. Having made up his mind, he immediately called out towards the door, Ajio, how many spirit stones do I have left in my storage bag? No sooner had he finished speaking than a woman's voice came from outside the door. Young master, there isn't much left, only a little over 4 million spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Jin Shanshan's brows furrowed instantly. How come there's only a little left? This might not be enough. Let's go to the Four Seas Pavilion and sell them a few dozen more East Sea Spirit Pearls to get some spirit stones in return. Yes, young master. Just over 10 minutes after Jin Shanshan gave the order, one of his 4 nascent soul stage maids walked in carrying a storage bag. Young master, there are a total of 8 million spirit stones here. Have you seen enough? 8 million spirit stones, that's a so-so. If it's not enough, you can go and get more. Now you can leave. Yes, young master. After the maid left the room, Jin Shanshan unhesitatingly transferred all 8 million spirit stones from his storage bag into the game. He then rubbed his hands together and clicked to draw. The next second, an incredibly gorgeous special effect appeared on the phone screen. The center of the screen turned into a vast starry sky, and then 9 divine dragons pulled a giant bronze coffin through the void. Seeing this scene, Gilgamesh couldn't help but sigh. TSK. The visuals of not winning are already this amazing. If you win, the special effects will be incredibly spectacular. Let me see what kind of garbage I got this time. As soon as he finished speaking, a jade pendant with 9 divine dragons entwined around it, shining with a strange light, appeared in front of him. After the jade pendant appeared, a description was displayed next to it. Rare item, 9 dragons jade pendant, a special token for exchanging the Supreme Emperor level flying sword 9 dragons pulling the coffin. It can be exchanged in the treasure exchange shop. Upon seeing this line of text, Gilgamesh was completely dumbfounded. What? What's this? A token for exchanging the 9 dragons pulling the coffin? There are such things? Is this for real? How come I got it on my first try? Is the probability of getting this thing really that high? Looking at his remaining balance of over 7 million spirit stones, Jin Shanshan slapped his thigh in anger. It's not that I regret spending too much, but I'm angry that the drop rate for this thing is too high. I'm worried that if everyone has one in the future, how will it maintain its prestige? Moreover, as the young master of Jinao Island, he never stoops to relying on luck. He treats even the 70% chance of getting a perfect foundation establishment pill like candy. This is infuriating. When will this game update its shop and release some higher level, more expensive items? Otherwise, what's the difference between me and those ordinary cultivators who work hard to save up spirit stones? But since we've already drawn it, let's see how this Supreme Imperial weapon level flying sword differs from ordinary flying swords. After saying that, he used the tokens to exchange for a 9 dragons coffin in the treasure exchange interface. The moment he completed the exchange, a huge flashing effect suddenly appeared at the top of his phone screen, followed by a long string of text. Congratulations to player Jin Shanshan for successfully obtaining the Supreme Emperor level flying sword, 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Congratulations to player Jin Shanshan for successfully obtaining the Supreme Emperor level flying sword, 9 dragons pulling the coffin. It was repeated 3 times in a row, and all the players in the game saw it. Upon seeing this, Gilgamesh burst into laughter. Hee, this is awesome. I absolutely love this game. At the same time, Li Xinxing, who was live streaming, finally drew the last fragment. A full 5 hours had passed since he started the lottery, and he had spent more than 4 million spirit stones. If it weren't for the constant donations from the audience, he wouldn't be able to afford to take the kickbacks. Why, I've had such a hard time. I'm never cultivating again. With my luck, when I face my tribulation, the heavenly lightning will definitely strike me dead. Fortunately, I have finally collected all the fragments. I should become the first person in the game to possess an ultimate Imperial level flying sword. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. However, before he could laugh for long, he saw the server-wide announcement on the screen, and instantly he felt like the sky had fallen. Forget it, forget it. If I can't be first, I'll be second. What he didn't notice was that not far from him, a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Sect was holding a mobile phone and kowtowing to the statue of the ancestor. Grandmaster, your disciple is willing to exchange 100 years of the Heavenly Tao Sect's fortune for a 9 dragons jade pendant. After he finished speaking, he tapped the screen with his finger, and the next second a nebula effect appeared on the screen. Chapter 90. Junior brother, don't be so pretentious. In the training grounds of the Heavenly Tao Sect's inner disciples, as the disciple pressed the lottery button, dazzling special effects immediately appeared on the screen, and finally, a uniquely shaped 9-dragon jade pendant was presented in front of him. Looking at the 9 dragons jade pendant in the center of the screen, the inner disciple quickly rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Then, he became so excited that he trembled, especially his hands, which almost couldn't hold the phone steady. No way, this is the 9 dragons jade pendant. I must be dreaming. My senior brother spent over 4 million spirit stones to draw it. How could I have drawn it so easily? To verify whether he had made a mistake, he immediately took his phone and walked shakily toward Li Xinxing. At this moment, Li Xinxing was still immersed in the joy of soon having the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, and had no energy to care about anything else, until that disciple spoke up, slightly apprehensively. Senior brother, is this 9 dragons jade pendant particularly difficult to draw? Upon hearing this question, Li Xinxing didn't even turn his head. Of course, I have to draw thousands of times to get even a single fragment. I don't even dare to think how many times I would have to draw the 9 dragons jade pendant. I estimate that no one in this game could possibly draw something like that. I see. So, if I were to draw this item, what do you think I should do, senior brother? You're quite imaginative, daring to even speculate about something like this. But if you actually manage to get it, I suggest you sell it. In this game, you can give away items to your friends as gifts. If you choose to sell this thing, you can get at least 3 million spirit stones. So much. Of course, it took me more than 4 million spirit stones to collect all the fragments. I estimate it was about the same for others. Someone will definitely want them for 3 million spirit stones. Also, senior brother, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better not touch anything in this game that you can get through lotteries. You can't control yourself with that stuff. Upon hearing Li Xinxing's words, the other inner disciples present immediately nodded in agreement. They had witnessed the entire lottery draw by Li Xinxing, and the odds were incredibly low, but at that moment, the disciple who had spoken earlier spoke up again. Senior brother, I just drew something that I think looks like the 9 dragons jade pendant. Could you take a look at it for me? Junior brother, you must be joking. The 9 dragon jade pendant isn't so easy to draw. It must be some other kind of prop. Let me take a look for you. Here you go. As he spoke, Li Xinxing took the phone from the disciple's hand. 1 second he was all smiles, the next he was all smiles, especially when he saw the uniquely shaped jade pendant on the other person's phone screen and the accompanying text. His eyes almost popped out. He glanced at the screen, then quickly looked back at the junior who had handed him the phone. Junior brother, did you just draw this? Yeah, I just smoked it. How many hands did you withdraw from? Li Xinxing pressed again. That's all. I've used all my spirit stones this month to tip the female streamer. I only kept 60 spirit stones to buy some spirit rice. The disciple scratched the back of his head, looking embarrassed. His words almost made Li Xinxing's Dao heart waver. 1 hand? You mean you only spent 60 spirit stones to get a 9 dragons jade pendant? Senior brother, is this really the 9 dragons jade pendant? Upon hearing this, Li Xinxing immediately took a deep breath to calm his increasingly unstable magical power, and then gave his junior brother a deep look. Junior brother, oh Huang, if I didn't know your personality, I would have suspected you were just showing off. Senior brother, what is showing off? You're just showing off right now. Li Xinxing said blankly, but his expression changed instantly the next second. Junior brother, oh Huang, tell your senior brother how you managed to draw it so quickly. Did you have any tricks up your sleeve? Like, what did you do before you drew the prize? At this moment, not only Li Xinxing, but also the other disciples of the Heavenly Tao Sect were all fawning over Oh Huang, a little trick. This, thinking of the vow he made to the statue of the ancestral master before the lottery, Oh Huang suddenly felt a little uneasy. Could it be because of this? Did I really exchange 100 years of the Heavenly Tao Sect's fortune for this thing? I absolutely cannot tell you, or I'll be expelled from the sect. Thinking of this, Oh Huang immediately changed his mind. Before I entered the lottery, I made a vow before the statue of the ancestral master. I am willing to exchange 100 years of my lifespan for a 9 dragons jade pendant. Ha! When he said that, the way all the Heavenly Tao Sect disciples looked at him changed. Junior brother, are you really that ruthless? Hiss. If that's really the case, then junior brother, wouldn't you be shortening your lifespan? Trading 100 years of lifespan for a 9 dragons jade pendant sounds like a bit of a loss. Then I'd better give up. I want to live a little longer. After all, I've only just found the meaning of life. Give me 100 years, and I could mine for 100 years and earn more than 3 million. Just as everyone was shaking their heads, one person in the crowd stepped forward. Hey! I have an idea. I'll find a spirit beast and have it help me deduct from its lifespan. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the Heavenly Tao Sect disciples present lit up. Great idea! I happen to have a 9 lives cat. I also have a spirit dog. What should I do if I don't have a spirit beast? Buy it on Douyin. There are tons of people selling spirit beasts on Douyin now. Yes, yes, yes. Immediately, all the inner disciples of the Heavenly Tao Sect began searching for suitable spirit beasts on Douyin, TikTok. Only Oh Huang looked guilty. It's alright, it's alright. I was just lucky. The sect's fortune shouldn't be affected. At the same time, inside the main peak cave of the Heavenly Tao Sect, the current sect leader, Venerable Wuwen, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his aura began to weaken. What happened? I made thorough preparations this time, so why did I still fail to reach the Mahayana stage? Why? Why? Where did that immense cause and effect come from? Was it the will of heaven? At this moment, his face was full of resentment. He smiled sadly after a long while. So be it, it seems that this is indeed the will of heaven. It is heaven's will that I cannot break through to the Mahayana stage. Now that my lifespan is less than 10 years, I think there is no possibility of making another breakthrough. Fortunately, I have taken on a good disciple. I hope that he can help me reach the pinnacle of immortality in the future. Thinking of this, the image of Li Xinxing couldn't help but appear in his mind. Xinxing has always been resolute and strict with himself. He should still be cultivating right now. It's time to go out and see him. Chapter 91. A 10 million yuan price goes mad. Yi Xinxing senior brother, it's too wasteful for me to use this myself. Could you ask in your live stream if anyone wants it and I can sell it to them? Upon hearing Oh Huang's words, Li Xinxing immediately patted his chest in confidence. No problem, I guarantee that as soon as I release the news, there will be plenty of people who want it. Then I'll leave it to you, senior brother. Not long after, Li Xinxing started his live stream again. Since his previous 2 live streams had already garnered him a lot of popularity, this time his live stream still attracted a lot of viewers. This time, he didn't waste any words. He first exchanged a 9 dragons coffin in front of the viewers in the live broadcast room, which caused a stir among the viewers, especially when he easily won the game while riding the 9 dragons coffin. There were many envious voices in the live broadcast room. Dog bro is invincible. As expected of a flying sword of the supreme imperial weapon level, it is not only cool, but also has top-notch performance in all aspects, leaving the second place far behind. Wah, I really want to have it, but unfortunately I don't have any spirit stones. This is no longer something that can be solved with spirit stones. It requires a huge amount of spirit stones. It would probably take ordinary cultivators like us hundreds of years to save up enough, and even then, we might not be able to draw it. I'll set myself a short-term goal first, which is to save up 100,000 spirit stones and buy a grade A flying sword. Does anyone want a second-hand magic artifact? I bought it for 300,000 spirit stones, and I'm selling it for 180,000 spirit stones now. I haven't even left the house these days, so it seems like I don't really need this magic artifact. If you could give me a 9 dragons pulling a coffin, I'd be willing to die right now. Anyone struggling to climb the ranks? I can help you. Below platinum, it's 10 spirit stones per star, and above platinum, it's 50 spirit stones per star. If you're looking to save up for a grade A flying sword, add me on Douyin if you're interested. I advise everyone to stop dreaming. Flying swords of the Supreme Emperor level are not something that ordinary cultivators like us should pursue. I believe that as long as the skill is good enough, even a D-level flying sword can beat a Supreme Emperor weapon. If you don't believe me, let's have a match. I'll use a Supreme Emperor weapon, and you'll use a D-level flying sword. Yes. That's right, there are no useless swordsmen, only useless flying swords. I'm begging a pro to let me log in and experience the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Seeing the lively chat in the livestream, Li Xinqing felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction.
This is the life I want. What do immortality and blood feuds have to do with me? How about I change my name too, and stop using the surname Li?
Hee, my 9 dragons pulling the coffin is so cool, the 4 million spirit stones were really well spent.
Thank you to my brother Qinshin for sending me the number 1 Douyin account.
As he was talking, he suddenly remembered the important matter he needed to attend to.
Fellow Taoists, elder brothers, I'm sure you all really want to own your own 9 dragons coffin.
It just so happens that one of my junior brothers spent a huge sum of money to acquire a 9 dragons jade pendant, and he now intends to find a destined owner for his 9 dragons jade pendant.
I wonder if anyone is interested.
Upon hearing this, the live stream chat instantly erupted in excitement. No one had expected that Li Xinqing could actually produce a 9 dragons jade pendant, and that he was even going to sell it previously. They might have thought that no one would be willing to pay a high price for such a virtual item, but now they dare not say that, because if they had that much money, they would all want to buy it. The most top-tier treasures in the real world are pseudo-immortal artifacts, but even so, there are more than 20 pseudo-immortal artifacts that are well known on the Tianyuan continent, all of which are the treasures of major sects and holy lands. However, there are only 2 flying swords of the Supreme Emperor level in the entire Qiuqiu flying swords. One is in Jin Shanshan's hands, and the other is in Li Xinqing's hands. The former became a top-tier tycoon through his 9 dragons pulling the coffin, and his deeds are still being discussed on Douyin. He is incredibly popular, far surpassing his father, the Golden Spirit Venerable, who was at the Mahayana stage. The latter gained hundreds of thousands more followers by drawing lots from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin livestream. In just one day and one night, he went from being an unknown to becoming a big streamer with millions of fans, and his future financial prospects are limitless. It can be said that the 9 dragons pulling the coffin is no longer just a simple game prop. It is a symbol of strength and status, and a manifestation of high-class taste. Now, if anyone owns one, they will definitely become a big star in the autumn flying swords, just like Jin Shanshan and Li Xinqing, and become famous throughout the Tianyuan continent. Perhaps because someone spread the news that Li Xinqing was going to sell the 9 dragons jade pendant, the number of viewers in the livestream quickly began to rise rapidly, soaring from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Seeing this result, Li Xinqing glanced triumphantly at O Huang beside him.
See? I knew it would turn out like this, senior brother.
After he finished speaking, he looked at the camera again.
It seems quite a few fellow Taoists desire this 9 dragons jade pendant. Here's what we'll do, everyone can submit their bids directly to me. The highest bidder wins.
The starting bid is 3 million spirit stones.
As soon as he finished speaking, the number of comments in the live stream decreased, and everyone waited for someone to make a bid. The process didn't take long. A few seconds later, someone offered 3.5 million. Then came 4 million. And the one who offered 4 million was none other than Jin Shanshan.
Clearly, he had found another place to flaunt his wealth. However, just as he quoted an exorbitant price of 4 million, someone suddenly appeared and offered 10 million. When they saw such a price, not only were the viewers in the live broadcast room stunned, but even Li Xinqing himself was dumbfounded.
What the hell? Is this guy crazy? Even with the worst luck, 10 million should be enough to draw 2 9 dragon jade pendants.
Thinking about this, he subconsciously assumed that the other party was quoting a random price, but after glancing at the other party's name, he dismissed that idea, because the other party was his second-ranked brother Yi Qinshin, the young master of the Star Pavilion. He not only has hundreds of thousands of fans, but he is also the young master of the Star Pavilion. He would never make such a joke. Just as he was trying to figure out why Yi Qinshin was doing this, Jin Shanshan, who was lying in the inn, was already going crazy with anxiety. Hurry up and exchange for spirit stones. Hurry up and exchange for spirit stones.
This young master will not allow anyone to bid higher than me. This second 9 dragons jade pendant must also be mine.
Faced with his roar, the 4 maids looked troubled. Young master, the East Sea spirit pearls we brought this time are only enough to exchange for 8 million spirit stones. The other items are not easy to sell in the short term.
What?
Only 8 million spirit stones.
Damn it, damn it.
Good.
So you're the young master of Star Pavilion, right? I'll remember that. I'll have my father buy this Star Pavilion when I get back.
At the same time, inside the Star Pavilion master Yi Tianlong also blocked Yi Qinshin's way with a long sword in hand. You'd better explain to me why you're planning to spend 10 million spirit stones to buy a game item. Although our star pavilion is richer than before, it still can't withstand your extravagance, you unfilial son. However, Yi Qinshin remained completely calm in the face of the aggressive Yi Tianlong.
Let me explain.
After I finish explaining, I will no longer be a rebellious son, but a rebellious butterfly.
Hey, don't do it. You're getting impatient again.
There's no order of learning, and the accomplished are the fathers. Watch how I use this method to help our star pavilion go from a first-class sect to a top-class sect. What I bought with those 10 million spirit stones wasn't just a virtual game item, it bought a trending topic on Douyin and a chance for our star pavilion to transform.